Chapter 1267. Her concerns with a gaze as cold as ice. Chu Xuancheng swept over the assassins and commanded sternly. Send word to launch a thorough hunt for the assassins of the Dark Night Pavilion. Annihilate them without mercy. Leave no one alive. Those who dare to abduct the Princess Li, I shall have them ground to dust. At this moment, Chu Xuancheng realized that the assassin who had so readily divulged Nangong Ro's location had been ensnared in a premeditated ambush. Fortunately, his quick reflexes and combat experience had spared him injury. This organization must be eradicated. Yes, my lord, Imoli replied coolly. He thought to himself that the Dark Night Pavilion would likely cease to exist from this day forth. The prince's actions were indeed a service to the common folk. Where? Are you unhurt? Chu Xuancheng hurried over and enveloped Yun Ruoyue in a tight embrace, his eyes filled with concern. Panic surged within him when he could not find her. He feared he might lose her forever, but thankfully, Nangong Ro turned back in time. He gently caressed her face, the relief of having her back safe filling him with a profound sense of peace. He could scarcely bear to imagine what he would feel if she were lost to him. It dawned on him that his love for her surpassed even his own understanding. I am fine. I am so sorry. It was my naivety that brought you trouble, Yun Ruoyue lamented, recalling Chu Xuancheng's earlier intent to take his own life. Her nose suddenly tinged with the sting of tears. No, you bear no fault. There is no need for apologies. Your intentions were for the common good. It is merely the wickedness of human hearts that has led us here, Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. These assassins were audacious, daring even to abduct the Princess Li. They must be dealt with ruthlessly. Yun Ruoyue buried her head against his chest, sighing softly to herself. Indeed, it was the treachery of humanity that had brought them to this point. She had not anticipated that Nangong Ro would come to regret her actions so late. Had she realized sooner, her fate might have been different. On the return journey, as the mountain paths were unsuitable for carriages, Chu Xuancheng held Yun Ruoyue in his arms while riding down the mountain on horseback. He urged the horse to move slowly, fearing that a brisk pace might jostle her. With him cradling her, Yun Ruoyue felt a sense of safety. The earlier abduction had been truly harrowing and left her shaken. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, she could only dread the consequences. Yet, the words spoken by Nangong Ro lingered in her mind, casting a shadow over her heart. Nangong Ro had remarked that Chu Xuancheng had welcomed her into his home with a grand red bridal palanquin, lavishing her with affection and even sharing vows. Yun Ruoyue vividly recalled her own entrance into the prince's residence, where she had been carried through a side door in a humble blue sedan chair, devoid of any bridal procession, dowry, or wedding ceremony. In comparison to Nangong Ro, her own marriage felt dismally inadequate, leaving her feeling despondent. Is this the plight of all women? Even though he treated her with such kindness now, she found herself troubled by these memories. She recalled a time when her mother had argued with her father, weeping as she expressed her grievances. Her mother had lamented that upon marrying her father, his family had offered no dowry, no gold or silver jewelry, not even a red envelope. This indicated a lack of respect and importance placed upon her by her in-laws. At that moment, her father had been weak and oblivious to these customs, while her uncle had received generous gifts and jewelry from their grandmother upon marrying his wife, treating her with great care. This stark disparity in treatment has haunted her mother throughout her life, even though her father has always been kind to her. The memories of those past grievances linger, and despite her grandparents eventually accepting her and altering their attitudes due to her remarkable qualities, she still feels as though a thorn is embedded in her heart. At that time, she failed to comprehend her mother's plight, reasoning that since her father treated her so well, she should not dwell on events from decades ago. Now, however, she has come to understand the depth of that experience. Chapter 1268. A wedding ode to her. What she truly values is not the dowry, but rather the desire to marry him openly and honorably, or to perform the wedding rites, signifying that they are indeed a genuine couple. All she seeks is the feeling of being cherished and valued. The thought of her humble marriage weighs heavily on her heart. Yet, she cannot blame Chu Xuancheng for being the daughter of Yunqing. She was once the object of his disdain. What are you pondering? Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng leaned close to Yun Ruoyue's ear, his voice gentle. His warm breath brushed against her, sending a jolt of electricity through her, and her cheeks flushed crimson as she grappled with how to convey her feelings. However, recalling the stark contrast to Nangong Ro's wedding left her heart aching, and she could not help but exclaim, If only Nangong Ro had not acted in such a manner. She would have been quite happy. After all, you treated her so well at the beginning, welcoming her with a grand bridal sedan and marrying her in a ceremony. You truly valued her. In comparison, I feel overlooked. She had yet to partake in a wedding ceremony with him. Chu Xuancheng suddenly pulled the reins, halting the horse's advance. He gently cradled her face, his voice low and resonant. Where are you feeling jealous? I am not, Yun Ruoyue retorted, only to realize her own pettiness. Annoyed, she turned away, questioning why she felt the need to express such sentiments, which seemed trivial in the grand scheme. He had already shown her great kindness, risking himself on numerous occasions for her sake. What had prompted her to dwell on such matters? I apologize, I don't know what came over me just now. Why I said such things. Please do not take it to heart, just pretend you never heard it. In truth, I am far happier than Nangong Ro. I have your love, while she is no longer among us. I should not have made such comparisons. Why should you refrain from expressing your thoughts? We are husband and wife. Feel free to say whatever is on your mind. If you have any grievances, you must share them with me. Keeping them bottled up only leads to greater trouble, Chu Xuancheng stated earnestly. Well, I have no grievances against you. You have been more than kind, Yun Ruoyue replied, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, regretting her earlier words. She should have restrained herself. In the face of Chu Xuancheng's generosity, she felt utterly ashamed. Wishing for a hole to hide in. Do not blame yourself. Even if you had not spoken, I would still feel I owe you an apology for the past. At times, I find myself fantasizing about what it would be like to marry you properly. My greatest regret in this life is not being able to give you that formal acknowledgement. Rest assured, once everything is settled, I will provide you with the grandest wedding in all the world, Chu Xuancheng promised gently. Gazing into his sincere eyes, Yun Ruoyue felt profoundly touched. Lowering her head and softly murmuring in acknowledgement. Chu Xuancheng said, seizing a moment when no one was paying attention to swiftly peck her cheek. Recently, that icy auntie had been watching over them like a cold Buddha, preventing him from openly approaching her within the Wangfu, compelling him to steal moments of intimacy whenever the guards were distracted. Before Yun Ruoyue could react, her cheek had already been pecked, and she hastily covered her face, shyly exclaiming, "The guard team is behind us. Be careful not to let them see. It mustn't happen again. Next time, who knows when that will be." Chu Xuancheng lamented, feigning discomfort. Chapter 1269. Auntie's display of authority. At that moment, the group had arrived at the foot of the mountain, and from a distance, Yun Ruoyue spotted Fenger and Zhu'er approaching with anxious expressions. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "I am fine, what about you?" Yun Ruoyue inquired with concern. "We are unharmed. Luckily the prince arrived just in time and rescued us. I am also unscathed, for the prince is like a timely rain, appearing wherever he is needed." Yun Ruoyue smiled. "By the way, what about Nangong Ro? How is she?" Fenger quickly asked. Yun Ruoyue sighed. "She has already taken her own life." She then recounted the events that transpired in the dilapidated temple. Upon hearing this, both women displayed expressions of sorrow. Fenger remarked, "Fortunately, Nangong Ro was able to repent before her death. Otherwise, your highness would have been in danger. It's quite pitiful, to say the least." "What pity is there? She brought this upon herself. She has reaped the consequences of her own misdeeds. Had she not been so intent on harming others, she would not have met such an end," Zhu'er bluntly stated. Yun Ruoyue chuckled lightly. "All right, let us return to the estate. After a day of turmoil, I am weary." Once they returned to the Wangfu, Chu Xuancheng attended to matters regarding the eradication of the Dark Night Pavilion, while Yun Ruoyue returned to the Feiyue Pavilion. "Your Highness, you have been working tirelessly these past few days with your charitable consultations, and after being kidnapped by Nangong Ro today, you must be exhausted. Come, allow me to massage your back," Fenger said, guiding Yun Ruoyue to sit comfortably in a chair as she began to knead her back. Just then, Auntie Bing entered like a ghost, her demeanor cold. "Your Highness, I heard you were kidnapped." Auntie Bing approached, her expression somewhat unfriendly. "It is fortunate you are unharmed. Had anything happened to you, how would I explain it to the Emperor? You must refrain from wandering about recklessly in the future." Due to her close ties with the Emperor and holding a gold medal representing him, Auntie Bing did not need to refer to herself as a servant in front of Yun Ruoyue. Seeing Auntie Bing's demeanor, Fenger quickly defended, "Auntie, the princess did not wander about recklessly. She acted out of kindness to help others, only to be exploited." This Auntie Bing, instead of expressing concern for the princess, reproached her for her supposed recklessness. "Auntie Bing, Noticing Feng'er interrupting, coldly lifted her chin. Impudent servant. I am speaking with the princess. What right do you have to interject? The emperor has commanded me to look after the princess, and it is my duty to ensure her safety. Otherwise, should anything happen to her, none of us could bear the responsibility. Yun Ruoyue calmly replied, there is no need for Auntie to be angry. Feng'er only spoke out of concern for me. In light of the fact that Aunt Bing had previously spoken on her behalf, she decided to extend a measure of courtesy towards her. Aunt Bing cast a cold, piercing glance at Feng'er and the other maids in the room and remarked, Your Highness, I have observed for several days and discovered that the affairs within the Feiyue Pavilion are far from befitting a princess consort. Here, the master does not embody authority, and the servants lack proper demeanor. The maids are unruly, each one indolent, failing to address the princess consort as a servant should, neglecting to bow in her presence, and daring to frolic and jest before her. I have even heard whispers of servants dining and sleeping at the same table as the princess consort. They exhibit a flagrant disregard for decorum, blurring the lines of hierarchy. If this continues, I fear that your highness will lose all semblance of authority in their eyes. And how then shall you maintain the dignity and grace of the royal household? Aunt Bing's voice resonated with authority, her gaze sharp as it swept over Feng'er and the others, causing them to tremble in trepidation. After remaining silent for so long, Aunt Bing was finally ready to assert her dominance. Yun Ruoyue understood that Aunt Bing intended to establish her authority. Raising her teacup and gently blowing away the froth atop the tea, she took a sip before calmly responding. What does Aunt Bing propose I do to manage the royal residence? Aunt Bing raised her eyes and replied, The management of the royal residence falls under the purview of the princess consort. I do not wish to overstep. However, as the imperial aunt bestowed upon you by His Majesty, there are certain matters I feel compelled to address. I believe it is imperative that I personally instruct these maids in proper conduct. It is best that I take on this responsibility. After all, I am a loyal servant of the emperor, and I would not want you to be burdened with such labor. Burdened? As an experienced matron of the palace, I have successfully guided many palace maids and new courtesans in proper etiquette. Thus, I shall shoulder this weight on behalf of the princess consort. Trust that, given time, they shall undergo a positive transformation, no longer displaying ignorance of decorum and a lack of refinement. Aunt Bing held her head high, her expression stern, her presence commanding a significant drop in the atmosphere. At that moment, Jiu'er, who had just entered, overheard Aunt Bing's words and retorted coldly, Aunt, we have the princess consort to guide us. Your efforts are unnecessary. Moreover, we have served in the royal residence for quite some time, and even the prince has not remarked upon our lack of decorum or refinement. On what grounds do you make such claims? This Aunt Bing, upon her arrival, seemed intent on asserting authority, yet Jiu'er had no intention of acquiescing to her. Aunt Bing's expression darkened, her gaze fixated on Jiu'er, her tone resolute. Your Highness, see how this is the product of your teachings. This maid shows no regard for rank, speaks impertinently, and dares to confront me. If such a maid were to be taken out, it would bring shame upon you. People would say that the Li Wang residence is devoid of rules, where even a maid dares to flaunt her power over the princess consort. If she is not properly instructed, she may well bring calamity upon you, and I assure you, I do not speak in alarm. Yun Ruoyue turned to Jiu'er, lightly admonishing, Jiu'er, Aunt Bing is a servant of the emperor, now that she is in our residence. You must heed her guidance and promptly apologize. Aunt Bing, being a representative of the emperor, required respect. For now, Yun Ruoyue chose to endure, awaiting the opportune moment to invite her back to the palace. Although Jiu'er felt a sense of discontent, she was bound to heed the commands of the princess. Reluctantly, she addressed Aunt Bing, I apologize, Aunt. The numerous words spoken by Aunt Bing were aimed at ensuring that Yun Ruoyue's decree was followed by all the servants of Feiyue Pavilion, thus securing her standing in this new environment. As a newcomer, she understood that a show of authority was necessary to prevent being trampled upon by the maids. Now that her objective had been achieved, she saw no reason to stir further trouble. She replied coolly, It is well that you recognize your mistake. As servants, we must discern the hierarchy and never speak out of turn. We ought to adhere to the rules and remain within our bounds. Hearing Aunt Bing's incessant emphasis on rules, Yun Ruoyue felt her head nearly explode. She calmly interjected, What you say is true. However, having spent years within the palace, you may be too accustomed to its rigid customs. Here, in the outside world, we are not bound by such constraints. We are all human, and at times, It is unnecessary to adhere to so many rules. She continued, rules are lifeless, while people are vibrant. I observe that these girls are often confined within the royal residence, lacking freedom and burdened by labor. I merely wish to alleviate their spirits by granting them a modicum of liberty. Their lives are not easy, and it is not excessive to allow them some freedom. No, Your Highness, a servant remains a servant, and the distinction of rank is paramount. If you indulge them in such a manner, will they still regard you with reverence? They will lose their fear of you, disregard your commands, and may even mock you both openly and covertly. The Liwang residence must re-establish its rules. You are a noble princess, and the actions of those around you reflect upon the royal dignity. Thus, they must not be indulged, Aunt Bing sternly advised. Yun Ruoyue rose, feigning a yawn. It is precisely because these girls are usually quite aware of their place and adhere to the rules that I have refrained from imposing restrictions upon them. Since you wish to instruct them, I shall entrust them to you, so they may learn the etiquette of the palace under your guidance. Thank you for your efforts, Aunt. It is my duty to alleviate the princess's burdens. It is no trouble at all, Aunt Bing replied. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue discovered that Aunt Bing's name was actually Bing Qian, a name imbued with spirit, yet she turned out to be quite a traditional person. After being granted authority over the servants, that very night, Aunt Bing summoned Fenger and Zhou'er along with the others to commence rigorous training. The servants lined up, and Aunt Bing began her instruction. She walked past them with unwavering focus and coldly stated, as women, one must first learn to stand with dignity before cultivating virtue. You must smile without revealing your teeth, walk without swaying your skirts, and speak without parting your lips. Your posture while standing must be correct. Your demeanor while seated must reflect propriety. Keep your head high and your gaze steady. When seated, your legs should be together, your back straight, embodying the grace of a refined lady. From now on, within this residence, you are forbidden from speaking freely, engaging in play, or causing disturbances. Speak softly and delicately. Walk with measured steps, and refrain from speaking while eating. Avoid any crude behavior. Well, let me first teach you how to walk. Upon hearing these words, Fenger and the others inwardly groaned in despair. However, as Ice Ant was a person from the palace, they dared not offend her and could only grit their teeth and learn the rules. After a long night of practice, everyone was left weary and sore, unable to even straighten their backs. Ice Ant was truly relentless. They hoped she would depart from the royal residence soon, freeing them from further torment. At the Su residence, Chu Xuancheng had already recovered significantly. This day, she rose early, groomed herself, and made her way to the courtyard. From a distance, she spotted Xiaohe meticulously trimming the branches of the begonia flowers with a large pair of scissors. The sight of Xiaohe's figure filled her heart with loathing. She approached coldly, her anger bubbling over. Xiaohe, did you not see me coming? How dare you not greet me? Oh, miss, when did you arrive? Xiaohe, engrossed in her task, had been unaware of Chu Xuancheng's presence. Startled, she quickly turned around, only to find Chu Xuancheng glaring at her with palpable hatred, causing her to tremble. Ever since the Mrs. separation, her temperament had turned irritable and increasingly erratic, leaving Xiaohe fearful of incurring her wrath and punishment. Chu Xuancheng fixed her with a cold stare. How can you serve as a maid if you do not even notice when your mistress arrives? Do you not see me as your master? Xiaohe felt as though she were on the verge of tears. How could she have seen her when she was facing away? It was evident that Chu Xuancheng was merely seeking an excuse to reprimand her. Since bringing her back to the Su residence, she had faced this kind of torment repeatedly. It was unmistakably intentional, a form of retribution for her past betrayal. I apologize. Miss, it was my fault. I shall be more attentive in the future, Xiaohe said, her head bowed, fear etched on her face. Attentive? I see you are doing this on purpose. I have provided you with comfort and sustenance, yet you conspire with that scoundrel Chu Tianyu against me. Who would trust a traitor such as you? Chu Xuancheng spat venomously. Initially, she had contemplated killing Xiaohe, but she decided that mere death would not satisfy her thirst for vengeance. Instead, she resolved to bring her back to the Su residence to torment her slowly and thoroughly until her wrath was quenched. Thus, she temporarily spared Xiaohe's wretched life. I am truly sorry, Mississippi. I was coerced. The prince threatened my family's lives, and I had no choice but to comply, Xiaohe pleaded. Wretched girl, how dare you refer to yourself as my servant in front of me? Chu Xuancheng retorted, and in a swift motion, she struck Xiaohe across the face with a resounding slap. Ah! Xiaohe fell to the ground, the force of the blow evident. She clutched her face in pain and quickly exclaimed, "I apologize, miss. It was a slip of the tongue due to my momentary distraction." She had often spoken in such a manner before without reproach, but in her panic, she had inadvertently misspoken, not intending any disrespect. With a cold huff, Chu Xuancheng replied, "Rest assured, I shall not punish you. I will keep you around as my loyal dog to entertain me each day and alleviate my boredom. Why not enjoy this arrangement? Allow me to observe how you have pruned these flowers," Chu Xuancheng remarked, proceeding to inspect the begonia blossoms. All the withered branches had been meticulously trimmed away, revealing vibrant red flowers that boldly emerged, swaying in the breeze, their fragrance wafting delightfully, creating a pleasing sight. Alas, upon reflecting on her current predicament, Chu Changxiao's mood soured instantly. As she turned, she discovered Xia He kneeling on the ground, weeping. In a sudden outburst, she kicked Xia He and exclaimed, "You insolent servant! Do you resent me for my harshness? Do you envy Yun Ruoyue's maid? I observed her gratitude when she pleaded for you last time. You nearly regarded her as your mistress." "The servant does not," came Xia He's hurried response. Though internally, she thought the emperor would undoubtedly have executed her entire family had it not been for the intervention of the princess. Thus, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the princess, though she dared not admit it outwardly. "Do you truly not? Or is it a fade? Speak. Do you not hold affection for Yun Ruoyue? Are you not grateful to her?" Chu Changxiao demanded, suddenly brandishing the shears threateningly before Xia He's lips. "If you do not speak the truth, I shall sever your tongue. Please, miss, I have erred. I do not favor the princess, nor am I grateful to her. My gratitude lies with you," Xia He cried, recoiling in fear at the sight of the sharp scissors. However, Chu Changxiao had already snipped the shears twice in the air, sending chills down Xia He's spine. Chapter 1273. The Empress's letter. "Do you think I would believe your deceitful words? Xia He, now that I am divorced and at home, do you all look down upon me? Do you consider me a discarded woman, abandoned by Chu Tianyu, and scorn me for my past miscarriage, believing I cannot remarry a worthy man?" Chu Changxiao advanced menacingly towards Xia He, shaking the shears in anger. Xia He hastily shook her head. "The servant does not regard the miss with disdain. You are gentle and virtuous, possessing excellent character. Surely, you will marry a man far superior to His Highness, the King of Jin. You deceive me. Do you think I am unaware? You all gossip behind my back, mocking me for being sent back home. You still look down upon me, believing that a woman like me, once divorced, cannot find a good man. I shall prove you wrong. I will find a man 100 times better than Chu Tianyu." As Chu Changxiao spoke, she grasped Xia He's face with her left hand, raising the scissors threateningly with her right. "You refuse to speak the truth to any of my inquiries, constantly feigning compliance. Fearing my wrath, what purpose does this mouth of yours serve? I shall cut it." With that, Chu Changxiao moved to act. "Ah no!" Xia He screamed in terror. "Miss, news has arrived from the palace," came the sudden voice of Dong'er from the courtyard. Upon hearing the sound, Chu Changxiao withdrew her scissors, casting a cold glance at Xia He. "Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall spare your life for now. Next time, your fate will not be so fortunate." With that, she turned and violently snipped at the flower branches in frustration before looking at Dong'er. "You, come in with me." Saying this, she strode into her chamber. Dong'er, casting a sympathetic glance at Xia He, hurriedly followed. Xia He was drenched in cold sweat, her spirit nearly escaping her body. Had it not been for Dong'er's timely appearance, her fate would have been dire. Once inside the chamber, Chu Changxiao shot a cold look at Xia He and, upon noticing her hesitation to eavesdrop, coldly inquired, "What news do you bring? Is it from the Empress?" "Yes. The Empress has sent a letter for you, Mississippi. Please take a look," Dong'er replied, handing the letter to Chu Changxiao. Chu Changxiao took the letter and curtly said, "Very well, you may leave." Ever since the incident of Xia He's betrayal, she had lost trust in all her servants. Therefore, she chose to read the letter alone. Once Dong'er exited, she closed the door, held the envelope near a candle to melt the wax seal, and then opened it. Inside, she discovered a black elixir and a letter. After unfolding the letter, she began to read. Once finished, she placed the elixir into a small vial, burned the letter, and then rose to leave. Soon, Chu Changxiao arrived at Su Yuyao's courtyard, where she found her sister organizing various vials and jars of medicine. "Sister, how has your recent matchmaking been progressing?" she inquired. Su Yuyao looked up, seeing Chu Changxiao, and smiled. "Sister, are you here to tease me again? I have not truly met anyone. I've merely looked at a few portraits of young gentlemen. Have you found any of them appealing? Are there any worthy candidates among them? Su Changxiao pressed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao's expression darkened suddenly. She shook her head despondently. No, they are all idle rakes. I cannot fathom what mother is thinking. Introducing me to such men, I have no desire to marry them. It is not that these men are lacking. Rather, your standards may be too high. Su Changxiao suggested subtly. Once one has tasted fine delicacies, it is difficult to settle for mediocre fare. After encountering exceptional men, one loses interest in the ordinary. Sister, you are teasing me again, Su Yuyao protested, playfully stamping her foot. I am not jesting. I know you have always held affections for Chu Xuancheng, Su Changxiao stated bluntly. Sister, I do not, Su Yuyao replied, her voice barely above a whisper, aware that her sister was privy to her feelings for Chu Xuancheng, and thus dared not admit it. Do not deny it. What woman would not be enamored with a man like Chu Xuancheng? Su Changxiao sighed. Previously, I had the Empress suggest you to him as a concubine, knowing your feelings for him. Unfortunately, with Yun Ruoyue present, even if he liked you, he had to feign indifference and reject you. You are so remarkable, possessing both medical and poison expertise. How could he bear to turn you down? I suspect it was merely due to Yun Ruoyue's presence that he felt compelled to refuse. Really? Sister, how can you say such a thing? Su Yuyao asked incredulously. Men are inherently inclined towards polygamy, often driven by their baser instincts. I refuse to believe that Chu Xuancheng is an exception, Su Chang chuckled. Moreover, I possess two types of elixirs, one known as the heart-loss pill and the other as the heart-stealing pill. If you truly harbor feelings for Chu Xuancheng, you could administer the heart-loss pill to him and take the heart-stealing pill yourself. In doing so, you will exude a unique fragrance that will ensnare the one who has consumed the heart-loss pill, leading him to become infatuated with you. The heart-loss pill and the heart-stealing pill are designed to complement one another. Once he has ingested the former and is captivated by your scent, he will undoubtedly fall in love with you, losing himself in your tender embrace. Thus, he will lose his heart while you stealthily claim it. Such is the exquisite utility of these two potions. Is it truly possible that such miraculous elixirs exist in this world? Su Yuyao remarked, having devoted 10 years to her studies without ever hearing of such concoctions. I am your elder sister. Would I deceive you? This world is vast and filled with wonders, and there are countless skilled physicians who surpass Master Qin Yun. Do you know who provided me with this medicine? Su Chang inquired. Could it be the Empress? Indeed, only the Empress could procure such a divine remedy. The Empress intended for me to administer it to Chu Xuancheng, to reclaim his heart, control him, and manipulate the Emperor into seizing his military power. However, I have long since fallen out of favor with him. I fear that his disdain may render this potion ineffective for me, which is why I thought of you. Su Chang continued, you are unlike me. You are unmarried, and he does not harbor animosity towards you. I, on the other hand, am a woman of tarnished reputation. Even if I were to use this miraculous medicine, he would likely never come to love me. Therefore, I have resolved to assist you, enabling you to take this potion and win his affection, thereby fulfilling the Empress's command. While she spoke thus, a cold smile lingered in her heart. Forgive me, dear sister. One must act in their own interest, for the heavens will not forgive. Her actions were merely to accomplish the task entrusted by the Empress. Just moments ago, the Empress had sent her a letter, enclosing a heart-loss pill and instructing her to find a way to have Chu Xuancheng consume it. The heart-loss pill bears no relation to the heart-stealing pill. It is a substance that induces madness, causing irritability, mental disarray, and a cascade of illusions, ultimately leading to memory loss. Once Chu Xuancheng's temperament becomes volatile, he will surely turn bloodthirsty and cruel, driving away those around him, including Yun Ruoyue. When that time comes, the Emperor's efforts to reclaim his military power will be effortlessly accomplished. As for the heart-stealing pill, it is nothing more than an ordinary tonic, devoid of any tangible effect. It was prepared solely to deceive Su Yuyao into aiding her. If it could genuinely attract Chu Xuancheng, she would have consumed it herself long ago, rather than allowing Su Yuyao to benefit. Bound by the Empress's influence, she was compelled to act on her behalf, yet unwilling to take risks herself, thus resorting to exploiting Su Yuyao. In a family steeped in power, familial bonds are often tenuous. Although Su Yuyao and she share the same mother, their emotional connection had faded over the years, rendering her indifferent to the prospect of using her sister. In order to assist the queen in her task and to sow discord between the couple, Chu Xuancheng and his wife, she resolved to deceive Su Yuyao. as she could find no other trustworthy individual. Moreover, given Su Yuyao's affection for Chu Xuancheng, it was most fitting for her to undertake this endeavor. After speaking, Su Changxiao produced a vial and presented it to Su Yuyao, saying, "Behold, this black one is the heart-losing pill, and the white one is the heart-stealing pill. Do you wish to capture Chu Xuancheng's heart? If so, follow my guidance." Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao, in disbelief, took the vial and poured out its contents to examine them. The black heart-losing pill emitted a strong medicinal aroma, from which she could only discern a few rare traditional Chinese herbal scents, unable to identify anything further. In contrast, the white heart-stealing pill released a natural floral fragrance, quite pleasant indeed, yet she could not visually ascertain its components. Noticing Su Yuyao's scrutiny of the medicine, Su Changxiao inquired, "Sister, have you discerned anything? Surely the queen's gift is beyond reproach." The heart-stealing pill, crafted from various fresh blossoms as a tonic, was a tool for deception wielded by wandering sorcerers. Given that Su Yuyao typically studied legitimate remedies, she would likely be oblivious to its true nature. No, the queen possesses great prowess. Her gifts are undoubtedly sound. Although I cannot identify its ingredients, I sense that this medicine is extraordinary. Su Yuyao earnestly wished to grind the pill and investigate its contents thoroughly. However, since it was bestowed by the queen, it must be reliable. Seeing Su Yuyao's hesitation, Su Changxiao abruptly reached for the vial. "It seems my sister is reluctant. Since you are unwilling, then I shall consume it myself. Perhaps Chu Xuancheng will fall in love with me. In that case, I can reclaim him and become the Princess of Li." "No, sister, you promised it was for me. How can you go back on your word?" Su Yuyao, always competitive, quickly snatched the medicine back and swallowed it whole. "Sister, you said it was mine. I have consumed it, so let me enjoy this fortune." Feigning regret, Su Changxiao replied, "I did not wish to relinquish it to you. If you were not so intolerable, I would not have let you have it. Fortunately, you are my dear sister, and I willingly wish for your happiness. I would not extend the same courtesy to others." "Thank you, sister. You are so kind to me." Su Yuyao, who valued familial bonds, remained unaware that her trusted elder sister was manipulating her. Su Changxiao patted her shoulder, feigning admiration. "Sister, I truly envy you. You are so beautiful, and he does not despise you. With your involvement, success is sure to follow. At that point, find an opportunity to slip the heart-losing pill into his food. Once the two medicines merge, the moment he catches a whiff of your fragrance, he will be captivated by you. Then you will be able to control him, making him loathe Yun Ruoyue and love only you." Chapter 1276. Encountering Lan Wu, Su Yuyao's lips curled into a satisfied smile at these words. "But sister, Chu Xuancheng has a cold demeanor and is always cautious. I fear it may be difficult to administer the medicine." Su Yuyao expressed her concerns. "Rest assured, I have already devised a method for you to approach him and gain his trust. Follow this plan," Su Changxiao whispered closely to Su Yuyao. After enchanting Su Yuyao, Su Changxiao returned to her courtyard. "Miss, you have finally returned. I have delightful news to share with you." Donger eagerly approached her upon seeing her return. "What good news?" Su Changxiao inquired. "The informant I placed at the Zhao Wang's residence has reported that Zhao Wang is going out today to dine at a restaurant with his friends, and his wife is not accompanying him. This presents a perfect opportunity for you to approach him," Donger exclaimed excitedly. "Really? Quickly help me prepare. I shall head out to the streets at once." Su Changxiao replied, her face alight with exhilaration. After touching up her makeup, she and Donger boarded a carriage and arrived at the restaurant where Zhao Wang was dining with his companions. As they reached the entrance, she spotted Zhao Wang seated among a group of friends, drinking merrily. It appeared they had reserved the entire venue, leaving only their table occupied. From a distance, Zhao Wang sat upright, his profile remarkably handsome. Dressed in a silver brocade robe and adorned with a jade crown, he exuded an aura of grace and elegance, standing out as the most distinguished, handsome, and refined gentleman among them. Upon closer inspection, Su Changxiao realized that Zhao Wang was even more striking than she had envisioned. His noble demeanor was undeniably elevated, and his princely lineage instantly overshadowed the ordinary young gentleman around him. Just as she was adjusting her attire, preparing to approach the restaurant, she suddenly noticed a woman, visibly pregnant, fanning herself as she strode towards her, flanked by several maidservants. Dressed in gold and silver, with heavy makeup, the woman walked with a swagger that betrayed her self-satisfaction, appearing like a phoenix newly emerged from the ashes. This was none other than Lan Wu. With Jin Wang confined in the heavenly prison, Su Changxiao was taken aback that Lan Wu had the audacity to flaunt herself. Encountering this contemptible woman, she felt compelled to devise a scheme against her. As Lan Wu strutted forward with an air of superiority, Su Changxiao dashed towards her and collided forcefully. "Ah!" Lan Wu cried out in discomfort. "Who dares to collide with this noble lady?" "Noble lady?" Su Changxiao retorted, eyeing her coldly with a smirk. "A woman emerging from a brothel dares to call herself a noble lady?" Realizing it was Su Changxiao who had intentionally bumped into her, Lan Wu glared in fury. I am the concubine of Jin Wang. Why should I not refer to myself as a noble lady?" She huffed disdainfully. "You dared to crash into me on purpose. I am a concubine of Jin Wang, while you are merely a common woman. Who gave you the audacity to scheme against the royal offspring?" Su Changxiao chuckled derisively, noting how adept Lan Wu was at casting aspersions. "So what if I bumped into you? I did so intentionally. You, a mere hen, think that by perching on a branch, you can transform into a phoenix? A hen remains a hen. Do not aspire to become a phoenix. With your debauched reputation as a woman from the brothel, who knows whose illegitimate child you carry? Perhaps it isn't even Chu Tianyu's." Su Changxiao sneered. Chapter 1277. Playing the victim, she intended to provoke Lan Wu deliberately, hoping to incite the latter to bully her, thus eliciting Zhao Wang's sympathy. Upon hearing those words, Lan Wu was so infuriated that she nearly fainted. With her hands on her hips, she glared at Su Changxiao. "You wretched woman! How dare you insult me as a mountain chicken? At least I am the side consort of the Jin Wang now. You are even inferior to a mountain chicken. You abandoned woman! How dare you act so arrogantly in my presence? Do you believe I want to inform the Wang Yi and have him punish you? Ha ha! Inform the Wang Yi? You mean the spineless wretch languishing in prison? That coward Jin Wang. I wouldn't even accept his shoes. Only a naive country girl like you would hold him in such high regard. Let me tell you, Jin Wang has committed grave crimes and will eventually face annihilation. And by then, you might not even have the right to speak to me." Nan Gongro said ominously. "Moreover, my separation from Jin Wang was sanctioned by the emperor. How dare you misinterpret the emperor's decree and claim abandonment? Aren't you afraid the emperor will have your tongue cut out? You vile woman, how dare you drag the emperor into this?" Lan Wu, being a woman of the brothel accustomed to throwing tantrums, was enraged by Su Changxiao's audacity and pushed her. "You think you can threaten me? If the emperor inquires, I will simply deny it. How dare you push me? May you perish." As she spoke, she forcefully shoved Su Changxiao. Just as she expected Su Changxiao to retaliate, Su Changxiao suddenly fell to the ground. "Ah, it hurts." Tears streamed down her face upon hitting the ground. At that moment, Wang Zhao, who was in the tavern, turned his head and witnessed a woman being pushed to the ground. Angered, he set down his cup and rushed over. "What is happening? Why are you bullying a weak woman in broad daylight?" He hurried to Su Changxiao. "Miss, are you all right?" Just as he was about to help her up, he realized it was Su Changxiao who had fallen. Stunned, he exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, how is it you? Wang Yi, how is it you?" After a brief moment of shock, Su Changxiao, wincing in pain, replied, "I was just walking on the street when she suddenly ran over to provoke me, insulted me, and then pushed me. My foot hurts terribly. I think I might have twisted it." "You twisted your foot? Let me take a look." Wang Zhao, a man with a kind heart, quickly knelt down to inspect her foot. Lan Wu and her maidservants were incredulous as they stared at Su Changxiao. Lan Wu, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, exclaimed, "Su Changxiao, it was clearly you who intentionally bumped into me and insulted me first. I merely pushed you out of anger. And now you are turning the tables and slandering me? Sister, during my time at the Jin Wang's residence, I may have offended you. I have already apologized. Yet you still refuse to relent. You are now the side consort, and I am merely an ordinary girl. How could I dare to insult you?" Su Changxiao said, her eyes welling with tears as glistening droplets slid down her cheeks. Seeing this, Wang Zhao felt a surge of sympathy for her. Lan Wu, even more exasperated, retorted, "Listen to her. This wretched woman truly knows how to feign innocence. Moments ago, she wore an air of arrogance, and now, astonishingly, she feigns vulnerability before the man. I have long since mastered this ploy, to the point of weariness. Esteemed prince, do not be swayed by her words. She seeks to deceive you, to elicit your sympathy. Do not fall for her ruse." Chapter 1278. Pretending to faint, the Zhao prince gazed at Lan Wu in astonishment, then cast a glance at Su Changxiao. Unsure of who was genuine and who was false, Noticing this, Su Changxiao immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, looking at Lan Wu and lamenting, "Sister, we have our grievances. Yet I bear you no ill will. You have wronged me, and yet you twist the truth. Is there no justice in this world? You ridiculed me for being cast aside by the Jin prince, calling me a lowly creature beneath your stature, and I accepted that. However, you tarnish my character before the Zhao prince. My integrity is unsullied, and I would rather perish than allow you to defame me. You, who branded me a lowly creature. How dare you turn the tables?" Lan Wu was incensed by Su Changxiao's shameless words and was about to retaliate when the Zhao prince suddenly rose. His eyes darkened with fury. "How dare you be so brazen in my presence? I have never encountered a woman as shameless as you. Begone." He held a particular disdain for such coarse and disreputable women and did not wish to cast another glance at Lan Wu. Lan Wu stared at him in disbelief. "You dare to scold me for this wretched woman? I am your true sister-in-law, a concubine of the Jin prince. What is she to you?" The Zhao prince glared at her in disgust. "I do not recognize you. I only acknowledge her. Leave at once." Upon finishing his words, he stood, radiating a palpable aura of menace, glaring angrily at Lan Wu. In utter disbelief, Lan Wu regarded him, a cold laugh escaping her lips. "Very well, you are formidable. I have heard you are a man of family. Does your princess know how fiercely you defend this woman?" The Zhao prince's expression stiffened, and he straightened, boldly proclaiming, "I act with righteousness and dignity. I am unashamed. Had it been anyone else facing such injustice, I would have stood up just the same. Well, consider yourself impressive." Lan Wu retorted, storming off with her maidens in a fit of rage. However, once she reached the throng of people, she did not truly depart, but instead sought a concealed spot to observe Su Changxiao and the Zhao prince. With a sidelong glance, Su Changxiao noticed Lan Wu watching her and smirked coldly. Lan Wu was undoubtedly seeking to gather evidence against her and the Zhao prince to report to the princess. She had been at a loss for a way to inform the Zhao princess, and Lan Wu's appearance had unwittingly provided her with assistance. As soon as Lan Wu left, the Zhao prince quickly crouched down, concern etched on his face as he looked at Su Changxiao. "Sister, are you all right?" Su Changxiao chuckled bitterly. "Refer to me as Changxiao, no longer as sister. I have divorced the Jin prince. If word gets out, I may encounter further trouble. My apologies, then I shall call you Miss Su." The Zhao prince thought calling her Changxiao too intimate and hastened to correct himself. "Oh dear, my foot is in such pain. Could you kindly escort me to the nearest medical facility, Your Highness?" Su Changxiao groaned, massaging her foot. "Certainly. Let me assist you to your feet and take you in my carriage," the Zhao prince replied, moving to help Su Changxiao. After assisting Su Changxiao to her feet, he intended to summon the attendants to fetch the carriage. Just as he expressed his gratitude, a sudden wave of dizziness enveloped him, and darkness clouded his vision, causing him to collapse into his embrace. Miss Su, fearing that Su Changxiao might fall, Zhao Wang instinctively caught her in his arms. "Miss Su, please wake up. What is wrong with you?" Despite his earnest calls, the woman in his arms remained motionless, her eyes tightly shut. Anxiety gripped him. Could it be that Su Changxiao had fallen ill? Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was a clinic nearby. Casting a glance into the distance, he realized he could not afford to wait for the carriage, so he hoisted her up in his arms and dashed toward the medical facility. "Excuse me, please make way. I have a patient here. Let me through." As Zhao Wang navigated through the throngs of people, his focus remained solely on her well-being. Unbeknownst to him, the woman in his arms had already opened her eyes and cast a triumphant glance at him. Feigning a languid awakening, Su Changxiao spoke in a soft, delicate tone. "Your Highness, what happened to me? How did I end up in your arms?" Upon hearing her voice, Zhao Wang realized she had regained consciousness, and a sigh of relief escaped him. "Miss Su, you fainted just now. I was on my way to the clinic with you. Are you feeling better? If so, I can set you down. After all, propriety dictated that men and women should maintain a respectful distance, and he had only acted out of urgency." Su Changxiao immediately adopted a feigned frailty. "My head still feels quite dizzy. Perhaps it is due to my skipping breakfast. However, my foot seems to have improved. Perhaps I need not go to the clinic after all. It is quite a distance to my home. Would you kindly escort me to a nearby inn? A brief rest there would suffice." "You are not going to the clinic? You won't allow the doctor to examine you properly?" Zhao Wang inquired with concern. Su Changxiao shook her head. "I am well aware of my condition. It is an old ailment. Each time I neglect my breakfast, I experience dizziness. A little rest and some food will remedy it." "Have you fainted from hunger?" Much like the impoverished wanderers who often go without meals, and easily succumbed to faintness. "Would you allow me to take you for a bite to eat first?" Zhao Wang suggested. He mused to himself. So this is why Su Changxiao occasionally forgets to eat breakfast. No wonder she felt so light in his arms, as if she were but a willow swaying in the breeze. She was so slender, resembling a mere collection of bones, which made her somewhat uncomfortable to hold. He longed to set her down. "There's no need for that. Please just take me to the inn, and I shall rest for a while," Su Changxiao replied. Her eyelids fluttering shut once more. She wrapped her arms around Zhao Wang's neck, pressing her face against his chest. As she nestled against him, she inhaled deeply, reveling in the masculine scent. How long had it been since she had been in such proximity to a man? She recalled a time long ago when she had injured her leg, and Chu Xuancheng had carried her home. His broad, sturdy chest had provided her with a profound sense of security as she rested her head against him. Alas, that feeling had become a distant memory, so long ago that it had nearly slipped from her mind. Once again, she found herself in the embrace of Prince Zhao. Although his chest lacked the impenetrable hardness of Chu Xuancheng's, it was undeniably sturdy. The proximity between them caused her body to tremble involuntarily. "Miss Su, what troubles you? Is your condition worsening?" Prince Zhao inquired, concern etched upon his face as he felt Su Changxiao lean against his chest. "No, I'm fine. I'm just feeling a bit low and unwell," Su Changxiao replied, a pained expression crossing her features. "Then allow me to escort you to an inn for some rest. Perhaps it will lift your spirits," Prince Zhao suggested, sympathizing with her plight, especially in light of the harsh treatment she had received from King Jin. Such behavior was unbecoming of a man, and he found himself looking down upon King Jin. Before long, Prince Zhao carried Su Changxiao to the entrance of the nearby Laifu Inn. She wrapped her arms around his neck, seemingly inadvertently exhaling softly against his skin. Chapter 1280. Do not inform the princess consort. Her voice was soft and alluring. "Your Highness, thank you for bringing me to the inn. I did not mean to trouble you, but I feel so weak and lack the strength to do anything. Might I trouble you to secure a room for me and assist me inside?" Prince Zhao felt a warmth spread across his neck, mistakenly believing she was merely catching her breath, and he paid it no mind. "Very well, it is no trouble at all. Since I have brought you here, I shall ensure you are settled in," he replied, noticing that Su Changxiao seemed too weak to even speak. He resolved to be a good Samaritan and carried her inside. "Welcome, esteemed guests. May I inquire if you wish to lodge here?" The innkeeper's assistant promptly approached them. "Yes, please prepare a room for this young lady," Prince Zhao instructed, retrieving a few silver notes from his pocket. "No need. I have my own money," Su Changxiao hurriedly protested. "It is but a small sum," Prince Zhao insisted, handing over a note. "Also, could you prepare some light refreshments to be sent to the young lady's room?" Seeing Prince Zhao's generosity and thoughtfulness, Su Changxiao felt touched, pondering where she might find such a considerate man again. Once he carried her to her room, she refrained from attempting to seduce him, fully aware that it was not the right time. Prince Zhao was a man of integrity. Should she try to entice him now, he would surely scorn her. Patience was essential, and she intended to proceed cautiously. Gazing at Prince Zhao with deep gratitude, she said, "Thank you, Your Highness. I will rest here for a while. I truly appreciate your assistance today and apologize for keeping your friends waiting. Please, go and join them for dinner." "Are you certain you will be all right alone?" Prince Zhao asked, still harboring concern. "I will be fine. Once I eat something, I can rest," Su Changxiao assured him, demonstrating her understanding nature. Prince Zhao nodded, reflecting on how gentle and kind Su Changxiao was. Why, then, did King Jin treat her so poorly? It was evident that King Jin did not appreciate her worth. Just as Prince Zhao was about to take his leave, Su Changxiao called out to him, "Your Highness, could you please refrain from mentioning today's events to the princess consort?" "Why?" Prince Zhao asked, puzzled. "Because I fear that if she learns that you brought me to the inn, she might overthink things. I do not wish to disrupt your marital harmony," Su Changxiao explained. Prince Zhao shook his head. "It will not be an issue. Weier is not the type to be jealous. As you were being bullied on the street and subsequently fainted, I, as a man, could not possibly turn a blind eye. My intentions were purely to rescue you. Our relationship is transparent and honorable, devoid of any concealment." Su Chang smiled and remarked, "I understand that the Princess Zhao is perceptive and not one to hold grudges. However, during our last encounter, after you merely spoke a few words on my behalf, she appeared quite distressed. Given her delicate condition, I wish to spare her any further anguish. Thus, it may be prudent to refrain from informing her. Should she suffer any distress due to this, I would feel deeply remorseful. Upon hearing this, the Prince Zhao nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su Chang's rationale. Indeed, recently, Wei has been somewhat sensitive. We shall keep this from her to prevent unnecessary worry. Su Chang continued. Yes, she shares a close bond with the Princess Li, yet I have had previous misunderstandings with her, which led to her misjudging my character. I hope to find an opportunity to clarify this misunderstanding. The truth is, I was not the one who abducted the Princess Li. It was the Prince Jin who orchestrated it. Fearing repercussions, he cast the blame upon me. I am afraid of him, and thus, I am compelled to comply with his demands. If circumstances allow, I sincerely wish to apologize to the Princess Li and hope that Tian Wei will no longer harbor misconceptions about me. Chapter 1281. The Princess Zhao learns the truth upon hearing this. The Prince Zhao finally grasped the truth of the matter. Enraged, he exclaimed, "This Prince Jin has truly gone too far. To threaten you into taking the blame for him is utterly disgraceful. He tarnishes the honor of manhood, and, more grievously, that of a royal prince." After a moment, he added, "Fear not, for this is all a misunderstanding. Time will reveal one's true character. Eventually, both Wei and the Princess Li will come to understand your position. Furthermore, you have now divorced the Prince Jin, liberating yourself from his grasp. You shall no longer live in fear of him. Indeed, I too hope he can reform and cease his pursuit of me." Su Chang wept, though inwardly she felt a sense of triumph, thinking how naive the Prince Zhao was, so easily deceived. Meanwhile, Lan Wu and her maidservants had been waiting at the entrance of the inn for some time. Noticing that the Prince Zhao had not yet emerged, a chill crossed her face. What a pair of deceitful lovers. Let us go to the Zhao residence and inform the Princess Zhao, so she may catch them in the act. Fueled by the audacity of Su Chang and the Prince Zhao's disdain for her, she vowed that this deceitful pair would not escape unscathed. At the Zhao residence, the Princess Zhao was having her lunch when her maid, Nanxing, entered to report. "Your Highness, the Lan concubine of the Prince Jin has come to see you, claiming she has matters of importance to discuss." The Princess Zhao was momentarily taken aback. "I am not acquainted with her. What could she possibly want?" Nanxing replied. "She insists it concerns the prince and is of a confidential nature, meant solely for your ears." "Concerning the prince? Quickly, summon her." The Princess Zhao commanded, her heart racing with anxiety, her appetite entirely vanished. She sensed that Lan Wu's visit could not bode well. Before long, Nanxing ushered Lan Wu into the Zhao residence. As Lan Wu entered, she spotted a delicate beauty with porcelain skin and a cherubic face, anxiously awaiting her arrival. The woman appeared charming, adorned in splendid attire, exuding an extraordinary presence. She must be Lady Li Tianwei, the consort of Prince Zhao. "Sister-in-law, you are indeed Tianwei, are you not? Just look at your lovely visage, so refreshing. Your skin resembles that of a freshly shelled egg. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your sister-in-law, Lan Wu." Upon seeing the prince's consort, Lan Wu approached her with familiarity, even grasping her hand. Lady Li was taken aback, unaccustomed to such warmth, and quickly withdrew her hand. "I know you. You are the newly-wed consort of Prince Jin, Lan. I wonder what brings you to the Zhao Palace." Lan Wu glanced at the two maidservants behind Lady Li, hesitating to speak. Lady Li then said, "You may step back for now." Once the maidservants retreated, the courtyard was left with just the two of them. Lady Li inquired earnestly, "Sister-in-law, I have heard you wish to share news regarding the prince. What has happened to him?" Lan Wu's expression transformed into one of indignation as she recounted the events that had transpired on the street. In conclusion, she remarked, "That Su Changxiao is exceedingly skilled at feigning innocence, presenting one faade in public while concealing another in private. She manipulated me to gain the sympathy of the prince, after which he cast me aside. I hid nearby and secretly observed as the prince took her to an inn. They have yet to emerge after spending a considerable time within. I know the prince holds you in high regard, and I fear he may be deceived by Su Changxiao, which is why I hurried to inform you." "What? The prince actually carried Su Changxiao into an inn?" Upon hearing this, Lady Li felt her body weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Lan Wu was there to catch her just in time. Chapter 1282. Her heart was shattered, her complexion turned ashen. Her heart felt constricted as if enveloped in a cotton ball, causing her immense distress. Lan Wu, seemingly oblivious, continued, "It is absolutely true. Were I to speak falsely, may the heavens strike me down. My maidservants witnessed it, and those on the street, along with the prince's friends, can attest to it. They are currently entangled at the Jiefu Inn. If you go now, You might catch them in the act. That won't be necessary. If he truly intends to betray me, my presence would be futile. Lady Li trembled with anger. After expressing her distress, she said to Lan Wu, "Sister-in-law, thank you, but I am weary and wish to rest. I shall not keep you company any longer." Lan Wu was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated Lady Li would rush to confront the prince, yet she chose not to. However, it was evident that Lady Li would undoubtedly confront the prince, and her ability to sow discord between them would not be in vain. She replied, "Sister-in-law, it is quite normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Occasional indiscretions are to be expected. After all, what cat does not stray? Do not be too disheartened. I too am concerned about the prince being deceived by a scheming woman such as Su Changshao, which is why I felt compelled to inform you. Please do not reveal that it was I who spoke, lest the prince bear a grudge against me. Since you are tired, I shall take my leave for now, and I will visit you again when I have the opportunity." With that, she hurriedly departed with her maidservants. It would not bode well if she encountered the prince returning home. After Lan Wu's departure, Lady Li, clutching her chest in distress, made her way slowly to her chamber. She felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart, devoid of strength. Though the sun shone brightly in the sky, her heart was shrouded in gloom. Despite the heat of the day, she felt a chill within. On the table lay an array of exquisite delicacies, yet she felt not a morsel of appetite, her entire being trembling with a cold fury. Clenching her fists in indignation, she commanded Xuancheng, "Remove all of this at once. I wish to take a nap, and I shall not be disturbed without my express permission." "Your Highness, what did Consort Lan say to you earlier? Is there something concerning the prince?" Xuancheng inquired hastily, noticing the displeasure etched on her face. "No, the prince is quite well. I shall retire now," replied the Princess Zhao, retreating into her chamber, where she lay down, overwhelmed with discomfort. As she reclined, tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes, dampening the pillowcase. Gently caressing her burgeoning abdomen, her voice trembled, "My dear baby, your father has changed his heart. He no longer desires us." It seemed as though the child within her sensed her sorrow, stirring suddenly. She hastily adjusted her position, tenderly stroking her belly, attempting to soothe her little one. She wished to shield the baby from worry, yet tears continued to fall unbidden. Su Changshao had previously feigned vulnerability before Prince Zhao, and now she had accompanied him to an inn. The thought of their clandestine rendezvous made her heart ache, as if it were being cruelly snipped by scissors. Imagining their intimate moments together shattered her spirit, leaving her feeling unjustly wronged and desperate to confront Prince Zhao for clarity. Time slipped by until she heard the sound of unsteady footsteps approaching from outside. "Your Highness, are you awake? The prince has returned, and he is inebriated," came Nanching's voice. "I am not drunk. I haven't seen the princess all day. I must see her." "Everyone else, leave," declared Prince Zhao, staggering towards the bedroom. Upon entering, he spotted the princess lying on the bed, and his demeanor softened as he approached her. His voice laced with tenderness, "Weir, what troubles you? Why are you still asleep at this hour? Are you unwell?" The silence that met him was unsettling, prompting him to sit at the edge of the bed. He beheld the princess's tear-streaked face, her eyes red and swollen, the pillow thoroughly soaked. This sight jolted him, and he sobered considerably. "Weir, why are you crying? Has someone wronged you?" He scooped her up, frantically wiping the tears from her cheeks. The princess regarded him coldly, her gaze falling upon his flushed visage and the unmistakable stench of alcohol. "Where have you been today?" she inquired, her tone heavy with scrutiny. "I went drinking with the brothers. I told you this morning," he replied. "Weir, why do you cry? What is the matter?" His concern was palpable. "Did you truly only go drinking? Are there no other secrets you are keeping from me?" she asked, her voice icy. "Other matters? What could there possibly be? I merely spent the day drinking and strolling with them. There is nothing else, I assure you." "Why do you ask such a thing?" Prince Zhao responded. Confusion etched upon his features. The princess's heart sank at his words, as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her. He clearly went to the inn with Su Changshao, yet he still deceives her. Indeed, how could he speak the truth about such betrayal? "Chu Yi, how dare you still deceive me? Do you think I am so easily fooled? You know very well what you have done outside. None of us are fools. So why pretend to be naive in front of me?" The Princess Zhao gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her face etched with disappointment. "What am I pretending about? I have done nothing wrong, so why would I deceive you?" At this moment, Zhao Wang felt something was amiss. Suddenly, he said, "Weir, has someone wronged me? You must not listen to their words. My heart for you is as clear as the heavens, and can be testified by the sun and moon. In my heart, there is only you, Li Tianwei, and no one else. Tell me, who has been speaking ill of me and sowing discord between us?" The Princess Zhao let out a cold laugh. "You truly speak with such righteous indignation. Today, someone saw you embracing Su Changxiao as you entered the Jinfukezhen Inn. You stayed inside for quite a while. If there was nothing amiss between you, why would you not dare to tell me?" Zhao Wang was taken aback. "You found out. Who told you? Does it matter who told me? Just now, I asked you, and you stubbornly refused to admit it. If you have not betrayed me, why would you not openly tell me the truth? Last time, you were so protective of Su Changxiao, exchanging glances with her. I never expected you two would end up together today. Chu Yi, you scoundrel." As she spoke, the Princess Zhao stood up in fury, her eyes blazing with anger directed at Zhao Wang, who said I was exchanging glances with her. "Stop talking nonsense. Besides, today, nothing happened between us. She fainted and asked me to take her to the inn, so I did. I brought her in and then left. I know you dislike her, and I did not want you to overthink it, which is why I didn't tell you," Zhao Wang replied. "Huh, if you were truly upright and honorable, what would you have to fear in telling me? Am I really such a petty person?" The Princess Zhao said, her heart aching. Zhao Wang, being of an impulsive nature and having consumed alcohol, grew furious when he saw she continued to doubt him. He waved his sleeve in frustration. "You claim you are not petty, yet when I merely expressed sympathy for her last time, you have held it against me ever since. Today, seeing her bullied by Lan Wu, having twisted her ankle and fainted, I felt pity for her and took her to the inn. Nothing happened between us. We are innocent. What must I do for you to believe me?" Chapter 1284. A thorn in the heart. The Princess Zhao, seeing Zhao Wang making a mistake and still raising his voice, was immediately incensed. "You have gone too far. I am carrying your child, and yet you dare to shout at me. Look how gentle you are with Su Changxiao, even embracing her to the inn, while treating me so harshly. Have you fallen in love with her? Have you been involved with her all along? Which is why you treat me this way. What nonsense are you spouting? I have acted with integrity, never once betraying you. Why would you slander me?" Zhao Wang shouted furiously. "Weier, why do you refuse to believe me no matter what I say? Your accusations are utterly unreasonable and deliberately provoking. You say I am being unreasonable and provoking? What you mean is that you have betrayed me and entangled yourself with the woman I detest most. Yet you still blame me for being unreasonable? Chu Yi, how could I have been unaware of your utter shamelessness? You men are adept at shirking responsibility. It is undeniably your fault, yet you have the audacity to scold me." The Princess of Zhao roared, but suddenly, overwhelmed by emotion, she sank onto the bed. At that moment, she realized she was struggling to breathe, gasping for air. Witnessing his wife's distress, Zhao Wang was immediately sobered. He rushed to her side, gently patting her back, and comforted her. "Weier, are you all right? I'm so sorry, it was my fault. I should not have argued with you." Upon hearing Zhao Wang admit his mistake, the princess felt a slight alleviation of her discomfort. However, a profound sadness enveloped her. The man she once loved had vanished, replaced by someone who had turned his back on her, treating her so harshly. Seeing his wife silent, Zhao Wang's concern deepened, and he was filled with regret. Wishing he could strike his own head, he embraced her tightly, his face etched with remorse and guilt. "I am truly sorry, Weier. It's all my fault for drinking too much and losing my temper with you. Please believe me, I have never betrayed you, nor have I ever touched Su Changxiao. Initially, I intended to carry her to the medical hall, but she insisted she was fine and asked me to take her to the inn instead. I thought she must have fainted from hunger, and that a bit of food would remedy the situation, so I took her to the inn to rest. After a brief conversation, I left her there. I swear, we are entirely innocent. You can inquire with the innkeeper or even ask her." Upon hearing this, the princess felt a flicker of relief. She trusted Zhao Wang's character but remained skeptical of Su Changxiao. His words suggested that Su Changxiao had orchestrated everything. Could it be that they truly had not been intimate? Noticing his wife's continued silence, Zhao Wang grew anxious. "Weier, do you still not believe me? I will take you to that inn right now. We shall confront the innkeeper together. You can ask him if I was not in Su Changxiao's room for just a short while before I emerged. We can also go to the Su residence and seek confirmation from Su Changxiao herself. I assure you, I did not touch her." Saying this, he grasped the princess's hand and began to leave. She swiftly broke free from his grip and sat on the bed. "Is everything you say truly genuine?" "Absolutely. If I were to deceive you, let me lose you forever. Nay, let me meet a wretched end." "Do not say such things." The princess hastily covered Zhao Wang's mouth. Upon hearing his fervent oath, her heart softened. Witnessing his passionate denial and his insistence on confronting the innkeeper, she began to believe that he truly had not been with Su Changxiao. Yet, a lingering pain remained in her heart, akin to a thorn lodged within. Chapter 1285, a new poisonous scheme where, you still care for me, do you not? You are willing to believe me. This is wonderful, Zhao Wang declared, holding her tightly and whispering promises in her ear. I vow that should I encounter such a situation again, I will send someone else to assist her. I will never approach her again. Is that agreeable? The princess nodded in reluctant agreement, though her heart remained heavy, a knot of unease tightening within her. This incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by Su Changxiao, who had set her sights on Zhao Wang. However, she could not expose Su Changxiao, fearing that the King Zhao would deem her petty and unreasonable, causing her heart to sink. She sensed a growing rift between them, one that was steadily widening. In the imperial palace, within the Ronghua Palace, the empress adorned in a resplendent crimson gown gazed at the woman before her and inquired, Yu Yao, has your sister entrusted this task to you? Su Yu Yao, blushing, raised her eyes and nodded. Yes, my aunt, my sister fears she might fail. Hence she has asked me to undertake it. The empress's lips curled into a cold smile. What failure was she speaking of? Su Changxiao was well aware of Chu Xuancheng's prowess and, out of fear, was using Su Yu Yao to do her bidding. Indeed, Su Changxiao was astute, adept at manipulating others to accomplish her objectives while remaining untouched, reminiscent of the deceased Nangong Ro. Though she had perished, no suspicion fell upon her. Yesterday, she had entered the palace and informed her about how she had deceived Su Yu Yao into consuming the heart-loss pill, which would compel Chu Xuancheng to fall in love with her. The excuse she provided was that Chu Xuancheng harbored too much hatred for her, causing her to feel incapable of succeeding, thus necessitating Su Yu Yao's involvement. She cared not for the rivalry between the two sisters, as long as they served her purpose. It mattered not who it was. She remarked indifferently, Chu Xuancheng has harmed Tianyu so grievously. I have long desired vengeance. Yet he is overly cautious, making it challenging to approach and poison him. Do not worry, aunt. My sister has already devised a plan for me. Today, the Li King will enter the palace to discuss military affairs with the emperor, and Yun Ruoyue will not accompany him, making it the perfect opportunity for me to execute my scheme. As Su Yu Yao spoke, she leaned closer to the empress and shared the plan conceived by Su Changxiao. Upon hearing it, the empress immediately replied, I am aware of Changxiao's capabilities. You shall proceed as she instructed. However, to gain the Li King's trust, we must put on a performance. Su Yu Yao then whispered further instructions into the empress's ear. The empress, after listening, nodded, very well. I shall assist you in deceiving Chu Xuancheng. She then admonished, this heart-loss pill was obtained through immense effort. It is the sole one in existence. So ensure you do not ruin it. Rest assured, aunt, Yu Yao shall not disappoint you. Su Yu Yao replied confidently. Then I shall await your good news, the empress said, her eyes gleaming with malice. She reiterated, the emperor must remain unaware of this matter. You must keep it confidential. Su Yu Yao promptly nodded, I swear by my life. I shall guard this secret fiercely and will not divulge a word. The empress continued, should you require assistance, you may seek out Eunuch Lu. He is one of mine, and I have already briefed him. Yes, aunt. When the time comes for the performance, I will send someone to notify you. Su Yu Yao responded before exiting the Ronghua Palace and heading towards the Golden Luan Hall, where the emperor and his ministers were deliberating. At that moment, Eunuch Lu and several young eunuchs stood guard at the palace entrance. Su Yu Yao quickly waved to Eunuch Lu. Having been forewarned by the empress, he approached her promptly. Miss Su, how may I assist you? What arrangements does the emperor have after the morning court? Su Yu Yao inquired hastily. After the morning court session, the emperor summoned the Prince of Li to the study for discussions, as the astute Eunuch Lu remarked. The study? Su Yu Yao pondered. How could she poison him there? Eunuch Lu seemed to perceive her thoughts and inquired, are you contemplating how to poison the Prince of Li? Lower your voice, Su Yu Yao said, glancing around nervously. Fortunately, the area was deserted, and the distant young eunuch could not hear them. Rest assured, all here are under my command, Eunuch Lu assured her. The empress has instructed me to assist you with any request you may have, and I will comply wholeheartedly. Thank you for your assistance, Su Yu Yao replied, relieved by Eunuch Lu's promise. When the Prince of Li goes to the study, I need to poison him there. Could you take me to the study first to see if there are any other locations suitable for this purpose? You intend to poison him in the study? That is absolutely out of the question. What if the emperor is harmed? Eunuch Lu exclaimed, alarmed. Should their actions be discovered, both would face dire consequences. Do not worry. I would never dare to poison him in the study. I merely wish to see if there are alternative places to carry out this plan, Su Yuyao hastily clarified. Understanding her intent, Eunuch Lu sighed in relief. Soon, he led Su Yuyao to the entrance of the study. Upon arrival, she glanced inside and suddenly noticed a waiting room adjacent to the study. Eunuch, is that room for ministers waiting to see the emperor? She inquired. Indeed. After the morning court, the emperor will rest briefly before meeting with the ministers. They must arrive early to wait in the antechamber until summoned, Eunuch Lu explained. Then, will the Prince of Li also wait there? Yes, everyone must wait there first, Eunuch Lu confirmed. Excellent, Su Yuyao exclaimed, producing a red candle from her robe. Eunuch, could you examine this candle for any peculiarities? Eunuch Lu took the candle, examining it carefully before shaking his head in confusion. What could possibly be special about this candle? Su Yuyao smiled faintly. It is understandable that you are unfamiliar with such things. This candle contains the poison of the datura flower, which I infused into it. When lit, it will emit toxic smoke that can incapacitate someone. However, it is only effective in a closed room. Eunuch Lu's eyes widened with realization. So, you intend to poison him in the waiting room? Yes. By doing so, the emperor remains unharmed. Please, I ask you to ignite it in the waiting room. It will produce a smoke, and once the Prince of Li inhales it, he will succumb to the poison, Su Yuyao explained. Her decision to poison Chu Xuancheng within the palace stemmed from the fact that he could not bring guards inside. Without their presence, they could execute their plan more easily. Once he left the palace, the opportunity to poison him would be significantly diminished. Eunuch Lu examined the candle once more. From its exterior, it appeared entirely innocuous. The young lady is indeed a master of both medicine and poison, a true adept in the art of toxicology, remarked Lu Gonggong sincerely. Chapter 1287. The upcoming performance, Su Yuyao smiled confidently, stating, This is also a lesson imparted by my master. The wild datura can induce hallucinations, clouding one's senses, and a mere whiff can lead to poisoning. However, rest assured, I possess the antidote. If we both consume it in advance, we shall be unharmed. Lu Gonggong quickly replied. Then do provide me with the antidote at once. I certainly do not wish to be poisoned. With a gentle smile, Su Yuyao promptly handed him a white pill. After ingesting the antidote, Lu Gonggong took the candle into the inner chamber and hastily lit it. In a short while, a delicate scent of candle wax filled the room. Once the candle was lit, Lu Gonggong suddenly turned to Su Yuyao. A look of concern etched on his face. The Prince of Li is exceedingly shrewd. What if he were to suspect that the candle is poisoned? I have a plan. Do you have any flowers here? Inquired Su Yuyao. Indeed. How could there be a lack of flowers in the palace? The imperial garden is a vibrant tapestry of blossoms, teeming with rare and exotic flora. What do you require flowers for, my lady? Lu Gonggong questioned. Is there a variety of poinsettia available? Asked Su Yuyao. Yes, indeed, there are plenty. Nurtured within the imperial garden. Really? Please, my good sir, have someone bring me a pot of it. This poinsettia possesses mild toxicity. Its scent can induce dizziness and confusion, mimicking the effects of datura. However, its potency is far less severe and will not be lethal. We can use this poinsettia as a disguise. With it, Chu Xuancheng will not suspect the candle. Su Yuyao declared with conviction. Can it truly work? Lu Gonggong inquired. Of course. I am well versed in the medicinal properties of plants. Simply follow my instructions, and we shall successfully deceive Chu Xuancheng, Su Yuyao asserted coldly. Very well. Xiaoyer, go fetch 2 pots of poinsettia. Lu Gonggong instructed a nearby young maid. Observing that the poison had been adequately prepared, Su Yuyao urged Lu Gonggong to send a maid to inform the empress to prepare for the performance. After the maid departed, she hurried back to the entrance of the Golden Luan Hall to observe Chu Xuancheng's movements. At that moment, the ministers had completed their audience and were exiting in succession. Su Yuyao peered from behind a tree and spotted Chu Xuancheng, clad in a deep blue princely robe and wearing a court cap, emerging alongside the ministers. The sight of him made her heart race. Chu Xuancheng stood out as the most distinguished figure in the crowd, his tall frame and handsome features exuding an innate air of nobility. Every gesture he made radiated royal elegance, making him an impressive presence. Upon exiting, he headed toward the imperial study, which required passing through the imperial garden. Noticing this, Su Yuyao swiftly took a shortcut to reach the garden in search of the Empress. Upon her arrival at the imperial garden, she found the Empress already present, accompanied by several maids who were feigning admiration for the flowers. Su Yuyao quickly approached, "Aunt, you have come." The Empress gestured for the maids to withdraw, and they promptly stepped back. Once they were alone, she glanced around before walking over to Su Yuyao. "Has Chu Xuancheng arrived? I traversed the narrow path with greater speed than he, and he would likely take a while longer to arrive. Aunt, are you prepared?" The queen replied with a faint acknowledgement. "Soon, we shall perform our act by the roadside. This path is the only one, and he is bound to pass through here," Su Yueying declared. At that moment, she caught sight of a tall and noble figure approaching in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Chu Xuancheng. Chapter 1288. The performance she had anticipated his swift arrival. Those skilled in martial arts possess an extraordinary pace. She quickly signaled to the queen and feigned ignorance of Chu Xuancheng's presence, exclaiming loudly, "Aunt, you must not indulge my sister too much. Last time, she manipulated you into arranging my marriage to the Prince of Li as a concubine. Now she seeks to marry me off to that old man, the Duke of Chun, attempting to exploit me for his betrothal gifts. This is nothing short of a betrayal. How could you heed her words?" The queen also turned away from Chu Xuancheng, retorted sharply, "Nonsense. Chang Xiao is your own sister. How could she wish you harm? Her previous desire for you to marry the Prince of Li stemmed from her own inability to do so. She merely wished for you to fulfill her unfulfilled dreams and genuinely cares for your well-being. As for the Duke of Chun, what does his age matter? If he were not so aged, you would not even be considered for marriage. Once wed, you would become the Duchess, bringing great benefit to the Su family, along with status and power. What could possibly be amiss? Aunt, I understand your intentions are for my benefit, yet my sister is not as you believe. We grew up apart, and our bond is tenuous at best. She is a person who will stop at nothing to gain advantage. Her coercion for me to marry the Duke of Chun is merely a ploy to obtain the Chun family's betrothal gifts. She has already informed my mother that should the Chun family provide a substantial dowry, she would claim half of it as her own. The Chun family possesses great wealth, and the dowry will surely be considerable. She is solely interested in the riches, which is why she insists on my marriage to the Duke." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Chu Xuancheng, advancing forward, paused upon overhearing their heated exchange. It seemed they were embroiled in a quarrel, rendering it inappropriate for him to approach. So he remained still, pretending not to listen. Noticing Chu Xuancheng had halted, the queen's theatrical instincts surged. She proclaimed, "The Su family has ample wealth. Would Chang Xiao truly embezzle your betrothal gifts? Why do you persist in misinterpreting your sister's genuine intentions?" Su Yueying replied with a cold smile, "Genuine intentions?" When the Prince of Li held such affection for her, she was willing to abandon him for power. She later committed a grave error by daring to abduct the Princess of Li. Such a wicked person cannot possibly harbor true feelings for me. Although we are sisters, our relationship is more distant than that of strangers. The Princess of Li possesses virtue and kindness, and yet she treated her so poorly. I find her behavior utterly disgraceful. Yet, Aunt, you continue to enable her. Do you not realize this is wrong? You, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? You infuriate me," the queen exclaimed, advancing furiously and striking Su Yueying, causing her to fall to the ground. Chu Xuancheng observed this scene without intervening, choosing to remain where he stood. For Su Yueying and Su Changxiao were kin. He regarded her words with skepticism. Upon witnessing the queen strike her, Su Yuyao realized with dismay that Chu Xuancheng did not rush to her rescue, and she understood that earning his trust would be a formidable challenge. In a bid to enhance the authenticity of her performance, she quickly covered her face and began to weep, imploring her aunt to temper her anger. Yet, regardless of the queen's reprimands or blows, she felt compelled to assert, "Sister has already committed numerous transgressions. Aunt, you must not indulge her any further. If this continues, she will tarnish the Su family's reputation entirely." At that moment, the queen feigned casualness as she lifted her gaze, pretending to notice Chu Xuancheng. She swiftly withdrew her hand and addressed Su Yuyao. "Why are you crying? Such a disgrace. Get up at once." Following the queen's line of sight, Su Yuyao also spotted Chu Xuancheng and promptly bowed. "Greeting, I did not realize you were here, Your Highness." "Ahem, I pay my respects to Her Majesty." Chu Xuancheng cleared his throat twice, performed a slight bow to the queen, and remarked, "I merely passed by this place and have seen nothing. Please, continue." With that, he leaped over the two of them and strode forward. Although he had paid his respects to the queen, his demeanor was notably frigid. The queen, incensed by his aloofness, pinched the handkerchief she held, seething with indignation at Chu Xuancheng's arrogance before her. Su Yuyao quickly interjected, "Aunt, do not be angry. Once he is afflicted by the heart loss pill, he will be completely under your control. I hope so." After saying this, she grasped Su Yuyao's hand and continued, "My intentions were not to truly strike you, but rather to make the act more convincing. Chu Xuancheng is exceedingly astute, without a semblance of authenticity. He would never believe you differ from Su Changshao." Initially irritated with the queen, Su Yuyao felt a sense of warmth in her words and promptly replied, "Aunt, you are correct. It is essential to be more convincing to avoid his suspicion. Gaining his trust is indeed challenging, yet with diligence, I will surely earn it." The queen nodded in approval, recognizing that Su Yuyao was indeed unlike Su Changshao and somewhat easier to manipulate. She stated, "Chu Xuancheng has already gone to the imperial study. You must follow quickly and be prepared to act at any moment." "Yes, aunt." After affirming, Su Yuyao hurried towards the imperial study. Upon arriving at the entrance of the imperial study, Chu Xuancheng found eunuch Lu awaiting him. As soon as Lu spotted him, he exclaimed, "Your Highness, the emperor will not arrive for a while yet. You must be tired from your earlier court session. Please, come in and enjoy some tea while we wait." Having stood for an extended period during the court session, Chu Xuancheng indeed felt fatigued and nodded in agreement as he entered. As he stepped inside, he was met with the strong scent of candle smoke. Looking up, he noticed several candles lit upon the table, accompanied by 2 pots of fresh flowers. The flowers were undeniably vibrant and pleasing to the eye, yet the odor of the candles was quite pungent. With evident displeasure, he remarked, "Eunuch, why are there candles lit in broad daylight?" Eunuch Lu quickly replied, "Previously, the emperor found the light in this room somewhat dim, which is why the candles were lit." "Is there a problem, Your Highness?" Chu Xuancheng answered coldly, "No problem, but the scent of these candles is rather unpleasant. The candles inherently carry this scent. It cannot be helped. If you find it bothersome, I shall have them extinguished shortly." "Your Highness, you must be thirsty. Would you care for some tea?" Lu said with a sycophantic smile. Upon finishing his words, he hastily instructed the young servant, "Come, why are you not quickly serving tea to the prince?" "Yes, master," the servant replied. Upon hearing the command from Lu Gonggong, she promptly entered with a tray of tea. As she stepped inside, she swiftly poured tea for Chu Xuancheng. Lu Gonggong then remarked, "Your Highness, this is exquisite pre-rain Longjing tea, favored even by the emperor himself. Its fragrance is akin to orchids, and the taste is exceptionally sweet. Do indulge." Were it not to divert Chu Xuancheng's attention and allow him to inhale a bit of toxic smoke, he would not indulge in such flattery. Chu Xuancheng glanced at the tea before lifting it, slowly sipping a few mouthfuls. After inhaling some smoke emanating from the candle, he soon felt a dull ache in his head, causing him to shake it in discomfort. Chapter 1290. His suspicion. Gradually, his head grew increasingly dizzy. He felt somewhat disoriented, his vision blurred, and his body fatigued, as if he could scarcely muster any vigor. What could be the cause of this? Could there be something amiss with the tea? Chu Xuancheng pondered, suddenly slamming the cup onto the table, his gaze icy as he fixed Lu Gonggong with a stare. "Lu Gonggong, why do I feel utterly weak and dizzy after drinking this tea? Is there something wrong with it? Your Highness, please discern. This is the imperial study. How could I dare to poison you here? The tea is perfectly fine. It cannot possibly be toxic. Do not wrongfully accuse me. If you doubt it, allow me to drink it before you," Lu Gonggong responded, pouring himself a cup and gulping it down. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Could it be that the tea truly posed no danger? At that moment, Lu Gonggong suddenly turned his gaze towards the 2 pots of poinsettias and exclaimed, "Your Highness, do you detect a peculiar odor from these flowers? Could it be that you inhaled their scent and fell ill?" Chu Xuancheng promptly approached the flowers and indeed caught a whiff of an unpleasant aroma. Coldly, he inquired, "What sort of flower is this? Why does it emit such a foul stench?" "I do not know, Your Highness. These flowers were not foul-smelling before. The imperial garden is home to thousands of varieties. I cannot say what this one is. However, it was brought in by the young servant, Xiao Yue. Summon her," Lu Gonggong commanded, raising his voice towards the door. Xiao Yue quickly entered, her expression one of confusion. "Master, what is the matter? Bold Xiao Yue, how dare you bring in poisonous flowers? Do you intend to poison the prince? Kneel and confess," Lu Gonggong said, his gaze menacing as it bore down on her. Xiao Yuer, having been warned previously, was terrified and quickly knelt on the ground. Master, please do not be angry. I was unaware that these flowers were toxic. They have been here for several days, and I had heard no mention of their toxicity. I merely thought they were beautiful and brought them in. On the day I brought them, the emperor even praised their beauty. How could they be poisonous? Upon hearing this, Lu Gonggong looked at Chu Xuancheng with a puzzled expression. Your Highness, these flowers have indeed been here for several days, and no one has mentioned their toxicity. But how could you be unwell? At that moment, footsteps were heard approaching from outside. Lu Gonggong, as I passed by just now, I heard voices from within. What has happened here? Chu Xuancheng looked up to see Su Yuyao entering, accompanied by a eunuch. Her face still bore the imprint of a slap, and her eyes, crimson and tear-streaked, exuded an air of innocence and purity, evoking a sense of pity. Regrettably, he merely cast a fleeting glance her way before turning his gaze coldly elsewhere. Upon spotting Su Yuyao, Eunuch Lu hastily inquired, Miss Su, do you possess medical knowledge? You have arrived just in time. The prince seems to have been poisoned and is in considerable discomfort. Please, assist him. What? The prince has been poisoned? How could this happen? Su Yuyao stepped forward, her expression filled with concern as she regarded Chu Xuancheng. Eunuch Lu explained, the prince felt unwell after inhaling the scent of the impatiens. However, this flower has been here for quite some time without issue. What could be the cause? Rushing to inspect the impatiens and the candle nearby, Su Yuyao suddenly asked, Eunuch, who lit this candle? The young eunuchs did. Previously, the emperor remarked that this room was too dim, so they lit a few candles for illumination. What is it? Eunuch Lu responded, his face etched with confusion. Indeed, the emperor had previously mentioned the room's darkness. Thus, Eunuch Lu used this as a pretext, attributing it to the emperor's decree, ensuring that Chu Xuancheng would not suspect him. Moreover, since the candles were lit by the young eunuchs, he felt completely blameless. Quickly, Su Yuyao grabbed a cup of tea and dashed toward the candle, extinguishing it with a splash. Eunuch, the impatiens are harmless when isolated, but when placed near the candle, they become toxic. The heat from the candle raises the flower's temperature, causing it to emit a poisonous substance. Coupled with the lack of ventilation in this room, the toxic fumes accumulate, leading to poisoning. With urgency, she urged, Eunuch, you must remove this flower immediately and assist the prince to a well-ventilated area, quickly. Ah, I see. Eunuch Lu exclaimed, panic washing over his pale face. Quickly, bring this flower outside. If the emperor is poisoned, it would be disastrous. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Lu barked orders. And immediately, servants entered to carry both pots of impatiens and the candle away. Chu Xuancheng, sensing something amiss, found his head spinning and discomfort overwhelming. His head throbbed painfully, leaving him no inclination to ponder the flower. Instead, he leaned against his forehead, overwhelmed by a wave of anxiety and difficulty in breathing. Eunuch Lu, recognizing that the flowers and candle had been removed, felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the evidence was destroyed, Chu Xuancheng would be powerless against him. He hurried to support Chu Xuancheng, saying, Your Highness, there are still toxic fumes from the flowers in this room. Allow me to assist you to a place with fresh air. I do not require your assistance. I can walk on my own. Chu Xuancheng retorted, forcefully shoving Eunuch Lu aside. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in his hand, and he slashed it across his left arm, drawing blood. The moment the blood flowed, he felt considerably more alert. He shot Eunuch Lu a fierce glare before striding out. Seeing this scene, Eunuch Lu's face drained of color. The Prince of Li was truly formidable. Chu Xuancheng pondered, if the flower was indeed poisonous, then why had Eunuch Lu not succumbed to its effects? This matter is evidently orchestrated by Eunuch Lu. Could it be that his intentions align with those of the emperor? Yet, if the emperor wished to harm him, he would not do so here, for that would only provide ammunition for public scorn. Given the emperor's temperament, even if he harbored malicious intentions, he would employ subterfuge, ensuring that no suspicion fell upon himself. It seems this is not the emperor's doing. Eunuch Lu maintains a close rapport with the empress, and considering that the crown prince has been imprisoned due to him, the empress likely views him as a thorn in her side. It appears that this incident is highly probable to be connected to the empress. Once he conducts a thorough investigation, if it is indeed the empress's machination, he shall not suffer in silence, nor let her escape unscathed. He stepped outside, feeling quite unwell and pale, yet he persevered. He could not falter. He must not be defeated by these individuals. He yearned to return to the palace swiftly, Ruoyue could assist him with the antidote. However, after only a few steps, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he leaned against a nearby tree, shaking his head in discomfort. Su Yuyao had been following behind Chu Xuancheng and, upon seeing him leaning against the tree in distress, hurried over. "Your Highness, do you feel unwell? Would you like me to take a look?" "No need. I implore you to step aside," Chu Xuancheng replied curtly. At that moment, Li Jinzong had learned of the situation and rushed over. "Your Highness, I hear you have been poisoned. Quickly, rest here in this pavilion. I shall summon the royal physician at once." Saying this, he assisted Chu Xuancheng onto a bench in the pavilion. Though he served closely to the emperor, he was loyal to Chu Xuancheng, and to avoid raising Eunuch Lu's suspicions, he maintained a neutral demeanor towards him. After seating him, he discreetly signaled to several nearby eunuchs, and 2 young attendants quickly set off to fetch the physician. These were all his own people, while he remained by Chu Xuancheng's side. At that moment, Eunuch Lu approached with an anxious demeanor. Upon spotting Li Jinzong and Chu Xuancheng seated together, a chill swept across his face. Li Jinzong had always been at odds with him, yet he was favored by the emperor. Were it not for Li Jinzong's interference, he would have wielded greater authority among the eunuchs. Li Jinzong, upon seeing Eunuch Lu, spoke coldly. "Eunuch Lu, the emperor summoned you to attend to Prince Li. How could you have allowed him to be poisoned? It is common knowledge that His Highness is the emperor's most beloved nephew, and should the emperor learn of your negligence, you would find it impossible to absolve yourself, even with 1,000 lives. What do you mean I allowed the prince to be poisoned? I did nothing at all. I urge you to tread carefully, Li Jinzong, and refrain from slandering the innocent." Eunuch Lu retorted, his face twisted with malice. Li Jinzong merely smirked. "The emperor entrusted you with the care of His Highness, and it is your duty to protect him. The prince holds a noble status. He is our nation's war hero, and yet he is poisoned in the imperial study. Those who know the truth may perceive it as mere coincidence. Those who do not, should they speak recklessly and tarnish the emperor's reputation, you would not have enough heads to lose." Eunuch Lu was taken aback. Li Jinzong's implication was unmistakable. He subtly hinted that those unaware would undoubtedly suspect the emperor had sent him to poison. This would tarnish the emperor's reputation, and he would be the first to lose his head. A chill ran down his neck, prompting him to hastily say, "Your Highness, please quell your anger. It is merely my oversight. I shall immediately summon a physician to administer an antidote." "No need," Li Jinzong retorted. "I have already dispatched someone to fetch a physician. Regardless, if anything befalls you today, prepare to face the emperor's severe punishment." He exclaimed angrily. If any prince or minister were to meet with misfortune within the palace, they would undoubtedly be held accountable. Even if the emperor held discontent towards the Prince of Li, he would not act against him lightly. If Eunuch Lu orchestrated the poisoning, he would face dire consequences should the emperor lay blame upon him. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Lu's expression darkened, and he was compelled to soften his demeanor. "This matter indeed stems from my lack of consideration. I had no knowledge that the candle placed beside the poinsettia could elicit toxicity. Rest assured, the poisoning of your Highness should not be severe. With a physician's care, you shall recover swiftly." Li Jinzong inwardly scoffed. Prior to his arrival, he had already gleaned the event's entirety from his informants. The poinsettia had only just been placed, yet Eunuch Lu falsely claimed it had been there for several days. This was evidently a plot against the Prince of Li. However, he refrained from exposing Eunuch Lu publicly, for if this were the emperor's decree, it would be perilous. He would discreetly inform the prince. At that moment, Su Yuyao observed the distress on Chu Xuancheng's face. She could not bear to see such a handsome man in a state of weakness and simultaneously wished to execute her plan. She swiftly approached him, saying, "Your Highness, I possess some medical knowledge. Perhaps I could examine you. I might have a method to counteract the poison." "No need. I shall await the physician's arrival." Chu Xuancheng declined. Although he had heard Su Yuyao's earlier words and recognized that she was not akin to Su Changshao, he still hesitated to allow her to treat him solely because she belonged to the Su family. Noticing Chu Xuancheng's evident disdain, Su Yuyao retreated a couple of steps, standing at a distance while gazing at him with concern. At that moment, the eunuchs had hurriedly led 2 physicians to the scene. Leading the way was Zhang, the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Institute. Upon seeing Chu Xuancheng's condition, he rushed over, his face filled with anxiety. "Your Highness, I have heard you have been poisoned. Allow me to ascertain what toxin you have encountered." "It is the poison of the poinsettia," Chu Xuancheng replied calmly. "Poinsettia?" Zhang the physician exclaimed in shock. "Your Highness, did you consume the white sap or root?" No, I merely inhaled its fragrance, and I felt dizzy, weak, and quite unwell, Chu Xuancheng stated. How can this be? Zhang the physician pondered aloud. Logically, the entire plant is toxic, and one must ingest it to risk poisoning. Merely smelling it should not lead to toxicity. Otherwise, it would not be cultivated in the imperial garden. With a look of uncertainty, Zhang voiced his confusion. Fearing Zhang might uncover something amiss, Eunuch Lu hastily interjected, Physician Zhang. You may be unaware, but just moments ago, the young eunuchs lit a candle beside the poinsettia. Once ignited, the candle raised the temperature of the flower, which in turn released toxic fumes. The prince had been seated close to the 2 pots of flowers, and given the lack of ventilation in the room, he succumbed to poisoning. Physician Zhang stroked his beard and nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. If these flowers were indeed toxic and the room poorly ventilated, the risk of poisoning was significant. However, the nature of this poison was exceedingly rare. I do not possess an antidote for it. Another physician remarked. The prince has been afflicted by a most peculiar poison. I too lack the remedy. Perhaps we should seek the expertise of the princess, who is a skilled healer? That is not an option. The poison has already infiltrated his system. By the time he returns to the palace, it may invade his lungs, and at that point, even the most divine of beings would struggle to save him. We must act swiftly to neutralize the toxin. At that moment, Su Yuyao stepped forward, her expression earnest, drawing the astonished gazes of all present. Upon hearing that she might have a solution, Physician Zhang inquired, Miss Su, I have heard that you are a distinguished disciple of Master Qingyun, renowned for your medical expertise. Is it possible that you can cure the prince's ailment? Su Yuyao pondered briefly before responding. I cannot guarantee success, but I recall my master mentioning methods to counteract the poison of the nerium oleander. I surmise that this plant, like the poinsettia, secretes a milky toxin that can induce drowsiness upon ingestion, manifesting similar symptoms. It is conceivable that the antidote for the nerium oleander could also alleviate the effects of the poinsettia. She was cautious not to assert definitively that she could counteract the poinsettia's poison, fearing that Chu Xuancheng might suspect her of foul play. With a sincere gaze directed at Chu Xuancheng, she implored, Your Highness, time is of the essence. If the toxin remains unaddressed, it could prove fatal. I beseech you to allow me an opportunity to attempt a remedy. I am aware of a formula that might neutralize the nerium oleander's poison, and I believe it could also be applicable to the poinsettia. Chu Xuancheng regarded her coolly, aware that the nerium oleander and poinsettia are not the same species. Yet their toxicities are quite similar. Perhaps my formula could indeed be of use, Su Yuyao insisted, her concern palpable. Chapter 1294. Gaining trust. Chu Xuancheng remained seated, his demeanor frosty as he cast a skeptical glance at Su Yuyao, remaining silent. She quickly donned an earnest expression, Your Highness, is your reluctance to allow me to assist in curing the poison due to misunderstandings regarding the Prince of Virtue's estate? In the heat of the moment, my master and I were unaware of the princess's true capabilities, which led to our misconceptions. However, the outcome has proven that she is indeed a divine healer. Her methods are unparalleled. She successfully treated the Prince of Virtue, demonstrating both courage and wisdom, leaving me in awe of her medical prowess. Furthermore, I am aware of some misunderstandings between my sister and the princess, but I assure you, Your Highness, I am guided solely by principles of justice, not familial ties. Although Chang Xiao is my sister, I did not grow up alongside her and am unaware of how she has changed. She has committed grave errors, and since my return, I have earnestly urged her to amend her ways. I will continue to counsel her to strive for goodness and will never aid her in wrongdoing. Su Yuyao understood that distancing herself from Su Changxiao, even feigning a rift, was essential to earning Chu Xuancheng's trust. Upon hearing her words, his expression softened slightly, though he remained silent. Physician Zhang interjected urgently, Your Highness, time is of the essence. The poison cannot be delayed any longer. Why not permit Miss Su a chance to try? Indeed, Your Highness, even the 2 imperial physicians are at their wits' end. Perhaps we should treat this dead horse as if it were alive and give it a try. It may prove beneficial, Li Jinzong advised. At this, Chu Xuancheng furrowed his brow. Although he remained silent, his demeanor indicated a growing acceptance of Su Yuyao. Noticing the subtle shift in his attitude, Su Yuyao realized that the performance she had just enacted with the Empress had begun to yield results. Swiftly, she retrieved a small pouch from her garments and approached him cautiously. As she unveiled it, the air became imbued with a peculiar and fragrant medicinal aroma. "This is an antidote pouch, Your Highness," she declared, extending it toward him. "It contains 12 different herbs known for their detoxifying properties. The scent may provide you with temporary relief from your symptoms. Please, inhale this. It will bring you some comfort." As Chu Xuancheng accepted the pouch and brought it to his nose, he was greeted by the invigorating fragrance. And he instantly felt a slight clarity in his mind and a measure of ease in his body. Clearly, Su Yuyao's words held truth. This antidote could indeed alleviate his affliction. Observing his reaction, Su Yuyao eagerly inquired, "Your Highness, do you feel somewhat better after inhaling the antidote?" Chu Xuancheng offered a subtle nod in agreement, responding with a brief sound of acknowledgement. Su Yuyao continued, "However, Your Highness, to completely eradicate the poison, you must take the antidote itself. Please wait here. I shall hasten to prepare it for you." Without waiting for his consent, she turned and departed, confident that her apology and the antidote scent would persuade him to accept her remedy. Upon reaching the Imperial Medical Institute, Su Yuyao promptly prepared the antidote for the mandrake, beginning the brewing process. Once the concoction was ready, she poured the liquid into a bowl and, seizing a moment of distraction, crushed the heart-losing pill, mixing it thoroughly into the broth, ensuring it melded seamlessly with the bitter herbal essence, thus concealing its presence. This strategy was devised to avoid direct administration of the pill. With the antidote prepared, she hurriedly made her way to the Imperial Garden, relieved to find Chu Xuancheng still seated in the pavilion. "Your Highness, are you feeling any better?" She feigned concern, approaching him with an air of urgency. Chu Xuancheng chose to ignore her, prompting Li Tai to interject. "Miss Su, thanks to your antidote pouch, His Highness is indeed improved, yet he remains quite weak and unable to walk. Is the antidote ready?" "It is prepared, but it is meant for the poison of the oleander. I cannot guarantee it will completely neutralize the toxin." Su Yuyao hesitated, lingering uncertainly. "Alas, given the severity of the poison afflicting His Highness, we must take the risk regardless of its efficacy," Dr. Zhang asserted, promptly taking the bowl of antidote from Su Yuyao's hands. At that moment, Li Jinzong exchanged a knowing glance with Dr. Zhang, who promptly understood the cue. From his sleeve, he produced a silver needle, dipping it into the antidote. Upon confirming there was no discoloration of the needle, he stowed it away. After meticulously examining the potion once more and assuring there were no toxic substances present, he presented the bowl to Chu Xuancheng, stating, "Your Highness, I have verified this antidote. There is no issue with it. Would you care to give it a try?" Su Yuyao felt a sudden jolt in her heart. It seemed that the imperial physician harbored a significant distrust towards her. As he examined the medicinal concoction earlier, she had been quite anxious, fearing that he might detect the poison of the heart-loss pill. Fortunately, being a medication for mental disorders, it acted as a chronic toxin, manifesting slowly over time, ultimately leading to nervous breakdowns and memory loss, rather than being a potent poison that could be identified with a silver needle. The Empress's strategy was indeed astute, and the master apothecary was exceptionally skilled. Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at the bowl of medicine, initially reluctant to drink it. However, suddenly, a fierce pain erupted in his head, causing his vision to swirl, as if twisted by a knife. The agony was unbearable, prompting him to take the medicine in a desperate attempt to alleviate his suffering. Soon, he drained the bowl, and upon seeing this, Su Yuyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Marvelous! The heart-loss pill had been successfully countered. After consuming the antidote, Chu Xuancheng immediately felt his mind clearing significantly, the pain in his head subsiding. After a while, the discomfort decreased further, and his body gradually regained strength. He clenched his fists firmly, feeling a resurgence of vigor. His entire demeanor revitalized. Once the pain subsided and his body relaxed, he couldn't help but cast a respectful glance at Su Yuyao. Indeed, her medical skills were extraordinary. He expressed his gratitude, inquiring about the appropriate fee for her services. Although she had rescued him, he did not wish to be indebted to her, thus deciding to offer her a substantial fee as recompense. Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "Your Highness, there is no need for such formality. You are the god of war in the state of Chu. It is my duty to treat you. How could I possibly accept a fee? This was merely a small effort on my part, and I hope your Highness does not dwell on it." Chu Xuancheng had expected Su Yuyao to seize the opportunity to propose becoming his concubine, especially since the Empress had previously pressured him to consider her. To his surprise, she made no such request and even declined his offer of payment. He scrutinized her once more, wondering if what he had just heard was indeed true. Was she genuinely different from Su Changxiao? Nevertheless, he insisted, I do not favor being indebted to anyone. Since you have detoxified me today, I must pay you a fee. If you find it difficult to state an amount, how about I offer you 3,000 taels? This sum was undoubtedly generous for the antidote. After consuming the antidote, the pain in his head gradually diminished, and his limbs felt remarkably strong, bringing him back to a state of ease akin to before his poisoning. Yet, should Su Yuyao wish to speak, he would readily grant her 30,000 taels. Su Yuyao hurriedly waved her hand, saying, Your Highness, it is my duty to save you. Today, not just myself, but any other physician would willingly do the same without regard for payment. If your Highness insists on compensating me, 5 taels of silver would suffice. 5 taels. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Yes, the herbs I used cost me 3 taels, and the expense for concocting the medicine is 2 taels. Thus 5 taels is a reasonable amount. If your Highness truly wishes to give, please restrict it to 5. I cannot accept more. Su Yuyao stated firmly yet respectfully. Chu Xuancheng was momentarily stunned. This Su Yuyao was surprisingly not driven by greed. Well, since you are only asking for 5 taels of silver, I shall grant you that amount, declared Prince Chu Xuancheng. He was compelled to make such a promise, as Su Yuyao was unwilling to accept more. He detested the notion of being indebted to the Su family. Su Yuyao quickly replied, Your Highness, rest assured. My intention in aiding you is purely driven by the benevolence of a healer, stemming from instinct rather than any ulterior motives. Moreover, since your Highness has already compensated me for my services, there is no longer any debt owed. Su Yuyao was acutely aware that Chu Xuancheng, following the incident with Nangong Ro, harbored a profound disdain for those who wielded gratitude as a means of coercion. Thus, she opted for a strategy of retreat, meticulously earning his trust step by step. Chu Xuancheng cast another glance in her direction, noting a semblance of selflessness reminiscent of Yu and Su Yuyao. If she truly possessed a kind heart, it would bode well for the Chu kingdom. Contemplating this, he retrieved a thick stack of banknotes from his possession, extracted one, and offered it to her. Here is a banknote for 100 taels. I implore you to accept it. Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, we had agreed upon merely 5 taels. This is far too generous. It is not my intention to bestow more. Rather, I possess no silver coins, only banknotes. Chu Xuancheng replied with unwavering calmness. The onlookers murmured, astonished by the prince's wealth. It was remarkable that he had no coins on him, with the smallest denomination of banknote being 100 taels, and he casually produced a substantial stack. The prince was, indeed, akin to a walking treasury. Very well. I shall accept this banknote for now. Once I have exchanged it for smaller denominations, I shall return the difference to your Highness, Su Yuyao replied. She had been troubled by the lack of an excuse to meet Chu Xuancheng again, but now, returning his silver provided a legitimate reason to seek him out. Do as you wish, he responded. Now, esteemed physicians, and Yunqing, I appreciate your efforts today. I must proceed to the imperial study to discuss military matters with His Majesty. I shall take my leave. With the poison having been dispelled from his system, he stood upright, once more embodying the formidable and aloof figure he was known to be. No longer weakened or dizzy, he acknowledged the efficacy of Su Yuyao's antidote. Just as he was about to depart, Su Yuyao glanced around nervously, biting her lip, and spoke timidly, Your Highness and esteemed guests, may I request that you keep my role in your detoxification a secret? Her demeanor suggested she was hesitant and fearful. Chu Xuancheng quickly grasped the implications. Su Yuyao was aligned with the Empress, who would undoubtedly wish for his demise. Should the Empress become aware of her actions, the consequences would likely extend far beyond a mere slap. Chapter 1297. Follow-up check. However, Eunuch Lu and the others understood that, regardless of their discretion, the Empress would eventually learn of the matter. Miss Su, there is no need for concern. Should anyone dare to trouble you, simply seek me out, he assured her. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern for Yuyao, she replied hastily. The esteemed physicians comprehended Su Yuyao's intentions. The Empress's faction and Chu Xuancheng were at odds, and Su Yuyao's choice to assist him would undoubtedly incur the Empress's ire. They harbored worries for her future, while they would remain silent. Eunuch Lu was less likely to do the same. Eunuch Lu feigned a cold glance at Su Yuyao, but at that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a sharp glint of cold light directed towards him. It was the murderous gaze of Chu Xuancheng, which made him shudder involuntarily. Chu Xuancheng was warning him, and he hastily pretended to assure, Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall keep my lips sealed and speak no word of this matter. If you dare utter a single syllable, I shall have your tongue severed." Chu Xuancheng warned in a frigid tone. "Yes, yes, your highness. You may trust that I shall maintain silence." Eunuch Lu instinctively touched his own tongue. Seeing Chu Xuancheng in such a fierce demeanor, Su Yuyao immediately lowered her eyelids, and a cold smile crept upon her lips. The tactic taught to her by Su Changshao was truly masterful. First, she would administer the poison of the mandala flower to Chu Xuancheng, and then, while detoxifying him, she would take the opportunity to poison him with the heart-losing pill. Little did he know, her detoxification was merely a ruse for further poisoning. Indeed, Su Changshao was astute. Had she relied solely on her own wits, she would never have conceived such a scheme. That very night, upon returning to the Feiyue Pavilion, Chu Xuancheng informed Yun Ruoyue of the poisoning incident. "What? You were poisoned? Are you all right?" Upon hearing that he had been poisoned in the palace, Yun Ruoyue rushed forward to embrace him, first caressing his face, then examining his body. Her heart raced with anxiety. Seeing her so concerned for him, a smile graced Chu Xuancheng's lips. Her worry warmed his heart. He quickly reassured her, "Do not fret. I am perfectly fine now. Su Yuyao has already detoxified me." Su Yuyao? At the mere mention of her name, a sense of foreboding arose within Yun Ruoyue. Indeed. Chu Xuancheng nodded, recounting all that had transpired in the palace that day. He concluded, "It was indeed Su Yuyao who detoxified me." Yun Ruoyue felt a flicker of doubt. After all, Su Yuyao belonged to the Su family. Could she truly be so benevolent? "I am not at ease. I shall conduct a further examination," Yun Ruoyue declared, deciding to check Chu Xuancheng's blood work. After poisoning, the blood work values would alter. By examining these values, she could ascertain whether he had indeed been poisoned. She swiftly drew his blood and sent it to the medical system for testing. Soon, she received the results. Chu Xuancheng's blood work values were normal, indicating that the poison had indeed been neutralized. Only then did she feel relieved. "Your poison has truly been cured. It seems Su Yuyao possesses some genuine skill. However, you must exercise caution in your dealings outside. I sense that this incident is closely tied to the Empress. As for Su Yuyao, is she not aligned with the Empress? How could she selflessly assist you in detoxification? I too am uncertain of her intentions, yet time will reveal a person's true character," Chu Xuancheng replied. He too struggled to discern the essence of Su Yuyao. If she were to possess a heart as magnanimous as Ruoyue's, it would indeed be a blessing for the Chu kingdom. Yet, should she harbor ulterior motives, he would not fall victim to her schemes. Chapter 1298. The baby's movements. Yun Ruoyue suddenly gazed at him, smiling as she remarked, "It seems that Su Yuyao is quite fond of you, given her knowledge of poisons. Do you think it's possible that she and the Empress orchestrated this affair to win your affection?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xuancheng replied, "What would she gain from winning my affection, my dear Yue? Are you feeling jealous?" "I don't know. Perhaps she wishes to marry you as a concubine," Yun Ruoyue suggested. "She has not made such a request. Moreover, my heart belongs solely to you. I shall never marry another. No matter what she does, it is futile," Chu Xuancheng asserted, gently wrapping his arms around Yun Ruoyue's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. He gazed at her with deep affection, saying, "Rest assured, Yue, no matter her intentions, she shall never succeed." Though Yun Ruoyue harbored doubts about Su Yuyao's motives, she acknowledged that in public, Su Yuyao had indeed saved Chu Xuancheng, causing him no harm. Thus, she resolved to observe her further, curious about her true intentions. Suddenly, she felt a movement in her abdomen and exclaimed, "The baby seems to have moved. Did you feel it? Really?" Chu Xuancheng's face lit up with joy. He quickly knelt down, resting his head against her belly. "Hurry, let me feel it. I wish to hear the sounds of our little one." "It seems to have stopped moving," Yun Ruoyue replied, taken aback. Having only been pregnant for just over 4 months as a first-time mother, it was entirely normal not to feel frequent movements. Yet, seeing Chu Xuancheng's eager anticipation, she too wished for the baby to move again. At that moment, she felt another slight movement in her belly. Before she could speak, Chu Xuancheng joyfully exclaimed, "I felt it. They moved just now. I wonder how big they are now. They are still small, and movements are not frequent at this stage. In another month, they will become more active," Yun Ruoyue explained. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. "Ah, Bingu, what brings you here?" "I came to check on the princess." "Is the prince and the princess inside?" A cold, chilling voice responded. Yun Ruoyue hastily pushed Chu Xuancheng away and coldly stated, "It's late. I wish to sleep. Please return to your rest, Your Highness. Chu Xuancheng retorted icily. I am here to see you, but only for the sake of our child. You merely bask in the glow of our child. Do not presume to present a lofty demeanor before me, as if I were enamored with you. Is that so? Then you need not visit me. You may seek the company of other women, and I shall certainly support your endeavors. Yun Ruoyue replied with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened. He suddenly grasped her hand, his voice filled with anger. Yun Ruoyue, the more you disdain me, the closer I shall draw to you. Do not think you can frolic alone here. I will not permit it. From now on, you must sleep with me, and without my command, you shall go nowhere. Having said that, Chu Xuancheng assertively pulled Yun Ruoyue out, and upon exiting, they nearly collided with Binggu. Seeing him with a stormy expression, gripping Yun Ruoyue, a flicker of complexity crossed Binggu's eyes. She hurriedly said, Your Highness, the princess is with child. You should be a bit gentler with her. I shall only show tenderness to the women I cherish. She does not deserve it. Chu Xuancheng retorted rudely as he dragged Yun Ruoyue away. Chapter 1299. A nightmarish dream. Seeing this, Aunt Bing attempted to interject, but Yun Ruoyue interposed. Aunt, Fenger, do not concern yourselves with me. I trust that a dignified prince would not torment a frail woman such as myself. With that, she was taken away by Chu Xuancheng. Observing the tension between the two, Aunt Bing's eyes darted about. On the surface, it appeared that the prince treated the princess poorly and harbored no affection for her. However, at a critical moment, when the princess was abducted, the prince exhibited great concern for her. This was indeed perplexing. Having resided in the royal estate for over half a month, she noted that although the prince did not favor the princess, he consistently sought excuses to visit her. Could it be that the prince had developed feelings for the princess unbeknownst to himself, thus causing him to treat her so harshly? Alas, such a man struggles to express his emotions. He clearly harbors affection, yet speaks otherwise. No wonder the princess has been unable to glean any news of him. Now, she finally comprehended the challenges faced by the Princess of Li and the difficulty in uncovering news about the Prince of Li. After some contemplation, she resolved to pen another letter to Eunuch Lu, detailing the princess's hardships. After arriving at the Star Pavilion, Chu Xuancheng glanced outside and, upon noticing that Aunt Bing had not followed, exchanged a knowing look with Yun Ruoyue. Unable to contain themselves, they both erupted into laughter. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow and remarked, Yuer, what do you think? My plan is rather clever, is it not? From now on, you can come to the Star Pavilion openly. Since the incident with the servant releasing the snake, Yuer had been too afraid to sleep in the Feiyue Pavilion, longing to be by his side, which was why he concocted an excuse to bring her here. Yun Ruoyue chuckled, You are indeed clever. But do you think Aunt Bing will believe us? Our act was so convincing that she should be persuaded. If she does not believe it, that is her concern. Chu Xuancheng was merely acting for the emperor's benefit, wishing to prevent him from pressuring Yuer for information about him. As for whether the emperor believed it, that was of no consequence to him. For several consecutive days, Chu Xuancheng assertively brought Yun Ruoyue to the Star Pavilion for rest. Over time, her visits became a natural occurrence, and Aunt Bing assumed it was the prince's coercion, thus ceasing her vigilance. That evening, after Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue had settled down to sleep, he suddenly felt an unwelcome heaviness in his body and a dull ache in his head. Assuming it was merely fatigue from the day's exertions, he paid it little mind and soon drifted into slumber. However, in the dead of night, he was beset by a nightmarish vision. He dreamt of Yunqing wielding a sword, thrusting it violently into the empress's chest. As the blade pierced, crimson blood erupted forth, and the empress stood frozen, blood gushing from her body. Witnessing her agony and despair, alongside Yunqing's merciless gaze, filled him with a tumult of rage and hatred, wishing nothing more than to slay him. Suddenly, Yunqing spotted him hiding in the wardrobe, his eyes bloodshot as he seized the young boy, brandishing the sword and lunging it toward his chest. Ah! Chu Xuancheng screamed, jolting upright from his bed. Yun Ruoyue was startled awake by his voice. As she opened her eyes, she beheld him gasping for breath, trembling all over, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had been deeply frightened. What is wrong? She asked anxiously. It's none of your business. Chu Xuancheng, in a moment of desperation, cast a frigid glare at her and forcefully pushed her away. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, unable to believe his cold rejection. What had happened to him that he would treat her so callously? As soon as Chu Xuancheng finished speaking, he suddenly realized that he had indeed pushed her away. He quickly turned to look at her and saw her expression of distress, as if she had been wounded. "I'm sorry, Yue," he hurriedly said. "I just had a nightmare, in which your father killed my mother, and he was coming for me with a sword." As he spoke, his face remained pale with lingering terror. Yun Ruoyue then understood the source of his anger. She gazed at him and noticed his forehead glistening with sweat. When she reached out to touch his white undergarment, she found it completely soaked, revealing the horror of his nightmare. She embraced him tightly, comforting him. "No, it is I who should apologize. My father's past mistakes have left you with such a deep psychological scar. Rest assured, it was merely a dream, nothing more." As she held him, Chu Xuancheng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. His body gradually calmed, ceasing its tremors. However, the memory of that dream still filled him with dread and unease. "You're right, it's just a dream, not reality. I haven't had such nightmares in a long time. I don't know why I experienced this one today," he said, tightening his embrace around her. Swiftly regaining his composed, formidable demeanor, he could not allow Yue to perceive his vulnerability, nor could he let her know that the illustrious Chu Xuancheng was frightened by a mere nightmare. Seeing him in such a state pained Yun Ruoyue. She reassured him, "Do not worry, I shall stay by your side. Your clothes are soaked with sweat. I will fetch you a fresh outfit." With that, she trembled as she got out of bed. His appearance had truly frightened her. It had been a long time since he had shown her such a chilling, indifferent gaze. Surely, he often thought of his mother and the blood feud of the past, which had led to such nightmares. Should she reveal her lineage to him? Lost in thought, Chu Xuancheng suddenly looked at her with regret. "Yue, did I frighten you just now?" "No, not at all. Come, change your clothes quickly before you catch a chill," she replied, hastily handing him a clean undergarment. With that diversion, she temporarily set aside the thought of revealing her background, intending to wait until she had more clarity. After changing into fresh attire, Chu Xuancheng reclined back onto the bed, wishing to close his eyes for a peaceful slumber. Yet this time, sleep eluded him. As soon as he shut his eyes, his mind became chaotic, akin to a battleground filled with countless soldiers, or a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly, creating an uncomfortable din. The more he wished to succumb to slumber, the more he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. His insomnia plagued him relentlessly, and soon his mind felt as though it might shatter from the strain. Yun Ruoyue, lying beside him, sensed his distress and anxiety. She had not anticipated that such a nightmare would affect him so deeply, and witnessing his turmoil filled her heart with sorrow. Fortunately, in the latter half of the night, Chu Xuancheng finally drifted into sleep, albeit one fraught with unease, perpetually teetering between wakefulness and dreams, his heart racing uncontrollably. In the days that followed, Chu Xuancheng's sleep quality remained dismal. Once able to fall asleep the moment he lay down, he now found himself awake for hours, reluctant to disturb Yun Ruoyue. Thus, even in his wakefulness, he feigned slumber. Moreover, he discovered that he was increasingly prone to bouts of anger, unable to rein in his temper, and quick to flare up. The compounded effects of insomnia and a foul mood only exacerbated this vicious cycle, leaving him in a state of profound distress. Yun Ruoyue, being pregnant, often succumbed to drowsiness, and thus fell asleep as soon as she lay down. However, each morning, she awoke to find Chu Xuancheng still in bed. He was typically an early riser, and his recent late mornings were a clear sign of his restless nights. She refrained from disturbing him, having noted that when she inadvertently made noise, he would frown in discomfort. After finishing her morning routine, Yun Ruoyue suddenly heard a loud crash from Chu Xuancheng's chamber, the sound of a basin hitting the floor. Alarmed, she rushed inside to discover what had transpired. There, she found a copper basin that had fallen, water strewn across the floor, while Fenger and Emily crouched down, hastily mopping up the mess. Chu Xuancheng stood there in his undergarments, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, his expression dark and brooding, as if he had unleashed his ire upon them. "What happened? Did the water spill?" Yun Ruoyue inquired anxiously upon entering. Fenger, initially filled with trepidation, visibly relaxed at the sight of Yun Ruoyue. She cautiously glanced at Chu Xuancheng and softly replied, "No, it's nothing. It was merely a slip of my hand that caused the water to spill. Just a little water, please do not worry." Yun Ruoyue hastily reassured Fenger. "I was still asleep, yet you and Emily barged in and disrupted my dreams. What is the meaning of this?" Chu Xuancheng's voice turned icy, laden with palpable coldness. Yun Ruoyue quickly turned her gaze to him, noting his pallor, the chill in his eyes, devoid of warmth, exuding an aura of utter indifference. As Fenger continued to wipe the floor, she pleaded, Please, my lord, do not be angry. It was wrong of me to intrude. No, it is not Feng'er's fault. If blame is to be assigned, let it be mine. I saw that the Lord had not risen for a while, and, concerned for your health, I asked her to bring you the wash water, hoping to check on you as well. Emily interjected hastily. Chu Xuancheng fixed a cold stare upon Emily. His voice sharp. Who permitted you to enter without my consent? All of you, aside from the princess, leave this chamber. Yes, my lord. As Emily finished speaking, she quickly pulled Feng'er back. Yun Ruoyue, observing the situation, swiftly approached Chu Xuancheng, her face etched with concern. What has been troubling you lately? Are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to examine you? Indeed, I have been experiencing restless nights and a sense of mental disarray. At times, I also suffer from headaches, Chu Xuancheng replied, discomfort evident in his voice. Why did you not mention this earlier? Please, take a seat. Allow me to conduct a thorough examination, Yun Ruoyue urged. She had assumed he was merely suffering from insomnia, unaware of his headaches as well. Chu Xuancheng sat down, shaking his head in discomfort. I must be having severe insomnia, which has resulted in this condition. Could it be a residual effect from the poisoning incident? Yun Ruoyue suggested, hastily retrieving her instruments to check on him. However, after an extensive examination, she found nothing amiss. All his indicators were normal, and his health appeared robust. Why then was he in such mental turmoil? After a moment of contemplation, she stated, according to the results, your body shows no abnormalities, and the poison from the previous incident has long been expelled. Your insomnia may stem from excessive contemplation during the day, leading to restless dreams at night. When one harbors worries for an extended period, it often results in insomnia, which can subsequently lead to neurasthenia, causing fatigue, sluggish reactions, and memory decline. Could it be that the nightmare from last time has been lingering in my thoughts, thereby affecting my sleep and rendering me irritable and restless? Chu Xuancheng pondered, bewildered by the term neurasthenia, which he had never encountered before. Yun Ruoyue quickly clarified, it's akin to psychosomatic disorders, but worry not. You are still in the early stages. With proper care, you shall recover. This evening, I will prepare a calming tonic for you to see if it alleviates your condition. As for sleeping pills, their dependency is too great. We shall avoid them and seek remedies that do not harm your body. With Yun Ruoyue's concern enveloping him, Chu Xuancheng felt a measure of relief. It was as if her warmth had cocooned him, easing his discomfort. Looking at her, he expressed remorse. I apologize. I am unsure why I have been this way lately. I have tried to divert my thoughts, yet they persist. I do not wish to lash out at you all, but I find myself unable to restrain my emotions. He had no desire to revisit the memory of his mother's death, yet it incessantly plagued his mind, making sleep elusive. Whenever he did manage to sleep, he was tormented by nightmares, waking easily and unable to find peace. Yun Ruoyue stepped closer, embracing him gently and reassuringly patting his shoulder. Rest assured, your discomfort is understandable. No one will hold it against you. In time, you shall feel better. I hope so. Chu Xuancheng nodded faintly. Since you did not sleep well last night, would you care for another nap? Yun Ruoyue inquired with concern. No, I can no longer sleep. I shall take a bath and then head to the military camp, Chu Xuancheng replied. After Chu Xuancheng finished his bath, Yun Ruoyue stepped out of his chamber. Upon exiting, she noticed Feng'er and Emily standing at the door, their expressions filled with concern. Emily hurriedly inquired, Your Highness, is the prince feeling any better? Yun Ruoyue shook her head, indicating that he remained unchanged. Could you share his recent circumstances in the military? Emily, her face heavy with worry, replied, The prince has been arriving late almost every day. If anyone reminds him, he scolds them fiercely. He has become quick-tempered, showing no kindness to anyone, unable to control his anger. He often stands lost in thought, as if burdened by worries. Indeed, the prince has become akin to a powder keg. A mere spark can set him off. He was never like this before. And it is perplexing to understand the cause of this transformation, Feng'er added, her face reflecting fear. Since the arrival of the princess at Xingchen Pavilion, she had insisted on attending to them. Yet, during moments of serving the prince, whether in his ablutions or meals, she would inadvertently provoke his ire. As a result, they now hesitated to assist him. Yun Ruoyue had also observed Chu Xuancheng's changes and was bewildered by his behavior. His health appeared intact. Could it be that he was haunted by inner demons, preoccupied with thoughts of his parents? That night, despite taking a calming tonic, Chu Xuancheng found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. After a long struggle, he he finally succumbed to sleep, only to awaken suddenly, gasping for breath. Gripped by terror, Yun Ruoyue quickly turned to him, gently asking, "My husband, did you have another nightmare?" "None of your concern," Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, casting a sharp glance at her before abruptly leaping from the bed to don his shoes and socks. Indeed, he had dreamt of the very nightmare he detested most, one where Yunqing coerced Yun Ruoyue into marrying him, and where Yun Ruoyue had drugged him. Chapter 1303. He regrets in the dream. Those two figures were utterly loathsome. One forced him to marry his daughter, while the other shamelessly sought to share his bed. His revulsion towards them had startled him awake. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by his sudden anger. "What is the matter?" "It's me, Yue." Chu Xuancheng stared at her, momentarily lost in confusion. He realized he had momentarily mistaken her for the former Yun Ruoyue. Almost forgetting that she was the present Yue, he felt an immediate wave of guilt for his outburst. He turned and embraced her tightly, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Yue. I lost control just now." The thought of having treated her so harshly filled him with remorse and regret. "It's all right. Why aren't you sleeping? What has compelled you to rise?" Yun Ruoyue raised her eyes to find him clad in outer garments. Chu Xuancheng swiftly tied his jade belt and glanced at the sword hanging on the wall. "I cannot sleep. I've decided to go practice my swordsmanship. You haven't been sleeping well lately. It would be better to rest first and practice later, lest you harm your health." Yun Ruoyue expressed her concern. "It's nothing." Chu Xuancheng abruptly removed the sword from the wall and cast a lingering glance at Yun Ruoyue. His eyes filled with profound tenderness. "My dear Yue, you shall rest here from now on. I will take my leave to the study." "Why?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. Disbelief etched across her features. "You are with child and require peaceful slumber, while I find myself frequently restless. I do not wish to instill fear within you, nor disrupt your sleep." Chu Xuancheng replied earnestly. "I am fine. Did the calming potion not help you today?" "It was of no use. My mind remains shrouded in chaos. I long to practice my swordplay to vent my frustrations," he declared, grasping the sword and striding coldly out. His reluctance to share the bed with Yun Ruoyue stemmed not from a lack of desire, but rather from a fear of his own temper. He was apprehensive that he might inadvertently lash out at her, thus opting for the solitude of the study to avoid disturbing her in their childless rest. Watching his retreating figure, Yun Ruoyue felt a deep pang of heartache. Unable to quell her worry, she hastily donned a coat and slipped on her shoes to follow him. Upon exiting, she beheld Chu Xuancheng's silhouette as he danced through the courtyard like a silver dragon. He was engrossed in sword practice, leaping into the air, his eyes aflame. As he struck at the cherry blossom tree above, with each descent, petals cascaded like a gentle pink rain, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. As the floral rain fell upon him, he swiftly wielded his sword to fend it off, then resumed his practice. His movements were fierce and swift as lightning, the sword's light shimmering like a serpent in motion, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. His form flowed like a dragon, darting across walls, his toes barely touching the ground, at times as graceful as a swallow, and at others, exuding an overwhelming strength. The silver light of his sword seemed invincible. Lost in his fervent practice, Chu Xuancheng remained oblivious to Yun Ruoyue's presence in the shadows. After a vigorous session, he finally planted the sword into the ground and knelt, gasping for breath, a wave of regret washing over him as he reflected on his earlier behavior towards Yun Ruoyue. How could he have uttered such dismissive words to her? What had come over him? No matter how distressed he felt, he could not afford to unleash his anger upon her again. He must exercise restraint and never inflict harm upon her. Observing his suffering, Yun Ruoyue resolved to remedy his insomnia. The next morning, as Chu Xuancheng's calming potion proved ineffective, she decided to employ a dietary remedy, concocting a soothing soup to alleviate his sleeplessness. The soup, harmless to the body, was her initial approach, for if it failed, she would have no choice but to resort to stronger sedatives. Early that day, Yun Ruoyue rose with the dawn, joining Feng in the kitchen to prepare the soothing soup for Chu Xuancheng. The primary ingredient was lotus seeds, complemented by longan flesh, white peony, huangqin, chuanlian, ajiao jujubes, and scallions. This recipe, taught to her by her grandfather, was renowned for its efficacy against insomnia. After simmering for approximately an hour, the soup was finally ready. Yun Ruoyue hurriedly instructed Feng to ladle it into a bowl, and together they made their way to Chu Xuancheng's study. The previous night, after finishing his sword practice, he had not returned to her side but had instead taken a blanket to sleep in the study. as Yun Ruoyue and Fenger approached the study's entrance. A sudden crash echoed, reminiscent of porcelain shattering upon the floor. What happened? Yun Ruoyue swiftly pushed open the door, only to discover Xiaoyue trembling, clutching a handkerchief, her gaze fixed on the broken vase. Meanwhile, Chu Xuancheng stood before the desk, where half-written characters lay scattered, his brush poised in one hand. His eyes coldly fixed on Xiaoyue. How could you be so careless? You managed to break a vase while merely dusting it? Chu Xuancheng glared at Xiaoyue, his expression dark and menacing. Startled by his tone, Xiaoyue quickly knelt, tears brimming in her eyes. Your Highness, please quell your anger. It is all my fault. I shall clean up the shattered vase at once. Do you think that in the Li Wangfu, merely admitting your mistake absolves you of consequences? Guards, take her away and administer 20 lashes. Chu Xuancheng's icy command resonated through the room. Immediately, guards moved to seize Xiaoyue. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward. Disbelief etched on her face as she turned to Chu Xuancheng. She simply broke a vase by accident. It was not intentional. How can you punish her so harshly? Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. There are laws for the nation and rules for the household. Servants must be punished for their transgressions. To indulge them repeatedly is to invite chaos. If this continues, they will become even more unruly and disrespectful. That is not true. Xiaoyue is not that kind of person. As Yun Ruoyue spoke, she turned to Xiaoyue, her tone urgent. You are usually so careful. What happened just now? With tear-streaked cheeks, Xiaoyue cast a fearful glance at Chu Xuancheng and, shrinking back, explained. When I was dusting the vase, your Highness suddenly stood up. I thought you were angry, and in my panic, I accidentally dropped the vase. Realization dawned on Yun Ruoyue. It was indeed Chu Xuancheng's abrupt movement that had startled Xiaoyue. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened further. I am not some malevolent spirit. I merely rose from my seat after sitting for too long to stretch my limbs. Why were you so frightened? Forgive me, your Highness. I did not realize you intended to stand for a moment of respite. I thought you were about to unleash your anger upon me, Xiaoyue hurriedly replied. The repeated mention of his supposed temper ignited Chu Xuancheng's fury. Did she perceive him as a tyrant? A wave of anger surged within him, causing his head to throb painfully, his chest constricted with pent-up rage. How dare you suggest that I am quick to anger for no reason? Guards, take her away for punishment. He was genuinely enraged, deeply disturbed by the notion that others whispered behind his back, claiming his temperament had become ferocious. Even the faintest murmurs made him suspect they were speaking of him, and now, Xiaoyue too believed him to be a cruel master. As the guards advanced to seize Xiaoyue, Yun Ruoyue interposed herself, arms outstretched. Wait, Xiaoyue is under my protection. Who dares to lay a hand on her? The guards halted abruptly, realizing that with the princess's intervention, they could not proceed. After all, even the prince heeds the words of the princess. You err, how dare she say that this prince is quick to anger? That I am perceived as a heartless and cruel individual? Chu Xuancheng, consumed by a torrent of fury, glared fiercely at Yun Ruoyue. Noticing his inability to rein in his temper, Yun Ruoyue hastily offered soothing words, assuring him that was not her intention and that he was not that kind of person. You are magnanimous. Do not hold it against her. I have prepared a calming soup for you. Please have some to ease your anger. As she spoke, she gestured to Fenger, who promptly brought in the bowl of soup and placed it on the desk. Yun Ruoyue then signaled for everyone to leave, saying, All right. I need to discuss matters with the prince. You all may go. Thank you, your Highness, Xiaoyue replied, quickly gathering the shards of the broken vase with her clothing as she and the others retreated. It was fortunate to have the princess present. She had narrowly escaped disaster. The current prince was truly terrifying. Once they had departed, Yun Ruoyue opened the bowl of soup and gently addressed Chu Xuancheng. This is calming soup, a recipe passed down from my grandfather. After consuming it, it will aid your sleep and soothe your mind, alleviating insomnia. Would you like to give it a try? Seeing the fragrant soup and hearing Yun Ruoyue's tender, comforting voice, Chu Xuancheng felt a pang of guilt wash over him. Suddenly, he grasped her hand tightly, his expression filled with remorse. I am truly sorry. I was overwhelmed with anger just now. I do not know why. But upon hearing them say I am prone to fits of rage, I became infuriated. I could not control myself, and I never wished to direct my anger at them. I understand. Your recent nightmares and the burdens on your mind have caused you distress. Yun Ruoyue replied soothingly as she ladled a bowl of soup for Chu Xuancheng and offered it to him. Please try this calming soup, made by my own hands. Let us see if it brings you some relief tonight. Chu Xuancheng nodded, lifting the bowl to his lips, feeling a bittersweet sensation. You err, You have worked hard. Thank you. Between husband and wife, there is no need for thanks. This is what I ought to do. It pains me to see you tormented by insomnia daily. I wish to cure your ailment swiftly, Yun Ruoyue said tenderly. Very well, I believe in your medical skills. You err. I shall surely recover. Chu Xuancheng responded as he began to sip the soup. However, a trace of worry lingered in Yun Ruoyue's brow. His troubled heart and resulting stress had led to his nerve weakness, causing insomnia and vivid dreams. This affliction was unlike ordinary ailments. It required gradual healing rather than a mere handful of pills. If he continued to harbor the burdens of the past, true recovery would be elusive. After much contemplation, she resolved to reveal her true heritage to him, hoping to help him untangle his emotional knots. Choosing her words carefully, she said, "My prince, if one day you were to discover that I am not my father's biological daughter, that I have a different background, would you still hold resentment toward me because of my father?" "What?" Chu Xuancheng stared at her in shock, disbelief etched across his features. "You tell me. Ever since you returned to the Xiang residence, you have been preoccupied with something, haven't you? Is it related to your heritage?" Yun Ruoyue nodded. "Indeed. I found a girl in a hidden chamber in my mother's courtyard, one who is the same age as I. This year, she too has reached the age of 16. Sensing something amiss, I pressed my mother for answers, and she revealed the truth of my lineage." "What did she say?" Chu Xuancheng set down his bowl of soup and grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand tightly. With a look of melancholic resignation, she confessed that she was not her biological daughter. She was, in fact, purchased by her mother's side from a woman named Granny Sunday. The girl confined in the dark room, she explained, was her true daughter. As she spoke, she recounted the events she had witnessed that day at her mother's side, omitting, however, the matter of the birthmark on her back. Her mother had warned her that if the butterfly birthmark were to be discovered, it could bring about their demise. Thus, before uncovering the truth of her origins, she had no intention of revealing it to Chu Xuancheng for fear of endangering him. All she wished was for him to understand that she was not Yunqing's daughter, that he should not harbor hatred towards her, and to alleviate the turmoil within his heart. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng was utterly astonished. "So, you are not Yunqing's daughter after all. I have been inflicting pain upon you all this time, and all along, I have directed my hatred towards the wrong person. I am truly sorry." He gently cupped her small face in his hands, gazing at her with eyes filled with affection. "I apologize for the suffering you have endured. Yet, rest assured, even if you were indeed his daughter, I would not hold it against you. My feelings of animosity have long been replaced by love. In recent days, I have been plagued by nightmares of the past, not because I blame you, but rather because I find myself lost, often forgetting the moments of joy while being haunted by misfortunes. I wish it were not so." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by his words. She had believed that by revealing the truth, he would be freed from his inner demons upon learning she was not the daughter of his mother's murderer. To her surprise, he stated he had never blamed her. If his insomnia was not caused by her, then what could be the reason? Could he be poisoned? However, she had examined his health. There were no signs of poisoning. If he were not poisoned yet exhibited such symptoms, could it be that the weight of his vengeful hatred was manifesting as psychological distress? Regardless, she resolved to care for him diligently, and if necessary, resort to medication later. "You did Granny's son mention who the woman was that sold you? What was her name, where was she from, and what were her distinguishing features?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. With his extensive network and investigative skills, he believed that if he knew her characteristics, uncovering her identity should not be overly challenging. Granny's son had described the woman as wearing a hood and a veil, seemingly fearful of being recognized. "After selling me to Granny's son, she hurriedly departed, leaving Granny's son unaware of her appearance. Thus, it seems you were stolen and sold by this woman. She is not your biological mother. If she were, there would be no need for her to conceal her face," Chu Xuancheng deduced. "On the streets, many sell their children out of desperation, driven by poverty. It is not a disgraceful act, and thus, they do not typically don cloaks or veils." Chapter 1307. The mysterious man in the black robe. Reflecting on this, it became evident that Yun Ruoyue's origins were indeed a mystery, and locating her family would not be an easy task. Yet, regardless of the challenges, he would command someone to investigate. He gazed at Yun Ruoyue and solemnly inquired, "My dear Yue, do you wish to find your true family?" Yun Ruoyue nodded, affirming, "Yes. Of course. I long to know whether I was abandoned or stolen by human traffickers. If I was taken by traffickers, does that imply that there are still loved ones in this world who are thinking of me?" Conversely, if my parents sold me to them, then finding them would hold no significance. If they could bear to part with me, even if I were to locate them, I would find no joy. Rest assured, you are a blessed individual. I firmly believe that your parents would never abandon you. You must be a victim of trafficking. You must have faith that, aside from me, there are others awaiting your return. Those who, like me, will love you sincerely, cherish you, and protect you. Chu Xuancheng embraced Yun Ruoyue, offering her comfort. Is that truly so? Upon hearing his words, her eyes brimmed with tears. Chu Xuancheng nodded resolutely. Indeed, you can be at ease. I will surely assist you in locating your family. I will ensure you understand that your relatives love you dearly, and that you are cherished by many. Unlike him, who, apart from her concern, had no one else to love him. That evening, before retiring, Chu Xuancheng consumed another bowl of calming soup. Yun Ruoyue took out the music box she had gifted him and played a soothing melody to lull him to sleep. Perhaps the calming soup and the lullaby worked. Or perhaps the revelations about her past had eased his troubled heart. That night, he fell asleep shortly after lying down and did not awaken until dawn. The next morning, Yun Ruoyue sighed in relief upon seeing that Chu Xuancheng had not suffered from insomnia. To help him recuperate, she advised him to refrain from returning to the military camp and to rest at home for a couple of days. His previous training intensity in the camp had been excessive, compounded by sleepless nights spent reviewing documents, which had left him perpetually fatigued and burdened by stress. She urged him to set aside the paperwork, take leisurely walks in the courtyard, play chess with Mo Li and others, enjoy the scenery, and soak in the hot springs to forget the burdens of military duties. They would see if his insomnia might improve in due time. Chu Xuancheng heeded Yun Ruoyue's advice, striving to maintain a tranquil state of mind, avoiding overly stimulating activities, and attempting to dismiss troubling thoughts. He spent his time in the estate tending to flowers and plants, seeking to alleviate his condition. In the afternoon, while strolling alone in the garden, he suddenly caught sight of a furtive shadow flitting past outside the manor. It was a figure cloaked in black, moving with the swiftness of lightning, like a gust of wind leaping over the walls of the Li Wang residence. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Xuancheng's eyes. He promptly sprang into action, leaping gracefully onto the high wall, where he beheld the sharp gaze of the cloaked figure peering into the manor. Who dares to intrude upon the Li Wang residence? Chu Xuancheng's voice rang out sharply as he pursued the cloaked figure with haste. How dare they act so brazenly within his domain, treating him like a sickly cat? Upon hearing his voice, the figure glanced back momentarily before employing their agility to flee swiftly into the alley. Chu Xuancheng hurriedly glanced over and noticed that the man wore a black cloak, obscuring his features. However, he could discern that he was a tall and slender figure. Chapter 1308. On the brink of explosion. The man seemed remarkably adept at lightness skills, darting through the alley like a black serpent, vanishing into the shadows like a wisp of smoke, utterly elusive. Chu Xuancheng himself possessed commendable agility and was inclined to pursue him with his sword, yet he hesitated, wary of a potential ruse that might endanger Yun Ruoyue. Consequently, he swiftly returned and informed Mo Li, urging him to lead a pursuit. While he made his way to Feiyue Pavilion, upon entering the courtyard and seeing Yun Ruoyue basking in the sun with herbs, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, she was unharmed. That night, before sleep, Chu Xuancheng partook of a calming soup and listened to a lullaby to ease into slumber. However, he found himself restless during the first half of the night. Each time he closed his eyes, visions of demons and monsters danced chaotically in his mind, leaving him frazzled and on the brink of madness. Despite having found the calming soup effective the previous night, it seemed futile this evening. The soothing lullaby now resonated in his ears like a haunting dirge, buzzing incessantly, akin to a mosquito, igniting a growing irritation within him. In a fit of anger, he hurled the music box to the ground. The box crashed with a jarring sound, rolling several times before finally coming to rest. It was only then that Chu Xuancheng realized he had shattered the music box gifted to him by Yun Ruoyue. He quickly leaped from his bed, retrieved the box, and abruptly silenced the music. As the melody ceased, the world around him fell into tranquility. Yet his heart remained heavy with profound disappointment and loneliness. What was wrong with him? He lay back down, attempting to resume sleep. However, as dawn approached, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to find respite. His thoughts were a tumultuous mess, his mind tortured to the brink of explosion and in frustration. He struck his fist against the headboard, springing to his feet. Concerned for Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue also rose early that day. As soon as she awoke, she hurried to the adjacent study to check on him. To her surprise, she found Chu Xuancheng already donned in his outer robes. Emerging from the study with an icy demeanor. "Husband, what is the matter? Why are you awake so early? Did you not sleep well last night?" she inquired anxiously, her gaze filled with worry. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng's expression remained somewhat frigid. He rubbed his temples in irritation and replied in a deep tone, "I do not know what is amiss. I found the calming soup effective last night, yet tonight it is of no use. I have endeavored to cast aside those troubling thoughts, yet sleep eludes me." As he spoke, his frustration manifested in a fierce punch against the wall, which, thanks to its sturdiness, remained intact but for the fury in his eyes that betrayed a sense of cruelty and intimidation. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by his demeanor. He appeared utterly enraged and fearsome. "Could it be that your ability to fall asleep last night was not due to the calming effects of the herbal concoction, but rather a result of your own exhaustion from the previous day's exertions?" Yun Ruoyue analyzed. "If that is the case, I shall have to administer a sleeping potion to you. Even if it may lead to dependence, it is preferable to your persistent insomnia." Contemplating this, she quickly suggested, "Shall I offer you a different remedy to try, allowing you to rest once more?" "No need," he replied. "The dawn has already broken, and I have no desire to sleep any longer. I shall practice my swordplay. This afternoon, we are to attend the banquet in honor of the virtuous king. You should prepare as well. We shall depart at noon." With that, Chu Xuancheng grasped his sword and coldly strode into the courtyard to commence his training. Chapter 1309. The banquet at the virtuous king's residence. Yun Ruoyue suddenly remembered that today marked the emperor's grand banquet in celebration of the virtuous king, hosted at his residence. It was said that the emperor himself would be in attendance, promising an extravagant affair. She had received the invitation days prior, but had been so preoccupied with tending to Chu Xuancheng that she nearly overlooked the event. Clearly, she needed to hastily prepare, gathering suitable gifts to present when she accompanied Chu Xuancheng to extend their congratulations to the virtuous king. In the afternoon, after taking a brief nap, Yun Ruoyue set off with Chu Xuancheng toward the virtuous king's residence. Chu Xuancheng had undoubtedly not indulged in a midday slumber, for sleep eluded him entirely. He donned a royal ensemble adorned with embroidered golden dragons, a jade crown resting upon his head, and a belt encrusted with rubies around his waist, complemented by a gilded sword. He rode ahead on a magnificent white steed, leading the procession of carriages, exuding an air of formidable majesty and opulence. His gaze was fixed resolutely ahead, his cold, penetrating eyes reflecting a regal demeanor that commanded respect. Inside the carriage, Yun Ruoyue sat beside Fonger. She lifted the curtain to steal a glance at Chu Xuancheng. He appeared markedly more aloof than before, his countenance radiating an aura that discouraged any approach, making it seem as though he were surrounded by an impenetrable barrier. Even she found herself hesitant to engage him, fearful of provoking his ire. Soon, the carriage halted at the entrance of the virtuous king's residence. Yun Ruoyue pulled back the curtain and beheld the estate, which had been lavishly renovated and adorned, appearing even more splendid and majestic than before. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed a multitude of carriages gathering at the entrance, bustling with activity and throngs of people. With the emperor's attendance at the banquet, nearly all invited nobles, dignitaries, and prominent merchants had arrived, in stark contrast to the previously overlooked virtuous king's residence. The threshold now seemed ready to be trampled by the multitude. Everyone was astute, with the emperor keen to elevate the virtuous king's status. They naturally sought to align themselves with him. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue suddenly sensed a piercing, malevolent gaze fixed upon her. Scanning the crowd, she spotted Chu Xuancheng standing there. Perhaps due to her recent separation from the Jin Wang, Chu Xuancheng seemed to prefer a more understated appearance, opting for a low-profile attire. She adorned herself with minimal jewelry, donning a simple, delicate pale green gauze dress, yet she appeared more refreshing and pristine than those adorned in gold and silver, heavily made up. Indeed, she was a great beauty. Even with a light touch of makeup, she outshone the beauties beside her. As summer had already arrived, the sun blazed overhead and the weather was sweltering. Chu Xuancheng, with a handkerchief in her left hand, wiped the sweat from her brow while using her right to fan herself with a fan embroidered with mandarin ducks. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng had already leapt down from his horse and approached the carriage, lifting the curtain and extending his hand towards Yun Ruoyue, gently saying, "Wearer, we have arrived. Allow me to assist you." Yun Ruoyue promptly placed her hand in his palm, allowing him to help her descend from the carriage. Not far away, Chu Xuancheng witnessed this scene, and in a fit of anger, she began to fan herself vigorously. She glared at the two of them, muttering under her breath, "Humph. What pretense of affection? One day, I shall separate you." In her heart, she pondered why Chu Xuancheng, having consumed the heart-losing pill for so long, still displayed such tenderness towards Yun Ruoyue, despite the poison having manifested. Recently, rumors had circulated that his temperament had turned volatile and irritable, rendering him unapproachable. In the military camp, he had nearly executed 2 soldiers for a mere quarrel, but thanks to Mo Li's intercession, he spared them. Under normal circumstances, even in the most strictly disciplined military camp, it would be inconceivable to execute someone simply for an argument. This indicated that the effects of the heart-losing pill had indeed taken hold, causing him to lose control of his temper and potentially harm those around him. Yet, he remained so kind to Yun Ruoyue. Could it be that his love for her was so profound that even under the influence of the poison, he could not bring himself to hurt her? The mere thought of this possibility filled her with both anger and jealousy. At that moment, she suddenly noticed the arrival of the Zhao King and Queen. The Zhao King was the first to leap down from the carriage, then turned, gently assisting the Zhao Queen to alight. The Zhao Queen, with a round belly that suggested she was 5 or 6 months along, immediately turned to the Zhao King, playfully pouting, "Why is it that although I just had lunch, I am hungry again? I seem to be getting hungry far too quickly. Could it be that the baby wants to eat?" The Zhao King affectionately tapped her nose, smiling indulgently. "Do you think this king does not realize it is you who is craving something?" Using the baby as an excuse. "Speak, what do you wish to eat? I shall procure it for you. Are you really going to fetch it for me?" "Forget it. You are a dignified prince. Let the servants handle it," replied the Zhao Queen. The Zhao King responded cautiously, "No, I cannot entrust them. I worry too much. As the princess, every aspect of your needs must be attended to with care. It is far more reassuring for me to personally procure it. Besides, haven't I always been the one to fetch it for you?" At these words, the Zhao Queen felt a warmth in her heart, realizing the Zhao King truly cared for her. The earlier tension caused by Chu Xuancheng dissipated significantly. After a moment's thought, she said, "I would like to have some crispy fried meat and poria cakes, along with a serving of dragon beard pastry, and a glass of chilled sour plum soup." On a hot summer day, nothing is more delightful than sipping a cup of chilled sour plum soup. "Very well, I shall procure it at once. You wait here for me," declared the king of Zhao, affectionately ruffling the hair of the Zhao princess before departing with a smile. Not far from the prince's residence lay a bustling marketplace, brimming with an array of delights, where he could swiftly acquire what he sought on foot. Witnessing the sweet interaction between the two, Chu Xuancheng felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, almost as if she might bleed from the indignation. Previously, she had endeavored to sow discord, anticipating a fierce quarrel that would leave them both in anger. Instead, they appeared utterly unfazed, unwilling to concede defeat. She donned a facade of amiability and approached the Zhao princess. "Sister, you have arrived as well. The Zhao King treats you so well. What would you like to eat? It is truly admirable that he would humble himself to fetch it for you. I envy you greatly." The Zhao princess, perceiving the insincerity in Chu Xuancheng's demeanor, chose to disregard her. With a child on the way, it was prudent to refrain from anger, so she turned her back, feigning ignorance of Chu Xuancheng's presence. However, Chu Xuancheng maneuvered herself before the Zhao princess once more, grinning as she inquired, "Sister, why do you ignore me? Have I offended you in some way? Do not call me sister. I have no sister like you." The Zhao princess retorted coldly. The term sister felt like a sharp rebuke, as if Chu Xuancheng were the legitimate wife and she the mere concubine. With an enigmatic smile, Chu Xuancheng replied, "I am a friend of the Zhao King. You are his wife. Given my age, it is only fitting that I address you as sister. Otherwise, I would be accused of lacking respect. You and the Zhao King are friends? When did this friendship blossom? Do not entangle him in your affairs." Though seething with anger internally, the Zhao princess made a concerted effort to maintain her composure. Chapter 13:11. Infuriated to strike, she must not succumb to anger or allow Chu Xuancheng to provoke her, for that would endanger her pregnancy and grant Chu Xuancheng the satisfaction of triumph. Observing the Zhao princess's restraint, Chu Xuancheng leaned closer, her tone imbued with innuendo. "Who says the Zhao King and I are not friends? He saved me last time, and I am deeply grateful. I have already regarded him as a close friend. Did you know that when he held me, His chest was so warm. His arms encircled my waist, and my face rested against him. We were so close. I could see his throat moving, his face flushed. Do you understand what it means when a man exhibits such behavior before a woman? The Zhao princess was nearly overwhelmed with rage at these words, yet she recognized Su Changxiao's intent to incite her ire. She continued to suppress her fury. What significance could it hold? He was simply parched. My husband is inherently kind-hearted and always eager to assist others. I shall accept that he merely performed a good deed. He has already recounted the events of that day, so your commentary is unnecessary. Internally scoffing, Su Changxiao maintained a chilling smile on her face. You truly are adept at self-deception. A man's actions towards a woman in such a manner clearly indicate his infatuation, a desire to engage in intimacy. Do you know what transpired between us at the inn? At these words, the Zhao princess felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. She coldly covered her ears and declared in a low voice, "Do not speak further. I do not wish to hear it." Su Changxiao grasped her hand, feigning friendliness. She retorted, "Your evasion is futile. Let me tell you." He carried me into the inn and laid me upon the bed. In a moment of carelessness, he suddenly fell upon me. Then, he gazed at me with an infatuated expression, his Adam's apple moving as he began to loosen my belt. "Wretch, cease your words." Upon hearing this, Princess Zhao could no longer contain herself and raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap to Su Changxiao's face. The sound of the slap echoed, drawing the attention of everyone present. Yun Ruoyue was conversing with Chu Xuancheng when the sudden crack of the slap caught her off guard. Turning around, she saw Su Changxiao standing before Princess Zhao, clutching her face in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Princess Zhao, enraged, had her chest heaving and face pale, her blood seeming to pulse with fury. She hurried over and positioned herself protectively in front of Princess Zhao. "Where?" Chu Xuancheng, noticing a pregnant woman stepping in to shield Princess Zhao, quickly moved to stand before her, his gaze cold and piercing as it bore down on Su Changxiao. "Where? What transpired?" At that moment, Zhao Wang approached, holding several bags of food. Upon his arrival, he noticed Su Changxiao standing there with her face covered, on the verge of tears. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that Wei had quarreled with Su Changxiao again? As soon as Su Changxiao saw Zhao Wang, she let a few tears fall, wiping her eyes and feigning innocence as she said, "I am sorry. It is all my fault. I should not have harbored foolish notions of friendship with Tianwei, nor should I have explained the incident of the prince saving me that day. My intentions were pure. I did not wish for any discord between her and the prince, yet it seems I have only caused her displeasure." Though she spoke such words, her heart brimmed with hatred. How dare this wretched woman strike her? She wished to provoke her to the point of miscarriage. Her earlier words to Princess Zhao were a calculated attempt to incite such a reaction, so that she might take her place. Chapter 13:12. Her stomach ached intensely. Little did she know, this woman possessed quite the endurance. Regardless, she would not let that slap go unpunished. Seeing Su Changxiao turn the tables, Princess Zhao seethed. "Su Changxiao, cease your pretense of virtue. Were you explaining yourself to me just now? You clearly intended those words to provoke me. What did she say to provoke you?" Zhao Wang quickly inquired. "She claimed you embraced her in public, that you have feelings for her, and that you took her to the inn where you engaged in shameless acts." Princess Zhao fumed, stamping her foot in anger. Zhao Wang's expression froze instantly. He turned to Su Changxiao, who suddenly cried out, "Tianwei, why must you distort the truth? If you look down upon me, that is one thing. But why concoct such falsehoods to slander my name? I clearly told you that I was unwell and fainted, which led Zhao Wang to carry me to the inn for rest. There were innkeepers who could attest that there was nothing untoward between us. After he laid me down to rest, he left. You publicly spread lies to tarnish my reputation and brazenly struck me. You are truly venomous. You accuse me of fabricating lies to ruin your reputation?" Princess Zhao exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at herself. Su Changxiao possesses an undeniable talent for sophistry. With a cold smirk, she retorted, "Is it not true? It is common knowledge that I have already divorced the crown prince and currently reside at home, still a maiden awaiting marriage, with future opportunities to wed. Pray tell, why would I tarnish my own reputation and become a woman scorned by all? Furthermore," she added, "a woman's honor is paramount. I am not foolish enough to ruin my own virtue. How could I ever marry again if I did so? Could it be that, seeing the kindness extended to me by the Zhao prince, you have grown envious and thus targeted me? Target you? Su Changxiao, you deceitful woman. It is you who first sought to undermine me. These words were spoken by you, and yet you refuse to acknowledge them. How shameless you are. The Zhao princess, infuriated, felt a sudden pang of discomfort in her abdomen. Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng raised her right hand, swearing, by the heavens above and the earth below, I, Chu Xuancheng, vow before the heavens that I have never uttered those words to the Zhao princess. Should I have spoken such things, may I be torn apart by ravenous dogs. Have my heart and lungs devoured by eagles, and be torn asunder by crows. May I find no solace in life nor escape in death. Upon hearing this oath, the crowd gasped in shock, recognizing the gravity of her words. Societal norms place great weight on oaths, and Chu Xuancheng's willingness to make such a severe vow led many to believe her words were truthful. The audacity of her oath suggested her sincerity. Thus, the one who had deceived was the Zhao princess, whose seemingly innocent demeanor belied her cunning nature. Women treasure their virtue. Which woman would dare publicly disgrace her honor? Surely, Chu Xuancheng would not act so foolishly. Therefore, it seemed evident that the liar was indeed the Zhao princess. Listening to these remarks, Chu Xuancheng felt a surge of triumph. They truly believed her. She had never placed her faith in fate, only in her own convictions, dismissing superstitions, which emboldened her to make such a fierce vow. If oaths could manifest into reality, the world would be rife with calamities. Fearful of being disbelieved, she resorted to this desperate measure, instantly earning the trust of the crowd. The Zhao princess, witnessing this, felt a stab of pain in her heart, her rage boiling over as she suddenly cried out, "Oh, it hurts." Chapter 13:13. Disturbance in Pregnancy Veer. What is the matter? The Zhao prince quickly supported her, while Yun Ruoyue rushed to assist as well. The Zhao princess, clutching her abdomen in agony, was drenched in perspiration, her frail voice stating, My stomach hurts terribly. I feel so unwell." Upon hearing this, the Zhao prince turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The Ruoyue princess, who had been silently observing, interjected, feigning stomach pain when one cannot counter another's argument. How clever indeed. Even if one speaks falsehoods, they can always resort to the excuse of a stomachache to evade accountability. Silence. Ruoyue princess, speak not, lest you be mistaken for a mute. The Zhao prince glared at the Ruoyue princess with rage while tenderly supporting his ailing wife. He cast a concerned glance at her and urgently asked Yun Ruoyue, "Li princess, could you please assist me in examining Veer? What is wrong with her? Why does she suffer from stomach pains?" Yun Ruoyue, upon observing the countenance of the Princess Zhao, discerned that she was experiencing a miscarriage, and promptly addressed Prince Zhao. "She is in distress. Quickly assist her inside while I go to examine her." "Thank you so much," Prince Zhao replied. Gratitude etched upon his face. Simultaneously, witnessing his wife's suffering was akin to having his heart ruthlessly torn asunder and scalded with boiling oil. Yun Ruoyue hastily reassured him, "Your Highness, do not fret. Those blessed by destiny will find favor. Weir will be all right." Prince Zhao nodded vigorously, cradling his wife as he rushed towards the residence of the virtuous prince. Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng followed closely behind, with Feng'er clutching a medicinal box, her demeanor radiating urgency. The onlookers were swayed in their sentiments. It became evident that the Princess Zhao was not feigning illness, for her pain was genuine. Otherwise, Yun Ruoyue would not have been so anxious. Chu Xuancheng hurried after them, apologizing to Prince Zhao. "Forgive me, Your Highness, it is all my fault. I should not have quarreled with Tianwei. I would gladly trade my life for her safety. Will you forgive me?" Prince Zhao, however, remained indifferent to her pleas, his focus solely on his ailing wife. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue stepped before Chu Xuancheng, forcefully pushing her aside and vehemently shouting, "Leave." The command resonated with a formidable force, compelling Chu Xuancheng to retreat a step. Should she dare advance again, Yun Ruoyue swiftly drew the sword from Chu Xuancheng's hand. Coldly pointing it at Chu Xuancheng, her teeth clenched as she declared, "Chu Xuancheng, if you take another step forward, if you dare to harass Weir again, I shall take your life." Chu Xuancheng, confronted by the sharp blade, hesitated. Meeting Chu Xuancheng's gaze revealed a chilling intensity, colder than Yun Ruoyue's. "Leave," he intoned, his voice as frigid as a desolate snow-capped mountain, devoid of warmth. "Should you dare to instigate further, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." A tremor coursed through Chu Xuancheng. Indeed, the heartless princely showed no remnants of past affections. With a visage of indignation, she departed, feigning victimhood. Internally, She recognized that she had provoked the couple and that remaining would only lead to her unraveling. Thus she retreated with her tail tucked. Once they had dispatched the bothersome Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue hastened into a chamber within the residence of the virtuous prince. At that moment, Consort Jing and the virtuous prince were already apprised of the turmoil at their doorstep. Consort Jing, lamenting the ill fortune, urged her attendants to attend to the princess, Zhao, and her entourage. The virtuous prince, meanwhile, quickly welcomed the guests, ensuring they were ushered into the royal residence. For the emperor would soon arrive, and no further disturbances were permissible. After Prince Zhao carried his wife into the chamber, Yun Ruoyue addressed the gathered individuals, esteemed guests. I kindly ask you to step outside for a moment, leaving only Prince Zhao and Feng within. Understanding that physicians prefer privacy during examinations, the guests promptly exited. After exchanging a nod with Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng also departed, securing the chamber door to prevent any interruptions. After everyone had departed, Yun Ruoyue hastily conducted an examination on the Zhao Wangfei. She gently placed her hands on the woman's abdomen and then retrieved a device to listen to the fetal heartbeat. Upon hearing the reassuring rhythm, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Weir had merely experienced some fetal agitation and there was no bleeding, indicating that her condition was not severe. With some rest, she would be just fine. Zhao Wang also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that both Weir and the child were safe, allowing him to rest easy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wangfei's expression softened, and she quickly inquired, Sister Ruoyue, why does my belly still hurt? It still aches a little. This is due to overstimulation, which has caused irregular contractions of the uterus, leading to abdominal pain. Is the pain lessening now? Yes, it is not as painful as before. As the discomfort diminishes, you will recover. It is essential for you to rest and refrain from anger to avoid further contractions. I will prescribe you a calming medicine that can suppress uterine contractions, and gradually, your pain will completely dissipate, Yun Ruoyue said with great concern. Thank you, sister. Zhao Wangfei expressed her gratitude, looking at Yun Ruoyue with appreciation. Yun Ruoyue promptly provided her with the medicine to take with water, observing Zhao Wangfei as she did so. The latter's complexion had improved significantly, regaining its vibrant hue. Her delicate, fair skin and bright, expressive eyes exuded a youthful charm, reminiscent of girls in modern times. Yet here, she was burdened with the responsibilities of marriage and motherhood. However, the once innocent and carefree Zhao Wangfei now appeared somewhat subdued. A hint of melancholy shadowed her brow, and she no longer radiated the same joy as before. Yun Ruoyue rose to give the couple some privacy. It seems Weir is fine now. I shall step outside. You two should have a good talk and clarify any misunderstandings. From their earlier dispute, she had gleaned some insight into the situation. She had faith in Zhao Wang but harbored doubts about Chu Xuancheng, who, feeling unable to win over Chu Xuancheng, seemed intent on snatching Zhao Wang away. Zhao Wangfei, being so naive, was no match for Chu Xuancheng, and Yun Ruoyue genuinely worried for her. Sister, please don't leave just yet. I wish to speak with you, Zhao Wangfei implored as she caught hold of Yun Ruoyue. Turning to Zhao Wang, she added, You may step outside for a moment. I have a few words to share with my sister. Zhao Wang hesitated but ultimately complied and exited the room. Witnessing Weir in such distress weighed heavily on his heart, yet he could not blame Chu Xuancheng. This predicament was not her fault. He understood Weir had been pampered since childhood and had never faced much adversity, which made her rather impulsive and lacking in patience. Surely, she still harbored resentment from their previous encounter, which drove her to confront Chu Xuancheng and ultimately strike her. Chapter 13-15, Standing Up for Her. Once Zhao Wang had left, Zhao Wangfei suddenly embraced Yun Ruoyue and began to weep. Sister Ruoyue, you are truly kind to me. That Chu Xuancheng is utterly shameless. She really said those things to me just now. I did not lie or deceive anyone. It is she who is lying while pretending to be innocent in front of everyone. Most importantly, the Zhao Wang actually trusts her and not me. It feels as though no one in this world believes in me, and it saddens me deeply. Yun Ruoyue hurriedly comforted her, saying, Who says no one believes you? Both I and Li Wang believe in you. The Zhao Wang is inherently naive, having encountered few women. Thus he struggles to discern who is virtuous and who is not. His love for you is profound, and he has merely been momentarily deceived by Chu Xuancheng. Once you find the opportunity, you shall unveil Chu Xuancheng's true nature. When the Zhao Wang comprehends her character, he will cease to trust her. Really? But I fear he will never believe me, for he no longer loves me. The Zhao Wangfei said, tears streaming down her face. That is not true. I can see he loves you dearly. From now on, maintain your distance from Su Changxiao. If she dares to persist in her harassment, come to me, and I shall support you, Yun Ruoyue asserted with unwavering conviction. The Zhao Wangfei, being innocent and naive, would only be harmed if she were to confront Su Changxiao. It was imperative to keep her away from Su Changxiao, and should Su Changxiao overstep her bounds, Yun Ruoyue would not stand idly by. The Zhao Wangfei was immediately moved to tears, exclaiming, Sister, thank you. You are unlike anyone else. Some of them are close to me, yet when I quarreled with Su Changxiao just now, they stood by without offering a word of support. Only you possess a chivalrous heart. Others fear her and dare not assist me, but you had the courage to confront her, even drawing your sword against her. I truly admire you, for I consider you my good friend. Yun Ruoyue smiled. Really? You regard me as a good friend? Yes, Sister Ruoyue. You are indeed my good friend, Li Tianwei. However, Su Changxiao is too wicked. I fear she may harm you. It would be best not to provoke her unnecessarily, so as not to gain another enemy on my account, the Zhao Wangfei said with a worried expression. Yet Yun Ruoyue appeared unperturbed. Do not worry. I am not afraid of her. She has always been my adversary, and I have long been at odds with her. Let her bring forth whatever she can. I am not one to be trifled with. Witnessing Sister Ruoyue's formidable spirit, the Zhao Wangfei finally felt reassured. After the Zhao Wang exited the chamber, feeling somewhat melancholic, he stepped into the courtyard to find some solace. Your Highness, is Tianwei feeling better? A gentle voice unexpectedly broke the silence. The Zhao Wang turned in surprise to see Su Changxiao, her eyes reddened, gazing at him with a look of remorse. He was taken aback. She had not left? Tianwei and the child are both well. She merely experienced a scare during her pregnancy and will recover with some rest. There is no need for you to worry, he replied. Su Changxiao sighed. Tianwei's distress was caused by me. How could I not be concerned? I shall feel at ease knowing she is safe. I had no intention of arguing with her. I did not anticipate the situation would escalate to this. As she spoke, she lowered her head, using her fan to shield half of her face, seemingly anxious that the Zhao Wang would notice the mark upon her cheek. Inside, she felt utterly disheartened. It appeared that the Zhao Wangfei had not miscarried after all, indicating that she had not yet sufficiently provoked her. The more Su Changxiao concealed her face, the more it drew the Zhao Wang's attention. Standing tall, he caught sight of the red handprint on her face, and an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over him. Earlier, Tianwei struck you. On her behalf, I offer my sincerest apologies. Would you like to apply some ointment to your cheek? Chapter 13:16. Ignite the fighting spirit. Su Changxiao smiled wryly. No need for concern. I am quite well. I shall apply some ice to my face and touch up with a bit of powder. That way, no one should notice, and I shall not become a subject of ridicule. Upon hearing this, the Zhao Wang felt an even deeper sense of guilt. Su Changxiao had become the laughingstock of the crowd due to her separation from the Jin Wang. Now, after being publicly slapped by Weier, her dignity was further shattered, and he truly felt remorseful. Sensing Zhao Wang's guilt, Su Changxiao quickly reassured him, Your Highness, there is no need for such feelings of guilt. Tianwei misunderstood me and could not contain herself in her anger. The incident from last time, where you came to my aid, has been widely disseminated by Lanwu throughout the city. My reputation may be tarnished, but what troubles me most is the misunderstanding from Tianwei, which is why I sought to explain myself to her. Little did I expect she would not believe me. She adamantly insists that we have been intimate, refusing to accept our innocence. It became evident that this matter had been instigated by Lanwu, who had likely informed Tianwei of the situation. The Zhao Wang's fury bubbled over as he struck a nearby pillar with his fist, fueled by a torrent of anger. Su Changxiao's heart harbored a cold amusement. This wretched woman, Lanwu, sought to ruin her reputation but had inadvertently woven her own demise. Now that Zhao Wang was aware of Lanwu's scheming, her fate was all but sealed. Your Highness, I truly did not utter those words to Tianwei. Please trust me. After you saved me, you have been unlike any other man in my heart. You are upright, kind-hearted, and magnanimous. You are my hero. Even if I were to deceive the entire world, I would never deceive you, Su Changxiao declared earnestly. Upon hearing Su Changxiao regard him as a hero, Zhao Wang found it hard to believe. You overestimate me. I am no hero at all. To others, I am merely a fortunate idler, sheltered by royal favor. While they honor me as Zhao Wang, they secretly scorn me, claiming I possess no merit yet enjoy abundant privileges. Even Tianwei had once expressed her admiration for Chu Xuancheng, praising his remarkable achievements in battle. Zhao Wang could discern that she was drawn to ambitious men, while he himself held no official post and had never stepped onto a battlefield. He viewed himself as an ineffectual man, and yet Su Changxiao had elevated him to the status of a hero, igniting a fervor within him, as if he were capable of accomplishing great feats. Your Highness, do not belittle yourself. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. You are born of noble lineage, a scion of the imperial family, and can pursue any endeavor you desire. It is merely that you have chosen not to. Your courageous act of rescuing me in the face of rumors reflects your gallant spirit. Such is the mark of a true hero. Su Changxiao's words brought warmth to Zhao Wang's heart. Previously, whenever he aspired to achieve greatness or vie for the position of crown prince, Wei Er would dissuade him, urging him to remain a carefree prince and avoid the treacherous whirlpool of power, for she feared for his safety. Yet he was unafraid, for Wei Er's sake. He had long suppressed his ambitions. After all, he was a prince, who among them did not yearn to ascend the throne. He merely refrained from competing for Wei Er's sake. Now, upon hearing Su Changxiao's encouragement, his heart surged with fervor, eager to take action, and he suddenly felt compelled to vie for a position. He declared, Miss Su, I am grateful for your encouragement. I now understand what I must do. I no longer wish to be a languid prince. I aspire to carve out my own path. Chapter 13-17. Do you believe in me or her? Su Changxiao was taken aback. Could it be that Prince Zhao intended to contest for the crown prince's position? If that were the case, it would be even better. She had previously been drawn to him for his striking appearance and esteemed status, and his kindness towards his wife had endeared him to her. Even if he had chosen not to compete, she would have been content. Now that he was willing to strive for it, her excitement grew. Perhaps she would still have a chance to become the crown princess. With this thought, she blushed and said, Your Highness, I believe you will undoubtedly succeed. To be honest, ever since I last saw you, I have been unable to sleep, unable to eat or think. I truly admire you. I even dreamt of you last time. As she spoke, she slightly raised her head, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Gazing affectionately at Prince Zhao, startled by her beauty and the emotions conveyed, Prince Zhao was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Seeing him at a loss, Su Changxiao feared she had frightened him, so she hastily added, I was merely speaking foolishly. Your Highness, you need not take my words to heart. I shall go apply some ice to my face, or I will be too embarrassed to face anyone. With that, she pretended to accidentally drop her fan and swiftly turned to flee. As Prince Zhao looked up, he noticed Su Changxiao's fan had fallen to the ground. He hurriedly picked it up, intending to return it, but found she had already vanished. He glanced at the fan, which was embroidered with a pair of charming mandarin ducks, appearing quite affectionate. Feeling a bit warm, he absent-mindedly began to fan himself. With Su Changxiao gone, he decided to return it to her during the banquet later. At that moment, he saw the door to the side room open, and Yun Ruoyue stepped out. Fearing that she might misinterpret the fan's presence as a sign of his relationship with Su Changxiao, he quickly concealed it within his cloak. He approached her and inquired, Princess Li, is Wei Er fully recovered? She is fine now, but she must be cautious and avoid any further distress, or it may lead to a miscarriage. Yun Ruoyue replied sternly, Understood, thank you. I will certainly be vigilant. I shall go check on her now, Prince Zhao said, hurrying inside. Upon entering, he saw that Princess Zhao's demeanor had returned to normal. She showed no signs of discomfort. He approached her with joy, saying, Wei Er, you are well. How wonderful. I was truly worried just now. Princess Zhao regarded him coolly and asked, I must know, in light of recent events, do you believe in me or in Su Changxiao? Prince Zhao responded, I, of course, believe in you. However, Su Changxiao had no reason to lie, and she has sworn to the truth. Furthermore, you did strike her, and she has suffered. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer, shall we? Not dwell on it. Are you implying that I am being unreasonable, clinging to her unjustly? Upon hearing this, Princess Zhao's heart felt as though it were shattering, as if a knife were ruthlessly carving into her soul. I did not mean that. It is just that seeing her so pitiable, could you please ignore her? Regardless of who is right or wrong, let us not dwell on it and simply live our lives. The king of Zhao now resembles a squishy candy, utterly torn between two choices. The princess of Zhao gazed into the distance, a cold smile gracing her lips. In the end, you still do not trust me. How foolish of me to be your wife when I am treated no better than a stranger. You would rather believe the words of an outsider than trust me. I have never doubted you. However, Ruoyue, we must adhere to reason in our dealings and not bully the weak. She is already sufficiently unfortunate." The king of Zhao exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 13:18. The rift deepens. Am I the one bullying others? Her father, Chu Xuancheng, is the loyal and brave Duke Su Ming. It is she who has wronged me. And if she is pitiful, what of me and our child? Just moments ago, her distortion of the truth nearly cost us our child. And you remain so muddled? The princess of Zhao stood up in anger, rushing towards the door. Witnessing her fierce temperament, the king of Zhao quickly grasped her arm. Ruoyue, do not leave. We have matters to discuss indoors. It would be unseemly to be seen outside. Do not pull me. Release me. The princess of Zhao forcefully pushed him away. Suddenly, a fan fell from his embrace and clattered to the ground. She glanced down to see a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on it, a delicate women's round fan. She picked it up, scrutinizing it closely, and suddenly recalled that this was Chu Changxiao's fan. How could it be in your possession? What unspeakable act transpired between you two? Upon this realization, she shrieked in anguish. Chu Yi, you are utterly shameless. At that moment, the king of Zhao regretted his actions deeply. He should never have picked up that fan, nor should he have concealed it in his embrace out of fear of being discovered. He now found himself utterly speechless. Ruoyue, believe me, I have no connection with Chu Xuancheng. This fan fell from her just now. I picked it up to return it. I concealed it to prevent you from misunderstanding. The king of Zhao stammered in his desperation, his heart racing. The princess of Zhao looked at him with disappointment. Continue your fabrication. You profess to love me and our child, yet this is how you treat us. You once claimed to love only me, vowing never to take a concubine. But have you now changed your mind? Rest assured, I shall not hinder your pursuits. If you wish to take 100 concubines, I shall not interfere. The king of Zhao, agitated, replied, Where are your thoughts wandering? I have no affection for her. How could I take her as a concubine? I love only you. I swear I will not take a concubine. Do you think I would believe your wretched lies? A fan you claim to have picked up, yet you hide it on your person. It is clearly a gift from her during your clandestine affair, and thus you concealed it. It seems she was right. You indeed encountered her at the inn. You have done what you have done. What is there to deny? After all, you are a noble prince, and I cannot prevent you from seeking her. The princess of Zhao replied angrily. Ruoyue, the king of Zhao, misunderstood, suddenly roared in fury, his eyes ablaze. What nonsense are you spouting? I have never laid a hand on her, nor have I engaged in any affair with her. The fan was not a gift from her. If you doubt it, I can take you to confront her. No need for that. Since your heart has strayed, there is no need for such elaborate explanations. Besides, even if what you say is true, it does not alter the fact that your affections have shifted. The princess Zhao declared as she thrust the fan into the hands of the Zhao Wang. Rest assured, I shall not spread rumors nor tarnish your reputation. With that, she pushed open the door and dashed out. The Zhao Wang, witnessing this, felt a tumult of anger and sorrow within him, gazing at the fan in his hand. He suddenly perceived it as both unsightly and contemptible. Enraged, he hurled it to the ground and pursued the Princess Zhao. After discarding the fan, Chu Changxiao strutted towards the front hall with an air of triumph. As she walked, Su Yuyao emerged suddenly, blocking her path and gazing at her coldly. Sister, what was the purpose of your actions just now? When did you arrive? What have you seen? Chu Changxiao scrutinized Su Yuyao warily. Su Yuyao responded, I have been here for some time, sister. Let us speak plainly. I am aware of your intentions. You have developed feelings for the Zhao Wang and wish to usurp him, which is why you treated the Princess Zhao in such a manner, is it not? Realizing her motives had been unveiled, Chu Changxiao chose to drop the pretense. She cast a glance at a distant figure draped in black and replied, Yes. I have indeed developed feelings for the Zhao Wang. So what? I am of marrying age, just like you, and entitled to my affections. Am I not permitted to like him? Out of the corner of her eye, Su Yuyao noticed the approaching figure of the man, Chu Xuancheng. She and Chu Changxiao exchanged knowing glances, their eyes brimming with scheming intent. Their quarrel had been meticulously timed. Just moments ago, Yun Ruoyue was attending to the Princess Zhao, while Chu Xuancheng had gone to greet the guests in the front hall. After his greeting, he would inevitably return to escort Yun Ruoyue, and thus, they had positioned themselves along his path to orchestrate a performance before him. Last time in the palace, Chu Changxiao feared Chu Xuancheng would not believe her, hence, she decided to stage another act to deepen his favorable impression of her. This particular performance was a prelude to a much grander spectacle to come. As Chu Xuancheng approached, Su Yuyao glared at Su Changxiao with indignation. Sister, you may be entitled to your affections for the Zhao Wang, but you must not resort to such despicable means. I have held you in such high regard, yet I never imagined you to be this kind of person. What kind of person am I? What means have I employed? The Princess Zhao's own foolishness is not my concern. Su Changxiao retorted dismissively. Su Yuyao shook her head in exasperation. At this point, you remain unrepentant. Do you not realize that your deceit nearly caused the Princess Zhao to lose her child? As a woman, can you not possess a heart of kindness? Must you insist on bringing harm upon her to feel satisfied? Enough. Su Yuyao, silence yourself. Who do you think you are to accuse me? Su Changxiao declared, casting a cold glare at the distant Chu Xuancheng. With a forceful shove, she pushed past Su Yuyao and stormed off in the opposite direction. Su Yuyao shouted at Su Changxiao's retreating figure, Sister, please abandon your misguided obsession. I will absolutely not allow you to harm others any longer. After speaking, she wished to continue, but suddenly caught sight of Chu Xuancheng behind her. Startled, she quickly bowed and greeted, Your Highness. Chu Xuancheng responded with a nonchalant sound. His expression, initially frigid, softened slightly upon recalling how Su Yuyao had helped him with the poison last time, and seeing her reprimanding Su Changxiao made him somewhat less aloof. Nonetheless, he remained quite indifferent. Feeling awkward, Su Yuyao said, My conversation with my sister must have reached your Highness's ears. I apologize for allowing you to witness my folly. I saw nothing, my lady. There is no need for you to dwell on it. Chu Xuancheng replied coolly. The term my lady stirred a wave of excitement within Su Yuyao. His address indicated that he did not harbor ill feelings towards her. She quickly inquired, Your Highness, I wonder if your poison has been completely resolved? Do you require my assistance to recheck? No need. I am already quite well. I appreciate your help, Miss Yuyao. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chu Xuancheng stated before turning to walk down the corridor. Su Yuyao hurriedly said, I bid you farewell. Your Highness. She had hoped to exchange a few more words with him, but his cold demeanor provided no opportunity for conversation. How she wished it were Zhao Wang instead. Chapter 1320. Have I fallen for her? Watching Chu Xuancheng's departing figure, Su Yuyao felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Had he not consumed the heart-losing pill? She had taken the heart-stealing pill as well. Logically, its effects should have manifested. Was it not said that those under the influence of the heart-stealing pill would exude a peculiar fragrance, enticing those affected by the heart-losing pill to respond? Yet, despite her daily proximity, she had detected no such aroma. According to Su Changxiao, Chu Xuancheng ought to be drawn to her, gradually falling for her. Yet, his gaze toward her remained so frigid, devoid of any affection. Your Highness, Su Yuyao suddenly called out impulsively, wishing to ascertain whether the heart-losing pill had indeed taken effect. Chu Xuancheng paused, momentarily halted in his tracks. Miss Su, do you have further matters? Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed, and she stepped forward, producing a handful of silver coins from her pocket. Last time, when I assisted your Highness with the poison, you gave me 100 taels in silver notes. I owe you 95 taels, and I wish to return this silver to you. Chu Xuancheng cast a casual glance at the coins. No need, keep it for yourself. I am not in want of silver. With that, he turned to leave again. Your Highness, Su Yuyao called out once more, but this is what we agreed upon. It is a matter of principle. I cannot unjustly take your Highness's silver. Please accept it, or my conscience will be troubled. Chu Xuancheng replied. I have no need for such silver. If you truly wish to part with it, then bestow it upon the beggars outside. The area outside the Xian Wangfu was a narrow alley, often frequented by small beggars. Su Yuyao paused, then quickly responded, Yes, your Highness is correct. I shall give this silver to the little beggars and consider it a good deed. Miss Su possesses a compassionate heart. It is a blessing for the state of Chu. Chu Xuancheng remarked before departing without looking back. Su Yuyao's cheeks flushed. Was he indeed praising her? It was rumored that Chu Xuancheng was a man of few words, aloof and distant, indifferent to all. Yet here he was, extolling her kindness. Did this imply that he harbored feelings for her? If so, the heartbroken pill was gradually taking effect, and when she performed in the next act, her efforts would yield twice the result with half the effort. After Yun Ruoyue exited the resting quarters of the Princess of Zhao, she found no sign of Chu Xuancheng. At that moment, a maid from the Xianwang Manor informed her that His Highness, the Prince of Li, had gone to greet the guests in the front hall and would soon return to escort her. Assuming that Chu Xuancheng was engaged in pleasantries with the officials, she thought he would not be back in haste and proceeded towards the front hall with Fomer. As she approached the corridor, she beheld the Xuancheng, resplendent in his silver-white brocade robes, striding towards her accompanied by his attendants, clad in a richly embroidered robe and adorned with a jade crown. With a red silk sash at his waist, he moved gracefully, his eyes gleaming with a smile that painted a picturesque scene. He exuded an air of refinement, his features strikingly handsome, radiating brilliance. His mere presence rendered the flowers and plants in the courtyard pale in comparison. Feng Er could not suppress her awe. The transformed Xuancheng was tenfold more handsome than before, his demeanor elevated 100-fold. Upon seeing him approach, Yun Ruoyue hastily returned his greeting, saying, "Your Highness, what brings you here? Were you not attending to the guests in the front hall? I heard that the Princess of Zhao was unwell, so I came to check on her. However, with Xiaoya here, I trust she will navigate through this adversity and emerge unscathed." The Xuancheng replied with a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. Upon hearing the name Xiaoya, Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 1321. A gift of ice powder, she remarked. Today marks a fortunate day for your highness. It is also through this auspicious occasion that the Princess of Zhao remains safe and sound. At this, Yun Ruoyue gazed earnestly at him, saying, "Your highness, I have yet to extend my congratulations to you. Congratulations on your newfound prominence." The Xuancheng had suddenly become the center of attention in court. Not only did the emperor favor him, but many who had once supported the Jin prince now rallied behind him. His wings had grown significantly. From a prince who had been overlooked, he had transformed into someone widely cherished, and she felt compelled to congratulate him. "Thank you, but Xiaoya, without you, I would not have achieved any of this. The one I owe the most gratitude to is you," the Xuancheng replied, smiling. "I am merely a physician. It is my duty to heal. There is no need for you to take it to heart." Yun Ruoyue responded softly. "That will not do. You are my savior, and I shall remember you for a lifetime. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. If it is within my power to assist, I shall not hesitate," the Xuancheng assured her. He continued, "I am uncertain of what gifts you might favor, but given the sweltering heat, I had some ice powder prepared to quench your thirst, as a token of my regard." In truth, he wished to express his gratitude, but was at a loss for an appropriate gift. Gold and silver seemed too commonplace. She would not desire such. Jewelry was inappropriate, given her status as a married woman. Thus, he resorted to having ice powder made to offer her relief from the heat. As he concluded, a maid behind him approached, carrying a bowl of ice powder and unveiling its lid. Yun Ruoyue gazed at the icy dessert before her, its lustrous and silky texture adorned with sesame seeds, mung beans, goji berries, and sunflower seeds. Within, it contained delicate taro balls, turtle jelly, and vibrant watermelon pieces, all glistening and enticing, exuding a wonderfully sweet aroma. The sight alone made her yearn to indulge. Just as she reached out to savor it, a shadowy figure appeared in the corridor. "Yue," called Chu Xuancheng, striding forward with an air of coldness. "You've arrived?" Yun Ruoyue and noticed the chill in his demeanor, causing her hand, poised to grasp the bowl, to retract. The Xuancheng, observing Chu Xuancheng's approach, felt his smile freeze on his lips. He offered a faint smile. "Royal brother, your timing is impeccable. I've had someone bring a bowl of iced dessert for my sister-in-law. This delicacy is the pride of our kitchen, both icy and sweet, a true refreshment. Would you care to try it?" "No, I have no fondness for such treats," Chu Xuancheng replied as he reached Yun Ruoyue's side. The Xuancheng chuckled. "Very well. I presume you and sister-in-law have matters to discuss. I shall take my leave to the front hall and await father. He and mother will arrive shortly, so do join us soon." With that, he gestured for his attendants and departed. Before leaving, one attendant hastily handed the tray of iced dessert to Feng, following the Xuancheng out. As the Xuancheng's figure receded, a flicker of coldness crossed Chu Xuancheng's eyes. He cast another glance at the bowl of icy treat, and his mood soured instantly. It felt as though a monstrous taunt echoed in his mind, mocking him for not being able to act while someone else coveted his wife. In that instant, he wished to shatter the bowl of dessert. He directed a frigid gaze at Feng. "Dispose of that bowl of iced dessert." "What?" Feng Er stood frozen in shock. Yun Ruoyue turned to Chu Xuancheng, perplexed. "Why would you want to discard it? It looks so delicious." Chapter 1322. Unreasonable because its owner harbors designs on my wife. Should I not dispose of it? Chu Xuancheng's eyes bore into Yun Ruoyue, brimming with suppressed fury. Yun Ruoyue looked at him, speechless. "The Xuancheng merely offered me a bowl of dessert. It does not imply any ulterior motives. Are you overthinking this?" Chu Xuancheng's cold smile betrayed his disdain. I am a man, well aware of how men gaze upon women. The way he looks at you reeks of a desire to possess, to claim you as his own. Do you truly believe I would allow you to consume something belonging to such a person? But he is your cousin, your kin, Yun Ruoyue countered. Do you believe true familial bonds exist within the royal family? Moreover, his father is the very one who murdered my parents and usurped my father's throne. Chu Xuancheng's forehead throbbed with tension. Seeing his agitated state, Yun Ruoyue lost her appetite entirely. She turned to Fenger. You may take it away. Are you reluctant? Chu Xuancheng suddenly seized her hand, his voice chilling to the bone. When did I ever express reluctance? It is merely a bowl of iced dessert. If need be, I shall forego it. There is nothing to lament, Yun Ruoyue replied, puzzled by his volatility. How could his insomnia render him so irritable? Even those suffering from neurosis would not exhibit such ferocity. He had become not only wrathful, but also suspicious and sensitive. His recent behavior has been quite unusual, undoubtedly a result of prolonged psychological pressure, leading him to develop a mental illness. Such afflictions are notoriously difficult to treat, and the thought of it fills her heart with a profound sense of despair. Chu Xuancheng coldly grasped her hand, asserting, You are reluctant. Had you been willing, you would have heeded my words long ago. If you crave these delicacies, I shall have them prepared for you, but you must not consume what he offers. His grip tightened painfully around Yun Ruoyue's hand, causing her to cry out in agony. Chu Xuancheng, are you devoid of reason? Release me at once. Noticing her pained expression, Chu Xuancheng quickly loosened his hold, a wave of regret washing over him. Yue is his wife, and she carries his child. How could he have lost his composure and treated her so harshly? He felt an urge to chastise himself. Fenger, witnessing the scene, hastily poured the bowl of iced jelly into a nearby wooden bucket, saying, Your Highness, the iced jelly has been discarded. Please do not further blame the princess. However, her words incited Chu Xuancheng's fury anew, as he glared at Fenger and retorted, Are you implying that I am petty, quarreling with the princess? In fear, Fenger quickly knelt, insisting, I meant no such thing, Your Highness. Just then, Imo Li approached with a worried expression. Your Majesty has arrived at the gates of the prince's residence. We must hurry to welcome him. All must pay their respects. Tardiness is a grave disrespect. I understand, Chu Xuancheng replied, pulling Yun Ruoyue's hand and leading her towards the main hall. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the prince's residence, where guests had already assembled, awaiting the emperor's arrival. Upon seeing the couple from the Li Kingdom, they parted to allow them to stand at the forefront alongside the prince and others. The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived, announced eunuch Lu from outside. From a distance, a magnificent procession approached, exuding grandeur and majesty. Leading the entourage were a squad of imperial guard cavalry, clad in armor and wielding long spears, their expressions solemn and imposing. At the center was a luxurious golden dragon carriage, borne by 16 men, topped with a bright yellow canopy. Emperor Han Yuan sat imperiously within, his gaze sharp and commanding, exuding an extraordinary presence, formidable even without fury. Behind the dragon carriage followed a phoenix carriage adorned with a crimson canopy, where the empress, dressed in resplendent red imperial attire, sat gracefully. Further back was another squad of imperial guards, and trailing behind them were a retinue of palace maidens. The procession was grand and awe-inspiring, causing the onlookers to kneel in reverence, chanting, Long live the emperor! Long live the empress! This outing was meant to be low-key, with the scale reduced, yet it still resonated with power and dignity. Chu Xuancheng knelt with his head bowed, a face full of reluctance. 10 years prior, all this glory belonged to his father. In the blink of an eye, it had been monopolized by Emperor Han Yuan for so long. Rise, the emperor commanded, offering a faint smile as the dragon carriage passed by. His face bore a smile, yet an innate authority emanated from him, akin to that of a tiger. No one dared to dismiss his presence simply because of a grin. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd promptly rose in reverence. The empress swiftly turned her gaze towards Chu Xuancheng, eager to discern his reaction after consuming the heart-loss pill. However, he stood there, regal and imposing, his countenance solemn and betraying no signs of disturbance. She felt a jolt of surprise. Had not rumors circulated regarding his increasingly volatile temperament? Yet here he was, exhibiting an air of tranquility. The heart-loss pill had been bestowed upon her by Li Chong, the most formidable sage of the Chu kingdom, and she had no doubt of its efficacy. Chu Xuancheng must be biding his time. She needed to devise a method to provoke him, to incite a public display of rage that would infuriate the emperor. Subsequently, Emperor Hongyuan and the empress, surrounded by the throng, made their way to the banquet hall of the Prince of Xian. The hall was, of course, resplendent and grand, illuminated brilliantly, with 2 long tables elegantly arranged, laden with exquisite delicacies, fruits, and confections, all complemented by the glow of intricately designed red candles. Everything was in perfect order, exuding a solemn and noble air. The emperor took his place at the head of the table and began with a few cordial remarks. Today is a fortuitous day for Lu Yun, and I am exceedingly gratified. As many of you are aware, he had recently suffered from a grave illness, yet whispers have circulated among the populace, alleging it to be a curse, an affliction of the supernatural. The common folk have speculated that his ailment portends misfortune for the royal family. However, the truth is that Lu Yun was merely unwell. He is a normal man, not some malevolent spirit. Upon hearing this, the assembly quickly echoed their agreement, nodding in affirmation. The emperor continued, Lu Yun, please stand and allow everyone to see your current state. The prince promptly rose, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the emperor before standing tall. Observing him, the audience noted that the once prominent belly of the prince had vanished, his abdomen now flat, a testament to the remarkable skill of Princess Li, who had transformed decay into vitality. He now exuded an elegant demeanor, radiating vitality and vigor, a stark contrast to his previously frail appearance. It was as if he could declare never having been ill, and some might even believe him. Ha ha ha! The emperor laughed heartily at the rejuvenated prince. Truly, he is a son of the Chu family, possessing both grace and poise. The prince is indeed a worthy candidate. Long live the emperor! The ministers exclaimed in unison, hastily offering their congratulations. Chapter 1324. The Emperor's Inquiry of Justice. The Emperor's words were evidently a public elevation of the prince, suggesting his intent to designate him as the crown prince, a notion that did not escape the awareness of the assembled crowd. Henceforth, the prince would embark upon the stage of succession contention. Chu Xuancheng sat in his designated seat, casually toying with his wine cup, although silent. He emanated an aura of formidable strength. He cast a discerning glance over the ministers below, noting how those who typically maintain neutrality were now vying for the favor of the prince due to the emperor's endorsement. It seemed that this time, the prince would amass considerable support. He could no longer afford to wait. He must hasten his efforts to bolster his own influence. For should the prince ascend to the position of crown prince, the Li royal household would find itself in peril. Emperor Hongyuan narrowed his eyes, calculating as he discreetly observed Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. Though seated together, their demeanor was markedly aloof, a stark contrast to their previous closeness, suggesting that Aunt Bing had indeed spoken the truth. The relationship between the two had deteriorated significantly. This development meant that Yun Ruoyue would be unable to extract any secrets from Chu Xuancheng. However, he felt no concern, for it also indicated a growing rift between them. Yun Ruoyue was but a pawn in his game. When the time came, she could easily betray him or even harm Chu Xuancheng if he so desired. He regarded Yun Ruoyue with evident admiration and proclaimed, "My esteemed ministers, the recovery of Lu Yun from illness owes much to my niece-in-law, Ruoyue. Niece-in-law, your exceptional medical skills have rendered great service. Speak freely of your desires for reward." Su Changshao and Princess Ruoyue could not help but feel a surge of jealousy at this public praise from the emperor, along with the promise of rewards for Yun Ruoyue. They thought to themselves, how could she, for merely treating an illness, warrant such accolades? Why must she always receive gifts? The thought of Yun Ruoyue accumulating rewards from the emperor left them with a bitter taste. Yun Ruoyue rose gracefully, maintaining a composed demeanor, neither humble nor arrogant. She gently reminded, "Your Majesty, I have already received a reward previously, and I cannot accept another. It is my duty as a healer to aid those in need. The recovery of the prince is a source of pride for me." Emperor Hongyuan, taken aback for a moment, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I previously bestowed upon you 10,000 taels of gold, which you selflessly offered to aid the victims in the northern disaster. Your noble spirit fills me with pride." Thus, he concluded that Yun Ruoyue could not claim another reward, asserting that saving lives was her responsibility. The emperor's approval of Yun Ruoyue's words made him smile, his eyes brimming with commendation. Meanwhile, Su Changshao and Princess Ruoyue felt as if they had bitten into a sour plum, their hearts heavy with envy. Once Yun Ruoyue resumed her seat, Emperor Hongyuan shifted his gaze to Chu Xuancheng. His spies had recently brought him news regarding Chu Xuancheng's conduct in the military, providing the perfect opportunity to undermine him while simultaneously elevating the status of the prince. After taking a sip of wine, he addressed Chu Xuancheng. Xuancheng, I have heard rumors that your temper has grown increasingly volatile, that you have become ruthless and unyielding. It has been said that as a military leader, you would resort to execution over mere verbal disputes between soldiers. Is there any truth to this? At the emperor's words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Here, at the prince's celebratory banquet, Emperor Hongyuan openly challenged Chu Xuancheng, offering no regard for his dignity. It was evident that he aimed to elevate the prince at Chu Xuancheng's expense. The empress, too, narrowed her eyes with delight, anticipating Chu Xuancheng's ire. With calm composure, Chu Xuancheng stood, exuding an air of distinction as he replied, Indeed, there is truth to it. Emperor Hongyuan's eyes narrowed sharply. Such actions are excessively tyrannical. You would execute men over a trifling quarrel. Do you not realize how demoralizing this would be for your troops? How can you expect to lead the army under such conditions? He then turned his attention suddenly to the prince. Liu Yun, if you were in his position, how would you handle this matter? The wise king paused momentarily, rising to his feet respectfully, clasping his hands together in a gesture of deference. Your Majesty, he began, I am certain that my royal brother acts in accordance with military discipline. There are regulations to follow. However, if it is merely a matter of two soldiers exchanging heated words, the law dictates that a light penalty suffices and execution is unnecessary. After all, should a head be taken, it would incite widespread fear and unrest among the populace, yielding far more harm than good. After a brief pause, he continued, Every soldier in our army is a pillar of strength for our state of Chu, essential in defending against external threats, regardless of their rank or position. They deserve our utmost respect and care. They must not be disposed of lightly. If their families were to learn of such actions, it would surely break their hearts and lead to great sorrow, which would be detrimental to maintaining morale. Thus, a mere light punishment would suffice. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast disapproving glances at Chu Xuancheng. His brutality was apparent. A mere infraction by the soldiers had warranted the death penalty, revealing his merciless nature. Had those soldiers been their own kin, the thought alone would be unbearable. In contrast, the wise king appeared magnanimous and compassionate, truly deserving of the title he bore. Yun Ruoyue quickly turned her gaze towards Chu Xuancheng, eager to see how he would respond. It seemed evident that the wise king was correct. Being pushed into the limelight by the emperor, the wise king had no choice but to navigate the treacherous waters of conflict. The question remained, how would Chu Xuancheng extricate himself from this predicament? As he felt the weight of the disapproving stares upon him, a sudden pang of headache assailed Chu Xuancheng. The fury within him surged, a tempest raging wildly in his heart, threatening to erupt at any moment. The empress, noticing his distress, could not suppress a triumphant smirk. How splendid! Chu Xuancheng appeared on the verge of a breakdown, and once he lost control, it would surely provoke the emperor's wrath, leading to disastrous consequences. Yun Ruoyue, observing the darkening expression on his face, immediately realized that his affliction was resurfacing. She feared he might erupt in public. A display of anger would lend credence to the emperor's claims of his volatility, potentially inciting divine retribution and provoking the emperor himself. She swiftly tugged at his sleeve, caressing her abdomen, and offered him a gentle, affectionate smile, radiating warmth and solace. Her smile was like a gentle spring breeze, reminiscent of a soft, comforting cloud, capable of soothing troubled hearts. Seeing her subtle encouragement, Chu Xuancheng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He understood her unspoken message. For the sake of her and their child, he must endure. Indeed, he must exercise restraint. He could not afford to lose his composure in front of everyone. Otherwise, all that he had painstakingly built would come crashing down. Drawing strength from Yun Ruoyue's support and the love reflected in her eyes, he suppressed his anger and made a concerted effort to avoid the accusatory gazes surrounding him. Turning to the wise king, he inquired calmly, Might I ask if my younger brother has ever visited the military camp or participated in actual combat? The wise king shook his head, admitting, No, but I understand the importance of cherishing every soldier and the principle of refraining from unnecessary bloodshed. Chu Xuancheng replied, Indeed, my brother's kindness and broad-mindedness are commendable. However, his lack of experience in the military arena leaves him unaware of its realities. The military camp is a place where discipline reigns supreme and obedience to orders and commands is paramount. Chapter 1326. Admiration from the crowd at this point. He cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and remarked, "In truth, the two individuals who quarreled that day belonged to opposing factions within the military camp. One faction comprised the loyalists of Prince Jin, while the other was aligned with Vice General Shun. These factions frequently clashed and engaged in internecine conflict. A few months prior, a trivial disagreement escalated into a violent confrontation, unchecked by any intervention, leading to bloodshed. They disregarded military discipline and fraternal bonds, inflicting grievous injuries upon one another, resulting in rivers of blood." As he spoke, he gestured towards Vice General Shun seated below, stating, "At that time, Vice General Shun was also embroiled in the fray, suffering the loss of his arm at the hands of Vice General Qi, who in turn faced severe punishment for his breach of military conduct. Although all were generals of the state of Chu, they allowed personal grievances, instigated by Prince Jin, to manifest in clandestine brawls, culminating in mutual devastation. My intervention this time was a lesson learned from the past, to prevent the recurrence of such internal strife." He paused momentarily, exuding an air of authority, and continued, "Gentlemen, discord within the military is never a trivial matter. Do not be deceived by the seemingly innocuous nature of a few exchanged words. Such disputes can ignite a conflagration of war. Should morale falter, we risk becoming a disjointed entity. Before the enemy even approaches, we may find ourselves vanquished." The two soldiers who instigated the conflict nearly ignited a brawl between the factions. "I ask, if I do not take decisive action to deter such behavior, who will bear the consequences of the ensuing bloodshed?" His words left the assembly in shock. They recognized the gravity of the situation, and each became solemn. Indeed, the stability of military morale is paramount, otherwise, chaos would ensue. Vice General Shun promptly rose, clasped his fists, and declared, "Your Majesty, I too was a victim in the previous altercation, losing my arm to Vice General Qi. Fortunately, Princess Li intervened and saved my life. Being within the military, I comprehend the significance of unity and the dire ramifications of internal conflict. The prince's measures were in accordance with the law. He acted decisively to rectify the situation, preventing further bloodshed and preserving the lives of our soldiers. His actions are essential in stabilizing morale and serving as a warning to all." An elderly general, Xuancheng, his hair grizzled, chimed in, "Your Majesty, the prince's actions are indeed justified. A military camp is a realm governed by rules and obedience. Had the prince not imposed stern penalties, those soldiers would harbor a sense of impunity, perpetuating internal strife and disturbing morale. Such instigators of discord deserve punishment. If morale wavers, how can we expect the rest of the soldiers to heed commands and charge into battle with confidence?" At this juncture, he cast a glance at Prince Xian, who, though well-meaning and protective of the soldiers, failed to recognize that only through unwavering discipline can we safeguard more lives. If that day had escalated into serious consequences, who would have been accountable? Even the venerable General Xuancheng, in his 70s, expressed agreement, prompting nods of affirmation from the others. The prince's decisive handling of the matter was indeed commendable. Had he adopted the overly benevolent approach of Prince Xian, the situation could have deteriorated. At this moment, Vice General Shun added, "Your Majesty, it is noteworthy that the prince ultimately did not execute the two soldiers. His actions served as a warning to them that any further transgressions would not be tolerated. Those two soldiers, having narrowly escaped death, were thereby deterred from further internal conflict. On the contrary, they began to advocate for harmony and gradually united. Without the prince's admonition, they would not have experienced such a transformation." Upon hearing these words, the crowd's admiration for Chu Xuancheng's decisiveness intensified. This incident revealed his considerable capabilities, his resolute approach to matters, and his ability to garner respect. Moreover, his act of merely chastising the soldiers, rather than resorting to actual violence, demonstrated both his courage and wisdom, as well as a compassionate heart. Chapter 1327. His Highness competes in archery. Little did they know that at that moment, Chu Xuancheng, driven by his affliction, had genuinely contemplated taking a life, but was thwarted by the intervention of Mo Li. The Empress, witnessing this scene, felt her smile abruptly fracture, her countenance darkening as fury ignited within her eyes. Once again, Chu Xuancheng deftly averted a crisis. After hearing this, The wise king inclined his hand in a gesture of respect towards Chu Xuancheng and remarked, "It seems that my royal brother possesses vast experience, handling matters with decisiveness and averting a potential civil strife. I am in awe. You flatter me, third brother." Chu Xuancheng responded, "But you have yet to experience life in the military camp. If you were to undergo some training there, you would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable general." As the two exchanged pleasantries, Emperor Hongyuan's expression soured considerably. He had intended to use this situation to undermine Chu Xuancheng and elevate the wise king, yet unexpectedly, it had resulted in Chu Xuancheng receiving a wave of commendation. He promptly interjected, "Both of you are correct. You stand on the grounds of patriotism and love for the people, and there is no fault in that. The state of Chu is fortunate to have such esteemed generals and ministers. It brings great comfort to me." At this juncture, he lifted his cup towards the assembly and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is a splendid occasion. Allow me to toast you all." The emperor's toast left the attendees in a state of astonished delight. They hastily raised their cups, chanting "Long live the emperor," and drained their drinks in unison. Chu Xuancheng also took a seat to partake in the wine, observing the scene with a cold gaze, marveling at the harmonious atmosphere of camaraderie between ruler and subjects. As Chu Xuancheng successfully navigated this crisis, the empress grew increasingly agitated. Initially reluctant to attend the banquet, she had only come to witness Chu Xuancheng's potential downfall. However, now that she was present, how could she leave without witnessing some entertainment? With this thought in mind, she discreetly signaled to the eunuch Lu, who, upon catching her glance, silently nodded in understanding. He approached Emperor Hongyuan with a subservient demeanor, his face beaming with insincere delight. "Your Majesty, today's gathering of ruler and subjects is indeed a joyous occasion. However, I believe we ought to introduce some form of entertainment to elevate the spirits of all present." "What kind of entertainment do you propose?" inquired Emperor Hongyuan. "I have heard that although His Highness the Wise King was once bedridden, his literary and martial talents remain unparalleled. He is particularly skilled in archery, and now that he has recovered, his prowess must surely have advanced. Furthermore, His Highness the King of Glass is also exceptionally talented in this regard," Lu flattered. Emperor Hongyuan responded, "What is your suggestion?" Lu quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I dare to suggest that we witness a friendly archery contest between the two princes. Both are paragons of virtue and skill, surely. Watching them compete would be a delightful spectacle." As soon as Lu finished speaking, several ministers below began to echo their agreement. "Indeed, both princes are remarkable figures. We would truly relish the opportunity to see them compete. Whether in literature or martial prowess, it would be a sight to behold, especially with such handsome gentlemen," exclaimed a bold lady, smiling. Seeing the enthusiasm swell among the attendees, Emperor Hongyuan chuckled, "Very well, let us have them compete." Having spoken, he cast a meaningful glance at the queen and eunuch Lu. The queen had orchestrated this scheme undoubtedly to ensnare Chu Xuancheng. Why not take advantage of the situation to elevate the virtuous king instead? With her objective achieved, a cold smirk graced her lips. She commanded eunuch Lu to tamper with Chu Xuancheng's bow and arrows, intending to bolster the virtuous king and incite a rivalry between them. In the ensuing discord, her own son could emerge as the beneficiary. She shot a frosty glance at Emperor Hongyuan. She was the queen, having borne the crown prince and the sixth prince. Yet the emperor chose to support the virtuous king. Naturally, she felt indignant. Chapter 1328. Shooting lanterns, she was determined to instigate infighting among them, aiming to elevate the sixth prince to prominence. Soon, after eunuch Lu arranged the archery venue, all gathered in the courtyard. As Emperor Hongyuan stepped outside, he beheld 2 rows of small red lanterns strung between 2 large trees. Counting them, he noted 10 lanterns per row, totaling 20. Within the lanterns, something appeared to be swaying, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Observing his confusion, eunuch Lu hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Your Majesty, there are 20 lanterns, each containing a small white mouse. Each prince has 10 lanterns, and whoever can first strike down 10 lanterns without harming the mice shall be declared the winner." "What if the first to finish does not hit 10? Someone inquired nearby. Eunuch Lu replied, "In that case, it will be determined by who hits the most." The onlookers turned their gaze to the lanterns, which were swaying precariously as the mice scurried within, rendering them impossible to target. Occasionally, as one aimed, the mice would dart, causing the lanterns to shift and the arrows to veer off course. Moreover, the wind today was particularly fierce. with powerful gusts from the northeast causing the lanterns to sway unpredictably. This challenge was exceedingly difficult. Hitting even a single lantern would be a feat, let alone 10. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Shall we place a wager? At that moment, the son of the Duke of Foam, the notoriously inept Shenyang County king, felt a sudden urge to gamble. I am uncertain. Though the virtuous king has long resided in the estate, I have heard that his archery skills are renowned. As for the Li King, he needs no introduction as a perpetual victor. It truly is a tough call. The lanterns were not stationary. They were in constant motion, suggesting that today fortune would play a greater role than skill. It seems to be a fortunate day for the virtuous king. He has evidently turned his luck around and is bound to win. As for the Li King, while his martial prowess is formidable, I have not heard of his archery skills, declared the Shenyang County king with a hint of disdain. He was the type to adeptly read the winds of favor. Upon witnessing the emperor's evident esteem for the virtuous king, he felt compelled to praise him while disparaging the Li King. Furthermore, he had witnessed the virtuous king's exceptional archery firsthand. Upon hearing the Shenyang County king's remarks, Yun Ruoyue coldly interjected. Are you implying that you wish to wager on the virtuous king's victory? Indeed, what of it? His Highness possesses extraordinary archery skills, and I shall wager on his triumph. The Xuancheng County king, taken aback by a woman daring to speak out, regarded her with disdain. Is that so? How about we wager against each other? I bet on the Li King to win. The wise king suddenly cast a glance at Yun Ruoyue, taken aback by her audacity to wager on Chu Xuancheng's victory. A heavy sensation enveloped his heart, akin to being obstructed by a ball of cotton. Oh, what business do you, a mere woman, have in our men's wager? The Prince of Shenyang sneered at Yun Ruoyue. The emperor abhorred Chu Xuancheng, and thus he seized every opportunity to belittle Yun Ruoyue. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened immediately. Just as he was about to speak, Yun Ruoyue's voice rang out. May I ask, is it forbidden for women to gamble? After posing her question, she turned respectfully to Emperor Hong Yuan, inquiring, Your Majesty, is there any law in the state of Chu that prohibits women from betting? Emperor Hong Yuan cast a cold glance at the Prince of Shenyang and replied, There is none. Women are permitted to gamble. The Prince of Shenyang had a notorious reputation, often indulging in debauchery, and he found the emperor's presence vexing. Chapter 1329. Who will prevail? Regardless of her demeanor, Yun Ruoyue was the very person whom he had publicly praised moments ago. How could he allow this debauched prince to scorn her? The disdain the prince showed towards Yun Ruoyue was, in essence, a slight against the emperor's judgment. Then, Your Majesty, may Ruoyue engage in a friendly contest with the Prince of Shenyang? Yun Ruoyue addressed Emperor Hong Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, the emperor nodded. Very well. I shall make an exception for you both to engage in this contest, just for amusement. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon finishing her words, Yun Ruoyue turned to the Prince of Shenyang. Your Highness, since the emperor has given his consent, do you dare to wager with me, a mere woman? With the emperor's endorsement, the Prince of Shenyang hastily retorted, Who would shy away? Am I so lacking in courage? I bet on His Highness the wise king's victory. What shall we wager? Yun Ruoyue replied, Though I am a woman, I possess grace. I shall allow you to propose the stakes. Her words caused the Prince of Xuanyang's face to flush, as if she were mocking his lack of decorum as a man. However, this suited him well. Having recently suffered considerable losses in gambling, he saw this as an opportunity to recover his fortunes. He had witnessed the wise king's archery skills firsthand. As precise as a needle piercing through the air, he firmly believed he could emerge victorious. Very well then, shall we wager 50,000 taels of silver? If His Highness the wise king wins, you owe me 50,000. If the king of Li wins, I owe you 50,000. Agreed. No problem, Yun Ruoyue answered decisively. She regarded the 50,000 taels as a mere amusement with the Prince of Shenyang, for her confidence in Chu Xuancheng was unwavering. She glanced at him, nodding encouragingly, and gestured with her hand in a gesture of support. Chu Xuancheng returned her nod, his expression remaining solemn and austere. The wise king observed this exchange, feeling as though an arrow had pierced through his heart. Sensing the wise king's dismay, Yun Ruoyue quickly reassured him, Your Highness, you too should give it your all. Thank you, the wise king responded softly. At that moment, Eunuch Lu had instructed the young eunuchs to bring forth the bows and arrows. Chu Xuancheng and the wise king each received a bow along with 10 arrows. As the bows were presented, Eunuch Lu hurriedly stepped forward, first offering a bow to Chu Xuancheng before finally handing one to the wise king. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Why did eunuch Lu, who seemed so ingratiating towards the wise king, offer the bow to him first? Was there something amiss with this bow? Upon acquiring the bow, he diligently inspected it, only to find no discrepancies. Could it be that he was overly anxious? At that moment, eunuch Lu inquired, "Are both princes prepared? The competition is about to commence." "I am ready," the wise king replied nonchalantly. "Let us begin," Chu Xuancheng said lightly. Observing the scene, eunuch Lu promptly declared, "Excellent. There are 2 rows of lanterns before you. Please choose your row and commence." As he announced the start, the crowd erupted with excitement. The ladies, eager to catch a glimpse of handsome men, surged forward. "Who do you think will win?" one asked. "I believe the wise king will triumph. He is handsome and gentle in nature. I think the Li king is more dashing, exuding an aura of power and manliness. I wager he will prevail." "What of his dominance? He is already betrothed, while the wise king has yet to be engaged. I favor him. And what of marriage? He can still take a concubine. I would be content to be his secondary consort." Amidst the chattering of the noble ladies, Yun Ruoyue had little inclination to listen. Her gaze turned anxiously towards Chu Xuancheng, hoping he would not falter, for she stood to lose 50,000 taels of silver. Chapter 1330. The flaw in his bow at this juncture. Chu Xuancheng and the wise king had prepared their bows and stepped forward. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at the 2 rows of red lanterns before him, first knocking an arrow to his bowstring, aiming at the upper row of lanterns. The upper row sat approximately 10 feet higher than the lower, presenting a greater challenge. He relished the thrill of tackling formidable tasks, thus conceding the lower row to the wise king. The wise king, renowned for his archery skills, initially aspired to challenge the upper row as well. However, upon noticing Chu Xuancheng's focus on the upper row, he reluctantly redirected his aim to the lower row. As Chu Xuancheng took aim, he attempted to draw back the bowstring but found it exceedingly difficult. Upon further examination, he realized the bowstring was remarkably taut and resilient, rendering it nearly impossible to pull. A meticulous inspection revealed that the material of his bowstring differed from that of the wise king's. The wise king's string was crafted from ordinary cow tendons, while his was thicker and tighter, evidently composed of tiger tendons. Tiger tendons are known for their strength and durability, typically employed for 2-stone bows, whereas cow tendons are used for 1-stone bows. The wise king wielded a 1-stone bow, whereas his was a 2-stone bow. 1 stone equates to 120 jin, thus 2 stones amount to 240 jin. This meant that the wise king's bow required merely 120 jin of arm strength to draw, while his demanded over 240 jin. Raising his gaze, he observed the wise king smoothly drawing back his bow. A 1-stone bow is beyond the capabilities of most. The wise king's ability to do so demonstrated his true prowess. Chu Xuancheng shot a cold glance at eunuch Lu. Realizing why he had been the first to receive the bow, there was indeed a flaw in it. However, he chose to remain discreet, halting his actions and quietly observing the lanterns while assessing the surrounding wind direction. At this moment, the virtuous king had already released his first arrow, which swiftly shot through the air and struck a lower-tier red lantern with a resounding thud. The arrow pierced through the lantern, shattering it into pieces, and a small white mouse darted to the ground, moving with the speed of lightning, appearing unscathed. "Bravo!" The crowd erupted into applause. Yun Ruoyue noticed that Chu Xuancheng had not yet shot an arrow. Instead, he stood still, observing his surroundings. She called out to him urgently, but he seemed oblivious to her voice. The strong northern wind blew fiercely, causing his hair and robe to flutter. The queen, witnessing this, felt a pang of anxiety. Chu Xuancheng had surely discerned the secret of the bowstring. Yet, it mattered little. The bowstring appeared identical to an ordinary one, differing only in material, making it indistinguishable to the average person. Chu Xuancheng wielded a 2-stone bow, requiring double the strength of the virtuous king. Even if he attempted to draw it, Lu Gong could easily claim he had mistaken the bow. However, as a renowned war god, he would surely find it humiliating to admit his inability to pull the 2-stone bow. At that moment, the virtuous king consecutively struck 3 more red lanterns. As the arrows shattered the lanterns, the little white mice scurried out, agilely darting across the ground, completely unharmed. Bravo! The virtuous king's archery was truly remarkable. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers once more. But why had Li Wang not yet taken his shot? Others questioned in confusion. Could it be that Li Wang's archery skills were merely a fade, and he was not proficient at all? Impossible. What soldier would lack archery skills in battle? One could only wonder what he was truly plotting. Chapter 1331. The Continuous Arrows. At this moment, Chu Xuancheng remained lost in thought, standing motionless as the wind tousled his hair, as though everything around him was of no concern. Yun Ruoyue grew anxious. How could the virtuous king have shot down 4 lanterns while he remained inactive? Just then, the virtuous king grew increasingly bold, hitting the 9th lantern. By the time he struck it down, the crowd erupted with thunderous applause. Wonderful! How impressive! The virtuous king was indeed a master archer, embodying both literary and martial prowess. Seeing this, the Prince of Shenyang smugly remarked, "Ah, His Highness the virtuous king has struck down 9 lanterns. Why has Li Wang still not made a move? Could it be that he lacks confidence in his archery, fearing defeat?" Yun Ruoyue shot him a fierce glare. Why the rush when it was not yet the final moment? Am I anxious? The virtuous king has already struck down 9 lanterns, while Li Wang has yet to begin. I can predict with certainty that even at his fastest, Li Wang cannot catch up to the virtuous king. He is bound to lose. As she spoke, the Prince of Shenyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Wangfei, prepare the silver promptly. Make sure to deliver it to the Duke's residence. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue's heart raced as she fixed her gaze on Chu Xuancheng. Why had he not yet released an arrow? If he did not shoot soon, he would lose. Mo Li and the others felt a wave of tension. What was wrong with the prince? Had his illness flared up again, preventing him from moving? Others looked on in perplexity, utterly unaware of Chu Xuancheng's intentions. As the virtuous king grasped the 10th arrow, a powerful northeastern wind suddenly swept toward him. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xuancheng seized all 10 arrows from the quiver and knocked them onto the bowstring. As the wind blew the lanterns to the left, he narrowed his eyes, drawing the bowstring back with force and releasing all 10 arrows in unison. The sound of the arrows whistling through the air echoed. 10 arrows flew, striking the 10 lanterns across from him, each arrow finding its mark with unwavering precision. The lanterns shattered simultaneously, sending the small white mice inside leaping to safety, miraculously escaping harm. A volley of arrows. Goodness! 10 arrows in a single shot. Surely, I am not dreaming? His Highness is nothing short of extraordinary, unleashing a perfect storm of arrows that struck true. Truly a god of war, commanding and overwhelming. Did you see? He expertly harnessed the wind's force to aid his aim. He sensed the northeastern gust approaching and, seizing the moment as it nudged the lanterns to the left, he released his arrows, capitalizing on that fleeting opportunity. He is remarkable. Indeed, worthy of the title of His Highness. The crowd erupted in applause, cheers, and gasps of astonishment. Yun Ruoyue, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in awe. Chu Xuancheng had unleashed a volley of arrows, executing a flawless barrage. What remarkable skill it must take to strike all 10 targets. He is incredibly powerful. And she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. She yearned to rush over and embrace him, but seeing Emperor Honyuan present, she restrained her joy and offered Chu Xuancheng a gentle smile. He did not smile in return, but nodded at her. Emperor Honyuan and the Empress stood in stunned silence. Incredulity etched on their faces as they gazed at the 10 shattered lanterns. The Empress's face was a mask of jealousy, despite her attempts to sabotage his bow. He had triumphed, infuriating her further. Chapter 1332. The bow tampered with. Su Yuyao looked on, her heart filled with admiration as she gazed at Chu Xuancheng, who seemed to radiate an ethereal light, resplendent and brilliant. He was the finest deity present, and she vowed silently that she would claim him for herself. After the display, she approached a tall, slender gentleman clad in a black brocade robe amidst the crowd. As she neared him, she pretended to inadvertently brush against his hand, swiftly slipping a note into his grasp. The gentleman, having noticed her approach, tightened his grip on the note and exchanged a knowing glance with her. Su Yuyao nodded deeply, then turned and departed for the rear courtyard of the virtuous king's residence. Meanwhile, Su Changxiao watched Chu Xuancheng's perfect volley, her face a tumult of emotions, alternating between shades of green and red. He grew increasingly exceptional, yet he was not hers, and his disdain for her was palpable. Anger surged within her, almost causing her to choke with rage, regret gnawing at her heart. Had she known this would transpire, she would never have abandoned him. Witnessing Chu Xuancheng's flawless execution of 10 arrows, the virtuous king chose not to shoot his final arrow, though he had the ability to hit the mark. He shook his head, acknowledging his defeat. Shooting again would serve no purpose. He approached Chu Xuancheng, clasped his hands in salute. and smiled. "Your Majesty, your archery skills are truly remarkable, and I, your humble brother, am in complete admiration, willingly conceding defeat." Chu Xuancheng responded, "That is merely due to your recent recovery from illness, dear brother. Once you have fully regained your strength, I may not necessarily triumph over you." Having emerged victorious, Emperor Hongyuan felt a surge of pride, yet could only manage a gracious smile. "Indeed, you are the valiant god of war, Xuancheng. Your consecutive arrows have truly opened my eyes." He had intended to suppress Chu Xuancheng using the Empress's influence, yet instead, it backfired spectacularly. "Your Majesty, you flatter me," Chu Xuancheng replied, bowing respectfully. Suddenly, he raised the bow in his hand and said, "Your Majesty, I am uncertain who prepared this bow for me. But there is an issue with it." "Issue? What issue?" Emperor Hongyuan feigned ignorance. Chu Xuancheng tested the bow's draw, exerting all his strength, yet only managing a half draw. "This bowstring differs from my brother's. It is crafted from tiger sinew, capable of a 2-stone draw, while my brother's is made from cow sinew, suited for a 1-stone draw." He then seized the bow left on the rack by the wise king and smoothly drew it fully. "Your Majesty, this bow is a 2-stone bow, while my brother's is merely 1 stone. A 2-stone bow is beyond the capability of most, unless one possesses innate strength. Just now, I nearly failed to draw it. I wonder, as the responsible official, what was the intent behind the preparation of such a bow for me by Eunuch Lu?" As his words fell, the crowd erupted in murmurs. It became apparent that the bow of the Li King had been tampered with. He had indeed drawn a 2-stone bow, explaining his earlier hesitance. Nevertheless, he managed to draw it, and even shot consecutive arrows, showcasing his exceptional strength. The bow was prepared by Eunuch Lu. Could he be the one behind this manipulation? If so, his audacity to act under the emperor's very eyes was astounding. Upon hearing the discussions, Emperor Hongyuan's expression darkened like a storm cloud. He glared fiercely at Eunuch Lu and demanded, "Impudent servant, what is the meaning of this?" Terrified, Eunuch Lu fell to his knees. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. This bow was prepared by the junior eunuchs and is unrelated to me. I am completely unaware of it." Chu Xuancheng cast a sidelong glance at him. "You are in charge of this contest. Even if you did not directly tamper with it, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Your failure to inspect has resulted in negligence. The emperor seeks a fair competition, yet you attempted to orchestrate my defeat, disregarding the emperor's authority. To deceive the emperor is a crime punishable by death." Chu Xuancheng's words could very well seal Eunuch Lu's fate. The empress, witnessing the unfolding situation, grew anxious. She interjected, "Chu Xuancheng, just because you claim there is an issue with the bow, does that make it true? To my eyes, they appear identical, without any discernible difference. Are you suggesting that I am lying, Your Majesty?" Chu Xuancheng retorted, then turned to the assembled officials. "Among us are many martial generals. Who would dare to demonstrate the difference between these 2 bows? I am willing to give it a try." Deputy General Zhou stepped forward. Deputy General Zhou possesses immense strength, earning him the title of mighty man within the military. It is rumored that he can effortlessly lift stones weighing over 200 pounds, a truly remarkable feat. As he approached, he first took the bow previously used by the virtuous king. Positioning himself firmly, he exerted considerable force and managed to draw the bowstring. Then, he took the bow from Chu Xuancheng's hands, only to find that the string seemed almost immovable, as if it were fixed in place. Determined, he steadied his stance, gritted his teeth, and began to pull slowly. However, despite his utmost effort, he could only draw the string a mere fraction. Beads of sweat soon adorned his brow, and his hands trembled with strain. Ultimately, with a fierce clench of his jaw and eyes shut tight, he gave one last powerful tug, but only managed to draw it halfway. By this point, his hands were quaking violently, and large droplets of sweat cascaded down his face. Suddenly, he could no longer hold on. His arm weakened, and he released the tension on the string. He then handed the bow back to Chu Xuancheng, shaking his head in frustration, acknowledging that this was indeed a 2-stone bow, far more challenging than the 1-stone version. It was said that anyone capable of drawing a 1-stone bow was already considered a strong man, while the 2-stone bow was the domain of the divine. He could not manage it, and indeed, the prince was impressive. With that, he withdrew. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, thought to themselves that even Deputy General Zhou could not draw the bow, thus validating Chu Xuancheng's claims. It simultaneously underscored that Chu Xuancheng was the most formidable person present. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at the empress before suddenly focusing on the bow. To him, even if it was a two-stone bow, it was merely a trivial challenge. With that, he seized the bow, slightly parted his feet, assumed his stance, and began to pull slowly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wondering what the prince of Li intended to do, Chu Xuancheng fixed his gaze ahead, steadily drawing the bowstring, which he gradually pulled back. Remarkably, while everyone observed his exertion, not a single drop of sweat graced his forehead. He simply drew with force until the bow was fully drawn. Suddenly, he let out a fierce roar, exerted tremendous strength, and with a resounding crack, the bow snapped. "Oh my goodness!" Gasps erupted from the crowd. Chu Xuancheng had actually broken the bow. What immense strength he possessed. Cheers erupted as someone shouted in praise, and the crowd quickly followed suit with applause. His Royal Highness possesses divine strength, even breaking this two-stone bow. How incredible! One exclaimed. Chu Xuancheng casually discarded the broken bow, feigning indifference as he remarked, "Apologies, I accidentally lost my grip." The Empress, upon hearing this, turned a shade of green with anger. Chapter 1334. Eunuch Lu faces the cane. Chu Xuancheng was clearly performing for her benefit, striking a blow to her pride. He undoubtedly knew that the bow had been tampered with by her orders, and his deliberate act of breaking it was intended to assert dominance. Had she known of his extraordinary strength beforehand, she would not have instructed Eunuch Lu to change the bowstring. "Your Highness is indeed impressive. I am in awe," Deputy General Zhou said as he rose and clasped his hands in respect to Chu Xuancheng. The latter replied, "Nonsense." Deputy General Zhou practiced for an entire day yesterday and exhausted his strength. Otherwise, drawing this bow would pose no difficulty. Emperor Hong Yuan's eyes were clouded with shadows. Yet he could not help but extol. Xuancheng possesses immense strength and unparalleled bravery. He is indeed the pillar of the state of Chu. Had he been my son, he would have been declared the crown prince long ago. Alas, he is not. It was only after even Han Yuan praised him that the assembly recognized Xuancheng's true prowess. Initially, they had anticipated his inevitable defeat, but he astonished everyone by shooting a series of arrows, even breaking the bow in the process, a testament to his formidable strength, which elicited widespread admiration. Some among the previously neutral factions, who had endeavored to curry favor with the wise king, suddenly found themselves filled with regret. This Prince Li was so formidable. What if he were to amass power one day and turn against them? Had they chosen the wrong side? At that moment, Xuancheng turned to the Empress. "Your Majesty, since even Deputy General Zhou has tested this bow, does it not suggest that there is indeed something amiss with it? Shouldn't Eunuch Lu be penalized?" The Empress's expression darkened, her voice cool and measured. "I believe Eunuch Lu would not act with malice. Perhaps it was merely a mistake by the young eunuchs. On what grounds does your Majesty presume that Eunuch Lu would not behave in such a manner? Previously, within the palace, it was his negligence that caused me to be poisoned by a red first-class flower. At that moment, I sensed that Eunuch Lu bore some grudge against me. To my dismay, he has resorted to this same ploy today. Whether it is intentional or not, only he knows." Xuancheng replied coldly. The Empress was taken aback by Xuancheng's revelation of his poisoning in front of the court, fearing that the Emperor would be informed, which could lead to dire consequences. She hastily interjected, "Prince Li, do you have any evidence to support your suspicions against Eunuch Lu? Without proof, this constitutes slander. Indeed, Eunuch Lu has served the Emperor for many years. I would not dare to defame him. However, whether he has committed these acts can be clarified through an investigation," Xuancheng asserted. The Empress, alarmed, queried, "Prince Li, what do you imply? Are you suggesting?" "Enough," Emperor Han Yuan interrupted sharply, sensing the Empress was about to speak thoughtlessly. Terrified, she shrank back, lowering her head, not daring to utter another word. The Emperor glared coldly at the Empress, who had nearly implied that Xuancheng's suspicions were incited by him. Fortunately, he had intervened in time. He could not allow Xuancheng to pursue the matter further, lest the assembly believe that he had ordered Eunuch Lu to act against him. He immediately issued a stern command. "Bold Eunuch Lu, how dare you unilaterally replace Prince Li's bowstring? Seize him and administer 50 strokes. Your Majesty, spare me. I am innocent." Eunuch Lu pleaded, prostrating himself on the ground, his face pale and trembling. The Empress, witnessing the Emperor's fury, dared not intercede on Eunuch Lu's behalf. Turning her face away, she could only hope that those executing the punishment would be merciful and not render him incapacitated. The royal guards approached and dragged Eunuch Lu away, who felt utterly defeated. his body limp as if it were a sack of clay. Chapter 1335. Paving the way for the wise king given his advanced age. The prospect of receiving such punishment was daunting. Should those 50 strikes befall him, his fate would likely be grim. Chu Xuancheng's actions are exceedingly ruthless. By deliberately mentioning the matter of poisoning, he seeks to exert pressure on the emperor, compelling him to impose severe punishment. He initially believed that even if Chu Xuancheng discerned the flaw in the string, he could simply claim it was a mistake. However, he never anticipated such a dire outcome. Once eunuch Lu was taken away, Chu Xuancheng cast a meaningful glance at the empress, who, upon receiving his gaze, instinctively recoiled. Was this a warning from Chu Xuancheng? Did he perhaps know that the previous incident involving the first-grade red was connected to her? Might he retaliate against her just as he had against eunuch Lu? At that moment, the Minister of Justice, Geng Tian, observed that the Prince of Virtue seemed to be at a disadvantage. In an effort to salvage some dignity for the prince, he suggested, "Your Majesty, the martial skills have already been demonstrated. Should we not allow the two princes to showcase their literary talents? For instance, poetry, prose, music, and the arts, to enlighten us all." Chu Xuancheng shot a glance at Geng Tian. This Geng Tian had originally allied with the Prince of Jin, and now, with the latter's fall from grace, he was the first to switch allegiances to the Prince of Virtue. He was indeed a cunning opportunist who should be watched closely. Upon hearing Geng Tian's proposal, the assembly responded enthusiastically. After all, this was the Prince of Virtue's banquet, yet the Prince of Li had stolen the spotlight. The emperor would certainly wish to restore some prestige to the Prince of Virtue. Poetry and the arts were the Prince of Virtue's strong suits, while the Prince of Li was less adept in these areas, making victory for the Prince of Virtue all but assured. To everyone's surprise, the Prince of Virtue replied with a calm smile, "There is no need for that. I have merely invited everyone here for merriment. We must not disturb the harmony between brothers. Let this contest conclude here." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt that the Prince of Virtue's magnanimity was even more profound. Although he could easily best Chu Xuancheng in literary pursuits, he displayed no competitive spirit. Such a character is truly rare. After speaking, the Prince of Virtue raised a cup of wine and addressed Chu Xuancheng. "Your Highness, your archery skills are truly remarkable, invoking my utmost admiration. I am delighted today and raise a toast to you." Chu Xuancheng responded, "Your third brother's archery skills are also quite advanced. I was merely fortunate. Without the favorable wind, I might not have hit my target." As he spoke, he lifted his cup, clinking it with the Prince of Virtues before consuming the contents with great gusto. Witnessing this exchange, the onlookers perceived a display of brotherly affection, though an undercurrent of tension seemed to simmer beneath the surface. The emperor, Han Yuan, allowed a glimmer of coldness to flash in his eyes as he remarked, "Your brotherly harmony brings me great joy. Lu Yun and Xuancheng, you each protect the state of Chu with your respective strengths. With both of you and the assistance of the esteemed officials, I am confident that our state will flourish. Let us raise a toast." He then lifted his cup in salute to all present. The ministers promptly rose, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. After finishing his drink, Han Yuan continued, "Xuancheng, your performance today with the rapid-fire arrows was truly remarkable. Witnessing your martial prowess improve fills me with joy. I trust that under your leadership, our forces will grow stronger. With a general of your caliber, the state of Chu shall remain secure. Bring forth the rewards." As Han Yuan spoke, a eunuch immediately presented various treasures, including jade scepters, gold ingots, and silver swords. Chu Xuancheng promptly knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I humbly thank your Majesty for your generous favor." After bestowing honors upon Chu Xuancheng, Emperor Han Yuan naturally turned his gaze towards the virtuous king, Lu Yun. "You possess both literary and martial talents, making you a pillar of our nation. Today, I have witnessed your capabilities firsthand. I have a notion, the position of deputy in the Jingzhou prefecture is currently vacant. A talent such as yours should not be squandered. You must serve the nation and offer your loyalty. Therefore, I appoint you as the deputy of Jingzhou. You are to collaborate diligently with the prefect to safeguard the security of the imperial city." Chapter 1336. The appointment of the virtuous king. Upon hearing these words, all present comprehended the emperor's intentions. The role of deputy in the Jingzhou prefecture ranks just below that of the prefect, a position of great significance. They are entrusted with maintaining order in the capital, ensuring the safety of the imperial palace, as well as adjudicating cases and conducting investigations. Thus, Only the emperor's most trusted individuals may hold such authority, by appointing the virtuous king as the deputy. The emperor is paving the way for him to eventually succeed the prefect. This indicates that he has lost confidence in Prefect Zhang. A few ministers were aware that Prefect Zhang was aligned with Chu Xuancheng, and should Zhang fall from grace, it would substantially weaken Chu Xuancheng's power. Your humble son expresses gratitude for your grace, Father Emperor. The virtuous king hastily bowed in thanks to Emperor Hongyuan. Your Majesty is indeed wise. The others quickly echoed their praises of the emperor. Those capable of becoming the prefect of Jingzhou are often seen as potential heirs to the throne, as several past emperors had previously held this position during their princely days. This clearly illustrates the emperor's high regard for the virtuous king, as he seeks to cultivate him as a successor. Prefect Zhang, Lu Yun is still a newcomer. I shall rely on your guidance, Emperor Honyuan remarked, narrowing his eyes meaningfully at Prefect Zhang. A cold sweat broke upon Zhang's brow as he hurried to rise and clasp his hands in a gesture of deference. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I shall do my utmost to look after the prince. I am but a novice in public service and still have much to learn. I will rely on the prefect's guidance, the virtuous king replied with a smile. Not at all. Your Highness is exceptionally gifted and possesses profound knowledge. I have heard that despite your previous illness, you were quite well versed in the laws and governance of Chu. It is I who must seek your counsel. Prefect Zhang responded with a bow. My previous ill health led me to read extensively to pass the time, which is why I have a slight understanding of these matters. Now that I have recovered, I too wish to contribute to the betterment of Chu, the virtuous king smiled. At that moment, the Prince of Shenyang noticed that all attention was focused on the virtuous king, and he discreetly cast a glance at Yun Ruoyue, attempting to slip away. Stop! Yun Ruoyue called out sharply. The Prince of Shenyang turned to see her gazing at him coldly. Prince, you lost earlier and have yet to pay me the silver you owe. Where do you think you are going? Yun Ruoyue approached him and seized his arm. I was merely going to the restroom. Is that not permissible? The Prince of Shenyang wore a defiant expression. Oh, that is acceptable. But when shall you repay me the silver you owe? Yun Ruoyue inquired lightly. I have no money at present. I shall pay you once I have the means. The Prince of Shenyang replied impatiently. A dignified prince, acting so unreasonably before the emperor. I cannot believe you are unable to produce 50,000 taels of silver. This is clearly an attempt to renege on your debt. Yun Ruoyue declared coldly. Yun Ruoyue, what do you mean by that? Do you think I would default on such a sum? You underestimate me greatly. Originally, had you not spoken to me in such a manner, I would have promptly presented you with the silver. However, your disdainful attitude has compelled me to withhold it, even if I possess the means. The Duke of Shenyang exclaimed in anger. Impudence! Upon hearing these words, Emperor Hongyuan's countenance darkened instantly. His gaze, filled with a sinister intensity, surged with fury, causing the Duke of Shenyang to tremble, his legs weakening and his scalp prickling with fear. Prince Feng, how have you raised your son? Such upbringing warrants a grave punishment. Emperor Hongyuan suddenly turned his glare towards Prince Feng, bellowing with authority. The Duke of Xuanyang's blatant disrespect towards the emperor was utterly intolerable. He dared to act defiantly in the emperor's presence. Prince Feng, who had been drinking merrily with the Duke of Shan, was startled out of his stupor by the emperor's rebuke. Cold sweat flowed down his brow as he seized the Duke of Shenyang and knelt, exclaiming, I am at fault. It is my failure as a father. Shenyang, how much have you lost? You must repay him at once. The Duke of Shenyang cautiously glanced up, catching a glimpse of Emperor Hongyuan's ferocious demeanor, which sent shivers down his spine, rendering him utterly submissive. He stammered, Father, it is not that I wish to withhold the payment, but I am utterly bereft of funds. All my silver has been lost. You ungrateful wretch, you squanderer. Prince Feng growled through gritted teeth before hastily addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall ensure this wayward son repays every last tael he owes to Princess Li. Upon returning to my residence, I will deliver the promissory notes to her. At this revelation, Yun Ruoyue felt a sense of satisfaction. She had anticipated that the Duke of Shenyang would attempt to evade his debts, which is why she had called him out in front of the emperor. Only by applying pressure could they be compelled to fulfill their obligations. Hearing Prince Feng's assurance, Emperor Hongyuan's expression softened slightly. This Shenyang truly brings disgrace to our royal family. Yun Ruoyue promptly expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty, for standing up for Ruoyue. In truth, the silver is not for my personal use. but rather for establishing a medical clinic. I have witnessed the suffering of the common people, their ailments leading to untimely deaths, and my heart aches for them. Hence, I aspire to open several clinics and recruit more physicians to aid in healing the populace. So your intentions are for the benefit of the people. In that case, I shall allocate 100,000 taels from the royal treasury to assist you in this noble endeavor, Emperor Honyuan declared. He could not allow her, with her benevolent spirit, to seize all the accolades while he, as the emperor, remained in the shadows. Yun Ruoyue quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, Ruoyue extends her heartfelt thanks on behalf of the common people. I shall inform them that this clinic is established at your majesty's behest. Your compassion and benevolence towards your subjects will surely evoke boundless gratitude and loyalty among them. Understanding that the emperor's generosity was not intended to overshadow her, she hastened to articulate her sentiments. As long as it served to assist the people, she would gladly allow the emperor to bask in the glory of his benevolence. Moreover, with the emperor's esteemed backing, she would encounter fewer obstacles in her endeavor, ensuring a smoother path ahead. Observing this exchange, others began to approach Yun Ruoyue, saying, Princess Li, should you wish to establish a medical clinic, I too would gladly contribute 10,000 taels to aid the common folk. I am willing to donate 5,000 taels. I offer 2,000 taels. I shall provide 1,000 pounds of medicinal herbs. With the emperor leading by example, the ministers rose to pledge their contributions, their enthusiasm and generosity palpable. The emperor himself has taken the lead. How could they dare not to contribute? The Prince of Xuancheng, witnessing this scene, was seething with rage. Yun Ruoyue utilized the silver he lost to establish a medical clinic, ultimately gaining a fine reputation, which meant he had unwittingly fashioned her wedding garment. Had he known, he would never have gambled with her. Observing the enthusiastic willingness of everyone to donate, Emperor Honyuan wore a look of delight. Since all of you are willing to generously contribute, I decree that you shall donate all the silver to Princess Li, who will be responsible for establishing the clinic. Your Majesty, the sum is considerable. It is not fitting for a mere woman like Ruoyue to manage it. We implore your Majesty to appoint someone to oversee it. When she requires funds, she may draw from him. The saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet possesses a treasure that brings him misfortune. With so much silver, Yun Ruoyue could not be entrusted with it. If anyone sought to frame her, they could easily accuse her of embezzlement, and she would have no defense. Emperor Honyuan then declared, in that case, I shall have the virtuous prince assist you in this matter. Everyone is to donate the silver to the Jingzhou prefecture, where it will be managed by the Shaoying. Should the princess require funds, she may request them from the Shaoying. Chapter 1338. Mutual praise. The emperor's actions revealed his lack of trust in Yun Ruoyue, wishing to place the virtuous prince as a watchful eye, while also providing him with an opportunity for growth. Upon hearing he would work alongside Yun Ruoyue, the virtuous prince's lips curled into a smile. He bowed to Emperor Honyuan, expressing his gratitude. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I shall wholeheartedly cooperate with Princess Li. Afterward, he exchanged a friendly smile with Yun Ruoyue, who returned the gesture with politeness. Chu Xuancheng, observing this exchange, coldly lifted a cup of wine and drank it in one go. Within his eyes, layers of frost began to form, and his pupils reflected an unfathomable abyss. At that moment, Emperor Honyuan, feeling fatigued, took the empress back to the palace. Once the emperor and empress departed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Without their constraints, they could indulge in merriment. The guests divided into two groups, one of women and the other of men. The women gathered in the pavilion, chatting, sipping tea, and indulging in poetry and painting, while the men engaged in lively discussions, playing chess, and savoring tea in the courtyard. As the crowd began to disperse, Yun Ruoyue approached Chu Xuancheng and winked at him. Your rapid-fire arrows were splendid. You are truly remarkable. Chu Xuancheng gently ruffled her hair, his touch tender yet his tone nonchalant. It was nothing. I am merely adept with my hands. You are too modest. You are the finest archer I have ever encountered. Yun Ruoyue complimented. Is that so? You are, in turn, the most skilled healer I have ever met. Chu Xuancheng replied, gazing deeply at her. Dear Sister Ruoyue, would you care to join us for a game of Matiao? We are short one player, called out the Princess Zhao, rushing over and grasping Yun Ruoyue's arm. Matiao? Yun Ruoyue glanced around the pavilion, spotting tables laden with tiles reminiscent of mahjong, where some ladies were already engaged in the game. Isn't this just modern mahjong? I do not know how to play Matiao, Yun Ruoyue admitted. While she was familiar with modern mahjong, the ancient version was beyond her expertise. That's all right. You can learn. I have only recently learned this, taught by the Princess of Yan. At that table, it is just myself, the Princess of Yan, and Lady Wang. Yet we are still missing one person, and I immediately thought of you. Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at Chu Xuancheng, wishing to converse with him a while longer. The Princess of Zhao then interjected, "Sister, come play with us for a bit. Look at those men. Some are playing cards, others are engrossed in chess, completely ignoring us as they enjoy themselves. We women should also indulge in some amusement, and perhaps even surpass their merriment." As she spoke, she shot a fierce glare at the Zhao Wang, who was currently engaged in a game of chess. Yun Ruoyue understood that the Princess of Zhao was upset with the Zhao Wang for neglecting her company in favor of his game, hence her desire to invite her for a round of cards. Reluctantly, she replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you for a few rounds to alleviate your spirits." Given the events that had just transpired, the Princess of Zhao must still be feeling quite melancholy, so she decided to keep her company and provide some comfort. Chu Xuancheng remarked, "All right, you ladies go ahead and play. I shall join them for a game of chess." With a nod, Yun Ruoyue followed the Princess of Zhao. Upon reaching the card table, she noticed the Princess of Yin timidly rising to her feet, promptly offering her respects and greetings to her elder sister-in-law. "There is no need for such formalities, dear sister," Yun Ruoyue smiled as she took her seat. Once seated, the Princess of Yin eagerly presented her with fruits and snacks. "Sister-in-law, you must be hungry. Would you care for something to eat?" "No, thank you. I just had some snacks earlier and am not hungry," Yun Ruoyue replied. Chapter 1339. Chu Xuancheng has disappeared. She held a favorable impression of the Princess of Yin. Her demeanor was gentle, quiet, and she often preferred to sit alone in a corner, lost in thought, exuding an aura of serene grace. However, she seemed somewhat timid, as even the sudden appearance of the Yin Wang could cause her to tremble in fear. "All right, everyone is here. Let us commence our game. However, Princess Yin, please go easy on my sister Ruoyue, for she is not very skilled," the Princess of Zhao quickly urged, displaying her bias towards Yun Ruoyue, concerned she might face any disadvantage. The Princess of Yin smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. We shall play casually at first. I will teach you all before we engage in serious play." With that, she began to shuffle the cards before her. Simultaneously, she inadvertently glanced towards Su Changxiao at a distance, who returned her gaze with a chilling smirk, causing her to quickly avert her eyes. Su Changxiao observed the group with a cold, disdainful expression. Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng were inseparable, leading her to utilize the guise of a card game to separate them. Nonetheless, the Princess of Yin was quite astute, cleverly employing the Princess of Zhao to summon her. Unaware of any ulterior motives, Yun Ruoyue followed her call without hesitation. Once she and Chu Xuancheng were apart, Yu Yao's scheme could unfold. Chu Xuancheng arrived at the chess area, arms crossed, observing the game between Zhao and the others. At that moment, he spotted a tall man clad in a black brocade robe standing amidst the crowd, his sharp gaze fixed intently upon him. The man was slender, his eyes dark and menacing, reminiscent of the figure he had encountered outside the Li Wang residence during his earlier investigation. However, last time he only caught a glimpse of that pair of gloomy eyes. This time, he discerned the features of the face before him, which was rather unremarkable, lacking any distinctive qualities amidst the crowd. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and approached the individual. As he drew near, the person cast a furtive glance in his direction, quickly departing toward the back garden in a hurried manner. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng became increasingly convinced that this individual was indeed the cloaked figure from their previous encounter. This person harbored ulterior motives. He swiftly followed, his keen gaze fixed upon him. Noticing Chu Xuancheng's pursuit, the figure quickened his pace, and upon reaching the corridor, he broke into a run, vanishing from sight. Chu Xuancheng coldly pursued him. This individual had disguised himself as a dandy to infiltrate the gathering, leaving Chu Xuancheng uncertain of his identity and intentions. Nevertheless, his ability to enter the Prince Xian's residence indicated a connection to the prince, urging Chu Xuancheng to hasten in his pursuit. "Dear sister-in-law, where do you think Prince Li is headed?" Yun Ruoyue, engrossed in examining the cards in her hand, was suddenly interrupted by the voice of Princess Yin. Upon glancing up, Yun Ruoyue noticed that Chu Xuancheng's figure had already vanished from the corridor. A sense of curiosity washed over her. Where could he possibly be going? Quickly setting her cards aside, she declared, "You all continue playing. I shall see where he has gone." Concerned for Chu Xuancheng's well-being due to his insomnia, she felt compelled to follow him. Meanwhile, as Chu Xuancheng reached the corridor, he spotted the cloaked figure racing toward the back garden. He immediately pursued him. However, upon traversing the corridor and courtyard to the back garden, he found that the figure had mysteriously disappeared. The individual's lightness of foot suggested he was quite the expert. Anyone audacious enough to investigate the exterior of the Prince Li's residence surely had nefarious intentions, and Chu Xuancheng would not let him escape. Chapter 1340. The fainting woman. With this thought in mind, he entered the back garden, and as he raised his gaze, he beheld a row of private rooms. Could the individual be hiding within one of those chambers? Gripping his treasured sword tightly, he cautiously approached the line of rooms. There were dozens of chambers, and he had no inkling of where the figure might be concealed. Just as he began his search, a sudden shriek from one of the rooms pierced the air. Clenching his sword, he dashed toward the source of the sound and kicked open the door. Upon entering, he found the window wide open, and on the floor lay a woman clad only in her undergarments. Scanning the room further, he found no trace of the cloaked figure. It seemed he had escaped through the window. Just as he prepared to pursue the fleeing man, he caught sight of the woman's face on the floor. It was Su Yao. Had it been anyone else, he might have disregarded her plight and departed, but this was Su Yao, who had once saved him from poison. With that thought, he hastily sheathed his sword and approached her, crouching down. He first checked for her breath, and, upon discovering that she was still alive, realized she had merely been rendered unconscious by the cloaked figure. He gently shook her. "Miss Su, please awaken." Gradually, the woman on the floor stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "You are awake?" Chu Xuancheng sighed in relief upon seeing Su Yao regain consciousness. "Your Highness, how is it you?" Su Yao weakly opened her eyes and was greeted by the visage of Chu Xuancheng. Her voice was feeble, barely audible. "I was tracking a suspicious figure clad in black, and it led me here. Then I heard your scream, and when I burst in, I found you collapsed on the ground." "What transpired?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. "A black-clad figure." "Yes, there was indeed one. Just as I was changing my attire, he barged in. I was about to scream when he covered my mouth with his hand. He menaced me, saying that he intended to hide here and that if I dared to cry out, he would kill me." As Su Yao recounted this, her body trembled in fear. "I was terrified, fearing for my life, and in a moment of desperation, I bit his hand. I bit down hard enough to cause him pain, and he released me. Seizing the opportunity, I screamed for help, but he struck me, and I lost consciousness." Su Yao's voice was barely a whisper. "This is the rear courtyard, a rather secluded place. How did you come to be here, and in the midst of changing clothes?" Chu Xuancheng casually glanced down and noticed that Su Yao was clad only in a white undergarment, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze, though a sliver of doubt lingered in his mind. Sensing his suspicion, Su Yao hastily explained, "I was outside eating when I accidentally spilled soup on my outer garment, which is why I came here to change. This room was prepared for me by the virtuous prince. My master and I often visited the prince's residence for his treatments, and he arranged a room for each of us. You see, there are my old garments and belongings here. When my attire became soiled, I came to change, not expecting that the black-clad figure would intrude." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the dresses hanging in the wardrobe. Chu Xuancheng glanced at the wardrobe, noting several garments inside, including her soiled outer attire, which was indeed stained with grease. His suspicions were thus quelled. Chapter 1341. The belt is loosened. At that moment, Su Yao pressed her hands against the ground, attempting to rise, but her body suddenly softened, causing her to collapse once more. My head is spinning, and I feel utterly weak. I cannot get up. My lord, might I trouble you to lend me a hand?" She closed her eyes in discomfort, rubbing her forehead. Chu Xuancheng hesitated. He had no desire to assist any woman aside from his wife. However, witnessing Su Yao's plight stirred a flicker of compassion within him. After all, it was merely a matter of offering support. With this thought, he bent down and extended his hand to assist her. His strength was considerable, and given Su Yao's frailness, he easily lifted her with a gentle tug of her arm. Throughout the process, he averted his gaze, keeping a distance, as though he found her presence distasteful, fearful of any physical contact. "Thank you, my lord," Su Yao said as her body slumped and leaned toward Chu Xuancheng. "What are you doing?" Chu Xuancheng barked, forcefully pushing her away. Su Yao stumbled backward and fell to the ground with a thud, inadvertently grasping Chu Xuancheng's belt and causing it to loosen. As soon as the belt was yanked off, both individuals were momentarily stunned. and the expression on Chu Xuancheng's face darkened to a shade more ominous than the storm clouds on the horizon. Without the belt, his garments loosened, prompting Su Yuyao to exclaim, "I am truly sorry, Your Highness, it was not my intention. Allow me to fasten your belt at once." With that, she mustered all her strength to rise, trembling as she approached to retie the belt for Chu Xuancheng. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from outside. Chu Xuancheng turned to see Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by Fenger, standing at the entrance with hands on her hips and flames of anger blazing in her eyes. Startled, he instinctively pushed Su Yuyao away. The sound of a heavy thud resonated as Su Yuyao was ruthlessly thrust to the ground, nearly fracturing her waist in the process. Pain welled up, and tears sprang to her eyes. "Ouch, that hurts." Unfazed by Su Yuyao's distress, Chu Xuancheng seized the belt from her grasp and hastily secured it around himself. Witnessing this, Yun Ruoyue stormed inside, her fury palpable as she pointed at Su Yuyao on the ground and then at Chu Xuancheng. "Chu Xuancheng, how did your belt end up in her possession?" Only then did she notice Su Yuyao's disheveled hair and her attire, which consisted solely of a sheer white undergarment that faintly revealed her alabaster skin. This sight ignited a fury within her, causing her vision to blur momentarily. Had it not been for Fenger supporting her, she might have collapsed. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Fenger inquired. "I am fine," Yun Ruoyue replied, recovering swiftly from the momentary dizziness. Rubbing her temples, she observed Chu Xuancheng, still in a flustered state as he struggled to fasten his belt, and a surge of anger surged within her. "Chu Xuancheng, how dare you engage in such impropriety behind my back? You have gone too far. You err. Please do not misunderstand. I assure you, there is nothing between us," Chu Xuancheng implored as he secured the belt, hastening to explain. Meanwhile, Su Yuyao lay on the ground, groaning in pain from her fall. Yet she managed to utter through her discomfort, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. It was I who accidentally pulled down the prince's belt. He is not at fault, truly." Yun Ruoyue, observing Su Yuyao sprawled on the ground with her garments askew, hair in disarray, and a flushed complexion, found it difficult to accept her words. Chapter 1342. She remains unconvinced. She coldly retorted, "Do not lie to me. You both know exactly what transpired." She had witnessed them in an embrace. Su Yuyao nestled in his arms, holding his belt. How could she trust either of them? Chu Xuancheng, a man of great strength and martial prowess, would not have allowed anyone to take his belt without his consent. Coupled with his furtive arrival in the courtyard, she bore grave suspicions that he was indeed engaging in an affair with Su Yuyao. Though she wished to believe otherwise, the evidence was overwhelming. Seeing her misunderstanding, Chu Xuancheng rushed to grasp her hand, desperation evident in his eyes. "You err. Please believe me. We have done nothing wrong. We are innocent. You were both in an embrace. And she even loosened your belt while you removed her clothing. How am I to trust you?" Yun Ruoyue gazed at Chu Xuancheng with profound sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. She never anticipated that he would betray her. Shouldn't she have foreseen this? Now that she is with child, unable to fulfill his desires, and given his exceptional qualities, there are countless women eager to offer themselves to him. Men, driven by base instincts, are unable to restrain themselves, leading him to entangle himself with Su Yuyao. Noticing Yun Ruoyue's misunderstanding, Chu Xuancheng hastily sought to clarify. "You err. I was in pursuit of a figure clad in black, and upon arriving here, I discovered her incapacitated. As I assisted her, my belt inadvertently fell, which you witnessed. I have not betrayed you in the slightest." The mere thought that Yun Ruoyue doubted him sent waves of agony through his mind. He clutched his head in distress, overwhelmed by her disdainful gaze and her incredulous voice. As if a tumultuous battle raged within his thoughts, his expression darkened. "You were chasing a man in black." Yun Ruoyue surveyed the room, finding everything in order, devoid of any sign of such a figure. "Indeed, I came to the rear courtyard to apprehend that man. A few days ago, I spotted a masked figure loitering outside the Li Wang residence, and today I encountered him again at the banquet. I intended to capture him, but he fled here, prompting my immediate pursuit. However, I found no trace of her. Suddenly, I heard a woman scream from within this room, and upon rushing over, I discovered Miss Su collapsed, while the man in black had escaped through the window," explained Chu Xuancheng. Yun Ruoyue glanced at the window, noting its immaculate condition, not a single footprint in sight. Turning her gaze to Su Yuyao, who appeared as if drenched in spring water, disappointment washed over her as she looked back at Chu Xuancheng. "If you no longer care for me, you need not feign affection. Should you desire to take a concubine, you may express that to me. I would accommodate your wishes. There is no need for deceit. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, Chu Xuancheng's headache intensified, and his anger surged. A torrent of frustration brewed within him, and he exclaimed, I have done nothing with her, believe it or not. You dare speak to me in such a manner despite your own misdeeds? Yun Ruoyue regarded him in disbelief. Should he not be hastening to apologize, seeking her forgiveness? Instead, he stood there, defiantly self-righteous. I have committed no wrong. Thus, why should I not speak as I please? Chu Xuancheng replied sternly, Your Highness, please do not address the princess in such a manner. It is all Yu Yao's fault. She should not have come here. Nor should she have touched you. Su Yu Yao interjected, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her demeanor exuded an air of profound grievance. Her words only served to deepen Yun Ruoyue's misunderstanding. What did she mean by touched? It implied a deeper connection between them. Enough, cease your speech. Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at Su Yu Yao, realizing that her words only fueled Yun Ruoyue's anger further. With reddened eyes, Yun Ruoyue shook her head in disappointment. Chu Xuancheng, I have misjudged you. As she spoke, she cast a desperate glance at him before turning away. Witnessing Yun Ruoyue flee, Chu Xuancheng felt a sudden pang in his heart. He raised his leg, intent on pursuing her, but abruptly, an excruciating pain surged through his head, as if his heart were being torn asunder. Stumbling, he took a step back. Your Highness, what is wrong? Su Yu Yao, sensing an opportunity, quickly rose to support Chu Xuancheng. To her surprise, he forcefully pushed her away, bellowing, Su Yu Yao, this is a trap, is it not? As he approached her, he seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a mere chick. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and fury. With her throat constricted, Su Yu Yao struggled to speak. And no, I did not. Then why did you appear here so fortuitously? I refuse to believe it is mere coincidence. Moreover, when Yue was angry just now, why did you not offer an explanation? Instead, you feigned helplessness? Chu Xuancheng's suspicions deepened. And why? Pray tell, did you tug at my belt? He shouted in anger, casting Su Yu Yao to the ground. The impact nearly shattered her limbs, and she was taken aback by his strength. Had he not ingested the heartless pill, meant to incite affection? Why did he not love her, but rather despise her? As she observed the murderous aura enveloping Chu Xuancheng, she trembled and retreated. Your Highness, I did not deceive you. Please believe me, otherwise. I shall go explain to the princess at once. That will not be necessary. Keep your distance from me. Chu Xuancheng roared before storming out. Once he had departed in fury, a figure cloaked in black suddenly leaped through the window. Junior sister, the shadowy figure called out, startled by the voice. Su Yu Yao looked up to find none other than her senior brother, Yunqing, who had entered and closed the window behind him. Senior brother, what brings you here? What if Chu Xuancheng returns? Su Yu Yao expressed her concern. He won't. His princess is currently upset. He will prioritize calming her down and will not come back. Yunqing replied calmly. After a moment, he glanced at Su Yu Yao, observing her disheveled appearance and tear-streaked face, and shook his head. Junior sister, why go to such lengths? Last time, you sought my assistance to sow discord between Chu Xuancheng and his wife, asking me to use my agility to draw his attention outside the Li Wangfu. Today, you fabricated a persona for me and brought me to the banquet, even writing notes for me to deliberately be discovered by Chu Xuancheng, leading him to follow me here. The intent was to create a false impression, allowing the Li Wangfei to misunderstand. I complied with your request and lured him here, yet you find yourself in this predicament. Su Yu Yao's face was one of indignation. Did not my sister say that after taking the heartless pill, Chu Xuancheng would fall in love with me? Why does he treat me this way? Yunqing, do you truly believe in the existence of such miraculous elixirs? If they indeed existed, why wouldn't your sister utilize them herself? What do you mean? Do you doubt my sister's honesty? Su Yu Yao narrowed her eyes, filled with suspicion. I am not privy to the intricacies of your sister's affairs, but if the heart-loss pill possesses such extraordinary effects, why does Chu Xuancheng not even cast a glance in your direction? Moreover, it is rumored that his temperament has soured greatly of late. It seems that the purpose of the heart-loss pill is not to incite his affection for you, but rather to serve another agenda, Yunqing remarked coldly. Like a wisp of air. Is that truly the case? Su Yu Yao pondered, her heart heavy with doubt. Could it be that my sister has deceived me? Regardless of whether she has or not, you are being foolish. Chu Xuancheng clearly holds no affection for you. Why do you persist in these efforts? Do you truly wish to become his concubine? Yunqing's eyes blazed with indignation. Su Yu Yao nodded earnestly, Indeed, I have cherished him since childhood. Even when he was with my sister, my heart was already lost to him. I wish to marry him, even if it is merely as a humble concubine." At her words, Wu Ying's eyes brimmed with jealousy as he grasped Su Yuyao's arms firmly. "Junior sister, can you not pursue those who do not love you? He does not care for you. You would do better to notice those who truly adore you." Su Yuyao was acutely aware of Wu Ying's affections for her. Otherwise, with his formidable martial prowess, she would not have been able to utilize him. She feigned ignorance, declaring, "I love him. I desire no one else." Wu Ying opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, unable to find the words. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue, heartbroken, fled outside, only to collide with a warm embrace. Looking up, she realized it was the wise king. She quickly stepped back, losing her balance and nearly falling. "Be careful," the wise king caught her, his gaze filled with concern. "Thank you. I am fine." Yun Ruoyue quickly steadied herself. As Feng'er chased after her and spotted the wise king, she discreetly moved to the side. "What troubles you? Your eyes are red. Has the crown prince mistreated you?" The wise king glanced toward the distant wing with a pained expression fixed upon Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue hastily shook her head. "No, I am perfectly well. You need not hide the truth from me. I witnessed what transpired earlier," the wise king said, his usually gentle face alight with rare anger. He had seen her and Feng'er rushing in worry and had followed, only to witness the scene unfold within the wing. Yun Ruoyue had not anticipated that he would have seen it. She quickly replied, "Perhaps it is merely a misunderstanding. I may have overthought the situation." "A misunderstanding? I beheld everything clearly. The evidence is irrefutable. How could the crown prince act thus? If he has married you, he ought to cherish you. Not only has he betrayed you, but he has also lashed out at you." The wise king exclaimed in fury. Chu Xuancheng truly does not appreciate his fortune. The wise king could not help but feel envy. Were he to marry Xiaoyu, he would never treat her in such a manner. Chapter 1345. Su Yuyao's explanation. Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected. It was not his intention to act this way. He has been suffering from insomnia, which has affected his mood. Please do not misunderstand him. He has yet to pursue you, still lingering with Su Yuyao inside, and you dare to speak on his behalf. Xiaoya, you are truly foolish. The heart of the Prince of Virtue aches even more. He once believed that Chu Xuancheng held deep affection for Xiaoya, willing to relinquish her for their happiness. Yet, he now realizes that the truth is far different. Xiaoya is his savior, and he loves her profoundly. He will never allow her to endure such hardships. He vows to strengthen his own power, to claim Xiaoya for himself, and provide her with the best life, ensuring she never suffers alongside Chu Xuancheng. At that moment, he observed the wind tousling Yun Ruoyue's hair, a strand brushing against her face, and he instinctively reached out to tuck it behind her ear. "What are you doing?" A sudden, fierce shout rang out. Chu Xuancheng had approached, pulling Yun Ruoyue protectively behind him, his gaze filled with malice directed at the Prince of Virtue. The prince's hand froze mid-air. He withdrew it nonchalantly, an icy demeanor settling upon his brow. "Your Highness, I witnessed everything that transpired just now. Do you not think your treatment of Xiaoya is rather excessive? This is a matter concerning my family. It is of no concern to you." Chu Xuancheng tightened his grip on Yun Ruoyue's hand, his voice sharp. "How can it not concern me? She is Xiaoya, the one who saved my life. Naturally, I must care for her," the Prince of Virtue replied solemnly. Chu Xuancheng's gaze darkened maliciously. "Do not forget, she is my wife. You should not covet what does not belong to you." The Prince of Virtue chuckled softly. "If your Highness truly cared for Xiaoya, I would have no desire to covet her." This statement darkened Chu Xuancheng's expression further. The implication was clear. If he failed to cherish Yuer, he would have the audacity to covet her? What audacity? To dare lay claim to his woman. Chu Xuancheng glared frostily at the Prince of Virtue. "Do you comprehend the words you utter?" "Enough. Chu Xuancheng, cease your words." Yun Ruoyue interjected, casting a cold glance in his direction. At that moment, Su Yuyao, now dressed, rushed out to Yun Ruoyue. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. What occurred was truly a misunderstanding. Here is the situation. I frequently visited the Prince of Virtue's residence to treat the prince's ailments, and he prepared this guest room for me. While outside drinking soup, I accidentally spilled it on my attire, prompting me to come here to change. Little did I know that while I was changing, a man in black burst in. He kidnapped me, claiming he needed to hide here, and urged me to remain silent. Out of fear, I bit him, and when I screamed, he struck me unconscious and fled. I was later awakened by His Highness the Prince of Li, who kindly helped me as I was feeling weak. However, I became dizzy and, fearing I might fall, instinctively grabbed his waist. Unfortunately, I accidentally tore off his belt. Yun Ruoyue regarded her coldly. Do you think I would believe such a far-fetched tale? Everything seems remarkably coincidental. Your Highness, I speak the truth. The prince mentioned he was pursuing a man in black and rushed in upon hearing my cries. That man truly exists, if you do not believe me. Summon someone to search. He may still be hiding in the Prince of Virtue's residence, Su Yuyao insisted anxiously. Chapter 1346. Simultaneous doubts. She must attribute the black-clad figure to the Prince of Virtue, thus ensuring that Chu Xuancheng would not harbor suspicions against her. Initially, she had no intention of emerging to provide an explanation. She wished for the couple to misunderstand each other more deeply. However, considering that Chu Xuancheng would eventually clarify matters, she decided it would be prudent to articulate her side, thereby alleviating his concerns. Chu Xuancheng regarded Su Yuyao with a cold gaze, then shifted his attention to the Prince of Virtue. Indeed, there was a black-clad individual who had previously been seen lurking outside the estate of the Li Prince. Just outside, I happened to catch sight of him. He was not masked, and he donned a splendid robe, masquerading as a young gentleman. I intended to apprehend him, yet he fled in a state of apprehension, subsequently vanishing. With whom is he associated? What is his identity, and whose man is he? Su Yuyao hurriedly interjected. Your Highness, I beseech you to discern the truth. I do not know that individual, and I was rendered unconscious by him. I am merely a victim. And you, third brother? This audacious individual appeared at the Prince of Virtue's estate, and you claim to have no knowledge of him? Chu Xuancheng inquired. The Prince of Virtue replied. I am unaware of him. With so many guests in attendance today, it is impossible for me to recognize each one. I have no recollection of this person and do not know how he managed to infiltrate. For a dignified estate such as the Prince of Virtue's to allow an intruder to wander freely without your knowledge is hard for me to believe, Chu Xuancheng remarked coldly. If your Highness does not trust me, there is little I can do. However, since you claim to have seen the appearance of that black-clad figure, I would appreciate it if you could sketch his likeness. I shall send someone to investigate, the Prince of Virtue said indifferently. He dismissed the matter, as it was not his doing, nor did he feel compelled to explain himself. If Chu Xuancheng was skeptical, then so be it. No need for that. If one wishes for secrets to remain concealed, they must act accordingly. I shall personally unearth him, Chu Xuancheng declared. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Su Yuyao. He was now convinced that the black-clad figure had no ties to the Prince of Virtue. The latter's deliberate remarks were merely intended to lower Su Yuyao's guard. The prince's men would not be so foolish as to brazenly reveal themselves to provoke an investigation. Clearly, Su Yuyao had conspired with this black-clad figure, orchestrating a scheme of discord. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue also sensed that something was amiss. It appeared that Chu Xuancheng had come here to pursue the black-clad individual. Could it be that he truly had no connection with Su Yuyao? Yet, she remained distrustful of Su Yuyao, for she perceived a longing for Chu Xuancheng in her eyes. As for the black-clad figure, he likely had no ties to the Prince of Virtue, but was rather a pawn arranged by Su Yuyao. Without this figure to lead the way, Chu Xuancheng would not have ventured here, would not have discovered Su Yuyao, and would not have been ensnared by her antics. They would not have quarreled. With this realization, everything began to connect. Just then, Princess Zhao and concubine Jing approached. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue, Princess Zhao exclaimed, Sister, where have you been? The banquet is about to commence, and you must be hungry. Let us dine together. Go ahead without me. I'm not hungry and do not wish to eat. Yun Ruoyue replied glumly. Sister, what troubles you? Your eyes are red. Have you been crying? Princess Zhao asked, her heart suddenly racing with concern for Yun Ruoyue. I am fine. The wind was strong, and a grain of sand blew into my eye. Yun Ruoyue feigned rubbing her eyes, forcing a smile onto her face. Jing Fei anxiously inquired, Li Wangfei, are you all right? Should we fetch a doctor? No need. I have already rubbed the sand out. You all go ahead and have your meal, replied Li Wangfei. Li Wangfei, you should join us as well. I noticed you haven't eaten much today. What if the child goes hungry? Jing Fei expressed her concern. Chapter 1347. Arrogance and Mockeryware. Allow me to accompany you for a bite, announced Chu Xuancheng as he stepped forward, firmly grasping Yun Ruoyue's hand. Initially, Yun Ruoyue intended to withdraw her hand, but with so many eyes upon them, she refrained from doing so and merely nodded faintly, leading the way. Chu Xuancheng hurriedly followed. His concern for her well-being prompted him to ensure she was not left hungry. Jing Fei and Zhao Wangfei exchanged worried glances, clearly recognizing the tension between the couple. Yet they hesitated to inquire further. Observing the retreating figures of Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, Xian Wang let out a deep sigh, his eyes reflecting a sense of disappointment. Soon, everyone gathered around the banquet table. Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue naturally sat with Jing Fei, Xian Wang, Yin Wang, and Zhao Wang couples, while Rui Wang and Su Changxiao, along with Su Yuyao, occupied a nearby table. As the feast commenced, Chu Xuancheng personally served a meatball into Yun Ruoyue's bowl. Recalling his earlier demeanor, she returned the meatball to his bowl, saying, "I apologize, but this is too greasy for me. What about this?" Chu Xuancheng offered her a piece of braised lotus root. "No, you should eat it yourself. Please do not mind me." Yun Ruoyue silently pushed the lotus root back towards him. Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback, his previously serene expression turning tempestuous and cold due to her obstinacy. "Li Wangfei, what seems to be the matter? The prince treats you with such kindness. Why do you respond with such indifference?" A gentle voice interjected. Turning around, Yun Ruoyue saw Su Changxiao had approached them, smiling amiably. Without uttering a word, she had evaded notice as they quarreled, but as soon as she spoke, all eyes turned toward them. "It is none of your concern, Miss Su. Perhaps you should mind your own business." Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly. "Ruoyue, I am merely concerned for you. Have you two been fighting? What has transpired?" Su Changxiao feigned innocence. Yun Ruoyue slammed her chopsticks onto the table, rising abruptly. "What happens between us is of no concern to you. You misunderstand. I did not come to witness your misfortune. I merely feel that the prince treats you with great care, and you must cherish him, avoiding any childish antics," Su Changxiao said with a feigned look of concern. "Enough. If you utter another word, I shall have you thrown out." Chu Xuancheng stood, casting an imposing shadow over Su Changxiao, radiating an intense pressure. Feeling intimidated, Su Changxiao's confidence wavered, prompting Su Yuyao to rush over and grasp her arm. "Sister, let us eat quickly. Do not concern yourself with such matters." With that, she hurriedly led Su Changxiao away before Chu Xuancheng's temper could escalate further. Seated once more, Su Changxiao smirked, relishing the discord between the couple, eager to mock them further. Call them deeply in love. Yet it was not long before Su Yuyao sowed discord between them. Upon witnessing Su Changxiao's countenance, Yun Ruoyue instantly lost her appetite. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. I shall step outside for some fresh air." After addressing the serene empress and the Prince Xian, she withdrew. Seeing this, Chu Xuancheng hastily followed her. As Yun Ruoyue departed the dining hall, she found herself by the lakeside of the Prince Xian's residence. Her heart was in turmoil, and she sought solace in the scenery. The memory of Su Yuyao embracing Chu Xuancheng pierced her heart with anguish. Where? At that moment, Chu Xuancheng emerged from behind a rockery. He had followed her as soon as she left, refraining from interrupting her earlier. "What do you want?" Yun Ruoyue turned her face away coldly upon seeing him. Chu Xuancheng approached, resting his hands on her shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes. "Do you still doubt me? If I truly cared for her, I would not have refused when the Empress insisted that I marry her." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Indeed, how had she overlooked this aspect? This was merely a trap orchestrated by her and that cloaked figure, and perhaps Su Changxiao was involved as well. "Can you not see it?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. Yun Ruoyue now believed him, yet she was unsettled by his previous indifference. His recent behavior had been peculiar, and his nonchalant dismissal of her trust troubled her. She turned her face away, speaking softly, "So much has transpired today. I need a moment alone." "Where?" Chu Xuancheng declared, suddenly enveloping her in his embrace, lifting her chin to claim her lips with a fervent kiss. He feared that no explanation would suffice, so he chose to kiss her instead. Yun Ruoyue, taken aback by his audacity, pushed against him. "What are you doing? Let me go? Aren't you afraid others will see?" The prince's residence was bustling with guests, and she dreaded being seen in such a compromising moment. "I will not let go. Even if others witness it, what of it? It is only right for a man to claim his own woman. Who dares to mock?" Chu Xuancheng declared, kissing her fiercely once more. His assertiveness and disregard for onlookers were palpable. He closed his eyes, long lashes brushing down, savoring the sweetness of her lips. It had been far too long since he had kissed her, and his longing was overwhelming. He wished to merge their beings, to never part from her again. Yun Ruoyue, unable to resist, surrendered to him, leaning into his embrace as he continued to kiss her. In the distance, Su Changxiao seethed with jealousy as she watched the scene unfold. Her hands gripping the pillar of the corridor, sharp nails digging into the wood, splintering it. Her fingertips were already crimson, blood seeping through, a testament to her wrath. "Vile wretches! How dare you?" She spat in fury. She had painstakingly conspired with Su Yuyao to orchestrate this ruse, intending to sever their bond. Yet they seemed to have reconciled. Was their affection truly so unassailable that it could not be shattered? She was consumed by jealousy, a fierce flame of anger that seemed impossible to extinguish. "Sister, are you not deeply saddened? Is this your retribution?" At that moment, Su Yuyao's voice pierced through the air. Su Changxiao turned to find Su Yuyao glaring at her with eyes ablaze with fury. Enraged, she retorted, "Yuyao, what do you mean by this? Why do you speak to me in such a manner? What is wrong with my attitude? Sister, tell me, does the heart-loss pill truly not have the power to make Chu Xuancheng fall in love with me? That potion is nothing but poison, intended to drive him into madness and bring him harm. He could never love me. You have deceived me, haven't you?" Su Yuyao shouted in anger. Realizing that her scheme had been uncovered, Su Changxiao decided to drop the pretense. For her own benefit, she had to exploit Su Yuyao. She adhered to the belief that virtuous souls do not live long, while the wicked endure for 1,000 years. Thus, she resolved to embrace her villainy rather than play the role of a saint. With a cold arch of her brow, she replied, "And what of it? This is the Empress's command. To serve her is a privilege bestowed upon you. If you wish to blame someone, do not direct it at me. But as far as I know, it was the Empress who instructed you, yet you deceived me into harming Chu Xuancheng." I pondered how he could consume the potion for so long without showing the slightest interest in me. It turns out this was all a fabrication of yours. You are my own sister. Why would you treat me this way? Su Yuyao's eyes were crimson, disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Su Changxiao. She had never envisioned that her own sister would exploit her. Despite their separation in childhood, she believed they shared a genuine bond. To her dismay, Su Changxiao had never regarded her as a sister, subjecting her to humiliation before Chu Xuancheng. Su Changxiao coolly regarded her. "Have you not already gained Chu Xuancheng's trust? Why the fury? Perhaps, in time, he truly will come to love you and take you as his concubine. Chu Xuancheng is far too astute. Do you truly believe we can deceive him? He must already harbor suspicions about me. Furthermore, look at them. They have reconciled and are now affectionate with one another. What was the purpose of our elaborate charade?" Su Yuyao said, resentment evident in her tone. "Do you think their reconciliation is genuine? Their outward harmony is but a facade, for there exists a rift between their hearts. The heart-loss pill will gradually incite his rage, leaving him unable to control his temper. Just wait. He will soon unleash his fury upon Yun Ruoyue. When that day arrives, it will mark their separation. At that moment, you shall seize the opportunity." Su Changxiao spoke with a sinister undertone. Su Yuyao was skeptical of her words, pondering whether Chu Xuancheng truly trusted her. "Do you think I would take your words at face value? Sister, do you still not believe the Empress? This is a pill provided by her, designed to first incite Chu Xuancheng's rage and then induce amnesia. Once he forgets Yun Ruoyue, your chance will arise." Su Changxiao coaxed. "I refuse to believe he would forget Yun Ruoyue. These matters can be addressed later." Su Yuyao replied, her face a mask of frustration. Having been manipulated by Su Changxiao, she resolved to trust her no longer. It should have been evident to her that despite sharing the same blood, their upbringing apart had rendered any genuine sentiment between them unlikely. That evening, upon returning to the residence, Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng did not choose to stay together. Instead, they instinctively opted for separate quarters. Chu Xuancheng retreated to the study, while Yun Ruoyue relocated back to the Feiyue Pavilion. However, she opted for a different room, haunted by the lingering shadow of the previous incident involving the venomous snake. As they returned, he rode ahead on horseback, while she remained in the carriage alongside Feng. And throughout the journey, they exchanged not a single word. The current demeanor of Chu Xuancheng had grown cold and distant. He was either prone to fits of anger or lost in contemplation, often gazing vacantly at a distant point. Occasionally, he would sit alone at the table, deep in thought, or stand by the window, staring into the horizon, as if burdened by unspoken worries. Yun Ruoyue understood that all of this stemmed from his insomnia. If he continued to lose sleep, his condition would only worsen. She pondered that it was time to administer him a sedative. "Where's the princess?" At that moment, his icy voice pierced through the silence. Startled, Yun Ruoyue sprang to her feet. only to see Chu Xuancheng gracefully parting the door curtain and entering. "Were you not resting in the study? What brings you here?" she inquired. "I heard you had moved back," Chu Xuancheng replied, casting a glance around the room. Noticing that her garments and adornments had all been transferred, his expression darkened abruptly. "I find it uncomfortable to stay with you. All my belongings are here. And I feel more at ease in this space," Yun Ruoyue explained. "Why? Do you truly disdain me?" he pressed. "Not at all. How could I ever disdain you?" Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, bewildered by his assumption. "Someone, take the princess's belongings back," Chu Xuancheng commanded suddenly to those outside. "No, I will stay here. No one is allowed to move anything," Yun Ruoyue interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of her possessions. "Do you not wish to reside with me?" he questioned, advancing toward her with palpable fury. She was taken aback by his intensity, retreating hastily. "No, it's not that. I merely find it difficult to sleep in your quarters. I am accustomed to the Feiyue Pavilion, and it is more convenient for me to concoct my medicines here." Chu Xuancheng, stung by her rejection, felt a crimson hue invade his eyes as he struggled to contain his rising anger. In a sudden outburst, he swept his hand, sending a vase crashing to the floor. "You do disdain me. You resent my illness. You have developed affections for the Xianwang, haven't you?" "I haven't. How could you think that?" Yun Ruoyue protested, her head shaking in alarm. "You have. I witnessed the tenderness in your gaze toward the Xianwang today. You are already carrying my child. How can you smile at him? Are you insinuating something to him? Are you suggesting he come and take you away?" As he spoke, he continued to close the distance between them. Desperately, Yun Ruoyue retreated toward the grand bed and said, "You are overthinking this. Perhaps you are still unable to sleep. I have medication here that could help you rest. Shall I administer it?" "No, I am not ill. I am not a patient," Chu Xuancheng retorted fiercely, his eyes aflame. He refused to acknowledge any ailment, unwilling to accept the label of madness. Faced with his obstinacy, Yun Ruoyue resigned herself to retrieving a tranquilizer from her fabric pouch. He had succumbed to madness, and the only recourse for her was to administer a tranquilizer to soothe him. Chu Xuancheng loomed over her like an imposing mountain, his gaze cold as he regarded Yun Ruoyue. "Will you accompany this king back?" Yun Ruoyue, seeing the anguish etched upon his face, felt tears welling in her eyes. She shook her head, distressed. "Please, sit down and rest for a moment. I have medicine that can cure you. This king has declared he is not ill." Chu Xuancheng suddenly roared, his voice akin to a raging lion, while a splitting headache assailed him, his entire being feeling as if it might explode. "Indeed, you are not ill. You are perfectly fine," Yun Ruoyue hurriedly reassured him. Yet, during his agony, no comfort she offered would suffice. In a moment of fury, he clenched his fists, preparing to strike the bedpost once more. Fearing he might harm himself, Yun Ruoyue lunged into his embrace, holding him tightly. "Calm down, I am Yue. You're Yue?" Chu Xuancheng murmured, his eyes bloodshot. "Yes, I am Yue. Do not harm yourself," she urged, gritting her teeth and holding back tears, before swiftly administering the tranquilizer with a needle. "What are you doing?" Upon feeling the prick, Chu Xuancheng reflexively pushed her away. However, even as he did so, his mind reminded him that the woman before him was his beloved, and he tempered his strength. Although he had shoved her, she stumbled back only a few steps without falling, revealing that even in his rage, he could not bear to harm her. Had it been anyone else, he would have likely meted out a far more severe fate, believing an attack was imminent. At that moment, darkness enveloped Chu Xuancheng, and he slowly collapsed onto the bed. Once he lay there, Yun Ruoyue exhaled in relief, quickly adjusting his position and covering him with a blanket. The tranquilizer took effect, and he slipped into a deep slumber. Seated at the edge of the bed, Yun Ruoyue gazed at his serene face. Even in sleep, his brow remained furrowed, as if burdened by myriad concerns. She reached out to smooth the creases on his forehead, gently easing his furrowed brow. His complexion was pallid, devoid of color, and his long lashes fell softly, rendering him as tranquil as a forest spirit. Determined to conduct another blood test, she retrieved the blood extraction equipment from the medical system. Although the previous results indicated he was not poisoned, her observations over the past few days suggested otherwise. Thus, she resolved to retest him. After a quarter of an hour, the blood test results were due. Yun Ruoyue's consciousness swiftly navigated to the medical system, approaching the printer and pressing the print button, which promptly produced the report. Upon receiving the report and seeing the values listed, she was momentarily stunned. Several readings were markedly elevated, unmistakably indicating symptoms of poisoning. Heavens! It turned out that Chu Xuancheng was indeed poisoned. It was merely a chronic toxin that had gone undetected during the earlier examination due to the timing. Now, the poison had permeated his very being, allowing her to finally identify it. Upon examining the data displayed above and correlating it with Chu Xuancheng's recent symptoms, she confidently concluded that he had been poisoned with a mental toxin. The intention behind this nefarious act was to destabilize his psyche, leading him to suffer from mania. Such mental afflictions are notoriously difficult to treat, and she found herself pondering when exactly he had fallen victim to this poison. Had she known he was afflicted by a psychological toxin, she would have administered the appropriate antidote. However, she understood that mere medication would not suffice. Psychological factors could trigger recurrent episodes. To truly eradicate the ailment, one must address the underlying psychological issues. Hence, she resolved to combine pharmacological treatment with psychological therapy for his recovery. After administering a sedative to Chu Xuancheng, he finally succumbed to slumber. Following her own bath, Yun Ruoyue gently nestled beside him. It had been ages since they had shared a bed, and witnessing him in such a tranquil state filled her with immense peace. Resting her head upon his arm, she tenderly caressed his smooth, pale face, experiencing an overwhelming sense of security in that moment. Gradually, she too drifted into sleep. At the break of dawn, Chu Xuancheng awoke to find a soft, cat-like figure in his embrace. He quickly leaned down to discover it was none other than Yun Ruoyue, who was sleeping soundly against him. Staring at her serene visage, he reached out to touch her delicate face. Suddenly, memories of the previous night flooded back. He had unjustly berated her and even pushed her away. Regret and a pang of guilt washed over him as he anxiously checked her for injuries. Fearing she might have been hurt by his actions, relieved to find her unharmed, he felt a deep sense of remorse and melancholy. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue stirred awake. As her eyes fluttered open, she met his intense gaze and instinctively recoiled in fright, fearing he would unleash his wrath once more. "Where are you going, Yue?" Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, swiftly pulling her back into his embrace. "I awoke and didn't want to disturb you, so I thought to rise," she replied softly. "I apologize for my outburst last night. Did I frighten you?" he asked, guilt etched across his features. "I'm fine. How did you sleep last night? Do you feel any better?" she inquired. "I slept deeply and woke at dawn without any nightmares. I feel much improved," Chu Xuancheng responded. Observing his demeanor, Yun Ruoyue noted he appeared significantly more alert than before, which eased her worries. "That is because I administered a sedative, but it is not a long-term solution. Furthermore, I conducted a blood test yesterday and discovered that you have been poisoned," she informed him. "Poisoned? What sort of toxin? How could I be unaware of this?" Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened ominously. "Who possesses the audacity to poison me, and why was I oblivious to it? It is a mental toxin. Recently, have you encountered any suspicious individuals or consumed questionable food?" "Suspicious individuals? Questionable food?" Chu Xuancheng pondered for a moment before recalling, "I rarely eat outside food. The only occasion was when I ingested Su Yuyao's antidote during my last visit to the palace." Upon the mere mention of the name Su Yuyao, a resounding alarm echoed within Chu Xuancheng's mind. Yun Ruoyue felt her heart race as well. She remarked, "You once informed me that when you ingested her antidote, Master Zhang had examined it with silver needles and found no issues. At that moment, I believed it to be safe, only to realize now that silver needles cannot detect psychotropic poisons. Thus, I suspect she conspired with eunuch Lu to administer a type of poison known as Pin Hong under the guise of providing you with an antidote, followed by another form of psychotropic toxin. Is it truly so?" Chu Xuancheng's teeth clenched. "I had always thought that the Pin Hong poison I suffered from was solely eunuch Lu's doing. I never anticipated her involvement." Yun Ruoyue continued her analysis. "This remains merely my conjecture. It is rumored that Su Yuyao possesses an unparalleled proficiency in both poison and antidote. Perhaps she is merely a thief crying out to catch a thief. Moreover, as a noble lady, what reason does she have to frequent the palace? And how fortuitous that she appeared just as you were poisoned. Our immediate course of action must be to ascertain the nature of the poison you have ingested. I will analyze its composition to facilitate a targeted treatment." Chu Xuancheng's countenance darkened ominously, as if a storm were brewing. "If it is indeed confirmed that Su Yuyao poisoned me, I shall not let her escape unscathed. At present, we lack evidence, and she will undoubtedly deny any wrongdoing. As for the medicinal concoction, the dregs of the potion, the Pin Hong, and the candles, those pieces of evidence have likely been destroyed by them. Thus, seeking evidence may prove futile. We must devise alternative methods to uncover the truth, Yun Ruoyue reasoned. I have a plan, Chu Xuancheng suddenly declared. What plan? First, we shall interrogate Eunuch Lu. He is allied with her and must know the truth. However, Eunuch Lu is in the emperor's service. I have heard that after being punished, he has been confined. Will you be able to see him? Yun Ruoyue inquired. With Li Jinchong to guide me, it shall pose no problem. I shall enter the palace today to investigate, Chu Xuancheng asserted. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xuancheng entered the palace. After attending the morning court, he brought along some supplements under the pretense of visiting the Empress Dowager and made his way to Shokong Palace. On the journey there, he took a detour and arrived at the residence of Li Jinchong. Li Jinchong, having received prior word of the prince's arrival, awaited him at the door. As soon as Chu Xuancheng arrived, he scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and promptly approached Chu Xuancheng, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, how may I serve you? Where is Eunuch Lu? Chu Xuancheng inquired. Eunuch Lu has been confined in the torture chamber, and it is rumored he is nearing death. Chu Xuancheng's eyes narrowed. Take me to see him at once. Chapter 1353. Defiance in the face of death. Li Jinchong swiftly nodded and led Chu Xuancheng to the torture chamber. After making some arrangements outside, he ushered Chu Xuancheng into the darkened chamber. The room was shrouded in darkness, with only a small window in the wall allowing a sliver of light to penetrate, illuminating a foul mass of crimson flesh. As Chu Xuancheng focused his gaze, he realized that the gruesome sight was none other than Eunuch Lu, drenched in blood and appearing as though he lay there as a heap of red flesh. Is he dead? Chu Xuancheng asked Li Jinchong. Li Jinchong promptly approached, checking for signs of life near Eunuch Lu's nose. He still breathes. Then, he took a ladle of cold water and splashed it onto Eunuch Lu's face. Who dares to douse me? With a frail utterance, Eunuch Lu opened his eyes to find Chu Xuancheng and Li Jinchong standing before him. A cold glare was cast upon Chu Xuancheng as he pondered the reason for the presence of the Li Wang in such a desolate chamber. It was then he realized that Li Jinchong was indeed one of Li Wang's men. However, as a prisoner, this revelation bore little significance. Chu Xuancheng approached him, his gaze heavy with intent, and demanded to know what poison he and Su Yuyao had administered during their last encounter. Your Highness, I do not comprehend your words. Eunuch Lu retorted, turning his face away with disdain. You are not deaf, Lu. During your last collaboration with Su Yuyao, you poisoned me. Do you think I am unaware? Speak, what poison was it? Chu Xuancheng's voice, though calm, carried an unsettling chill. Taken aback, Eunuch Lu found the situation amusing. Was it not the poison of the first-grade red? Miss Su has already provided the antidote. Why do you still inquire? I refer not to the first-grade red, but to another poison. Chu Xuancheng clenched his teeth, his tone sharp. Eunuch Lu paused, astonished that Chu Xuancheng was aware of yet another poison. Nevertheless, he remained obstinate, insisting, I know nothing. I advise your Highness not to waste your efforts. Standing with arms crossed, Chu Xuancheng smirked coldly. You are an astute man, Lu. Before entering the palace, you were married, and your wife bore you a son, did she not? Unfortunately, she perished during childbirth, while your son survived. To provide for him, you became a eunuch and entrusted him to your parents' care. That child must be in his 20s now, correct? How could you possibly know this? Eunuch Lu's spine chilled at the revelation. He had concealed this secret so well that even the emperor and empress were unaware, yet Chu Xuancheng had uncovered it. The realization of Chu Xuancheng's formidable capabilities struck him with fear, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing. What do you intend to do? With a mocking smile, Chu Xuancheng replied, For years, you have hidden your son outside the palace, and all the wealth you have accumulated is in his hands. You hope that when you leave the palace, he will provide for you in your old age. If you do not reveal the truth to me, it is likely that no one will be there to care for you when the time comes. Eunuch Lu's heart plummeted at the thought. Trembling with rage, he glared at Chu Xuancheng. Li Wang, our grievances have nothing to do with my son. If you wish to kill me, do so, but spare him. Father's debt shall be repaid by the son. It is only just. Chu Xuancheng retorted. It is not that I do not wish to spare him, but rather whether you desire to see him live. His life rests in your hands. If you wish for his survival, it is best you tell me the truth. Otherwise, you may find yourself without anyone to see you through your final days. Fearful, Eunuch Lu felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Suddenly, he fell to his knees before Chu Xuancheng, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, I beg your Highness to spare his life. I shall speak. I will tell all. The poison from our last encounter was not the first-grade red. That was merely a ruse to clear our suspicions. The true poison was in the candles. Chu Xuancheng narrowed his eyes sharply, realizing that the candle was indeed poisonous. Yes, Su Yuyao infused the toxin of the belladonna into the candle. We had taken the antidote beforehand, but the prince fell victim to the toxic fumes. As for the poinsettia, it is harmless as long as one does not consume its roots. Su Yuyao used this flower to mask the poison of the belladonna, leading you to mistakenly believe that it was the flower's toxicity you had heard of, thus sparing us from blame. In truth, the real poison lay in the candle. Lu Gonggong explained with trepidation. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng comprehended that it was not the poison of the poinsettia that afflicted him, but rather the toxin of the belladonna. Could there be an issue with the antidote she provided? How could there be a problem? It was indeed the antidote for belladonna. My lord, she administered the antidote to you, and the poison was immediately countered. Why do you still question it? Could it be that she did not fully purge the poison from your system, leaving residual toxins? Lu Gonggong inquired with a look of astonishment. He pondered. Could there be a flaw in the antidote? Yet, such private matters would be concealed from him by the empress and Su Yuyao. He was truly unaware. Chu Xuancheng hesitated. You were suspected that Su Yuyao had tainted the antidote, yet Lu Gonggong denied this. Could it be that Lu Gonggong genuinely did not know? He held his son's fate in his hands, and he ought to fear lying to him. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to press further. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Lu Gonggong, demanding, "What else are you concealing from me? If you dare deceive me, you know the consequences. Who would dare deceive you? Moreover, this entire affair was orchestrated by the empress. She is the true mastermind. It was she who compelled me to switch your bow, wishing to see you humiliated." The empress? Chu Xuancheng smirked coldly. Without Lu Gonggong's words, he could already surmise that this matter was linked to the empress. Were it not for her instigation, they would not have had the audacity to poison him within the palace. He would bide his time. This grudge would be repaid in due course. Indeed, it was the empress who orchestrated this. At this juncture, Lu Gonggong hastily bowed his head in reverence. My lord, I have divulged all that I know. There is nothing more. I implore you, spare my son's life. Have you truly revealed everything to me? Chu Xuancheng asked coldly. Indeed, I swear on my son's life that I have not deceived you. I care little for my own demise. I only beseech you to grant mercy to my son. Lu Gonggong pleaded. It appeared that Lu Gonggong had indeed not lied to him. Whether the antidote was poisoned, Lu Gonggong himself did not know. He would have to investigate with Su Yuyao. Very well, I shall grant you this assurance. I will not trouble your son. However, Lu Gonggong, you are a clever man. With the knowledge you possess, you must understand what you ought to do. Chu Xuancheng suddenly remarked. He had entered alongside Li Jinzong earlier. Lu Gonggong must have realized that Li Jinzong was in his employ. Those who learn his secrets do not live long. At this moment, Lu Gonggong's face turned ashen. And he replied, Rest assured, my lord, even without your command, my wretched life cannot endure much longer. He understood far too many of the empress's secrets. She had long wished for his demise. Thus, it was a fate sealed. It was better for his wretched life to exchange for his son's. You understand, then? After Chu Xuancheng finished speaking, he coldly walked out, with Li Jinzong hurriedly following him. Once they exited the torture chamber and arrived at a secluded place, Chu Xuancheng addressed Li Jinzong, stating that eunuch Lu was already aware of their relationship and that this individual could not be spared. Li Jinzong assured him, Rest assured. In order to protect his own son, he will take action without us having to lift a finger. It would be best if that were the case, Chu Xuancheng replied. This eunuch Lu dared to poison him, and to die in such a manner is a light punishment indeed. Li Jinzong responded, You need not worry. This eunuch Lu dared to attempt to poison you. He deserves his fate. After Chu Xuancheng nodded, he decided to return to the royal residence to inform Yun Ruoyue about the matter concerning the mandrake. After Chu Xuancheng departed, Li Jinzong coldly entered the torture chamber. Discovering that eunuch Lu had somehow procured a rope, which he hung from the beam and, standing on a stool, had hanged himself. Li Jinzong walked out coolly and instructed the young eunuchs. Inform everyone that eunuch Lu could not endure the tortures of the chamber and chose to take his own life. He has passed away. Anyone who dares to deceive the emperor and act independently shall meet the same fate. Yes, eunuch, the crowd responded, trembling with fear. Before long, Chu Xuancheng returned to the royal residence and relayed eunuch Lu's words to Yun Ruoyue. It was then that she realized the candle contained the poison of mandrake. After pondering for a moment, she remarked, "So Su Yue intended to poison you with mandrake. The poinsettia was merely a ruse. However, when I conducted your blood test, I did not detect the toxicity of mandrake, indicating she truly provided you with an antidote. Yet, you have been afflicted with a mental poison. It remains unclear whether this poison was administered when she gave you the antidote or at another time. All evidence had been destroyed, and naturally, the antidote was lost as well. To uncover the truth, they would need to investigate Su Yue," Chu Xuancheng stated, as she was the only suspicious individual he had encountered during this time. In Shokong Palace, upon learning that the princess had become involved with Su Qishao, the Empress Dowager was both furious and enraged. The actions of the princess had brought disgrace to the royal family. Nevertheless, she was her beloved granddaughter. Having lost her virtue to Su Qishao, if a wedding was not hastily arranged, they would be subject to scorn. Therefore, the Empress Dowager disregarded any animosities between the Su family and the Li Wangfu, exerting pressure on the emperor to select an auspicious date for their union. It was a foregone conclusion that the princess would marry Su Qishao, and since the Su family could exert control over the princess, Chu Xuancheng would lose an ally. The emperor actively facilitated this matter, consulting the Bureau of Astronomy to select the soonest auspicious date, setting the wedding for the 10th of this month. Today was the 1st, leaving only 10 days until the wedding. When Su Qishao received the news of the wedding date, it felt as if the sky were collapsing upon him. Previously, in the palace, he had willingly taken on the responsibility to save the princess and agreed to marry her. However, upon returning home, he regretted his decision. He was deeply in love with Xiaya and could not fathom marrying the detested princess. Having inadvertently become involved with the princess, he now felt as if he were being led into marriage blindly, sensing that his life was no longer under his control but was instead dictated by the princess. He could not allow himself to be controlled by this woman. Marrying her was not his desire. Yet, the imperial command was absolute, and he had no choice but to comply. Chapter 1356, Writing to Xiao Yue. With his pent-up emotions unexpressed, he resolved to venture into the opulent realm of indulgence, a place where one could lose themselves in oblivion, the Yihong Lu. It was only upon arriving at Yihong Lu that he discovered the allure of the maidens there far surpassed that of the princess. When he wished for them to dance, they danced. When he desired melodies, they sang. Their talents in poetry, music, and the arts were no less than those of noble ladies. Thus, he spent several days intoxicated within the confines of Yihong Lu. The thought of his impending marriage to the princess filled him with gloom, making him wish to drown himself in drink. "My lord, you have indulged too much. Perhaps you should temper your consumption for the sake of your health." Mo, observed the prince, who was incessantly drinking, her heart tightening with concern. "I am not intoxicated. Bring me more wine. I wish to drink," Su Qishao declared, snatching a flask from the hand of a companion. "My lord, you truly cannot drink any more. Is it merely marrying the princess that frightens you? She is not a ferocious beast. Why do you so vehemently reject her?" Mo implored anxiously. "Mo, you do not comprehend. She is far more terrifying than any beast. While wild animals do not covet my body, she actually desires it." Mo stifled a laugh, nearly bursting with amusement at the prince's lamentable state, juxtaposed with the absurdity of his words. The two accompanying maidens nearby covered their mouths, unable to contain their laughter. "Silence. No laughter is permitted. Mo, prepare paper and ink. I must write to Xiao Yue," Su Qishao bellowed. "Writing to Xiao Yue?" Mo quivered at the thought of the fearsome countenance of King Li. "What? Is it not permissible for friends to correspond? I wish to pen a letter to see her one last time before my marriage. In mere days, I shall be a married man," Su Qishao lamented. "My lord, is that truly wise? What if she does not wish to see you?" "That will not happen. Xiao Yue would never treat me so. Hurry, bring me the paper and ink. If she does not come to see me, I shall refuse to marry," Su Qishao proclaimed, drunkenly collapsing onto the table. Upon hearing his refusal to wed, Mo had no choice but to fetch the writing materials. Perhaps the Princess Li should persuade the prince to avoid such obstinacy, she thought. Soon, Mo returned with paper and ink. As Su Qishao lifted the brush, he suddenly commanded the two maidens beside him. "You two, step outside." "Yes, my lord." Once the maidens had exited, they began to whisper in the corridor, finding the situation amusing. How ridiculous is Prince Su, rejecting even the princess. If it were any other man, they would have rushed to her side. Prince Su is a celebrated hero. His father is a loyal minister and a favored official of the emperor. What is a fallen princess to him? It is only natural for him to set his sights high and disregard such a woman. Foolish girl, do you truly believe he is rejecting the princess solely because he deems her unworthy? In his heart, it is evident that he is enamored with someone, specifically the enchanting Xiaoye. Have you not heard him incessantly murmuring her name of late? Today, he intends to pen her a letter, inviting her for a clandestine meeting. Pray tell, who is this Xiaoye that has so utterly captivated the heart of young Master Su, leaving him entranced and yearning? Who can say? Nevertheless, I too am curious to behold this woman. A lady so desirable that even young Master Su cannot possess her must be truly exquisite. Chapter 1357. Is he to be doomed? As the two young ladies conversed, fanning themselves, they glided past a servant carrying wine. Upon overhearing their dialogue, the servant narrowed his eyes apprehensively and hastily concocted an excuse to leave the Yihong building. He approached another servant who was sweeping the floor and urged, "Hasten to Su Manor and inform the young lady that young Master Su intends to rendezvous with the Princess Li at Yihong building." What? The other servant gasped in astonishment. Young Master Su and the Princess Li are to meet here in secret? Without delay, he replied, "Very well, I shall go at once." The young lady wished for them to keep a watchful eye on young Master Su, seeking any indiscretions to use against him. However, after days of surveillance, they found that young Master Su merely drank at Yihong building without engaging in any untoward conduct, leaving them without any incriminating evidence. Little did they anticipate. Today they would uncover a bombshell. He needed to inform the young lady forthwith. She would undoubtedly be pleased and reward him handsomely. Meanwhile, a nearby maidservant, adept in martial arts and with keen hearing, caught wind of the servants' exchange. A glimmer of cold calculation flickered in her eyes. Once the servants departed, she swiftly set down her axe and dispatched a message to the military camp in the northern part of the city. "At Feiyue Pavilion, Your Highness, young Master Su has sent a letter for you." Yun Ruoyue was preparing a soothing herbal concoction for Chu Xuancheng when Feng entered the small kitchen, bearing a letter. "Has young Master Su sent me a message? What could it possibly be?" A sudden apprehension gripped Yun Ruoyue. Could something be amiss with young Master Su? "The messenger said you will understand upon reading it," Feng replied, handing the letter to Yun Ruoyue. After ensuring no one else was present, she unfolded the letter, which read, "A beauty exists, unforgettable once seen. A day without her is a tormenting yearning. The phoenix soars, seeking its mate across the seas. Alas, the beloved is not found by the eastern wall. With this letter, I lay bare my heart. When shall we meet, to soothe my restless soul? May our virtues align, and hand in hand we traverse. Should I not take flight, I fear I shall be lost. Xiaoye, I am to be wed. Yet I long to see you once more before that day arrives. If you do not come, I fear I may perish. I await you at Yihong building, hoping for our reunion." The letter was signed simply with the words Qingqin. Upon reading the letter, a tightness gripped Yun Ruoyue's heart. What was young Master Su scheming? If she did not attend, would he truly be doomed? Concern washed over her, but as a married woman, she could not allow this letter to sway her to meet him. She handed the letter back to Feng instructing, "Return this to the messenger and inform young Master Su that I am unable to attend due to prior commitments." However, you mentioned that young Master Su had been drinking heavily at Yihong building for several consecutive days, rendered utterly intoxicated and oblivious to his surroundings. He was frantic today, insisting on seeing you, declaring that if you did not go, he would not marry the crown princess. Feng remarked. Yun Ruoyue did not anticipate that Lord Chu Qi would oppose this marriage so vehemently. Initially, to save the crown princess, it was she and Lord Chu Xuancheng who had encouraged him to marry her. Now, upon receiving such a letter, she felt a sense of responsibility to guide him, to remind him to cherish his own well-being. She said to Feng, "It's noon now. The prince should not be returning, correct? The prince is at the military camp and is unlikely to return, Your Highness. Are you going to keep the appointment?" However, as the princess, it may not be appropriate to visit a place like Yihong Tower, Feng replied. "I can wear Lord Chu Xuancheng's clothing and disguise myself as a man. Lord Su Qi's current condition is a burden we both share. I certainly have a responsibility to counsel him. We shall go there quietly and return swiftly. It should be fine," Yun Ruoyue asserted. Chapter 1358. Lord Su Qi's desperation. The engagement of Lord Su Qi was facilitated by her and Lord Chu Xuancheng, and now, seeing him in such pain, they too felt distressed. Soon, She donned a set of Lord Chu Xuancheng's male attire and, accompanied by Feng Er, took a carriage to Yihong Tower. Given that she was only 4 months pregnant and quite slender, her condition remained inconspicuous, allowing her to traverse the streets unnoticed. Upon their arrival at Yihong Tower, they were met with a large crowd of onlookers gathered at the entrance. What could possibly compel young Master Su to attempt such a desperate act? In just a few days, he is to marry the crown princess. Why would he jump now? Foolishness. It is precisely because he does not wish to marry the crown princess that he is attempting to leap. A man of his stature, resorting to such an act over this matter is utterly disgraceful. The crown princess is exceptionally beautiful. If he will not marry her, let me. Indeed, to reject such fortune is to be blind to one's blessings. Yun Ruoyue looked up and spotted a figure in red at the third-floor window, attempting to climb out. It was indeed Lord Su Qi. Behind him, Mou was gripping him tightly, teeth clenched in desperation. Lord Su Qi, seemingly unwilling to heed Mou's pleas, persistently sought to leap, causing the crowd below to gasp in horror. Witnessing this scene, Yun Ruoyue's heart raced with trepidation. Good heavens! Lord Su Qi was truly about to jump. She needed to ascend quickly to dissuade him. At that moment, by the third-floor window, Lord Su Qi was determinedly attempting to leap, while Mou clung to him desperately, tears brimming in his eyes. Young master, you cannot jump. If you do, what will become of me? No, let go of me. Why has Xiaoyu not arrived yet? I must find her. Lord Su Qi slurred, drunkenly trying to climb further out of the window. I have sent word to Princess Li. She will surely come at once. Please, do not jump. Mou pleaded, now panicking as he embraced Lord Su Qi tightly, tears spilling forth. You lie. She will not come. If she intended to, she would have been here long ago. I have waited for her for so long, and she has yet to arrive. Let go of me. I must find her. Lord Su Qi, in a daze, attempted once more to crawl out the window. This heart-stopping moment left Yun Ruoyue and Feng Er utterly aghast. At this moment, Su Qishao's legs were held by Mou, his body dangling precariously, arms flailing aimlessly in the air, creating an alarming spectacle as if he might plummet at any instant. Suddenly, he trembled, and a gasp rippled through the crowd. Su Qishao, don't jump. Yun Ruoyue, who had yet to ascend the stairs, instinctively shouted as she witnessed Su Qishao's imminent fall. Your shouting is futile. He cannot hear you. A voice suddenly interjected from beside her. Turning her head, Yun Ruoyue beheld a woman clad in the attire of a servant from Yihong Building, her gaze fixed coldly upon the unfolding scene above. With arms crossed and an air of calm composure, she exuded the poise of a heroine, despite her servant's garb. Do you have a solution? Yun Ruoyue, sensing the woman's extraordinary nature, inquired. The woman, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass, coldly spat it out, rubbed her hands together, and declared, watch me. With that, she dashed towards the opposite wall of Yihong Building, her legs propelling her upward with a grace akin to that of a nimble leopard, scaling the structure effortlessly. Chapter 1359. A forceful kick. Her agility was remarkable, ascending the building as if traversing level ground. Yet, the height posed an undeniable danger, leaving the onlookers in a state of trepidation. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, she leapt from the first floor to the second, then from the second to the third, finally pausing on the rooftop. Once atop, she stealthily positioned herself above Su Qishao's room. Unbeknownst to him, inebriated and oblivious to his precarious state, he dangled half outside, wholly unaware. Fortunately, Mou clung desperately to his feet, preventing his fall. However, Mou's facial expression revealed his struggle, sweat beading on his brow, teeth gritted as he appeared on the verge of collapse. The crowd's hearts raced in suspense. Suddenly, Mou could no longer bear the weight. His body weakened, hands slackened, and he relinquished his hold on Su Qishao, collapsing to the ground. In a split second, the maid had descended from the rooftop, grasping the window frame above. Aiming directly at the falling Su Qishao, she kicked with force, propelling him back into the room. Bravo! The spectators cheered, witnessing this thrilling moment. The young maid's prowess was astonishing. Her timely intervention had saved Su Qishao from a fatal fall. Seeing Su Qishao safely back inside, Yun Ruoyue exhaled in relief and hurriedly ascended with Feng Er. Yet, after executing her rescue, the maid did not enter the room. Instead, she returned to the rooftop, employing her extraordinary agility to descend gracefully. Her remarkable skill elicited further applause from the crowd. Once she landed, she swiftly darted into Yihong Building. As the citizens rejoiced at Su Qishao's rescue, they dispersed with laughter and chatter. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue and Fenger had reached the entrance of Su Qishao's room. The door wide open, yet she hesitated to step inside. Within the room, Su Qishao was abruptly jolted awake after being harshly kicked and buffeted by the wind for quite some time. It dawned upon him that he had indeed been kicked by someone in the presence of many. What an embarrassment! Rising to his feet, he coldly glared at Mou, demanding to know what had transpired. Why had that person kicked him? Young master, you were about to leap from the building. She was only trying to save you. Mou replied, rubbing her sore arm. Who told you I was going to jump? Su Qishao retorted angrily. I was not attempting to leap from the building. I merely wanted to fly down to find Xiaoyue, who hasn't he come for quite some time. He was indignant. He would never contemplate such weakness as suicide. Young master, please do not deceive me. Were you not feeling heartbroken and despondent, wishing to throw yourself down? Mou continued. I saw the letter you wrote to the Princess Li. You mentioned that if she did not come, you would perish. She has yet to arrive. And you must have contemplated ending it all, which is utterly foolish. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. Su Qishao, now fully awake, reflected on Mou's words and recalled the onlookers downstairs, who had been staring at her in disbelief. I merely wished to fly down to find Xiaoyue. Did you all truly believe I was going to jump? Isn't that the case, young master? The evidence is clear. Look at the poem you wrote. You said you would perish. That is sheer nonsense. It was merely a poem I transcribed from a book. I was feeling despondent and wrote it to express my melancholy. Yes, I do not deny that my heart aches from not having Xiaoyue. My heart is like dead ashes, in a state of decline. But it does not mean I wish to leap from the building, Su Qishao asserted. Chapter 1360. Advising him to cherish those before him what? So you were not truly going to jump? Yet you were climbing towards the window. I could not even pull you back. That is no different from attempting to leap. Su Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the young master was not genuinely contemplating suicide. Otherwise, how could he find peace? I was simply drunk and mistook the window for a door, wanting to step outside to find Xiaoyue, Su Qishao muttered in frustration. Surely, he would become the laughingstock of the entire city. Su Qishao. At that moment, he heard a melodious female voice from outside the door. Upon hearing it, his body involuntarily trembled. Xiaoyue, you have arrived. When did you get here? Su Qishao turned to see Yun Ruoyue, standing at the entrance. His face flushed crimson. She must have witnessed his earlier antics and would surely think he was on the verge of despair over losing her. After nodding to Fenger, Yun Ruoyue entered. Upon stepping inside, she was greeted by a strong scent of alcohol, reminiscent of pear blossoms in spring, fragrant and alluring. Your Highness, young master. We shall leave you two to converse, Su Qing remarked, keenly understanding the situation and promptly exiting. As he left, he closed the door behind him to prevent anyone from peering in. Once the door was shut, Fenger quickly took her position by the entrance, relieved that both she and the princess were dressed in male attire, ensuring they would not draw attention. As soon as Su Qing exited, Su Qishao hurried towards Yun Ruoyue. Xiaoyue, please do not believe their words. I was not causing a scene to end my life. I do not wish to leap from heights. I was merely inebriated and sought your company, only to be misinterpreted by them. I am aware. Yun Ruoyue nodded lightly. Rest assured, I am not so fragile. I shall not resort to foolish acts simply because you do not harbor feelings for me. At most, I shall find it difficult to eat and struggle to sleep at night, said Su Qishao. Yun Ruoyue gazed at Su Qishao, noting his inebriated state and wan demeanor. Having visibly lost weight, unable to restrain herself, she urged, Seventh Master, those matters are in the past. Why subject yourself to such torment? You are to wed the princess. Due to her prolonged confinement by the emperor, she has had little contact with the outside world, lacks worldly experience, and needs guidance. She adores you. And should you choose to nurture your relationship, I believe you shall make a splendid couple. Unfamiliar with worldly affairs? Su Qishao scoffed derisively. A woman who can drug me and willingly climb into my bed, and you claim she is naive to the world? I see her as cunning and treacherous. That is not my intent. I suspect the princess has been manipulated by Aunt May. Raised by Aunt May from a young age, she harbors deep affection for her and trusts her implicitly, making her susceptible to such influence. However, she possesses no malicious intent. She merely lacks understanding of human affairs and is inexperienced. At this point, Yun Ruoyue sighed. The princess, much like Chu Xuancheng, has faced adversity since childhood, resulting in a profound yearning for love. A small act of kindness can evoke immense trust and gratitude in her. Furthermore, Aunt May is her wet nurse. Apart from the Empress and Chu Xuancheng, she is the one she trusts most. Much like Nangong Ro, the princess believed in her sincerity, leading her to trust her without reservation. She is simply starved of affection, making her prone to misplaced trust and unable to discern good from evil. If you could offer her a modicum of love, I believe she would transform. Huh? Su Qishao retorted coldly. What does it matter how starved for love she is? I do not love her, nor am I obliged to. There are countless women who admire me. Should I love each one? That is not my point. I merely believe that since you are destined to be husband and wife, you ought to forget the past and cherish her instead. Otherwise, how will you navigate your future together? Yun Ruoyue implored. No, I do not wish to marry her. I regret it. I want to annul the engagement. Su Qishao declared with a chill in his voice. Annulment. For the princess, this may be a devastating blow. I fear she may not withstand it. Yun Ruoyue's voice trembled. Meanwhile, Su Qishao's heart bled quietly. He suddenly lifted his gaze, deeply regarding her, his eyes glistening with moisture. He yearned to cradle her face and express his love and longing. The woman he cherished remained unattainable, a lament he would carry throughout his life. He had never known loss until he encountered her. Had I known such entanglement would ensue, I would have preferred not to have met you at all. Su Qishao sighed softly, a glimmer of light in his eyes. He approached Yun Ruoyue, reaching out to caress her face, yet she instinctively recoiled. Do not fear. I shall not harm you. After all, I consider myself a gentleman. With a self-deprecating smile, Su Qishao suddenly recalled a line from a poem. Fallen blossoms have intentions. Drifting with the flowing water is indifferent to the fallen blossoms. Henceforth, I have no heart to cherish the beautiful night, letting the bright moon illuminate the western tower. Su Qishao, you mustn't be this way. Such behavior will only cause pain to those who care for you, Yun Ruoyue advised. Those who care for me. Does such a person exist in this world? He lamented. At times, I genuinely envy Chu Xuancheng, despite losing his parents. He still has your love. As for me, my mother passed away long ago, my father favors his wife over his concubines. And my siblings all wish to see me dead, eager to usurp the title of heir. There isn't a single person in this world who loves me, not one. Su Qishao expressed his anguish. Hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue felt a pang in her heart. She had never imagined that beneath Su Qishao's seemingly carefree exterior lay such profound sorrow. She choked back her emotions, saying, Rest assured, someone will come to love you. She merely arrives a bit late. Just like the princess, she loves you dearly. I do not desire her love, for I do not love her. I only crave your affection. Can you not sense it? Su Qishao declared, suddenly grasping Yun Ruoyue's hand and placing it against his chest. Feel this. My heart beats solely for you, for I am fond of you. I have heard that Chu Xuancheng has recently been afflicted with insomnia, and he has treated you poorly. Yet you endure it. I once stated that I could relinquish you to him, but only if he treats you well. Should he mistreat you, I shall take you away. Su Qishao, please do not speak like this. He has been very kind to me. He has always treated me well. It is not intentional. He is merely unwell. Yun Ruoyue replied, attempting to withdraw her hand. However, Su Qishao's grip was firm, and she could not escape. His eyes reddened with anger as he asserted, What of being unwell? Even if I were ill, I would never treat you this way. I would rather inflict harm upon myself than cause you any pain. Xiaoye, I have yet to marry. Please come away with me. Let us elope, shall we? I shall treat you well, protecting you fervently, ensuring that no one harms you or your child. What did you just say? Yun Ruoyue gasped, biting her lip as she finally freed her hand. Gazing at Su Qishao in disbelief. You are still intoxicated, speaking nonsense, are you not? We both have our own households. How can you utter such words? And what of that? Su Qishao pressed, agitated. And what of that? I have never loved you. The only one I love is Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. She felt it necessary to clarify her feelings to prevent Su Qishao from nurturing false hopes, as it would be detrimental to both parties. Xiaoye, Su Qishao faltered. Why burden me with such knowledge? Could you not keep it hidden within your heart? Let me believe there is still a chance. No, it is impossible for us. From beginning to end, I have only loved Chu Xuancheng. I tell you this not to see you in despair, but because you mentioned wanting to train in the military. You have neither gone nor shown any intention of leaving. Instead, you indulge in excess here. This will only harm yourself and those who care for you. Those who care for me. Are there any? Who? Su Qishao scoffed bitterly. Yun Ruoyue gazed at him with sincerity. Of course, there is me and the princess. We all care deeply for you. You cannot continue down this path. You must gather your spirits and prepare to marry the princess, embarking on a new life. I refuse. Just then, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, reverberating like an earthquake, weighing heavily upon Yun Ruoyue's heart. Capture them. Surround this chamber swiftly. I want everyone to witness how young Master Su Qi and Princess Li are engaged in an illicit affair within these walls. A sharp, venomous female voice rang out from outside. It was Su Changxiao. How did she arrive here? Upon hearing that voice, Yun Ruoyue instantly recognized her. She hurriedly approached and secured the bolt on the door. At that moment, a series of heavy knocks resounded, as if threatening to break through. Had she delayed, even slightly, the door would have been forcefully kicked open. Su Qi's complexion darkened ominously as he moved closer, casting a cold glance through the crack of the door. He beheld Su Changxiao commanding a troop of officials, standing menacingly outside, while Su Qing and Fenger had already been apprehended by the officers. That wretched woman has actually brought the officials. Xiaoya, do not be afraid. I will not allow her to harm you. Su Qi gritted his teeth, a deadly glint igniting in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue felt an intense anxiety. If Chu Xuancheng were not ill, he might still believe her. Yet now that he was ailing, he would surely doubt her. If he were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Open the door. Quickly. We are the officials, suspecting illicit activity within. Open the door at once. The knocking grew increasingly urgent, causing Yun Ruoyue's heart to race. This Su Changxiao was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. She would not let her escape. Seventh young master, you possess lightness skill. Could you guide me out through the window? Yun Ruoyue suggested, moving towards the window. However, upon peering down, she discovered a throng of officials lined up below, each clad in swords and bearing an intimidating demeanor. Never mind. We are completely surrounded by people. There is no escaping from here, Yun Ruoyue declared, suddenly sitting down on a chair and slamming her palm onto the table. So what if Su Changxiao has come with her people? We have done nothing wrong. We are innocent and have nothing to fear. I shall remain here and await her entrance. Let the soldiers come. Let the waters rise. Chapter 1363. Blocking the door now, with no retreat. They had no choice but to proceed this way. Su Qi's eyes gleamed with a serpent-like intensity as he suddenly produced a concealed weapon. Xiaoya, when the time comes, you must hide in the wardrobe. I shall go out and deal with them. This way, no one will see you. No, if you harm them, it would only draw more attention to us. We have done nothing wrong, and if you resort to violence, they will surely suspect our guilt. Wouldn't that play right into Su Changxiao's hands? Moreover, I do not wish for you to bear the blame of taking a life, Yun Ruoyue responded. If Su Qi were to proceed with such actions, he would undoubtedly be burdened with the crime of killing officials, and she would never allow him to carry such a burden. At that moment, a chilling voice from outside echoed, Qing Chun, Yun Ruoyue, I know you are inside. You prefer not to come out, do you? It matters not if you choose to remain hidden for now. Once all the ladies and gentlemen here have gathered, you shall emerge. At that point, the shame you endure will be even greater. This was precisely why Su Changxiao refrained from ordering a forceful entry. The number of individuals present was still minimal. She awaited the arrival of the entire clientele of the Yihong Lu before making her move. Thus, Yun Ruoyue and Su Qixiao would surely find themselves in an utterly hopeless situation. Yun Ruoyue coldly fixed her gaze on the entrance, ignoring Su Changxiao. Su Qixiao, however, retorted sharply, enough of your nonsense, Su Changxiao. You would do well to hastily escort these people away, otherwise, I shall ensure none of you escape unscathed. He would not hesitate to slay them all, bearing the infamy of ages, rather than allow them to harm Xiaoyu. Su Changxiao let out a chilling laugh. You dare to threaten me after engaging in such scandalous acts? Su Qingchun, do you truly believe this world is devoid of law? Humph. Should Chu Xuancheng learn of this, I cannot imagine his fury. But fret not. I have already dispatched someone to inform him. By now he is surely en route. Ha ha ha. With these words, her laughter rang with triumph. Even if Chu Xuancheng donned a metaphorical green hat to protect Yun Ruoyue, what would that matter? In light of such events, even his desire to shield her would come to naught. The entire world would be watching. At that time, they would undoubtedly condemn Yun Ruoyue for her lack of virtue, and where would that leave Chu Xuancheng's reputation? Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt an overwhelming urge to burst forth and tear Su Changzhao's face apart. She had truly summoned Chu Xuancheng. The thought of the consequences if he were to catch her was unfathomable. Meanwhile, outside, a throng of onlookers had gathered, their murmurs filling the air. Is it true that the Princess of Li and Su Qixiao are engaging in an affair? Surely not. Just moments ago, Su Qixiao was on the verge of suicide. How could he so swiftly resort to infidelity? One bystander remarked, "You are unaware. His suicide attempt was merely for the sake of the princess. Su Changzhao is so certain of their illicit rendezvous that they might indeed be clandestinely meeting. If that were the case, such a woman would be utterly disgraceful. She was a disgrace to her gender, deserving of severe punishment." Incensed by the slanderous remarks, Su Qixiao seized the sword from the table, ready to unleash his wrath. "Qixiao, stay calm. Do not fall into Su Changzhao's trap," Yun Ruoyue implored. "I care not. They dare to insult you. I will have their tongues." Xiao Yu was the love of his life, the one he cherished above all else. He would not even utter harsh words towards her, let alone allow these people to demean her. At that moment, a resounding clamor of hooves suddenly erupted from outside. The powerful sound of galloping steeds growing ever closer, as if racing through the air towards them. Yun Ruoyue hurried to the window, peering out to see a battalion of armored cavalry charging towards the Yihong Lu. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the figure leading them, a striking man clad in silver-white armor, mounted upon a magnificent white steed. It was none other than Chu Xuancheng. He donned resplendent armor, adorned with a feathered helmet. A flowing black cloak draped over his shoulders, and a sword belted at his waist, exuding an imposing presence as he rode toward the Red Tower. Behind him trailed over 100 members of the Xuanzhou army, each radiating valor and an aura of menace. As for Chu Xuancheng himself, his armor gleamed with a silvery light, dazzling in its brilliance, akin to a celestial general descending from the heavens. "He has arrived," Yun Ruoyue murmured softly. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. If he were to misunderstand, so be it. Meanwhile, the onlookers below, initially captivated by the sight of officials surrounding the Red Tower, were taken aback as a formidable cavalry appeared on the street. At the forefront was none other than the valiant king of Li, Chu Xuancheng. "Look, is that not His Highness, the King of Li? He is strikingly handsome, shimmering like a deity descended from the skies. Indeed, he exudes an extraordinary presence. I envy the Princess of Li immensely. His valor is unparalleled. I wonder what brings him here, accompanied by his Xuanzhou army, with such an imposing demeanor. Who knows?" Earlier, officials surrounded the Red Tower. Now, with the King of Li's arrival, could it be that something has transpired there, and they are here to investigate? "I just heard that the Princess of Li was caught in an affair with young Master Su Qi, and it was Su Changzhao who brought the officials to catch them in the act. The King of Li must also be here to apprehend them." The crowd erupted in a fervor, hastily pushing toward the Red Tower, eager not to miss the unfolding drama. "His Highness, the King of Li, has arrived." All bystanders, "Step aside." At that moment, Li had already ridden forward, coldly scrutinizing the throng. The sight of the formidable cavalry compelled the crowd to part, creating a clear path. Chu Xuancheng swiftly approached, yet he did not hasten into the Red Tower. Instead, he cast a piercing glance at the officials, coldly demanding, "Who authorized your presence here without the command of the Jingzhou prefect?" One of the officials stepped forward, stammering, "Your Highness. It was Lord Geng of the Ministry of Justice who permitted Su Changzhao to bring men here." "Geng Tian? Su Changzhao?" Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Since when did Su Changzhao possess the authority to command officials to surround the Red Tower? What rank and status does she hold to wield such power? "Your Highness, Miss Su claimed she was here to apprehend those engaging in illicit affairs." The official shrank back, trembling. "So, she can deploy officials under such pretense? Officials serve the public, not her whims. Does she possess any orders from the Ministry of Justice?" "Your Highness, none." The official's voice dwindled to a whisper. "Thus, it appears Geng Tian has violated regulations, allowing Su Changzhao to disrupt the peace of the realm. And you too have acted outside the law, unlawfully detaining individuals, disturbing the tranquility of the imperial city. Seize all officials at once. I shall impose severe penalties." With a commanding declaration from Chu Xuancheng, Li and the others promptly advanced, drawing their gleaming blades to the throats of the officials. Outnumbered and intimidated, the officials offered no resistance as they were swiftly apprehended. Once the officials were dealt with, Chu Xuancheng turned his gaze toward the northeastern corner of the Red Tower. where he spotted an open window on the third floor. Chapter 1365. A secret meeting within, though he could not see the individuals inside. He was aware that one could climb from this wall to that window. He turned to the side, addressing Mo Zhu. Has Li San brought them? Your Highness, they should be arriving shortly, Mo Zhu replied. Good. Soldiers, secure this area completely. No one may enter without my command. Violators shall face dire consequences. Chu Xuancheng ordered, pointing towards the northeastern corner. Yes, Your Highness, Mo Zhu acknowledged, promptly leading the troops to usher the guests who had gathered in the northeastern corner back into the Yihong Tower. Mo Zhu, accompanied by a dozen trusted confidants, coldly guarded the northeastern corner, standing like an impenetrable wall. Their swords glimmered ominously, deterring anyone from approaching. In an instant, the northeastern corner was devoid of guests, leaving only soldiers in their stead. Once the area was cleared, Chu Xuancheng rode forth to the entrance of the Yihong Tower, disembarking with grace. He placed his hand on the hilt of his treasured sword and strode directly into the tower, flanked by his soldiers. Meanwhile, the ladies of the Yihong Tower and the guests had gathered on the second and third floors, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon hearing of Chu Xuancheng's arrival, Su Changshao hastily positioned herself on the third-floor corridor. From a distance, Chu Xuancheng entered, ascending the staircase. Viewed from above, he appeared as if bathed in divine light. Clad in armor and wielding his sword, each step deliberate and majestic, resembling a celestial figure embraced by the stars, radiating brilliance. His tall and robust frame, paired with a strikingly handsome face and a gaze of icy authority, made him exceptionally captivating. He exuded an innate sense of nobility, surveying the crowd with a piercing glance that commanded respect, akin to a monarch ruling over his realm, forbidding any approach, his presence divine. Witnessing such a sight, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Truly, the esteemed Prince of Li embodied a chilling elegance and an air of dominance. This demeanor of aloof restraint was intoxicatingly alluring. Su Changshao watched Chu Xuancheng ascend, her heart heavy with regret. This dazzling man, a paragon among men, was no longer hers. Had she been blind to have chosen the likes of Prince Jin, a scoundrel? Had she not been so enamored with power, this exceptional man could have been hers. She lamented her choices, yet what could be done? He now regarded her with disdain, treating her as if she were inconsequential. Before long, Chu Xuancheng reached the third floor, where some fortunate ladies caught a glimpse of him up close, instantly smitten, gazing at him with adoration. A few bold ones even attempted to catch his attention with flirtatious gestures, but he remained unyielding, his expression stern and dismissive. Wow, how handsome! Wow, so cool and commanding! Such beauty and nobility eclipsed all present. Even the courtesans of Yihong Tower would pale in comparison before him. Upon reaching the third floor, Chu Xuancheng noticed Su Changshao, flanked by a dozen officials, guarding a private chamber. He cast a cursory glance at the closed door, which remained shut, and his expression shifted slightly. His gaze, as frigid as a snow-capped mountain, fell upon Su Changshao. Was it Geng Tian who sent you with officials to cause a disturbance? Su Changshao smiled wryly. Your Highness, you are mistaken. I am not here to cause a commotion. Rather, I am here to expose infidelity on your behalf. To expose infidelity on my behalf? What do you mean? Chu Xuancheng did not display anger, but regarded Su Changshao with an air of indifference. Su Changshao extended her hand, pointing towards the room. Someone has informed me that Princess Li and young Master Su Qi are clandestinely meeting inside. If the prince doubts my words, he may boldly enter and verify their truth. Chapter 1366. Daring to swear on one's life. The crowd had gathered sufficiently. It was time to break the door down. Do you understand that slandering royal kin is a capital offense? Chu Xuancheng's voice resonated like a cello, rich and profound, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Su Changshao chuckled lightly. I am well aware. If I did not possess absolute certainty, I would not dare to bring anyone here. She had already peered through the crack of the door and confirmed that Yun Ruoyue and young Master Su Qi were indeed seated within. After her informant, who was monitoring Su Qi's servant, relayed the news, she swiftly sought assistance from Geng Tian. Although Geng Tian had allied himself with the virtuous king, he had previously fallen into disfavor with the Jin Wang due to certain embezzlement accusations. Armed with this leverage, she coerced him into providing 30 officers to assist in her endeavor. Upon arriving, her trepidation led her to stealthily glance through the door once more, and upon verifying that Yun Ruoyue and Su Qi were, in fact, inside, She felt emboldened to maintain her vigil. Without absolute assurance, she would never have dared to confront them. Chu Xuancheng cast a glance towards the adjoining chamber, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. Are you truly certain that Princess Li and young Master Su Qi are within? Absolutely certain. If the prince does not believe me, he may enter and see for himself. And if Princess Li is not present, how will you bear the consequences of tarnishing her reputation? Chu Xuancheng spoke in a low, measured tone. That is impossible. I have seen her with my own eyes. She is inside, disguised in male attire. But do not be deceived. A falsehood cannot masquerade as truth. Su Changxiao retorted. With fervor, she continued, I would stake my life on it. Yun Ruoyue is indeed inside. If she is not, I submit myself to your judgment. If you doubt me, break down the door and see for yourself. I do not believe it. Princess Li is virtuous and wise, possessing a character of integrity. She has always conducted herself with propriety and would never engage in such disgraceful actions. Chu Xuancheng declared languidly, if you do not believe me, you are welcome to investigate for yourself. Are you hesitant to enter, fearing the sight of a scene that would shatter your heart, thus stalling here? Impudent Su Changxiao, I shall not look. How dare you speak so? I trust that Princess Li is not inside. There is no need for me to confirm. Chu Xuancheng bellowed, his voice reverberating through the surroundings, causing all to hold their breath in trepidation. Su Changxiao, however, merely smirked, Your Highness, I understand that such a revelation may be difficult for you to accept, yet you must face it with courage. I did not intend to embarrass you. It pains me to see how well you treat Yun Ruoyue while she betrays you. I could not stand idly by, which is why I brought people to unveil her true nature. Her public conduct has already sullied the royal family's honor and tarnished the dignity of the Li Wangfu. My actions here are solely for your benefit. Is that so? Do you genuinely care for me, or do you seek to tarnish the reputation of the Li Wangfu? Only you hold the answer, remarked Chu Xuancheng with an air of nonchalance. Su Changxiao, taken aback by his unruffled demeanor, replied, Your Highness, are you not the least bit curious about what they are doing inside? I know you harbor feelings for Yun Ruoyue, yet she has committed an unforgivable transgression. One has betrayed the princess, and the other has betrayed you. How can you endure such betrayal? I am truly in awe. The onlookers, upon hearing her words, began to scorn Yun Ruoyue. It became apparent that Su Changxiao had indeed come to catch them in the act. Her fervent declarations suggested that the Li Wangfei was indeed clandestinely meeting Su Qixiao. Chapter 1367. A resounding slap in the face. They are utterly shameless. This pair of despicable lovers deserves to be punished. His Highness, the Li Wang, hesitated to open the door, likely out of fear of facing humiliation. Yet, Su Changxiao insisted on pressing him. It seemed this spectacle would be quite the show, paying little heed to the gossip. Chu Xuancheng rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, lost in contemplation, awaiting something. At that moment, Imo Zhu rushed over and whispered something into Chu Xuancheng's ear. After listening to his words, Chu Xuancheng nodded coldly, while Su Changxiao looked on in confusion. Your Highness, what trickery are you up to? If you do not break down the door, I shall do so myself. Do as you wish, replied Chu Xuancheng with unwavering calmness. Your facade of composure is futile. I shall open the door and expose these immoral individuals. As she declared this, she dashed towards the door, ready to summon assistance to force it open. Suddenly, the door swung open with a chilling creak, and a woman clad in crimson swiftly emerged, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap across Su Changxiao's face. The strike was sharp and powerful, causing Su Changxiao to stagger, regaining her balance and covering her face. She was astonished to find that the figure before her was not Yun Ruoyue, but the princess. What are you doing here? Where is Yun Ruoyue? Su Changxiao gazed at the princess, disbelief etched across her features. The princess, adorned in flowing red garments, exuded an enchanting beauty. With an imperious arch of her brow and a haughty demeanor, she fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Changxiao, radiating an aura of authority. How dare you, a mere cur, encroach upon my dignity? I, a scion of nobility, was in the midst of composing poetry with my husband to deepen our bond. What audacity allows you to disrupt our privacy? Su Changxiao, momentarily stunned, hastily entered the room, where she found Su Qixiao standing coldly. A quick survey of the chamber revealed only a wardrobe and a screen, no sign of Yun Ruoyue. Bewildered, she turned to the princess, but I clearly saw her inside. How has it come to be that you are here instead? Where is she? The princess advanced with fury, raising her hand once more, her eyes alight with rage. "You insolent maid! How dare you tarnish the reputation of the Li Wangfei? Kneel!" With a commanding shout, soldiers rushed forth, seizing Su Changxiao and forcing her to kneel before Chu Xuancheng. Everyone witnessed this transformation, standing in stunned silence. Some with their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if one could fit a potato inside. The princess stepped forward, gritting her teeth, and proclaimed, "Su Changxiao, it is entirely natural for me and the prince to indulge in romance, drink, and compose poetry here. What gives you, a cast-off woman, the right to interfere? Who bestowed upon you the authority to summon the guards to apprehend us?" I, Su Changxiao, was rendered speechless by the princess's imposing presence, her expression one of sheer astonishment. At that moment, the princess, clad in flowing crimson garments, exuded an aura of fierce elegance, her countenance icy and formidable, resembling a striking empress. This formidable demeanor left Su Changxiao momentarily paralyzed, reminding her that she stood before the princess, not someone she could easily manipulate. "What is the matter? Did you not claim that the princess of Li was within these walls? Where is she? How dare you publicly slander her and tarnish her reputation? What punishment do you deserve for this affront?" the princess demanded angrily. Su Changxiao, having been momentarily stunned, forgot to retort. Upon hearing this, she coldly responded, "Why must you flaunt your authority before me, princess? You are destined to marry into the Su family, and I ought to address you as sister-in-law. Oh, but since you are my senior, I shall call you sister instead. Sister, you are aware that Yun Ruoyue was inside just now. You must know she was clandestinely meeting with young Master Su. Yet, you chose to shield her for the sake of young Master Su. Do you not feel pained or envious?" The princess, having publicly struck her twice, silently vowed to repay the insult with interest once she married into the Su family. The princess let out a cold laugh, suddenly pulling young Master Su to her side, casting a loving glance his way, her eyes brimming with unwavering trust and affection. "I know my man well. I am more aware than you whether he has betrayed me. It has always been just the two of us inside. With so many eyes upon us, who has seen the Princess of Li?" Young Master Su felt her warm, soft grip on his hand, and he glanced at her. He was drawn closer, inhaling her delicate fragrance, reminiscent of osmanthus honey, sweet and enchanting. A peculiar sensation coursed through him. The current princess, beautiful and charismatic, radiated an air of nobility that commanded respect, prompting him to gaze at her a moment longer. Upon hearing the princess's words, the onlookers shook their heads, declaring, "No, we did not see the Princess of Li. We only witnessed the princess and young Master Su within. Does this not imply that Su Changxiao is slandering the Princess of Li?" The princess inquired again. "Indeed, the Princess of Li is a divine healer. How could she engage in such actions? Clearly, it is Su Changxiao's jealousy that has driven her to bring ruin upon the princess's reputation. This Su Changxiao, now a discarded woman herself, sought to drag the Princess of Li down with her. She truly is malevolent. She previously stated that if the Princess of Li was not present, she would willingly submit to the judgment of His Highness. It appears her time has come. It turns out that this matter was merely a trap set by Su Changxiao. We have misjudged Princess Li, who is innocent. We owe her an apology. Your Highness, we acknowledge our mistake. We should not have misunderstood Princess Li." A cowardly guest, who moments ago reveled in mocking Yun Ruoyue, now fearing retribution from Chu Xuancheng, hastily sought his forgiveness. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at those gluttonous guests, his voice low and commanding. "Get out." With that decree, those who had dared to enjoy the spectacle fled in terror. Seeing everyone retreat in panic, Su Changxiao was enraged, exclaiming, "Chu Xuancheng, how did things come to this? I clearly received news that Su Qi and Yun Ruoyue were here reveling together. I even peered through the crack in the door and saw her inside. How could she possibly be the Long Princess?" Chu Xuancheng leaned closer, whispering, "To me, she is whoever I wish her to be." "What do you mean? Did you switch Yun Ruoyue? You deliberately avoided colliding with the door and delayed outside to give Mo Zhu time to make the switch. When Mo Zhu was ready to report to you, you chose not to stop me from barging in, didn't you?" It dawned on Su Changxiao that all of this had been orchestrated by Chu Xuancheng, who had stealthily replaced Yun Ruoyue with the Long Princess, explaining his calm demeanor. Chapter 1369, 20 Slaps. "So what?" Chu Xuancheng replied quietly. "You truly are capable of enduring, aren't you? You can tolerate such things?" Su Changxiao mocked. Her eyes filled with derision. Chu Xuancheng chuckled lightly. "Yes, As long as it is you wear, I can endure anything she does. You can endure her actions. Yet you could not tolerate my choice of Prince Jin? Why do you harbor such hatred towards me? Su Changxiao ground her teeth in frustration. She felt a suffocating weight in her heart, realizing she could never compare to Yun Ruoyue. Because I find you unworthy. In my eyes, she is a pure celestial being, while you are merely a filthy rat lurking in the sewers, repulsive to me. Chu Xuancheng stated mercilessly. He neither struck nor scolded Su Changxiao. Yet his words incited such fury that she coughed up blood, her gaze blazing with rage. Chu Xuancheng, you still defend her after she has betrayed you, calling her a pure celestial being? I am truly astonished. And you, Long Princess, your fiancé is enamored with another woman, engaging in clandestine affairs, yet you defend him? You and your brother are quite adept at enduring. Su Changxiao taunted. The Long Princess glared at her in fury. Silence. There is no Princess Li here. Only I and my fiancé. We are destined by the Emperor to be together. Drinking tea and enjoying each other's company is beyond reproach. Who are you, a discarded wife? To meddle? Soldiers, give her a resounding slap, commanded the Long Princess. Upon her command, soldiers approached and began to strike Su Changxiao. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, felt it was poetic justice. Su Changxiao had brought this upon herself, deserving of retribution for slandering Princess Li and her fiancé. Those who maliciously spread rumors should be severely punished. We must swiftly inform everyone that the ones clandestinely meeting are the Grand Princess and young Master Su Qi, who are on the verge of marriage. Their pre-wedding meetings are merely a means to strengthen their bond, yet they have been slandered by the envious Su Changxiao. Indeed, the Princess Li is a divine healer. She once saved my young nephew. I must promptly clarify this matter to prevent an innocent person from being wronged. As the crowd clamored, they hurriedly exited. Once the throng dispersed, Su Changxiao had endured a brutal 20 slaps. The soldier's fingers, calloused from years of wielding a sword, left Su Changxiao's face marked with crimson welts, swollen and bruised. After the soldier completed the punishment, he stepped aside. Su Changxiao's visage was now grotesquely swollen. Just as she was writhing in pain, the Grand Princess suddenly proclaimed, Su Changxiao, you have slandered Princess Li and both myself and the prince consort. Should you not owe us an apology? Beaten to this extent, Su Changxiao harbored deep resentment towards the Grand Princess. Stubbornly lifting her chin, she gritted her teeth and retorted, You think I will apologize to you? You were clearly bullying us with your numbers. Just wait. I shall repay today's grievances tenfold. She vowed not to spare any of those present. Wasn't it you who was bullying us when I was absent? Guards, remove all idle individuals from the premises, commanded Chu Xuancheng coldly, and the remaining ladies were escorted downstairs. Except for Mo Li and Mo Zhu, all soldiers were ordered to leave. Thus, on the third floor, only Chu Xuancheng, the Grand Princess, young Master Su Qi, Su Changxiao, Mo Li, and Mo Zhu remained. Once the idle persons had departed, Chu Xuancheng sneered, Su Changxiao, even if you and young Master Su Qi are here, I still trust her. Su Changxiao blinked in confusion. Where exactly have you hidden Yun Ruoyue? How could a living person simply vanish? This had been her lingering doubt. She had clearly seen Yun Ruoyue in the room. So how could she have transformed into the Grand Princess? When she was struck by the Grand Princess earlier, she had been momentarily dazed, casting a hasty glance around the room, only to find Yun Ruoyue absent, leaving her in shock. It was only after the Grand Princess's series of slaps that she realized where Yun Ruoyue truly was. Chu Xuancheng did not answer Su Changxiao, instead walking into the side room. As he entered, his expression remained indifferent, concealing his thoughts. Approaching a screen within the chamber, he remained silent, and at that moment, two figures emerged from behind it. Su Changxiao quickly raised her gaze. The one in front was Yun Ruoyue, clad in men's attire, her white garments flowing gracefully. She emerged with composure, her chin held high, exuding an air of authority and nobility, displaying not a hint of guilt. Behind her was a young girl dressed in the attire of a maid from the Red Chamber. Su Changxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yun Ruoyue, you truly were inside. How dare you show your face to others? She should have realized it earlier. She had simply been stunned by the recent blow and forgotten to search the room. It turned out that Yun Ruoyue was hiding behind the screen, easily visible had she just approached. Yet, she had inexplicably overlooked this step. At this moment, she swiftly turned around, glaring furiously at Chu Xuancheng. Chu Xuancheng, I am not mistaken. She is inside their clandestinely meeting with Su Qi Shao. Now, with both witness and evidence at hand, How will you continue to defend her? Yun Ruoyue regarded Su Changxiao with a cool gaze. I am completely innocent and upright. I never intended to hide. What do I have to fear from being seen? As she spoke, she glanced at Chu Xuancheng, her eyes calm and indifferent, silently hoping he would believe her. Chu Xuancheng maintained his composure as well, but she knew that beneath his tranquil facade raged a tumultuous tide. You are in there in secret, and you dare to claim purity and integrity? Su Changxiao glared at Chu Xuancheng. Did you see this? How do you feel now? She could not fathom how the usually domineering Chu Xuancheng could tolerate such a situation. Chu Xuancheng furrowed his brows slightly, his expression growing faint. He approached Yun Ruoyue, suddenly grasping her hand with a face full of tenderness and affection, smiling. My dear, I apologize for the distress you've endured. His unexpected gentleness sent a shiver through Yun Ruoyue. She stared at him in astonishment. He should be furious at this moment, yet he smiled at her. Though he wore a smile, she could discern the coldness in his eyes, causing her heart to tremble with uncertainty. This is merely a performance. Do not genuinely be frightened. Chu Xuancheng spoke gently, his gaze deeply fixed on Yun Ruoyue, exuding a softness that was almost palpable. It was thanks to your cooperation that we could lure the snake from its den and execute our plan. What do you mean, Chu Xuancheng? What is this about luring a snake from its den? Su Changxiao inquired suspiciously. Chapter 1371. How shameless you are. The Princess Royal scoffed, luring the snake from its den. Of course, means using that letter to draw out this venomous serpent. Otherwise, how would we have known of your treacherous ambitions? Not only surveilling the prince consort, but also daring to bring officials to arrest him? What did you say? From that letter onward. Was this all a scheme to ensnare me? Su Changxiao finally grasped the implications and realized she had been deceived. Otherwise, how could the prince consort be engaged to me? Why would he write to Ruoyue? The Princess Royal continued. To be frank, we have long been aware of your surveillance of the prince consort, which is precisely why we devised this scheme, deliberately writing that letter to inform you and entice you into making a move. Now, you have committed the unforgivable offense of tampering with officials and showing great disrespect to the Princess Li. Prepare to face the consequences. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Su Changxiao, a flicker of unspoken grievance flashing in her eyes. Su Changxiao shot her a cold glance in return, his expression one of disdain and indifference. What? This was truly a conspiracy devised by you. Upon hearing the truth, Su Changxiao instinctively reached to touch her face, which throbbed painfully and was swollen. Had those 20 slaps been a result of their machinations? Of course, how else could we compel you to commit an irredeemable mistake? The Princess Royal replied. You, how shameless you are, to have conspired against me. Su Changxiao, overwhelmed by regret, sank despondently to the ground. It dawned on her that this was a ruse designed to lure her out of hiding. Had she known better, she would have observed the situation before acting. Bringing the officials had only led to the imposition of a label of illicit dealings upon her. The thought of her potential fate was unbearable. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt a stir within her heart. The Crown Princess and Chu Xuancheng had deliberately spoken thus to protect her and Su Changxiao. She had never anticipated their support. The truth was that she was indeed meeting with Su Changxiao. Even if they had done nothing inappropriate, it was sufficient to ignite speculation. Just moments ago, while she was contemplating her strategy inside, a maid from Yihong Tower suddenly soared through the northeastern window, bringing the Crown Princess with her. The maid, known as Xiaodai, possessed remarkable agility and swiftly delivered the Crown Princess into the room, whereupon the Crown Princess promptly recounted the events that had transpired. Xiaodai had always been in Chu Xuancheng's service, discreetly stationed at Yihong Tower to gather intelligence for him. This establishment belonged to Chu Xuancheng, albeit under another's name. Previously, when two young servants intended to inform Su Changxiao, their conversation was overheard by Xiaodai, who immediately dispatched a message to Lu Ruyin at the military camp, who in turn relayed it to Chu Xuancheng. Upon learning of the situation, Chu Xuancheng promptly summoned 100 elite soldiers to rescue them and instructed Li San to fetch the Crown Princess from the Li Wang mansion for assistance. When he arrived, he discovered that Su Changxiao had yet to breach the door and was aware that they were hiding in this room on the 3rd floor. Thus, he deployed troops to disperse the officials and citizens, securing the northeastern corner to await the Crown Princess's arrival. Simultaneously, he engaged Su Changxiao, deliberately refraining from breaking the door to buy time. As soon as the Crown Princess arrived, Mo Zhu commanded Xiaodai to use her agility to deliver the Crown Princess through the window from the northeastern corner. executing a clever ruse reminiscent of a dragon transforming into a phoenix. When Yun Ruoyue witnessed the crown princess and Xiao Dai soaring in, she was utterly astonished. Chapter 1372. Su Ming arrives with urgency pressing upon them. The crown princess swiftly explained the situation, instructing her and Xiao Dai to conceal themselves behind a screen. As Su Changxiao approached to force the door, the crown princess boldly stepped out and struck her face. Once the crowd dispersed, they reframed the incident as a strategic ploy to draw the snake from its den, entirely clearing her and Su Qixiao of any suspicion regarding a clandestine meeting. At that moment, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from below, growing closer. How audacious of Prince Li to dare provoke even the daughter of Su Ming. A chilling, deep male voice resonated from downstairs. In haste, Su Ming, clad in a dark blue official robe and leading a retinue of guards, ascended the steps with deliberate grace. An aura of formidable authority radiated from him, and his eyes glinted with a shrewdness that bespoke a seasoned and cunning official. Chu Xuancheng glanced up, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. He surveyed Su Ming with a composed demeanor, exuding a powerful presence. So it was the esteemed Minister Su. Lord Su, your arrival is most timely. The fault lies with the father when the child is uneducated. Since you, as a father, are present, I shall entrust Su Changxiao's fate to your discretion. Su Ming stepped forward, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, and his gaze immediately fell upon his daughter. Kneeling on the ground, her face marked with palm prints, an overwhelming storm brewing in his eyes. Raising his gaze once more, he beheld his son, clad in red, exuding a rebellious demeanor, which plunged his heart into despair. He fixed a menacing look upon Chu Xuancheng and spoke in a low, grave tone. If my memory serves me correctly, in 5 days' time, the eldest princess will wed into the Su family. After all, we shall soon be one family. Pray tell, why has His Highness the King of Li so mercilessly inflicted harm upon Changxiao, subjecting her to such humiliation at this crucial juncture? Chu Xuancheng responded with an indifferent tone. That is a question best directed towards your dear daughter. Inquire about her actions. Changxiao may be somewhat impulsive, yet His Highness has proven to be rather ruthless. You once pledged to protect her for a lifetime, yet now you allow her to be treated thus, Su Ming retorted bitterly. Your Highness has always been a man of his word. Such a reputation, if tarnished, would render you a hypocrite in the eyes of the world. Daddy, you have finally come. Please save your daughter. My face hurts terribly. Su Changxiao exclaimed, seeing her father as a lifeline, rushing towards him. Su Ming hastily called for someone to support her, casting a glance at the bruises on her face, his heart aching as he gently patted her shoulder. Changxiao, what on earth has transpired? I don't know how to explain, Su Changxiao stammered. Do you truly not know, or are you simply afraid to speak? At that moment, Su Qixiao interjected coldly. He was aware that the eldest princess could not openly defend herself, as Su Ming was her nominal future father-in-law. Thus, he stepped forth, his gaze piercing like that of a venomous serpent directed at Su Changxiao. You dispatched individuals to monitor me, seeking to ensnare me. Yet you unexpectedly brought officials into the fold. Not only have you sullied the reputation of the Princess of Li, but you also sought to bring about my ruin. Now, you reap what you have sown. What right do you have to complain? With that, he recounted the events that had transpired, carefully selecting his words. Now fully sober, he refrained from mentioning his clandestine meeting with Xiao Yue, instead adhering to the eldest princess's wishes by framing it as a scheme to draw Su Changxiao out into the open. He feared not for his own reputation, but was concerned about the harm to Xiao Yue's name. Hence, he relayed the narrative as instructed. As he concluded, he fixed a dark glare upon Su Changxiao. Father, I know you favor the Bai family, but she has defamed the Princess of Li and slandered me. How shall we address this grievance? Upon hearing this, Su Ming's gaze grew somber, and he replied with measured calmness. Qingchen, no matter her actions, she remains your sister. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Qixiao's lips. Observing Su Ming's unwavering defense of Su Changxiao, Chu Xuancheng sneered. Lord Su Changxiao has slandered the Princess of Li, colluded with Geng Tian, and unlawfully mobilized officials. Should you not provide me with an explanation? In my view, this appears to be a misunderstanding. Changxiao's actions were likely intended to protect the reputation of the Princess of Li, albeit executed with excessive impulsiveness. She has already paid the price for her rashness. What further punishment do you seek from me? Su Ming replied coolly. His narrow, shrewd eyes squinted with a calculating glint, filled with malice and scheming. This Chu Xuancheng, still so tender, dared to challenge him. He would ensure that the young man would not even know how he met his demise. Did the noble one believe that a moment of impulse could settle matters, that 20 slaps could absolve her of her sins? Did he truly think the Li Wangfu was to be trifled with? Chu Xuancheng spoke with unruffled composure, exuding an aura of intimidation. The noble one inquired, "How do you propose I deal with her?" Su Ming replied coldly. Chu Xuancheng responded with a faint smile, "I care not how you choose to deal with her, as long as it satisfies me." Suddenly, Su Ming turned, raised his hand, and struck Su Changshao fiercely across the face, sending her tumbling down the staircase. The onlookers gasped in horror at this brutal display. Su Ming's cruelty was evident as he watched Su Changshao roll down and land painfully on the ground. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, a testament to the force of the blow. Su Ming glared icily at Chu Xuancheng, enunciating each word with precision. "Your Highness, is this sufficient?" Chu Xuancheng did not even spare Su Changshao a glance. He merely smiled, cold and detached, asserting that in terms of ruthlessness, he could not rival the noble one. However, to slander the Li Wangfei and the prince consort, this was surely insufficient. Su Ming, underestimating him, believed this maneuver would grant Su Changshao reprieve. How naive! The crimes committed by Su Changshao were serious enough to warrant imprisonment, or worse, execution. With a chilling smile, Su Ming declared, "Very well. If this is insufficient, then let it be known. Take the young lady back to the residence, administer 50 strikes to her palms. Make her kneel at the ancestral hall for a month, and transcribe the lessons for women 100 times. With that, he stifled his inner fury, glaring at Chu Xuancheng. Is this enough? Had he not feared provoking Su Ming's wrath, Chu Xuancheng would have argued that it was not enough. He coolly remarked, "After all, she is your daughter. Must you be so harsh?" Su Ming, gritting his teeth, coldly retorted, "I must be resolute. You refuse to relent." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Bring the young lady back at once." After casting a sinister glance at Chu Xuancheng, he departed with his entourage. Wait for it, he thought. The day the Long Princess marries into the Su family will be the day Chu Xuancheng feels the greatest pain. The way he forced punishment upon his own daughter today would pale in comparison to the agony he would inflict on Chu Xuancheng in the future. With Su Changshao taken away, this chapter came to a temporary close. Chu Xuancheng instructed Mo Li to escort the Long Princess back to the residence, while he took Yun Ruoyue and boarded a carriage. Chapter 1374. The poison strikes again inside the carriage on their way home. Chu Xuancheng sat stiffly, his gaze piercing and silent. The atmosphere within was stifling, laden with an ominous tension. When Yunrui dared to meet his intimidating eyes, she quickly lowered her head, murmuring, "I am sorry. I should not have come here and caused you so much trouble." Chu Xuancheng regarded her coldly. "What is your relationship with Su Qi?" Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. His tone was chilling, as if it originated from the depths of hell. She hurriedly replied, "You should understand that I have no relationship with him. He wrote that letter to me, and I feared he might take his own life, which is why I rushed to dissuade him. We barely exchanged a few words when Su Changshao arrived." "Merely exchanged a few words? Is he that significant to you? He sends you a letter, and you don male attire to meet him?" Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, suddenly gripping Yun Ruoyue's chin. "Do you realize that you are the princess consort of Li, my woman?" Yun Ruoyue did not expect his sudden outburst of fury. The pain in her chin jolted her back to reality, and she glared at him in anger. "I sacrificed the marriage of Su Qishao to save your sister. He was distressed about not wanting to marry, and we felt responsible for guiding him. I was genuinely concerned he might do something foolish. Why won't you believe me?" As she met Chu Xuancheng's furious gaze, his anger deepened. His head had been throbbing with pain, his heart heavy with sorrow, but he had restrained himself for her sake. Finally, he could no longer contain his tempestuous emotions. "You are fully aware that I despise your association with Su Qishao. Why did you still go to meet him? If he does not wish to marry, we can simply annul the engagement. There is no need for you to comfort him. What role do you play in his life? If comfort is needed, it should be your elder sister, not you." Chu Xuancheng thundered. Seeing his unreasonable rage, Yun Ruoyue retorted, "And if it does not concern me?" "Chu Xuancheng, although I am your nominal wife, I am still my own person. I possess my dignity. I will go where I please and see whom I wish. You have no authority to interfere." She was a modern woman, and her thoughts reflected that reality. Chu Xuancheng coldly smirked. "A woman obeys her father in her youth and her husband upon marriage. Now that you are wed to me, you are my wife. Your life and death are intertwined with mine. How dare you assert that I have no right to interfere? You still acknowledge that I am your wife?" Yun Ruoyue replied lightly. The pain in her chin persisted, yet she felt no discomfort, as if she had grown numb. This statement struck a chord in Chu Xuancheng's heart. Indeed, she was his wife. How could he treat her in such a manner? Suddenly, he let out a low roar and released her. In an instant, a wave of pain surged through his head again. He clutched his head, shutting his eyes in distress, as if a tumult of chaos raged within his mind, causing his eyes to redden and beads of cold sweat to form. He fixed his gaze upon Yun Ruoyue, his dark eyes flashing with an ominous crimson light, appearing terrifying. Before him, Yun Ruoyue seemed no longer his beloved Yuer, but rather a pitiful lamb awaiting slaughter. The fire of fury surged within him, and he abruptly seized Yun Ruoyue. "Come here to me. Chu Xuancheng, what is wrong with you? What do you intend to do?" Yun Ruoyue exclaimed in disbelief, fearing that his affliction had returned, and with increasing severity. "I am a man. Do you not know what I desire?" Chu Xuancheng declared, forcefully pinning her beneath him and beginning to tear at her garments. He tore violently, rending the garment from Yun Ruoyue's chest, exposing a flawless expanse of her delicate shoulder. As he gazed at her, it was as if he were staring at prey, and he bit down upon her fragrant shoulder with fervor. "Chu Xuancheng, I am with child. You cannot treat me this way, you must not." Yun Ruoyue protested, struggling against him, yet her strength was no match for Chu Xuancheng's. He had succumbed to madness, surely, to act in such a manner towards her. In the past, upon hearing such words, he would have quickly come to his senses, filled with remorse and offering her apologies. But now he feigned ignorance. When he was in the military camp and received the report from Lu Ruoyan, his blood boiled, surging through his veins, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slay Su Qishao. He had restrained his tempestuous fury for her sake, but now that he no longer needed to shield her, his anger erupted. Lowering his head, he pinned Yun Ruoyue's hands, capturing her lips with a fierce kiss that exuded dominance, wildness, and an air of unassailable pride. Seeing this, Yun Ruoyue suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on his lips. Chu Xuancheng winced in pain, quickly reaching to touch his lips, feeling a trickle of blood. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Yun Ruoyue swiftly produced a tranquilizer and plunged it into his arm. It was due to Chu Xuancheng's habitual lack of vigilance towards her that she was able to succeed. The moment the tranquilizer was injected, Chu Xuancheng erupted in fury, tearing the syringe from his shoulder and smashing it against the carriage, shattering it into a myriad of glass shards. "What have you injected into me? I am not ill. I am not," he bellowed, his bloodshot eyes fixated on tearing Yun Ruoyue's garments asunder. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and his body weakened, gradually collapsing towards her. "Chu Xuancheng!" Yun Ruoyue exclaimed as she rushed to support him, just as the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Li Wangfu. As the carriage came to a halt, she called out to those outside, "Ma Zhu, the prince is enraged again. I administered a tranquilizer. Quickly assist him to the bed." "Yes, your highness," Ma Zhu and the others, startled, hurried to aid in carrying the prince inside. Observing Chu Xuancheng being lifted into the royal residence, Yun Ruoyue followed closely behind, and at that moment, Xiao Dai trailed after her like a shadow. Noticing Xiao Dai's unwavering proximity, Yun Ruoyue inquired, "Miss Xiao Dai, may I ask what this is about?" "Your highness, the prince has decreed that from now on, I am to be bestowed upon you, tasked with ensuring your safety," Xiao Dai replied, her expression brimming with loyalty. "Bestowed upon me?" Yun Ruoyue smirked. "Indeed, from this day forth, Xiao Dai is under your highness's service. Please rest assured, with me safeguarding your comings and goings, you shall remain safe," Xiao Dai declared with a bow, embodying the demeanor of a chivalrous warrior. Yun Ruoyue had witnessed Xiao Dai's remarkable agility earlier and presumed her martial prowess would be equally formidable. However, the intensity of Xiao Dai's adherence felt more like surveillance than protection. "Very well, I shall have Fenger guide you inside and ensure you are settled," Yun Ruoyue stated. "Thank you, your highness," Xiao Dai responded with a salute, exuding the essence of a gallant heroine. On the other side, Chu Xuancheng instructed Mo Li to send a carriage to escort the princess back to her residence. However, the princess had no intention of returning. She hurriedly pursued the retreating figure of Su Qishao. From a distance, she followed Su Qishao, whose flowing crimson attire, billowing in the wind, appeared strikingly beautiful. Clad in red herself, one might mistake them for a married couple. Su Qishao, being the astute individual he was, noticed her presence the moment she began to trail him. He immediately quickened his pace in an attempt to shake her off, yet she proved relentless, matching his speed regardless of how fast or slow he moved. Upon reaching a narrow alley, he cast a sidelong glance at the princess, then, employing his lightness skill, swiftly concealed himself. Mo Li and the princess dashed into the alley, only to find it devoid of any presence. Panic surged through them. Where had Su Qixiao gone? Your Highness, Su Gongzi is adept in lightness skills. Perhaps he has already left us behind. With his formidable martial prowess, he must have sensed our pursuit long ago. Might it be prudent to return to the palace? Mo Li suggested with a hint of resignation. I shall not return to the palace. I must see him today. The princess exclaimed vehemently, her frustration boiling over as she surged forward. Like Chu Xuancheng, she had endured considerable restraint, having concealed her anger for Su Qixiao's sake. Now, in the absence of onlookers, she unleashed her pent-up emotions. Seeing her fury, Mo Li refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to follow at a distance. Thus, the princess, head down and fuming, charged ahead. Suddenly, upon turning a corner, she collided with an immovable wall of flesh. Ouch! That hurt. Her forehead had struck against the solid barrier, and she winced in pain. What are you doing trailing this prince? Came the cold, chilling voice from above. The princess looked up to find Su Qixiao towering over her, arms crossed, a stern expression etched on his face. At the sight of him, her anger dissipated, her demeanor softening as she stammered, You were drunk earlier, and I was merely concerned you might struggle to return home, so I wanted to accompany you. This prince's affairs are beyond your concern. Do not presume that just because I have acquiesced to the emperor's marriage proposal, you hold any significance in my life. You have no right to meddle. Su Qixiao's tone was frigid, devoid of warmth. His harsh words brought a sting to the princess's eyes, and she murmured, I apologize. I did not mean to intrude. I was only worried for your safety. Do not feign innocence before me. Even if you aided me earlier, I owe you no gratitude. And cease your pitiful act. I detest those who weep at the slightest provocation. Su Qixiao retorted mercilessly, having been ensnared by her schemes. He now found himself bound to marry her. His loathing for her was profound, and he believed that such treatment would provide him solace. Yet, despite his words, a hollow ache lingered within him, overshadowing any sense of vindication he might have anticipated. Upon hearing Su Qixiao's words, the princess hurriedly wiped away the tears that had just begun to well up in her eyes. She nodded resolutely, assuring him, Rest assured, I am not the kind of woman who weeps easily. Regarding the matter between you and Yue, I require no gratitude from you, for you need not thank me at all. Why is that? Su Qixiao could not help but inquire. Because I have faith in Yue. Her love for Xianchen is unwavering. She would never betray him. Moreover, I trust her character. She is simply not that sort of person. Chapter 1377. Requesting the Empress Dowager to annul the marriage. So, you do not believe in this heir? Su Qixiao scoffed coldly. That is not my intention. I know you cherish Yue to the extent of being lovesick for her. Since you are unwilling to marry me, we can proceed to the palace now and request the Empress Dowager to revoke her decree. Worry not. I shall shoulder all the blame. It is I who do not wish to marry, who have had a sudden change of heart. You shall bear no responsibility, and no one will hold you at fault. Though the princess felt an immense reluctance, she mustered her courage for his sake. Su Qixiao fixed her with a cold glare. Do not feign virtue before me. What is the purpose of your charade? If you were truly virtuous, you would not have orchestrated such a scheme against me. Moreover, I will never allow a woman to bear the blame. Do not portray me as someone so despicable. What is it that you desire? The princess asked. Su Qixiao replied icily, The imperial decree cannot be disobeyed. Do you think such matters are trifling? If you approach the Empress Dowager, you will not be the only one held accountable. Your foolishness is one thing, but do not drag the entire world down with you. Are you implying that you would still marry me? A glimmer of delight flickered in the princess's eyes as she continued, Rest assured, even if I become your wife, I shall not entangle myself in your affairs. I understand that your heart belongs to Yue, and I shall not interfere with your affections for her. Though we may be husband and wife, there is no need for us to fulfill the duties of marriage. I promise, I will not disturb you. As long as I can marry you and be your Su Qixiao's wife, I shall be content. To Su Qixiao, her concession appeared merely a fade. He regarded her with a scornful gaze. Do not attempt to play games of seduction with me. Your efforts are futile. Do not follow me, or I will not hesitate to show you my ruthlessness. With that, Su Qishao turned away coldly, leaping effortlessly onto the wall and swiftly disappearing from sight. Witnessing his indifferent retreat, the princess could not restrain her tears, and her heart ached inexplicably. That night, Chu Xuancheng slept soundly until the following morning. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed into the room, awakening him with its brightness, forcing him to squint as he opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he found Yun Ruoyue resting at the head of his bed, soundly asleep. He quickly rose, realizing that his movements had been quite noisy, yet she remained undisturbed. Had she cared for him throughout the night, resulting in such deep slumber? He gently lifted her, placing her back onto the bed and tucking her in with the covers. She was nearly 5 months pregnant, with twins no less, yet she felt surprisingly light in his arms, almost weightless, revealing how much she had thinned recently. As he gazed upon her, he noticed the shadows beneath her eyes, a clear indication of her exhaustion from overexertion. Upon witnessing her condition, he was engulfed by a profound sense of guilt and sank onto the edge of the bed. He gently clasped her delicate hand, which was as pale and slender as a scallion. The thought that she, a pregnant woman, had become so emaciated and exhausted for his sake filled him with unbearable anguish and resentment towards himself. Reflecting on his actions from the previous day, he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue stirred, slowly awakening. You are awake?" Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, leaning closer with a face full of concern. Yun Ruoyue nodded faintly. Why am I on your bed? You fell asleep here just now, and I was worried about you, so I carried you up," he explained. "Did you sleep well? Do you need to rest some more?" "No, once I wake up, I cannot fall back asleep. I shall get up now," Yun Ruoyue replied. In truth, she intended to concoct a new medicine for him. Last night, while searching for remedies within the medical system, she found no miraculous cures. She realized that Chu Xuancheng was not afflicted by an ordinary mental illness. Rather, he was poisoned. If the poison could be resolved, his affliction would be cured. However, they were unaware of the nature of the poison, and she could only attempt to devise an antidote based on his symptoms, which required a combination of Western medicine and a specific Chinese herb known as Wanjiangsu. The medical system contained a laboratory where her consciousness could enter to develop the remedy. While Western medicine was plentiful, the elusive Wanjiangsu was desperately needed. This herb was no ordinary remedy. It grew beneath perilous cliffs, making it exceedingly difficult to gather and incredibly rare, thus commanding a high price and limited availability. Even wealth could not guarantee its procurement, prompting her to venture to the pharmacy at the earliest opportunity. After getting out of bed, Yun Ruoyue walked directly outside when suddenly, Chu Xuancheng grasped her hand. What is it?" She felt a tremor in her heart. "I feel deeply remorseful about yesterday's events." Though he spoke thus, there was an undeniable authoritative dominance in his gaze. Observing him, Yun Ruoyue noted that he seemed to have reverted to the imperious and cold monarch he once was. "It is fine, as long as you do not doubt me," she replied coolly. Her words were evidently tinged with anger. Sensing her discontent, Chu Xuancheng abruptly pulled her towards him, enveloping her in his embrace. My actions yesterday were impulsive." It was not merely impulsiveness. He realized he had been unable to control himself. Now, he wished to utter an apology, but found himself at a loss for words. "It is fine. It is all in the past," Yun Ruoyue said, lowering her gaze, avoiding his eyes. Observing her indifferent expression, Chu Xuancheng felt a sudden pang in his heart. He called her name, lifted her chin, and pressed his lips against hers. "Chu Xuancheng." Yun Ruoyue abruptly pushed him away, stepping back 2 paces. "I am sorry, but I have matters to attend to. I must step out for a moment." She could not accept his kiss after what transpired the previous day. With that, she turned coldly and exited. Watching her indifferent silhouette, Chu Xuancheng felt a heaviness in his heart. Once outside, Yun Ruoyue resolved to seek out Wanjiangsu early that morning. She did not disclose her intentions to concoct a new medicine to Chu Xuancheng, as she could not guarantee that the remedy would counteract his poison, nor did she wish to raise his hopes in vain. She resolved to first concoct the antidote before revealing her intentions to him. Thus, early in the morning, she set out with Fomer. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Dai promptly followed suit, mirroring her steps. Noticing Xiao Dai's presence, Yun Ruoyue did not deter her. Given her current condition, she was under constant scrutiny from all quarters, and having Xiao Dai to protect her brought her some solace. As Yun Ruoyue departed, Imo Li eagerly entered the Star Pavilion. "My lord, today marks your birthday. Have you forgotten?" Recently, the prince had been unwell, preoccupying everyone's attention, and he had indeed overlooked that today was his 23rd birthday. Realizing this, he hurried to inform the prince. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. It dawned on him that today was indeed his birthday, a detail he had completely forgotten. My lord, this is the first birthday you and the princess are celebrating together. Should you not commemorate it fittingly? Li, noting the prince's recent melancholy, resolved to orchestrate a celebration to uplift his spirits. And the princess? Chu Xuancheng inquired. It appears she has gone out with Feng'er to shop. Perhaps she is aware of your birthday and is procuring a gift for you. Li replied with enthusiasm. How could she possibly know? I have not informed her. Chu Xuancheng remarked with a faint smile. However, Jiu'er and Feng'er should be aware. They always remember the birthdays of the various masters in the residence. Rest assured, my lord. Feng'er will undoubtedly remind the princess. Such a significant occasion would not escape their notice. Perhaps today the princess will present you with a delightful surprise, Li said cheerfully. Chapter 1379. Waiting for her all day, a delightful surprise? Chu Xuancheng felt a stir of anticipation within, a pleasing curve gracing his lips. As fortune would have it, he had a day off today and decided to remain at home rather than go to the military camp. Li, instruct Peng Dahai to prepare the ingredients for hot pot. I shall dine with the princess today, Chu Xuancheng commanded. Indeed, the princess adores hot pot. It has been ages since she last indulged. Knowing it was arranged by you would surely bring her joy, Li responded. Given the recent quarrels between the prince and the princess, he sincerely hoped that a meal of hot pot might mend their rift. After giving his instructions to Li, Chu Xuancheng paced the royal residence, eagerly awaiting Yun Ruoyue's return to surprise her. She cherished hot pot, and if she learned of his thoughtful arrangement, it would surely delight her. However, as midday approached, Yun Ruoyue had yet to return. He promptly summoned Li, inquiring, "It is already noon. Why has the princess not yet returned? Is she still shopping? Shopping should not take this long. Logically, she ought to be back for lunch. Her pregnancy requires timely nourishment for her well-being," Chu Xuancheng stated. Could it be that the princess has dined out? She owns 2 taverns and usually eats there when she is out, Li suggested. Dining out? Does she not know that I have a day off today? She should have hurried back to share a meal with me. How could she abandon me to dine alone? Chu Xuancheng remarked, his expression revealing a hint of indifference. He had been waiting at the royal residence, his stomach growling in anticipation of sharing a meal with her, yet she did not return. Li hurried to console him, explaining that the journey back to the palace would take considerable time, and that it was quite reasonable for the princess to seek a nearby place to dine after growing weary from her excursions. Your Highness, surely you would not wish for the princess to suffer, she suggested. Why not postpone the hot pot dinner until evening? She is certain to return by then. Let us have something else for lunch in the meantime. Chu Xuancheng nodded, acknowledging that this was the only viable option for now. Thus, he dined alone on a meal that tasted as bland as wax. Without Yu'er by his side, the food seemed insipid, and he could only manage a few bites. Did she not realize today marked his birthday? How could she not return? Did she not know how much he longed to celebrate it with her? And so, Chu Xuancheng continued to wait at the entrance of the palace until dusk descended. The sky darkened, and the hot pot prepared by Peng Dahai had grown cold. Yet Yun Ruoyue remained absent. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Chu Xuancheng looked up to see a flash of lightning, followed by rolling thunder. Ominous clouds shrouded the Li Wangfu, signaling an impending downpour. Alarmed, he called out to Li, "It is nearly dark. A heavy rain is on the way. Why has the princess not returned? Is she in danger?" "I do not know, Your Highness. Perhaps I should go look for her," Li replied, her face etched with worry. "Prepare an umbrella. I shall search for her myself." Hearing her words, a sense of anxiety gripped Chu Xuancheng. However, he reassured himself, knowing that Xiao Dai was with her, which should ensure her safety. After all, if anything were amiss, Xiao Dai would signal them. And he had not seen any distress signals today. "Princess, did you enjoy your day?" At that moment, Feng'er's voice rang out from the palace entrance. Chu Xuancheng froze. Spotting Yun Ruoyue and Feng'er, with Xiao Dai laden with a multitude of items as they entered, their faces alight with joy. Seeing her return safely, he finally exhaled in relief. He glanced at the items they carried. Could there be a birthday gift among them that she had prepared for him? It seemed she had indeed gone out to select a present, and he almost misjudged her intentions. The thought of her kindness warmed his heart. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor as he approached. "Yu'er, you have returned." Yun Ruoyue looked up and noticed Chu Xuancheng and Li standing there. She quickly inquired, "What are you doing here? Did you not go to the military camp? Today is my day off. I need not attend the camp. Were you not aware?" Chu Xuancheng responded, surprised. "Oh, I was unaware of your day off. My apologies for not returning to share lunch with you," Yun Ruoyue said. "It is of no consequence. Where did you go today?" Chu Xuancheng asked with a hint of indifference. "We went to buy," Fenger began to explain, but was abruptly cut off by Yun Ruoyue. She did not wish for Chu Xuancheng to discover that she had been seeking Wan Zhang's Su to concoct an antidote for him, fearing that it might prove ineffective and leave him disappointed. She hurriedly replied, "We went shopping, and I bought many toys and clothes for the little ones. Look, isn't this rattle beautiful?" As Yun Ruoyue spoke, she took a rattle from her bag and shook it in front of Chu Xuancheng. "It is indeed lovely," he acknowledged, nodding slightly with a cool demeanor. Fenger and Xiao Dai immediately rushed over, displaying the children's toys and garments they held. "Your Highness, look. The Empress has bought so many adorable outfits for the two little princesses. These clothes are charming, and the toys are so much fun. When the princesses are born, they will surely adore them." Chu Xuancheng surveyed the pile of toys and clothes, feeling a tinge of disappointment as nothing seemed fitting for him. "This is all you bought? Did you not acquire anything else?" He stood tall, exuding an air of indifference and authority, yet a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his handsome eyes. He thought to himself, surely Yue has hidden his gift away to surprise him. "That's all we found. We couldn't carry more," Fenger replied with a smile. "Your Highness truly dotes on the little princesses. Next time we go shopping, we will buy more for them." In truth, they had not initially gone shopping. They had spent the day searching for the elusive 10,000-foot-long whisker. After hours of searching, they finally found it at a herbal stall. Once they had acquired it, the Empress noticed a shop selling children's clothing and, intrigued, decided to take them shopping. Thus, they returned with these items. However, the Empress had previously instructed them not to divulge the purchase of the medicine, so she refrained from mentioning it. "And where else did you go?" Chu Xuancheng's heart sank further, his voice suddenly heavy. It seemed evident that Yue was unaware it was his birthday. Little did she know he had been waiting at home, hungry for her all day. Xiao Dai quickly chimed in, "Your Highness, you have no idea. The market was bustling today, so lively and entertaining. We watched a monkey show and street performers. We even saw someone break stones on their chest, which startled the Empress. Yes. The Empress also played toss games and ring toss. She made dough figurines and enjoyed candied hawthorns and sugar paintings. The Empress had such a wonderful time today." Fenger excitedly recounted, eager to share the joy of the day. The prince surely would be pleased to see the Empress so happy, prompting her to eagerly share their shopping adventures. However, as she finished speaking, she noticed the prince's expression did not reflect happiness. Rather, it seemed fraught with an impending storm. Chapter 1381. Unaware of his birthday, Chu Xuancheng had not expected to spend the day alone, waiting for her while she reveled outside, completely forgetting about him. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression turned icy. Yet, Emoli remained oblivious to his change in demeanor, grinning like a simpleton as he looked at Yun Ruoyue. "Empress, you had such a splendid time today. Surely, you bought gifts for our prince as well, right? Quickly, show him. He has been anticipating it all day." What gifts?" "I only bought things for the little ones," Yun Ruoyue replied, astonished. "The prince's birthday gift, The Empress is so concerned for the prince. She must have prepared something splendid for him long ago. There's no need to feign ignorance, nor to conceal it. The prince has been waiting for you at home all day. Surely you have prepared a grand surprise for him. What precious treasure is it? Quickly, reveal it so we may admire it together," Emoli remarked, teasingly raising an eyebrow at Yun Ruoyue. The prince had awaited the Empress all day, and Emoli too longed for the princess to present her gift, hoping to soothe the prince's lonely heart. For he had observed the look of disappointment on the prince's face when he beheld the gifts from the children. Yet, Yun Ruoyue appeared utterly bewildered. Gazing at the despondent Chu Xuancheng, she exclaimed in shock, "What? Today is your birthday?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's heart sank further. It seemed she was unaware of the occasion. Alas, there would be no surprise for him. All was but a figment of his own sentimentality. Emoli was taken aback. "Empress, you are unaware that today is the prince's birthday? We assumed you had gone to the market to procure a gift for him. The prince has been longing for your company to celebrate his birthday." At this juncture, Emoli hastily covered her mouth. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, how could she have assumed the Empress knew, while she had been here, foolishly requesting gifts on the prince's behalf? Seeing the gradual dimming of Chu Xuancheng's eyes, Yun Ruoyue's heart raced with anxiety as she turned to Fenger. "Fenger, today is the prince's birthday. Why did you not inform me? Feng, pale and shaken, stammered, I am so sorry, Empress. I forgot. Just a few days ago, Jiu'er had explicitly told me to remind you. I was so overjoyed today that I completely overlooked it. Forgive me. Meanwhile, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened ominously, and he coldly directed his gaze at Yun Ruoyue. So, I have waited for you all day, only for you to be out enjoying yourself? She had become so absorbed in her frivolities that she forgot about him entirely. Having witnessed the prince's change in demeanor, Yun Ruoyue's hand faltered as she reached for him. She quickly grasped his sleeve. I am truly sorry. I did not know today was your birthday, nor that you had been waiting for me at home all day. Had I known, I would have returned much sooner to be with you. There's no need. Chu Xuancheng retorted coldly, pulling his hand away to prevent her from touching him. Realizing she had been misunderstood, Yun Ruoyue hastily replied, I sincerely apologize. They never informed me that today is your birthday. I did not mean to overlook it. Had I known, I would certainly have prepared a gift for you. Do not say such things, making it seem as if this prince pines for your gifts. I possess wealth beyond measure and require not your charity. Chu Xuancheng replied icily. Did she not understand that what he desired was not a gift, but her companionship? And tell me, if they had not informed you, would you have remained oblivious forever? Do you love this prince even half as much as he loves you? Do you know that he has waited for you at home all day? Even this prince is aware that your birth date falls on the 5th day of October. If you had any regard for me, you would not act thus. No, it is not as such. I have been exceedingly busy of late, rendering me unable to remember such matters. Ultimately, it is my negligence, and I apologize. As Yun Ruoyue spoke, she reached out to grasp his hand once more. However, Chu Xuancheng abruptly turned around, coldly swatting her hand away, along with the rattle she held. With a sharp crack, the rattle fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. He glared at her with crimson eyes and exclaimed, Cease your pretense. You are fully aware of how you truly feel about me. When Su Qishao wrote you a letter, you hastily ran off to see him, yet my affairs have not occupied your thoughts at all. Even if today were not my birthday, I would still be at home resting. You are well aware of my presence at home. Why did you not return sooner to keep me company? At this juncture, his face darkened as he bellowed. In the end, all you care about is your own amusement, completely disregarding your husband. Having uttered these words, he turned away coldly, his expression stormy as he departed. As the rattle was struck to the ground, Yun Ruoyue stood frozen in place. Observing his indifferent silhouette, her heart twisted in agony. In a fit of frustration, she flung the remaining items in her hands to the ground. Chu Xuancheng, I am not indifferent to you, nor do I solely pursue my own pleasures. Why do you treat me this way? After her outburst, she suddenly collapsed, spinning around and rushing out the door. Your Highness, where are you going? Please come back. Xiao Dai hurriedly followed after her. Feng, frightened, knelt with a thud, weeping as she collected the scattered items. I am so sorry, Your Highness. It is all my fault for failing to remember the prince's birthday, causing the quarrel between the prince and you. Seeing Yun Ruoyue dash toward the estate's exit, Emily felt a sense of foreboding and hurried to pursue the prince, urging him to chase after the princess. At that moment, the sky erupted with thunder, and a torrential downpour commenced, the rain falling in heavy droplets. Yet, Yun Ruoyue paid no heed, lifting her skirts and swiftly exiting the royal residence, heading into the streets. The streets were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. Xiao Dai trailed closely behind, anxiously calling out, Your Highness, please do not run. Come back. Do not concern yourself with me. If you persist, I shall never return. Yun Ruoyue suddenly drew the hairpin from her head, brandishing it toward her neck with a fierce cry. Xiao Dai, terrified, halted in her tracks, taking 2 steps back. Your Highness, please remain calm. You are with child, and it is pouring outside. Let us return to the palace, shall we? If the prince learns of this, he will be heartbroken. Heartbroken? If he truly cared, he would not treat me thus. I wish to leave this place. You are not to follow me. If you do, I shall end my life before your eyes. Yun Ruoyue seethed, her teeth clenched as she surged into the downpour. She had reached her limit with Chu Xuancheng. He had the audacity to unleash his fury upon her for forgetting his birthday. Thus, she resolved to depart, to leave without a care. Xiao Dai, witnessing this, hastily followed behind. Chapter 1383. Abducted. Fearing that the princess might act recklessly, she dared not follow too closely, choosing instead to trail at a distance. At that moment, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, drenching Yun Ruoyue until she resembled a soaked chicken. Nevertheless, she pressed on, refusing to seek shelter from the rain. Xiao Dai, calling out from behind, hastily pursued her, yet her pleas fell upon deaf ears as Yun Ruoyue focused solely on her own path. Despite her pregnancy, Chu Xuancheng treated her with such disregard. What did it matter if he was ill? Did his sickness grant him the right to wound her so? She had spent the entire day gathering herbs for him, not wishing to let him harbor hope only to face disappointment. Thus, she had kept her efforts a secret. Her heart had always been with him, and her sole desire was to relieve his suffering, yet he spoke to her in such a cruel manner. Remembering his indifferent gaze, fury surged within her, driving her recklessly into the rain, abandoning all thought of restraint. Suddenly, from the darkness, a pair of hands reached out, seizing her and swiftly covering her mouth. The figure dragged her into a nearby dwelling. Xiao Dai, chasing through the rain, abruptly noticed the princess had vanished. Panic-stricken, she shouted, "Your Highness, where have you gone?" The night was too dark, thunder crashing above, obscuring her vision. Upon catching up, she found no trace of the princess. Frantically, she called out, "Your Highness, where are you? Please don't frighten me. Come out, don't hide." She had been right behind her, yet in the blink of an eye, the princess had disappeared. If the prince were to learn of this, he would surely be enraged. This thought sent chills down her spine, compelling her to rush forward. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue found herself being pulled into a dimly lit room, her mouth covered. In the darkness, she could not discern the man's face, but his strength was unmistakably that of a man. She struggled to make a sound, hoping Xiao Dai would hear her. Surely, Xiao Dai was nearby. If she could just call out, perhaps she would respond. "Stop shouting, it's futile. With the thunder and rain, no one will hear you, even if you scream until your throat is raw." The man panted ominously. As he spoke, Yun Ruoyue was met with a foul odor of alcohol and an unpleasant stench, suggesting he had not bathed in quite some time. At that moment, the man suddenly covered her eyes and dragged her into a candle-lit wooden room. Once inside, he swiftly tore a strip of fabric from the bed curtain, using it to blindfold her and bind her hands. As he released his grip, she gasped for fresh air, her heart pounding with dread. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" "Ah, my dear lady, as a solitary man, what do you think I would want with you?" the man said wickedly, rubbing his hands together, his dark face gleaming with a sinister light. Yun Ruoyue's heart raced. "Are you after money? Let me go, and I will give you whatever you desire. I promise I will keep my word." The man leered at her with a lascivious gaze, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fueled by alcohol, he lewdly proclaimed, "Of course I want both your money and your body. It has been over a decade since I last touched a woman, not since my ill-fated wife succumbed to her illness. Today, I have fortuitously ensnared you, a beauty, and I intend to indulge myself. Once I am done, I shall confine you in my cellar, and you will be mine to enjoy every day henceforth." Upon hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue felt her heart constrict with fear. She hastily replied, "I am with child. Please spare me, and I will have my husband pay you. With money, you can have any woman you desire. Just let me go, and I shall reward you handsomely." "Huh, do you think I would believe your deceitful words? If your husband discovers that I have abducted you, he would surely kill me. Those women disdain me for my poverty and refuse to marry me. Today, I have fortuitously acquired a bride. I will keep you locked away, and you shall become my wife." The man surveyed the woman before him. Her skin as white as snow, her waist slender. He had no intention of letting her go. Such a celestial beauty was not worth trading for money. Seeing the man's depravity, Yun Ruoyue turned pale with fear. She could not allow him to continue his humiliation. She needed to devise a plan to loosen her bonds, and then she would use the electric shock device against him. With this thought, she softened her tone. "Even if you wish for me to be your wife, you must first untie me. I am but a woman, and I am no match for you. If you treat me kindly, perhaps I might willingly follow you." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes glimmered with interest. If this woman genuinely desired to be his wife, he would indeed release her and ensure she was well cared for. Suddenly, he glanced at her attire, realizing that while simple, the fabric was exquisite, and her headpiece shimmered with brilliance. He exclaimed, "You must be the daughter of a wealthy family. How could a poor wretch like me expect you to willingly accompany me? You must be deceiving me." "I am not deceiving you. Please believe me," Yun Ruoyue urged. "Huh, why would I believe you? Which wealthy woman would choose to endure hardship with me? Do not try to sweet-talk me. I will not let you go until I have my fill," the man declared, lunging toward Yun Ruoyue and beginning to tear at her garments. With a swift motion, her clothing was shredded, exposing her fair shoulder. Frantically, She cried out, "Let me go! I am the princess consort of the Li Kingdom. If you dare lay a finger on me, my lord will not spare you." Princess consort of the Li Kingdom? Who are you trying to fool? The true princess consort is of noble status. How could she be wandering outside at this hour? Are you attempting to intimidate me? If you are truly the princess consort, then I am the emperor. The man scoffed as he resumed tearing at her clothes. Yun Ruoyue's vision was obscured by a cloth, her hands bound. She had no means to resist, only able to squirm in anger. Soon enough, the man had completely torn her garments, and just as she braced herself for the next assault, a sudden crash resounded as a powerful gust burst through the door. "Who is there?" the man exclaimed in a panic. At that moment, a steady and powerful footfall echoed as it slowly approached. This sound resembled that of a hellish warrior, cold and chilling, imbued with an aura of lethal intent that struck the man's heart. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Someone had arrived. Who could it be? Was it Chu Xuancheng? "Who are you? How dare you disrupt my affairs? Leave at once." The man's words were abruptly cut short by a cry of agony. In a state of urgency, Yun Ruoyue heard the unmistakable sound of a dagger piercing flesh, followed by a spurt of blood, some of which splattered onto her hands. The metallic scent of blood filled the air. Subsequently, the man fell to the ground, moaning in pain. Chapter 1385. It is clearly him. Yet he remained silent in the end. The man's voice faded, and a profound silence enveloped the room, so still that the sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. Uncertain of the intruder's identity, her heart raced with trepidation, pounding violently, even causing her scalp to tingle. She could hear nothing and quickly raised her head. "Who are you? Did you save me?" The figure remained silent, instead advancing toward her. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted. He had picked her up effortlessly. His strength was formidable, and he cradled her delicately, unmistakably a man. His clothes were drenched, and the wet fabric clung to her, sending a shiver coursing through her body. She sensed that he too was trembling, as if gripped by fear. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour, yet the man did not carry her away. Instead, he took a few steps before pushing open a door, seemingly leading her into another room. A wave of anxiety washed over Yun Ruoyue. Why had he brought her here? What were his intentions? "Who are you? Speak to me. Why won't you say anything?" His silence only deepened her terror. Who was he truly? She caught a faint whiff of a familiar, fragrant aroma reminiscent of Chu Xuancheng. Yet it was not quite the same. Suddenly, it appeared he had seated her down, holding her tightly in his embrace, her heart racing with apprehension. Before her, a woman appeared, her garments torn, revealing alabaster skin, her eyes obscured, and her cherry-like lips glistening, vibrant as blooming petals. The contrast of her snow-white skin and fiery red lips ignited a primal roar within the man, who abruptly pressed his lips against hers. Yun Ruoyue had intended to speak, but her words were swallowed by his kiss. Her hands were bound, her eyes covered, leaving her utterly unaware of his identity as he continued to kiss her. Fear coursed through her, causing her to tremble, while rage bubbled within her. She longed to retaliate, yet she found herself powerless. The man's aura was overwhelmingly formidable, so potent that even with her eyes blindfolded, she could sense his intense, murderous intent. Shaking uncontrollably, she attempted to turn her face away, but his strong hand grasped her chin, compelling her to endure his fervent kiss, wild, domineering, and shrouded in mystery. She could feel the kiss was assertive, trembling, and painfully poignant, yet laced with a hint of tenderness. Finally, as if he had satisfied his craving, the man coldly released her. She was engulfed in fear, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, when suddenly, a pair of hands reached out, trembling as they untied the cloth binding her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she was met with the magnified visage of Chu Xuancheng, whose striking handsomeness was utterly captivating, exuding a nobility akin to that of a deity. Yet, to her, such grandeur and beauty resembled the visage of the king of hell. "It's you. It's clearly you. Why did you not speak earlier? Do you have any idea how terrified I was? How frightened I felt?" Upon recognizing him, Yun Ruoyue trembled with anger. Outside, the tempest raged and torrential rain poured down, but her heart was in a state of turmoil, far more unsettled. Chu Xuancheng remained silent, slowly untying the cloth from her wrists. As soon as she was freed, Yun Ruoyue hastily distanced herself from him, glancing around to realize they were in another room of the criminal's dwelling. A quick look next door revealed the assailant lying in a pool of blood, a dagger embedded in his neck, lifeless. Despite the howling wind and swaying trees outside, she remained in a state of shock. Chapter 1386. The despicable scoundrel Chu Xuancheng observed her in fright, his hands trembling slightly. Moments ago, when he saw the assailant tearing her clothes, a wave of fear consumed him, his heart hanging in suspense, and it had yet to settle. He had countless words he wished to convey, yet he found himself at a loss for how to begin. Thus, all his sentiments coalesced into that singular kiss. Noticing his silence, Yun Ruoyue gazed at him with anguish, shouting, "Why are you silent? Why didn't you speak earlier? Do you take pleasure in toying with me? Seeing me so terrified, are you not pleased?" As she spoke, she stepped forward, fists raised, striking him. "Speak. Have you lost your voice? Chu Xuancheng, do you relish seeing me in fear? You fiend, you scoundrel, you despicable wretch." As Yun Ruoyue raged, Chu Xuancheng remained silent, instead enveloping her in his embrace, holding her tightly. Seeing his response, she began to struggle violently within his arms, continuing to strike him. "You wicked man, you scoundrel, I hate you, I despise you." Just as she was cursing, her lips were sealed by his. As he forcefully pressed her against the table, closing his eyes and kissing her fiercely, offering no respite. This was yet another overpowering and predatory kiss. "Your Highness, are you there?" At that moment, a panicked voice from outside called out, belonging to Xiao Dai. Chu Xuancheng felt a pang of anxiety. He quickly removed his outer coat and wrapped it around Yun Ruoyue, cradling her in his arms as he replied in a deep voice, "I am here." Xiao Dai hurriedly dashed from another room into this one, drenched to the bone. Upon seeing the prince holding the princess, she sighed in relief. "Your Highness, I'm glad to find you here. Are you unharmed?" "She is unharmed. Go find a carriage. Do not let the princess be drenched by the rain," commanded Chu Xuancheng. "Understood. I shall go at once." With that, Xiao Dai swiftly vanished into the night. Chu Xuancheng's gaze turned to Yun Ruoyue. Knowing full well that it was pouring outside and the night was dark, he questioned her, "Why did you run about recklessly?" Yun Ruoyue, though embraced by him, retained a rather stubborn demeanor. "Had you not treated me in such a manner, I would not have fled. Do you have any idea how anxious I was just now? If I hadn't been searching from house to house, I cannot even fathom the calamity that could have befallen you." At this point, Chu Xuancheng paused, for upon hearing Li report that the princess had escaped the palace, he had rushed out immediately. After pursuing for a while without any success, anxiety gripped him, prompting him to signal Xiao Dai. However, a torrential downpour rendered the signal useless, as it was extinguished before it could ascend into the sky, shattering his heart. Fortunately, he continued his search and soon spotted Xiao Dai, who was wandering aimlessly in the streets. Upon their reunion, he learned that Yun Ruoyue was nowhere to be found. A wave of dread washed over him. He feared for her safety and quickly parted ways with Xiao Dai to continue the search. Noticing several households nearby, all of which had lit candles, he knocked on doors, meticulously searching each one. After several fruitless attempts, he arrived at a particular house where no one responded. Instinctively sensing something amiss, he unleashed a gust of wind with his palm, breaking the door apart. What he witnessed next was a scene of her being tormented by a scoundrel. How close he had come. Had he arrived even a moment later, he might have been filled with regret. Chapter 1387. Overcome with fear, had he not harmed her, she would not have fled. Fortunately, his timely arrival saved her. Yet he trembled with anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yun Ruoyue, the one he held dear, had been subjected to such indignity. Realizing this, he gently lowered her to the ground, unsheathing his sword with a grim expression, pressing it against the body of the vile assailant, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "Dare to harm the Princess of Li, and you deserve to die 1,000 deaths." With that, he swiftly wielded his sword, mercilessly striking the lifeless form. Yun Ruoyue, unable to bear the sight, turned her head away and said solemnly, "Enough, he is already dead. This is the consequence of provoking you." Chu Xuancheng, cleaning the blade in a nearby water vat, meticulously wiped it dry with a cloth before sheathing it. By this time, the rain had lessened, and Xiao Dai had returned with Li and others in tow. Li, upon witnessing the state of affairs inside the house, was visibly shocked. "My lord, is the princess unharmed?" "She is safe. Fortunately, I arrived in time." "Investigate this scoundrel's identity. Was he sent to abduct the princess?" Chu Xuancheng commanded coldly. "Yes, my lord," Li replied, hastily departing to inquire nearby. Several households in the vicinity had already been searched by Chu Xuancheng and Xiao Dai, and they should possess information regarding the assailant. Before long, Li returned with news. "My lord, I have discovered that this scoundrel was merely an ordinary laborer, unbidden by anyone. He worked at the docks, spent his days loitering in the streets, and squandered any money he acquired on gambling or drinking. It is said that he lost his wife over a decade ago, and, due to his poverty, has never remarried. Perhaps upon seeing the princess alone on the street, he was seized by malicious intent and attempted to abduct her." Emily reported respectfully. Xiao Dai coldly remarked, "So, he is merely a good-for-nothing scoundrel. This vile creature dared to harm the empress. Such a person is a waste of food in this world. It is fortunate that he has met his demise. Had he survived, I would have first castrated him, then dismembered him, and finally fed his remains to the dogs, ensuring he would never dare to abduct women again." Upon hearing these words, the guards felt a chill run down their spines. Truly, Xiao Dai embodied the spirit of a chivalrous woman of the martial world, radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. "Very well, the empress has been frightened. We shall return to the palace," Chu Xuancheng announced, cradling Yun Ruoyue in his arms as they exited the humble dwelling. Emily hurriedly held an umbrella over them. Chu Xuancheng held Yun Ruoyue tightly, entering the carriage with great gentleness and care, yet she feigned indifference to his tenderness, turning her face away coldly, refusing to meet his gaze. Before long, they arrived back at the royal residence. As the carriage came to a halt, Chu Xuancheng gently set Yun Ruoyue down. Feng Er and the others rushed forward, their earlier worry transforming into relief upon seeing the princess return unscathed. Looking down, Chu Xuancheng noticed that Yun Ruoyue's lips had turned a shade of purple from the cold. A wave of regret washed over him. He quickly instructed Feng Er to prepare warm water for the princess's bath, ensuring she would not suffer from the chill. "Your Highness, you are also damp. Perhaps you should take a bath as well. Or you could join the empress in the hot springs," Emily suggested softly, hoping to foster a deeper bond between them. "There's no need, Feng Er. We shall go inside," Yun Ruoyue replied coolly, striding into the Feiyue pavilion. Chapter 1388. Xiao Dai reveals the truth. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Xuancheng felt a profound sense of remorse, his heart entwined with regret and anguish. If Yue was suffering, his own heart ached even more. "Your Highness, you should take a bath to avoid catching a chill," Emily urged. Just as Chu Xuancheng was about to heed her advice, Xiao Dai suddenly interjected, "Your Highness, the Empress did not go out for leisure today. She ventured to procure the Wanjiangsu in order to concoct an antidote for you." "Wanjiangsu?" Chu Xuancheng was taken aback, fixing his gaze intently upon Xiao Dai. With a sense of resolve, Xiao Dai continued, "The Empress mentioned that this herb might provide you with an antidote, which is why she took us to seek it out today. However, this herb is exceedingly rare. We scoured every apothecary in the city without success. The Empress even endured blisters on her feet in her quest for this remedy. Fortunately, we finally found it at a herbal stall. She was searching for an antidote for me. Then why did she not inform me earlier?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. "She said she was uncertain of the herb's efficacy and did not wish to raise your hopes unnecessarily, so she asked us to keep it a secret. Yet, witnessing your misunderstanding, I could not hold my tongue any longer. Even if the Empress punishes me for this, I would accept any consequence as long as your Highness does not misunderstand her," Xiao Dai explained. "I see," Chu Xuancheng murmured softly. Xiao Dai added, "We continued our search until the afternoon before finally locating the Wanjiangsu. Coincidentally, it was market day, and seeing the Empress fatigued, I suggested she take a moment to relax at the market. Thus, we indulged for a while and even purchased some toys for the little princess on our way back. Initially, we intended to linger a while longer, but the Empress, fearing for your concern, hastily returned. This oversight is entirely ours. We failed to remember the prince's birthday, and she should not bear the blame. The Empress's genuine intentions are solely for the prince, so if there is any reproach, it should be directed at us, not her." Little Dai recounted the events that transpired on the street in one breath. Although she had only met the princess for a day, she had already developed a heartfelt fondness for her. The prince possesses discerning taste, and any woman he chooses is surely remarkable. She pledged to protect the person the prince wishes safeguarded, even at the cost of her own life. Earlier, in the darkness, she lost sight of the princess, and this incident weighed heavily on her conscience. In her desire to atone, she spoke of it. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng's face was a mask of shock, accompanied by profound regret. He clenched his fists tightly and nodded at Little Dai, acknowledging her words. He then declared that from now on, when the princess ventures outside, she must have someone by her side at all times, and she must not be lost again. Earlier, His subordinate had intended to follow her, but the princess had pointed a hairpin at herself, threatening to die if he continued to pursue her. What else did she say? Chu Xuancheng's pupils dilated suddenly, his heart constricting. She also mentioned wanting to leave this place. Little Dai bit her lip as she spoke. She hoped that by revealing this, it would evoke the prince's compassion for the princess and prompt him to consider her feelings, thereby dispelling any misunderstandings. What? Chu Xuancheng murmured, his heart feeling as if it had been hollowed out. The thought that Yue wished to leave him filled him with a tumult of anxiety. Fearing her loss, yet irresistibly compelled to hurt her. At that moment, it felt as though an immense net was intricately woven around his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. An indescribable pain surged from within, and despite having done nothing wrong, he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. He gestured for Little Dai to leave, saying, "All right, I understand. You may go now." Chapter 1389. The pleas for reconciliation at this juncture. He felt a throbbing pain in his head, and the anger within him roared, urging him to confront Yue, to chastise her for wanting to leave him. No. He gritted his teeth and shook his head. No matter how distressed he felt, he could not unleash his anger upon Yue. Suddenly, he drew his sword from his waist and began to practice beneath the tree. He resolved never to harm Yue again, even if he were to suffer. He would inflict harm upon himself rather than upon her. Mo Li observed the prince resuming his sword practice and immediately felt a surge of anxiety, fearing he might fall ill once more. Chu Xuancheng practiced with relentless intensity, almost self-destructive. The leaves of the tree were swiftly severed, blanketing the ground. As he danced with the sword under the moonlight, he resembled a silver dragon in flight, his white garments billowing like those of a celestial being. Yet, his eyes were crimson and cold, as frigid as glaciers in the depths of an abyss, causing Mo Li to worry deeply. She feared the prince might take actions to harm the princess, knowing her stubborn nature. If he continued this way, she might genuinely leave. As Chu Xuancheng continued his movements, he surprisingly found a sense of release within, alleviating much of the hatred that had clouded his mind, until he exhausted himself dancing, allowing the memories of hatred to fade. He finally lowered the sword. Mo Li, attend to my bath, Chu Xuancheng commanded as he made his way towards the starry pavilion. What? You wish for your subordinate to assist you in bathing? Mo Li stammered, suddenly anxious. I merely asked you to instruct someone to draw water. Where did your thoughts wander? Chu Xuancheng replied, already walking away. With a sigh of relief, Mo Li wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly ordered someone to fetch water. In the crimson moon pavilion, as Yun Ruoyue settled into the warm bath, a wave of tranquility washed over her. The tub was filled with petals, and after soaking for a while, she felt her body warming up and her lips regaining their color. Your Highness, do you feel better? Fenger asked with concern upon seeing Yun Ruoyue's expression. I am much improved, Yun Ruoyue replied softly. Your Highness, Fenger hesitated before continuing, when you rushed out earlier. We were all quite worried about you. The prince was particularly anxious. As soon as he realized you had left, he dashed out without even taking an umbrella to search for you. Is that so? I thought he cared not for me at all. Yun Ruoyue's tone was cool. If he truly did not care, he would not have acted that way. Fenger quickly reassured her. The prince loves you dearly. How could he think otherwise? When you left, I overheard that he waited for you at home all day. He even arranged for a hot pot meal, eager for you to return and celebrate with him. Especially since today is his birthday. He knows you enjoy hot pot, and had people prepare it early in the day, and when noon came and you had not returned, he merely ate a few bites before continuing to wait for you. He prepared a hot pot for me, Yun Ruoyue exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, he wished to celebrate his birthday with you. However, as night fell and you still did not come back, he felt quite disheartened. When he learned you were out enjoying yourself, buying clothes for the young ladies and neglecting to get him a gift, he felt that after waiting all day for you, you had not kept him in your thoughts, which is why he became upset. Chapter 1390. The prince invites her to hot pot. Yun Ruoyue's heart sank. It turned out that Chu Xuancheng truly did nothing but wait for her all day. He could have entertained himself. Why must he wait for me? She pondered. Moreover, even if I forgot his birthday, he should not have smashed that rattle drum. I bought it for Xiao Shuangbao. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. That may be true, but your highness, consider this. The prince has been poisoned and struggles to control his temper. Hearing of your merriment, he might have thought you had forgotten him, which would naturally provoke his ire. Had we known this would happen, we should not have concealed the matter of the medicine from him. If you had informed him sooner, he would not have blamed you and would have been deeply touched. I see now. I should have told him earlier, Yun Ruoyue sighed. Yet he yearned for my company, while I completely overlooked his birthday. I truly do not know what to do now. Your Highness, it is entirely my fault. Today, I was so engrossed in searching for medicine and then became preoccupied with play that I neglected to inform you about the prince's birthday. I am truly sorry. As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes. It was her actions that led to the quarrel between the prince and the princess. She deserved punishment. However, you two were unaware of the circumstances. He has become easily agitated and irritable. I must hasten to alleviate his distress to restore our former lives, Yun Ruoyue remarked. In this matter, no one is to blame. If there is a culprit, it is the one who poisoned Chu Xuancheng. Had he not been poisoned, he would never have treated her in such a manner. Your Highness, have you prepared? The prince has sent word that he has arranged a hot pot and wishes for you to join him for a meal. At that moment, the voice of Jiu'er could be heard outside. Upon hearing this, all of Yun Ruoyue's tension dissipated in an instant. Her previously cold countenance softened, and the light illuminated her features, rendering her far more gentle. She replied, "Very well, I shall go at once." After Yun Ruoyue bathed, Fenger specially applied a fresh, delicate makeup on her. She then donned a flowing gown of golden hues, exuding an air of grace and elegance. Fenger adorned her forehead with a peony hairpin, accentuating her bright eyes and fair teeth, bestowing upon her an ethereal quality akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Before long, Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by Fenger and the others, arrived at the courtyard of the starry pavilion. Upon entering the courtyard, she beheld a table set with a hot pot, and the servants continued to bring out an array of ingredients. From a distance, the lavish spread of ingredients and meats made her stomach growl with anticipation. Chu Xuancheng, clad in a dark embroidered robe with cloud patterns and adorned with a jade crown and belt, sat there with an air of distant indifference. His gaze was fixed ahead, seemingly lost in thought, with a hint of melancholy reflected in his eyes. As soon as he noticed Yun Ruoyue's arrival, he quickly stood up, casting her an apologetic glance. "Yu'er, you have come," he said, approaching her. He squeezed his palm, only to find it clammy with sweat. Hastily, he wiped his brow with a handkerchief before taking Yun Ruoyue's hand, guiding her to her seat. She made no objection. Once seated, her eyes were drawn to the fresh beef rolls, duck intestines, tripe, blood pudding, and shrimp paste, swallowing hard at the sight. These hot pot ingredients were ones she had instructed Fat Hai to prepare. To her surprise, he had executed them with such skill that they resembled dishes from a modern hot pot restaurant, fresh, clean, and exquisitely presented. In the center was a specially crafted dual-flavor pot, one side bubbling with a fiery red broth, while the other simmered a rich, clear soup. The red broth was adorned with chili oil, spices, ginger, scallions, and various seasonings, while the clear soup contained goose and fish, topped with bean sprouts, garlic, goji berries, yam, and red dates, tantalizing her taste buds. "Your Highness, the wine has arrived. This is the pear blossom spring you requested." At that moment, Emoli brought over several exquisite small wine jars. "Place them here. You may dine inside the starry pavilion." Chu Xuancheng found Emoli somewhat obtrusive and contemplated sending them away. "Very well, Fenger, Jiu'er, let us proceed inside to dine. There is a table prepared specifically for us by the prince." Emoli indicated towards the Xuancheng pavilion. Upon peering inside, Fenger indeed observed servants delivering dishes. Realizing that the prince had considered their presence as well, overwhelmed with gratitude, she expressed, "Thank you, Your Highness, but I cannot join. I must attend to the Empress during her meal." Chu Xuancheng's voice, though seemingly casual, carried an undeniable authority. "If I command you to go, you shall go. All of you shall accompany me, leaving only myself and the princess here." Startled, Fenger understood the prince's desire for privacy with the princess and felt compelled to discreetly withdraw, ensuring no disruption occurred. Soon, Emoli and the others cheerfully entered the Xuancheng pavilion, eager to indulge in a feast. Once they departed, only Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue remained in the courtyard. As the rain subsided, a refreshing night breeze swept in. The moon hung high above, stars twinkled, and a gentle coolness mingled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, crafting a scene both romantic and enchanting. "Forgive me," Yun Ruoyue suddenly stood, addressing Chu Xuancheng. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated her apology, believing it was a sentiment he should express. Rising as well, his tone softened. "You have done no wrong. There is no need for you to apologize. It is I who owe you an apology for my behavior." Raising his cup, he declared, Let me first impose upon myself 3 cups as penance." He then drank heartily from his cup. Yun Ruoyue was astonished by his willingness to apologize. "You were poisoned. Hence your actions. I should not have been angry with you, nor should I have fled." The thought of that villain from earlier filled her with dread. Had he not arrived in time, the outcome could have been dire. She resolved to refrain from running away in anger in the future. After setting down his cup, Chu Xuancheng gently cradled her face, his expression tender. "I now understand you were fetching medicine for me. I misjudged you. Did they inform you?" Yun Ruoyue whispered. "No, you are not at fault. Through this ordeal, I have realized that even in my anguish, I must manage my temper. I would rather inflict harm upon myself than cause you pain. Moreover, you care for me so deeply, constantly concerned for my health. After spending a day seeking medicine for me, I unjustly lashed out at you. Reflecting upon it now, I feel utterly remorseful." Chu Xuancheng confessed, guilt etched upon his face. At that moment, he suddenly produced an object from behind him. "Look!" Yun Ruoyue gasped upon seeing the once broken rattle he had mended with fish glue. As she examined the rattle, she noticed the cracks, yet it was securely bonded, appearing almost new. A smile blossomed on her face. "You repaired it?" "Of course. It was meant for our little shuangbao, and since I broke it, I naturally should have fixed it." Gently stroked her head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "In truth, I had no idea you had them prepare a hot pot for me, nor was I aware that you had refrained from eating all day in anticipation of my return. I truly should have returned sooner." Every time Yun Ruoyue thought of her patient waiting alone at home, her heart ached. "It's all right. You must be quite hungry by now. Come, eat," said Chu Xuancheng, guiding her to sit down. "All right, you should eat as well." The hot pot was sumptuous, leaving Yun Ruoyue completely satisfied, while Chu Xuancheng had hardly indulged, instead focusing on serving her. She, driven by hunger, devoured her meal hastily, whereas he maintained a leisurely and elegant demeanor, exuding the innate grace of a nobleman, regardless of his own hunger. Observing him, Yun Ruoyue couldn't help but think he was indeed the son of the late emperor, one of the most esteemed individuals in the realm, which explained his unwavering poise and refinement at all times. After their meal, Yun Ruoyue suddenly turned to Chu Xuancheng and said, "Today is your birthday, and I didn't even realize it. I'm so sorry. I wish to prepare a birthday cake for you and gather everyone to sing you a birthday song." "What is a birthday cake, and what is a birthday song?" Chu Xuancheng was taken aback by the notion. "You will see shortly. I know there are ingredients in the kitchen. Shall we make it together?" Yun Ruoyue proposed. "Very well," he responded with a reserved nod. Before long, Yun Ruoyue led Chu Xuancheng to her modest kitchen. She intended to create a cake akin to those of the modern world, albeit without the aid of machines, opting instead for a simpler version. The cake she envisioned resembled a round loaf of bread. She combined eggs, butter, and honey into the dough, kneading it thoroughly before adorning the top with walnuts, raisins, and dried apricots, and then placed it in the oven to bake. With the cake's base completed, she turned her attention to crafting the cream. A cake without cream seemed to lack something essential. Although preparing cream was challenging, she was determined to try. Recalling her mother's method of cake making, she retrieved a large bowl, separated the egg whites from 4 eggs, added a pinch of salt and some sugar, then began to whip vigorously. If she could create bubbles resembling foamy bath gel, she would deem it a success. However, her strength faltered quickly, and after only a few attempts, her arms grew weary and no bubbles appeared in the bowl. "Would you like assistance?" Chu Xuancheng noticed Yun Ruoyue struggling and promptly took the chopsticks from her, mimicking her actions and stirring rapidly. With his considerable strength and swift movements, bubbles soon began to form in the bowl. Yun Ruoyue gasped in astonishment. "Wow, it's bubbling. You're amazing. I'll add more sugar." "You just keep stirring until it reaches a thick consistency." Encouraged, Chu Xuancheng stirred even faster, and before long, the creamy concoction was complete. "You're incredible," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek in celebration of his success. Was taken aback, holding his face in disbelief as Yue had taken the initiative to kiss him. Chapter 1393, Heart Melting. He gazed at her affectionately. "Yue, this is the finest birthday gift I have ever received." Yun Ruoyue's cheeks flushed. She had not anticipated that she would be the one to initiate the kiss. "Oh dear. The cake is emitting a delightful aroma. It must be done." Upon catching a whiff of the fragrant bread, Yun Ruoyue hurried to the stove and retrieved the cake with tongs. The cake had turned a light golden hue, soft to the touch, perfectly baked. Regarded this wondrous creation with astonishment, pondering how many secrets Yue harbored that he was yet unaware of. After arranging the cake, she suddenly glanced at him and noticed that, while he had been touching his face, he had smeared cream upon it. She could not help but laugh. "You have cream on your face. You got it all over." "Really?" Chu Xuancheng quickly set down his chopsticks and touched his face again, inadvertently smearing more cream. "Ha ha ha, how silly you are." Yun Ruoyue's laughter grew louder. "How dare you mock me and call me foolish?" Chu Xuancheng grinned mischievously, suddenly smearing some cream onto her face. "Ah, help. No, please." Yun Ruoyue squealed, darting away. But Chu Xuancheng was relentless. With swift strides, he enveloped her in his embrace, lowering his gaze to observe the white cream adorning her lips. He smirked and said, "Don't move. Allow me to help you clean that cream off your face." With that, he lowered his eyes and possessively captured her lips, beginning to savor the cream. A wave of warmth washed over Yun Ruoyue, making her heart feel as if it were melting. This rascal was devouring the cream off her lips. Its sweet aroma was irresistible, prompting her to take a taste as well. Seizing the moment, he deeply kissed her again. Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng lifted her into his arms and carried her directly into the adjacent room. Upon entering, he secured the door. Yun Ruoyue's heart raced. "Why are you closing the door?" "To prevent any interruptions," he replied. "Xiao Dai mentioned that you were searching for herbs and that your feet are blistered." "Allow me to examine your feet first," Chu Xuancheng said, placing her gently on the bed, before removing her shoes and socks to inspect her feet with care. Upon examination, he noticed a small red blister on her heel, and his heart ached for her. "Let me apply some ointment." "No, it's unnecessary. It's just a small blister," Yun Ruoyue replied, her face flushed. She felt it might be an inconvenience for him, a noble prince, to tend to her feet. "Do not burden yourself with such thoughts. Having wed you, I must care for you," Chu Xuancheng reassured her, retrieving a bottle of ointment and a cotton swab from the nearby medicinal box. He marveled at the cotton swab, having never seen one before. Observing Yun Ruoyue use it, he imitated her, dipping the swab into the ointment and gently applying it to her foot. A soothing sensation enveloped her, and Yun Ruoyue felt significantly more comfortable. The pain in her foot alleviated. As Chu Xuancheng gently applied the medicine, Yun Ruoyue let out a soft whimper of discomfort. He quickly inquired, "Does it hurt very much?" "Not really, just a little," she reassured him, her heart melting at his tender and attentive demeanor. Despite his seemingly domineering exterior, Chu Xuancheng was remarkably gentle and cautious, as though afraid of causing her pain. Chapter 1394, Improving Affection? Suddenly, he noticed her 5 delicate toes wriggling, their pale beauty reminiscent of glistening crystal grapes, causing his throat to tighten. He glanced upward, observing Yun Ruoyue lying quietly, her clothing slightly askew, revealing her snow-white skin, giving her an exquisitely soft and sweet appearance. Without warning, he enveloped her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist, closing his eyes as he tenderly kissed her neck, a wave of fragrance enveloping them. Yun Ruoyue quivered lightly, feeling like a lamb awaiting sacrifice. As an hour passed, Yun Ruoyue found herself exhausted and sore from Chu Xuancheng's playful antics. Glancing at the disheveled bed, her face flushed crimson as she hastily dressed. However, Chu Xuancheng gazed at her with eyes akin to a wolf observing its prey, his gaze fervent and profound. "Don't look at me with those eyes," she urged, quickly turning away. "What kind of eyes?" Chu Xuancheng teased her deliberately. "The kind that seems to want to devour me," she replied, stamping her foot in frustration. This rogue always looked at her as if he intended to consume her whole. At that moment, she suddenly heard the laughter of Fenger and the others approaching. "Fenger and the others are here. Quick, let us go make the cake," she exclaimed, rushing to the door and darting toward the small kitchen. They had explicitly stated their intention to bake a cake, and if Fenger discovered that she and Chu Xuancheng had sneaked into the chamber for other purposes, she would undoubtedly be the subject of their teasing. Chu Xuancheng chuckled softly, fastening his belt as he followed her. Soon, they entered the small kitchen, washing their hands before resuming their cake making. "Go fetch me a large plate," Yun Ruoyue instructed Chu Xuancheng. "All right," he replied, searching the cupboard for a plate made of fine jade porcelain, bringing it over to her. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue turned abruptly, and their foreheads collided, causing her to wince and tears to well up in her eyes. "Are you all right?" "Let me see," Chu Xuancheng said, quickly setting the plate down to examine her forehead. Yun Ruoyue shook her head. "I'm fine. I didn't expect us to bump into each other." She couldn't help but laugh, while Chu Xuancheng's tightly drawn features relaxed slightly, a hint of amusement breaking through his stoic expression. Fenger and Jior, arriving just then, exchanged knowing smiles at the sight before them, realizing that the bond between the prince and princess had evidently grown stronger. Before long, Yun Ruoyue spread cream on the cake, adorning it with 5 red candles, and declared, "The cake is ready. Let us celebrate your birthday." With that, she carried the cake out to the courtyard. At that moment, the Grand Princess, along with Aunt May and Aunt Bing, also arrived, drawn by the commotion. The summer weather is pleasantly refreshing, with a gentle breeze wafting through. Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng entered the courtyard, carrying a cake, and the princesses curiously gathered around them. "What is this you wear? It looks so peculiar, and there are candles on top." The princess inquired with intrigue. "What is this white creamy substance made of? Is it edible? And this yellow one that resembles a pastry is quite special." Emily chimed in eagerly. Meanwhile, Bing Gugu stood awkwardly to the side. Given her status, Chu Xuancheng typically did not permit her to partake in such festivities, often finding excuses to keep her confined to her quarters. However, witnessing the lively atmosphere, and knowing the princess was celebrating the prince's birthday, she felt compelled to join. Fortunately, Chu Xuancheng did not send her away, sparing her from further embarrassment. Chapter 1395. It turns out someone loves him, having spent her entire life in the palace. This was the first time she encountered such novel delights. All courtesy of the princess. She had never experienced such freedom before. Her days were spent embroidering and napping in her own room, a far cry from the regimented life within the palace. After more than a month here, she found herself reluctant to return to the confines of royal life. Noticing everyone's curiosity, Yun Ruoyue smiled and explained, "This is a birthday cake, meant to celebrate the one whose birthday it is. Later, I will teach you all to sing the birthday song, and we can wish the prince a happy birthday together." Singing a birthday song? Wow, what a delightful game. "It sounds so fun," the princess exclaimed. "You will see soon enough," Yun Ruoyue replied, glancing at Chu Xuancheng. "Is your music box still around? It plays the birthday song." "Yes, it is." "Emily, go fetch it," Chu Xuancheng directed. Thankfully, he had not broken the music box last time, or they would have missed the music entirely. Shortly, Emily returned from the starry pavilion, bringing forth the treasured music box. As soon as it was revealed, everyone looked on with eager anticipation. Yun Ruoyue opened the mechanism and played the melody of the birthday song. "Now, sing along with me. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." The princess found the tune utterly enchanting, singing along and exclaiming, "This melody is exquisite. Such a tune should only exist in the heavens. It is a rare delight to hear on earth. You possess so many treasures. You are truly remarkable, your highness," Emily added. "But what do the 5 candles signify?" the princess asked, pointing at the candles atop the cake. Yun Ruoyue explained, "The candles represent the age of the birthday celebrant. The 2 candles on the left together symbolize 2, while the 3 on the right represent 3. Altogether, they total 23, and today, Xuancheng turns exactly 23, correct?" "Indeed. The princess is very clever," Yun Ruoyue responded with a smile. She had designed it this way since she did not have numeral candles. Then, Yun Ruoyue taught everyone the birthday song several times, and they quickly learned it. "All right, let us now wish the prince a happy birthday. We will sing the birthday song. And afterward, the prince can make 3 wishes." After making his wish, the prince used a small knife and fork to slice the cake into small pieces, distributing them among everyone so that we could share in the joy of his birthday. Yun Ruoyue exclaimed with delight, "All right." The princesses quickly applauded. "Let us begin. 1, 2, 3, sing." Upon finishing her words, Yun Ruoyue gazed intently at Chu Xuancheng, leading everyone in the birthday song. The warm lights of the star pavilion illuminated the scene, mingling with the gentle moonlight above, creating a serene and beautiful ambience. Chu Xuancheng lifted his gaze, taking in the genuine smiles of those around him and the fervent melody of their song, and a profound sense of emotion welled up within him. This was the first time anyone had celebrated his birthday in such a manner, with cake and song. He had anticipated a solitary day, believing that no one cared for him, yet he was taken aback by the affection from so many. He thought to himself that this would be the most unforgettable birthday of his life, one he would cherish forever. Unable to resist, he glanced upwards at the stars. "Father, Mother, I have heard that those who pass away become stars in the sky. Which 2 of you are they?" Chapter 1396. 3 wishes. If you were here, you would see your son living a happy and fulfilling life, having married a beauty who cherishes him, no longer a mere stepping stone for others. All of this was brought to him by Yuer, and he couldn't help but gaze at her with deep affection. After the birthday song concluded, Yun Ruoyue quickly turned to Chu Xuancheng, saying, "All right, close your eyes and make a wish before blowing out the candles. You can speak your first 2 wishes aloud, but the last one must remain unspoken." She had forgotten his birthday and had not prepared a gift, so she made this cake to make amends, hoping he would find joy in this celebration and not feel disappointed. Chu Xuancheng closed his eyes, adopting a sincere demeanor as he began to make his wishes. "My first wish is for the Chu kingdom to enjoy peace and prosperity, with favorable weather and bountiful harvests, allowing the people to live in comfort and security. My second wish is for the virtuous to live long, while the wicked receive their due punishment." At this point, his expression turned icy, and those who understood could discern the target of his ire, the tyrant, Emperor Hongyuan, and his ilk. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, even in this joyous moment. Chu Xuancheng had not forgotten his grievances, revealing the depth of his burdened heart. "My third wish, I shall keep to myself," Chu Xuancheng declared, eyes still closed, his handsome visage rendering the moon above seemingly dim in comparison. Then he opened his eyes and said, "I have made my wishes." "What did you wish for, Your Highness? Do tell us," Emily inquired with curiosity. "The princess said it must remain unspoken," Chu Xuancheng replied, casting a gentle glance at Yun Ruoyue. His final wish was undoubtedly related to her. "Now quickly blow out the candles. Once you do, we can enjoy the cake," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed with a smile. Chu Xuancheng chuckled and bent down to blow out the candles. "Everyone can blow them out with the prince," Yun Ruoyue added. "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone eagerly gathered around to assist Chu Xuancheng in extinguishing the candles. After the candles were blown out, Yun Ruoyue took hold of Chu Xuancheng's hand, aiding him in slicing the cake. The moment the cake was served, everyone eagerly indulged in it. Even the usually finicky Grand Princess was astounded by the delightful flavors of the cream and cake, exclaiming, "This cake is absolutely delicious. Where? You must bake one like this for my birthday in the future. You all must sing the birthday song for me. And I wish to make a wish and blow out the candles, all right?" "Certainly. In the future, whenever anyone wishes to celebrate their birthday, we can all gather to sing and enjoy cake together," Yun Ruoyue replied with a smile. Everyone unanimously agreed that the cake and cream were delectable. Emily couldn't resist devouring 2 pieces at once. Even Aunt Bing was given a slice of cake. Upon tasting it, a look of pure delight spread across her face. She realized that life in the royal residence was indeed so pleasant, that birthdays could be celebrated in such a manner, and that the world still held countless wonders. She discovered that relationships were not solely about calculation, but also about mutual love and sacrifice, genuine feelings for one another. Gazing at the cake, she felt a wave of nostalgia. She could clearly sense the warmth between the prince and the princess. She gradually came to understand that the prince did not truly despise the princess. On the contrary, he cared for her deeply. Even though his temperament had changed significantly, he still unconsciously held her in high regard. Likewise, the princess cherished the prince. Outwardly, they appeared to have frequent disagreements, but she could feel that at their core, they treasured each other. Yet, she decided not to divulge these observations to the emperor, as she could not bear to disrupt the love between this couple. Having never experienced love herself, she found solace in fulfilling the happiness of others. "Aunt, what are you thinking about?" Just then, lost in thought, Aunt Bing was approached by Yun Ruoyue, who playfully smeared cream from her finger onto Aunt Bing's face before darting away. "Ah, princess, what are you doing?" Aunt Bing exclaimed, astonished as she touched the cream on her face. "This is a cake of happiness. Smearing the cream on your face will bring you good fortune. You will have a smooth year ahead," Yun Ruoyue mischievously declared. Although there was a belief that smearing cream was auspicious, her intent was purely for amusement. Noticing Aunt Bing standing alone in contemplation, as if neglected, she thought to lighten the mood. Aunt Bing, taken aback, felt her previously tense expression soften. "Really? Then I shall try it too," Emily said, scooping a generous dollop of cream from the plate and swiftly applying it to Feng'er's face. However, he had taken too much, resulting in cream smeared all over her. Enraged, Feng'er retaliated by slapping the remaining cake into Emily's face, furiously declaring, "How dare you smear me? Watch how I get you back. Oh, how delightful. I want to join in too," the Grand Princess exclaimed, behaving like a child, as she grabbed a handful of cream and smeared it on Aunt May's face beside her. Aunt May's aged visage was suddenly smeared with cream, rendering her akin to a zombie. The onlookers found the scene both amusing and entertaining, prompting them to join in the playful chaos. The brothers Mo Li and Mo Zhu quickly began to smear cream on each other, seizing the opportunity amidst their merriment. The princess royal playfully slapped a cake onto Mo Li's face, transforming him into a veritable ice cream stick, his frustration bubbling to the surface. You can't just target me. Today is the prince's birthday. If anyone should be smeared, it ought to be the birthday star, Mo Li exclaimed. Indeed, the prince should be the one, Mo Zhu concurred, boldly brandishing his cream as he approached Chu Xuancheng. Your Highness, run, Yun Ruoyue urged, seeing the crowd surge towards Chu Xuancheng with the intent to douse him in cream. She swiftly grasped his hand, pulling him away. Chu Xuancheng, momentarily stunned, followed her lead after casting a deep, contemplative glance in her direction. Yun Ruoyue quickly ushered him into her chamber, shutting the door behind them to prevent Mo Li and the others from barging in. Upon witnessing their retreat, Mo Li and his companions exchanged knowing glances, understanding the need to allow the prince and princess to deepen their bond without interruption. Once they had departed, Yun Ruoyue exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning around, she discovered Chu Xuancheng observing her intently, the silence in the room palpable, causing her heart to race anew. Chu Xuancheng, lowering his gaze, earnestly addressed her. Did you not claim that smearing cake on one's face brings good fortune? Then why did you pull me away? While that may be true, who would be foolish enough to allow themselves to be smeared? It leaves one messy and difficult to clean. I merely wish to tease them. One does not need cake to attain good fortune. After all, one's destiny lies within one's own hands. My fate is dictated by me and not by the heavens. Yun Ruoyue winked playfully at Chu Xuancheng. Ah, so your fate is your own to command, Chu Xuancheng smirked. How enlightening. By the way, could you share what your third wish was? Yun Ruoyue inquired with keen curiosity. Chu Xuancheng pondered for a moment before raising an eyebrow and responding. I wish for my beloved and I to be together for all eternity, never to part. A warm sensation coursed through Yun Ruoyue's heart as she asked. And who is the woman you love? She is within my quarters. I have hidden her in a golden abode within my chamber. Chu Xuancheng replied unexpectedly. What? A golden abode? Yun Ruoyue gazed at him, bewildered. Chu Xuancheng, with an earnest expression, directed his gaze toward the starry pavilion. Indeed, she possesses unparalleled beauty and grace, a rare gem of the realm. I cherish her deeply, hence I have concealed her in my room. Would you care to accompany me to see her? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, her anger flaring as she retorted, You have hidden another woman in your room, and I was none the wiser? Come with me, and you shall see. She is the most suitable and brilliant woman I have ever encountered, Chu Xuancheng asserted, taking her hand and leading her out of the room toward the starry pavilion. Yun Ruoyue regarded him with confusion, pondering the implications of his words. Was he speaking of her? Yet, it felt as though it were otherwise. She was not in his chamber. Soon, Chu Xuancheng led Yun Ruoyue to the entrance of his palace, raising an eyebrow and indicating that the woman was within, specifically in the northeast corner of the chamber. Go see for yourself, he said, pushing open the door. Yun Ruoyue shot him an angry glare, a surge of indignation rising within her. Could it be that he truly harbored another woman in his quarters? With this thought igniting her fury, she lifted her skirts and dashed towards the northeastern corner of his chamber, eager to witness the woman who could so captivate Chu Xuancheng. This man had professed his love for her, yet here he was, concealing a paramour within, daring to inform her of such. Her mind was aflame with rage. Upon arriving at the northeastern corner, she was unexpectedly confronted by a large, ornate mirror. Leaning closer, she found only her reflection staring back, with no other woman in sight. As the realization dawned upon her, she understood Chu Xuancheng's intent. You, so it was a jest, she murmured, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. It turned out that the woman he spoke of was none other than herself. How foolish she felt for having felt jealousy, wanting to see the beauty of this woman, only to discover a mere mirror. Chu Xuancheng chuckled softly, ruffling her hair affectionately. I did not anticipate that you would even feel jealousy over yourself. I also did not foresee that the esteemed Prince of Li would engage in such playful tricks. Feeling somewhat flustered under his penetrating gaze, Yun Ruoyue could not help but recall the intimate whispers he had shared in her ear earlier that day. Hastily, she sought to change the subject. By the way, I have procured the Wanjiangsu for you. I shall go prepare the medicine immediately and see if it can alleviate your poison. With a rosy flush on her cheeks, she fled the room. Observing her bashfulness, a smile graced the corners of Chu Xuancheng's lips. Once Yun Ruoyue reached the pharmacy, She retrieved the Wanzhong Su and, with a shift in her consciousness, entered the medical system. Chapter 1399. The rapid interrogation. She laid out several Western medications for treating mental ailments alongside the Wanzhong Su in front of her. The laboratory was filled with an array of colorful bottles and jars, and she quickly employed the machinery to grind the Wanzhong Su into a fine powder, mixing it with the Western drug powders to commence her new formulation. After combining the various powders and placing them into the pharmaceutical apparatus, a round, snow-white pill was soon produced. The convenience of this laboratory was remarkable. Once the new medicine was ready, she swiftly returned her consciousness to her own body, clutching the pill as she hurried to find Chu Xuancheng. As she pushed open the door to the chamber, she found him seated by the window, his tall figure reclining against an intricately carved chair, engrossed in a scroll of literature. The silvery moonlight bathed him in a gentle glow, clad in flowing white garments. He exuded an aura of elegance. With his striking brows and bright eyes, he appeared as a refined fox, commanding respect yet inviting curiosity. "You're here," Chu Xuancheng remarked. Noticing Yun Ruoyue's entrance, he promptly set down the scroll and approached her barefoot. Yun Ruoyue then realized that he had changed into a pristine white inner garment, the belt loosening slightly at the front, revealing his well-defined and alluring chest. She recalled his 8-pack abs and could not help but swallow hard. "I have developed a new medicine for you. Let's see if it can neutralize the poison. Please take it," Yun Ruoyue said, producing a vial and uncapping it to pour out a pill. "Is it ready this quickly?" Chu Xuancheng gazed at the pill in astonishment. "Yes, please take it now. After an hour, I will help you with a blood test to see if the toxin has been alleviated." Yun Ruoyue nodded. "All right," Chu Xuancheng replied, swallowing the pill. As it entered his mouth, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, bringing immense comfort. The fact that Yue had prepared this medicine so swiftly showcased her dedication to his ailment, warming his heart. An hour later, Yun Ruoyue hurriedly drew blood from Chu Xuancheng to check if the poison had been dispelled. Upon seeing the same results as before in the laboratory, her face fell, realizing the antidote had proven ineffective. "What?" Chu Xuancheng's voice quivered slightly. "I apologize. I do not know what poison you have been afflicted with, so I cannot provide the correct remedy, rendering this new medicine useless. But rest assured, I will continue to formulate more solutions. I will not give up." Yun Ruoyue grasped Chu Xuancheng's hand, her expression filled with remorse. Chu Xuancheng smiled gently, reassuring her. "Do not worry, I am fine. You possess remarkable abilities, and I believe you will create the antidote." "Yes," Yun Ruoyue nodded, feeling distressed. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you think this poison could have been inflicted by Su Yuyao? She is skilled in both medicine and poison, and I suspect she is involved. I have long harbored suspicions about her. Tomorrow, I shall interrogate her," Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. "Why go through the trouble of interrogation? That seems tedious. You are so handsome, and she has an affinity for you. I have a method that may swiftly reveal the truth," Yun Ruoyue suggested. Leaning closer to Chu Xuancheng's ear, she whispered a few words. Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened upon hearing her proposal. "You want me to use such a method?" "Absolutely not. Do not dismiss it so quickly. Think about it. Is it faster to compel someone to speak or to have them willingly divulge the truth?" Yun Ruoyue countered. "Compelling them is indeed quicker." Chu Xuancheng answered decisively. Chapter 1400. The prince invites to dinner. Yun Ruoyue shot him a glare. "What if it turns out she is innocent? Wouldn't that make your coercion in vain? If you employed a different approach, you might uncover the truth more swiftly. Moreover, if she is not responsible, it would spare you from any repercussions." Although Chu Xuancheng was reluctant to agree, it seemed this method would yield the quickest results. Su Yuyao could hardly believe that Chu Xuancheng would personally invite her to dine at the Mingyue Tower. Mingyue Tower is one of the most prestigious establishments in the imperial city, catering exclusively to royal family members, high-ranking officials, and wealthy elites. Mere wealth without status is insufficient for entry. Shocked by the opulence of the invitation, she hurriedly enlisted her maidservants to assist her in preparing for the occasion upon receiving the invitation from Chu Xuancheng's attendant. In order to meet Chu Xuancheng, she naturally had to adorn herself to outshine all others. After she had dressed to the nines and arrived at Mingyue Tower, the attendant informed her that His Highness, the Li Prince, was waiting for her in the pavilion at the center of the lake. She hurriedly followed the attendant inside. The pavilion, the most opulent area of Mingyue Tower, was not merely a structure but an expansive hall that housed several private rooms within its grandeur. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue were seated in the pavilion, savoring tea with an array of delicacies before them, while behind them stood Mo Li and several stern-faced guards. Your Highness, Su Yue has arrived, Mo Zhu announced, swiftly making his way over with agility. Chu Xuancheng replied with a slight nod. Yun Ruoyue quickly stood up and said, I shall take my leave to the private room. Remember to act accordingly. Chu Xuancheng nodded reluctantly. After her instructions, Yun Ruoyue hurriedly retreated to the nearest private room. At that moment, Su Yue, guided by the attendant, approached gracefully. From a distance, she spotted Chu Xuancheng seated in the pavilion, clad in a black brocade robe adorned with golden trim, exuding an aura of authority that made her heart race. Your Highness, Yue greeted, as she drew closer and gracefully curtsied to Chu Xuancheng. Though he wore a cold expression, recalling Yun Ruoyue's advice, he made an effort to conjure an appropriate smile. His visage was adorned with a smile, yet his demeanor remained distant, his gaze devoid of warmth. He rose, inclined his head slightly, and gestured gallantly. Miss Yue has arrived. Please, take a seat. As he spoke, he personally pulled out a chair for Su Yue to sit. Thank you, Your Highness, Su Yue exclaimed, overwhelmed by his kindness. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? At that moment, Chu Xuancheng also took his seat. Once settled, he turned his gaze towards Su Yue, his expression somewhat indifferent. Yet, as he casually swept his eyes over her, she felt an illusion that he regarded her with affection, smiling solely at her. In truth, it was merely the allure of his striking features that could evoke such a misconception with a mere glance. May I inquire what matters prompted Your Highness to summon Yue? Su Yue, though excited, maintained her composure. She sensed that his invitation for a meal was likely not a mere expression of fondness. It hinted at a deeper purpose. Chu Xuancheng poured her a glass of wine and stated, regarding the previous incident, I misunderstood you. I wish to invite you to dine, primarily to extend my apologies. He recalled how, in a fit of extreme anger, he had grasped Su Yue by the throat. However, this incident conveniently served as a pretext for his invitation. Su Yue was taken aback, so it was about that previous matter. She felt responsible, having inadvertently caused a quarrel between the prince and the princess. After all, it had been her fault for changing clothes in that location, which understandably led to the princess's misinterpretation. There was no need for the prince to feel guilty, as long as he did not suspect that she had orchestrated the incident. I have since dispatched someone to investigate, and the individual in black was someone else entirely, unrelated to you, Miss Yue. I am deeply remorseful, which is why I have prepared a modest drink to offer my apologies, my lady, stated with a hint of solemnity. The prince is being too modest. It was merely a misunderstanding that can be easily clarified, hastily replied. Waiter, please bring forth your menu, instructed the attendant who had been waiting nearby. The waiter promptly presented a booklet, placing it respectfully before. He then extended the menu to, inquiring, my dear, what would you like to have? Feel free to order as you please. Surprised by his considerate demeanor, could hardly believe her eyes. It was widely said that was arrogant and aloof, yet here he was, exhibiting such tenderness toward her. Her heart swelled with warmth, yet she gracefully shook her head, replying, I am content with anything, but I insist that you order, Your Highness. Whatever you choose, I shall have as well. As she spoke, her eyes gazed at with profound affection, brimming with admiration. The onlooker felt a wave of nausea at the sight, was unabashedly expressing her longing for. A fleeting chill crossed eyes as he replied, Very well, then I shall place the order. Are you able to tolerate spicy food? Not particularly, Your Highness. How about you? I can manage, but if you cannot handle spice, then, waiter, ensure that none of the dishes contain chili, or if they must, let it be in minimal amounts, instructed the attendant. Yes, Your Highness, the waiter answered respectfully. Carefully selected each dish, inquiring about its preferences. He only ordered what she enjoyed. If there was something he favored but she did not, he refrained from ordering it. Felt elated, as if she had ascended to the heavens. Could it be that truly cared for her? As the order progressed, seeing that every dish was to her liking, she quickly urged, Your Highness, please select some dishes you enjoy as well. It cannot be solely about my preferences. It matters not. Whatever you choose, I shall partake in as well, replied nonchalantly. Though he spoke those words, a sense of distaste lingered in his heart. Had it not been for suggestion to employ some charm on, he would not have needed to endure the presence of this bothersome woman. With a blush, shyly lowered her gaze, observing the envious stares of the servants around her. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. It was indeed a privilege to sit beside the prince of. Soon, The waitstaff began to serve the dishes. As the food was placed on the table, glanced at and suddenly instructed a maid who was arranging the dishes, "Attend to miss. I require no one to serve me." The maid nodded and promptly went to assist. To have call for someone to care for her maid's heart sore, yet she maintained her composure, modestly enjoying her meal. Suddenly, she turned to and boldly asked, "Your Highness, may I inquire about something?" S gaze deepened as he replied, "You may ask." Su Yuyao hesitated for a moment, then murmured, "It seems that the prince holds a fondness for Princess Li, yet the princess is currently with child. I wonder if there is someone by the prince's side to attend to her needs?" As she spoke, she quickly lowered her head, her petite face turning as red as a persimmon. Chu Xuancheng would not invite her to dinner without reason. She aimed to discern his intentions and uncover his true motives. Chu Xuancheng gazed at her with a penetrating look, his voice somewhat indifferent. "Why do you ask?" "The prince, of noble lineage, is a member of the royal family and is certainly not lacking in caretakers." Yao was merely expressing her concern for the prince, she replied nervously. As she spoke, she discreetly observed Chu Xuancheng's expression. Standing by the window, Yun Ruoyue, upon hearing such a direct inquiry, felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and slap Su Yuyao. However, for the sake of her larger scheme, she restrained herself. This woman truly knew how to seize an opportunity. Fortunately, Chu Xuancheng possessed strong self-control. Had it been another man, he would have long been seduced. Chu Xuancheng lifted his gaze and glanced towards the private room, likely aware that the young woman within had grown envious. He chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I am in need of a woman to attend to me." He referred to Yun Ruoyue. They slept separately and without a woman in his quarters. He certainly missed her. Yet, Su Yuyao's heart surged with excitement. The prince's words surely hinted that he desired her service. It appeared that his invitation for dinner stemmed from his affection for her, a desire to win her favor. Instantly, she cast aside her reservations. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng inquired, "I have heard that Miss Su left her parents at a young age to study medicine on Zhihua Mountain. How have you fared during these years?" His concern made Su Yuyao's eyes well with tears. "I have been separated from my parents since childhood, and the journey from Zhihua Mountain to the capital is arduous, making it exceedingly difficult to see them. Sometimes, I can go years without a visit. I even forgot what they looked like when I was younger. On Zhihua Mountain, I had only my master, tedious medical texts, and countless herbs. It was hardly an enjoyable existence. My sister is fortunate. She is the apple of our parents' eye. Far happier than I." As she spoke, a bitter smile graced her lips. Chu Xuancheng replied, "I can empathize with your sentiments, Miss Su. However, you are indeed more fortunate than I. At least your parents are still alive, unlike mine, whom I shall never see again." As he spoke, his countenance darkened, and his gaze grew dim. Suddenly, as if recollecting a painful memory, he placed his chopsticks down, cradling his head in distress. His eyes reddened, exuding a chilling intensity, manifesting a visage of anguish, as though he had transformed into another person. Su Yuyao was taken aback. Could it be that his heart-seizing poison had recurred? "Your Highness, what troubles you?" she inquired hastily. "It is nothing. I merely recalled my family and felt their absence," Chu Xuancheng replied, pained. Understanding dawned upon Su Yuyao. It must be that Chu Xuancheng was reminded of his tragically deceased parents, and thus the poison was triggered. Recalling the true effects of the heart-seizing poison, her complexion paled, and she looked at Chu Xuancheng with trembling apprehension. Surely, he would not unleash his wrath upon her. Upon hearing that he experienced a violent outbreak of the Dan poison in the military camp, he even contemplated murder. My head aches terribly." At this moment, Chu Xuancheng suddenly stood up, clutching his head, his face filled with murderous intent. Chapter 1403. The outbreak of Dan poison. Mo Li, witnessing this, hurriedly approached to comfort him. "Your Highness, is your head hurting again? Please, calm yourself. The princess is not here, and we have no medicine. Do not let your emotions overwhelm you. You must remain composed. Indeed, Your Highness, close your eyes and think of joyful memories. Do not dwell on the past. The more you think, the more it will agitate your mind, and you will suffer even more," Mo Zhu added anxiously from the side. Su Yuyao was now convinced that Chu Xuancheng was triggered by the memory of his parents' demise. She quickly reassured him, "Your Highness, it is my fault for mentioning my parents. Which reminded you of yours. This is all my mistake. Please do not overthink it." "No, it is not your fault. This matter was initiated by me and has nothing to do with you," Chu Xuancheng interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Yet, scarcely had he spoken before his eyes turned a fierce crimson, and after a painful groan, he abruptly drew the sword from Mo Li's waist, pointing it menacingly at Su Yuyao. You, who are you? Did you slay my father and mother? I shall avenge them. It wasn't he me. Your Highness. Please calm down. It was not me, Su Yuyao exclaimed, her face paling in terror as she saw the blade aimed at her. Though she possessed some martial skills, they were insignificant compared to Chu Xuancheng's prowess. She was no match for him. She never anticipated that the gentle Chu Xuancheng would transform into such a ferocious being in an instant. Not you? How could it not be you? You are Su Ruoyue, aren't you? He accused, as Su Ruoyue was the queen's maiden name, and she had indeed been involved in past events. Su Yuyao, frightened, took a step back. Your Highness, I am Su Yuyao, not Su Ruoyue. Please, you must calm yourself. Su Yuyao? You share the surname Su. Thus, you must be in league with Su Ruoyue. I care not. I will kill you, Chu Xuancheng declared, pressing the sword against her neck. At this moment, Su Yuyao's face turned a ghastly white. The potency of the heartless pill was truly formidable, capable of transforming a person in such a way. Witnessing Chu Xuancheng in this state was distressing for her as well. Seeing the glinting blade before her, she urged, Your Highness, please quell your anger. Although I share the surname Su, I am not allied with Su Ruoyue. You must trust me. Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng shook his head in discomfort. When he lifted his gaze once more, his expression was one of deep regret. You are not Su Ruoyue. You are Su Yuyao, Lady Yuyao? Yes, I am Su Yuyao. I have never harmed your parents. You must not be mistaken. You are Su Yuyao? No, how could I harm you? Chu Xuancheng murmured softly, withdrawing the sword with a sudden fervor, gritting his teeth as he struggled to control his emotions and refrain from harming Su Yuyao. Once the sword was withdrawn, Su Yuyao breathed a sigh of relief. It was astonishing to realize that upon discovering her identity, the prince felt remorse. He was exerting immense effort to restrain himself for her sake. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng gazed at her and coolly remarked, So you are Yuyao. How could I ever harm you? It is my fault. I cannot believe I wish to inflict pain upon you. What has come over me? Am I unwell? Why would I even contemplate hurting you? With that, he suddenly plunged the sword toward himself. Your Highness. Mo Li and Mo Zhu rushed forward, their combined strength seizing his hand just in time to prevent the blade from piercing his abdomen. Had they been a moment later, he would have succeeded. Chapter 1404, Unveiling the Truth. Su Yuyao was profoundly shaken by Chu Xuancheng's actions, her heart swelling with immense emotion. She had not anticipated that he would prefer to harm himself rather than cause her any injury. He was the one she cherished, and she could not bear to see him in such torment. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his embrace, grasping the hilt of the sword, her eyes reddening as she trembled, and said, Your Highness, please do not treat yourself this way. You are not at fault, nor are you ill. You have been poisoned. Poisoned? Chu Xuancheng gently shook his head, disbelieving. What poison could possibly afflict me? I must have lost my mind. Others must think I am mad. No, you are not mad. Your Highness, you still have a promising life ahead. You are truly poisoned. The poison is called the heart loss pill. Su Yuyao, unmindful of the potential consequences of betraying the empress, spoke candidly. To her, Chu Xuancheng held her dear and cherished her deeply. His willingness to harm himself instead of her was profoundly moving, compelling her to disregard all else and continue. Your Highness, I am sorry. This is my fault. I acted on the empress's and my sister's instructions to administer the heart loss pill to you. Initially, I did not know it was poison. I believed that after taking it, you would love me. That is why I facilitated your opportunity to dissolve the mandrake, mixing the poison into your antidote. My intention in administering the antidote was, in fact, to give you the heart loss pill. As she spoke, her voice trembled. At that time, I had no idea that taking the heart loss pill could lead to madness, causing one to become irritable and violent. Had I known, I would never have given it to you. I was deceived by my sister, believing that you would only love me and marry me. I had no inkling it would not be so. This is not a drug that inspires love. It is a poison that incites rage and volatility. What? You dared to poison me? Chu Xuancheng asked incredulously. Then what of the antidote? Su Yuyao shook her head, distressed. I do not possess the antidote. Even the empress has stated that this poison is exceedingly rare, with but one in existence, and there is no antidote. Then where did the empress acquire this poison? Chu Xuancheng inquired. I do not know. The empress would not divulge such matters to us. However, I have heard that she has connections with some enlightened individuals from the state of Chu. She must have obtained it from them. Do you know the formula for the heart loss pill? Without the formula, how can I obtain an antidote? Chu Xuancheng pressed. Su Yuyao, her face a mask of helplessness, shook her head. I do not know the formula. The Empress merely gave me the heart loss pill, instructing me to administer it to you. I have no knowledge of the recipe. As she spoke, she gazed earnestly at Chu Xuancheng. Your Highness, since we are on the verge of becoming family, I assure you that I would never deceive you. Your well-being is paramount to me. I reveal the truth in hopes that you will seek out renowned physicians to discover an antidote, and during this time, I shall endeavor to assist you in detoxification. However, I genuinely do not possess the formula for the heart loss pill, nor do I know the means to counteract its effects. Is that so? Chu Xuancheng's voice gradually softened. His eyes regained their clarity, yet a fierce intent flickered within them. It became evident that the poison had indeed been administered by Su Yuyao, confirming Yue's suspicions. The ruse he had employed today had proven worthwhile, as it effortlessly extracted Su Yuyao's confession. The Empress, is it? Very well. I shall ensure she faces the consequences of her actions. Chapter 1405. The jealousy of the princess consort. Seeing Chu Xuancheng's demeanor soften, Su Yuyao cautiously took her seat. She quickly reassured him, Your Highness, I apologize. I too was deceived by my sister, which led to my administering the heart loss pill. I recognize my error and shall never dare to repeat it. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? How could I possibly hold you accountable? Chu Xuancheng replied solemnly, though his gaze burned with a silent fury. Were it not for his desire to glean more information, he would have relished the thought of ending her life. Truly? Your Highness, you do not blame me? That is such a relief, Su Yuyao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Chu Xuancheng's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not blame her, but rather yearned to dismantle her piece by piece. Has the princess consort devised an antidote for you? Su Yuyao inquired once more. None, Chu Xuancheng replied curtly. A glint of calculation flashed in Su Yuyao's eyes. The princess consort is skilled in medicine. It is only natural that she is unfamiliar with detoxification methods. Rest assured, my proficiency in toxicology is unparalleled. Since I am the one who administered the poison, it is my duty to assist in your recovery. Otherwise, my conscience would be troubled. Perhaps I could reside in the Li Wangfu to devise a method for your detoxification? You wish to stay at the Li Wangfu? Chu Xuancheng, having regained his composure, settled into his seat, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yes, Su Yuyao replied, her cheeks flushed. I wish to observe you closely, Your Highness, to monitor your condition so that I may formulate an effective antidote. Without seeing you, I cannot pinpoint the remedy, and I fear I may be unable to cure you. Her words were both a declaration of affection and a veiled threat. She was insinuating to Chu Xuancheng that only she could provide the antidote, rendering even Yun Ruoyue helpless. He would have to treat her favorably and accept her presence to secure his recovery. Are you certain you can cure me? Chu Xuancheng asked, his tone contemplative. Su Yuyao, determined to gain entry into the Li Wangfu, asserted, Please rest assured, Your Highness. If you grant me a little time, I shall certainly devise a remedy for your poison. However, it would not be appropriate for a young woman like myself to reside so freely in the Li Wangfu. Her implication was clear. She sought a formal acknowledgement of her place. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. When had he ever agreed to her residing in the Li Wangfu? He cleared his throat and replied, I have previously promised the princess consort that the Li Wangfu shall have but one mistress, and I fear she may not consent. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the private room, realizing that he had no choice but to use Yue as a scapegoat. Yun Ruoyue, on the other hand, ground her teeth in indignation. How dare he use her as a pawn? Su Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, interpreting the prince's words to mean that he was in agreement, while the princess was not. At this point, she rolled her eyes and, with a hint of grievance, confessed, Your Highness, to be candid, I have admired you since childhood and wish to be your woman. Since you already have a princess, I do not dare to aspire to that position. All I desire is to be by your side, even if only as a concubine. As long as I can care for you and assist in alleviating your ailments, I would be content. If the princess is indeed so jealous and intolerant, I fear I may not dare to help you with your afflictions. She spoke as though she possessed the ability to cure him. Chu Xuancheng's lips curled faintly, yet his gaze began to simmer with anger. When did this prince consent to allowing you to go to the Li Wangfu? Su Yuyao was taken aback. Did the prince disapprove? She quickly concluded that it must be the princess's jealousy that left the prince with no choice but to reject her. Much like the last time in the palace, the prince had declined her because the princess was present. She had thought the princess to be broad-minded and gracious, only to discover her to be so jealous. This would be detrimental to the prince's lineage. If this continued, the Li Wangfu would dwindle in numbers, which would not bode well for the prince. Chapter 1406. This is true bullying. Upon reaching this point, she observed Chu Xuancheng and noticed he was not angry, merely lost in thought, which let her breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he had indeed taken her words to heart. Resolving to further incite him, she spoke softly, "Your Highness, I hold the princess in high esteem, and I do not intend to speak ill of her. Yet, one must heed the whispers of society, as the Princess of Li. She holds a prestigious status and ought to adhere to the virtues of propriety. However, she associates closely with Master Su Qi, frequently mingling with various men and clandestinely meeting with him in such places as the Yihong building. You treat her so well, yet she repeatedly attracts attention from others. I truly feel for you." Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's eyes turned icy. Yet, Su Yuyao believed her words had struck a chord and continued, "Your Highness, I am genuinely concerned that such behavior from the princess may jeopardize your lineage. Your noble status demands pure bloodlines. Should the Li Wangfu become tainted with foreign blood, all your painstaking efforts may go to waste. Thus, it is imperative that you take more concubines to ensure the continuation of your lineage and safeguard its purity. Should you accept me as a concubine, I assure you that I will cure your affliction and uphold the virtues of womanhood, bearing you noble offspring of untainted lineage." In the private room, upon hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue's chest erupted with fury. Suddenly, she flung open the door and marched straight to Su Yuyao, forcefully pushing her to the ground. Taken by surprise, Su Yuyao fell heavily, wincing in pain as she looked up, only to find that her assailant was none other than Yun Ruoyue. How could she possibly be here? Confusion washed over her face. After a moment of confusion, her eyes glistened with tears as she turned to Chu Xuancheng with a pitiful expression. "Your Highness, she pushed me, she bullied me." She was attempting to charm him, seeking his support, for she considered herself the victim. No man could resist sympathizing with her delicate demeanor. Furthermore, she intended to offer Chu Xuancheng a remedy, presenting herself as someone of value. If he were wise, he would recognize the need to protect her. However, Chu Xuancheng regarded her with a chilling gaze, remaining silent. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. "You say this empress has bullied you? Observe closely, this is what it means to bully." With that, she suddenly raised her hand and struck Su Yuyao fiercely across the face. The resounding slap sent Su Yuyao reeling, her vision clouded, and a 5-finger mark appeared on her cheek. "Yun Ruoyue, how dare you strike me?" Su Yuyao, unaccustomed to such humiliation, glanced to the side and spotted a large lake nearby. A malicious glint flickered in her eyes as she noticed Yun Ruoyue's slightly protruding belly. Seizing the opportunity, she thought to push Yun Ruoyue into the lake, perhaps causing her child to be lost. With that thought, she gritted her teeth and lunged forward, eyes filled with malice. "You dare to push me? Die!" In that critical moment, a white figure flashed past, swiftly wrapping Yun Ruoyue in his embrace. Simultaneously, a small stone appeared in his hand. With a cold flick of his finger, he sent the stone crashing into Su Yuyao's calf. "Ah!" Su Yuyao cried out in pain, losing her balance and tumbling into the lake with a splash. As she plunged into the water, she choked on several mouthfuls before thrashing about. "Help! Help me!" Regrettably, no one came to her rescue. With no assistance in sight, she desperately flailed her arms, utilizing her limited swimming ability to paddle towards the shore, appearing quite wretched in the process. Fortunately, although her swimming skills were lacking, she managed to cover a few meters, enough to reach the bank. Observing Su Yuyao's predicament, the killing intent in Chu Xuancheng's eyes lessened significantly. He gently stroked Yun Ruoyue's head and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Yun Ruoyue shrugged nonchalantly. "Do I look like I am in trouble? I suspected she would push me and was prepared to evade. You acted swiftly." Her voice dripped with disdain. "To act against me in front of this prince is to invite disaster." Chu Xuancheng narrowed his eyes dangerously. "It's of no consequence. In the end, she shall bear the repercussions. I merely struck her too forcefully earlier, and my hand is sore," Yun Ruoyue remarked, shaking off the discomfort. Chu Xuancheng immediately took her hand in his, offering gentle comfort. "You've worked hard. Next time, let Mo Li handle such matters to spare your hands." Nearby, Mo Li's lips twitched at the prince's tender concern. At this point, Su Yuyao had quickly swum to the shore, only to realize that not only had Chu Xuancheng not sent anyone to save her, but he hadn't even spared her a glance. Had it not been for her swimming ability, she might have drowned in that moment. She suddenly remembered that it was Chu Xuancheng who had struck her, casting her into the lake. How dare he treat her in such a manner? Hastily, she clambered out of the water. Although it was summer, a chilling breeze swept by, leaving her shivering uncontrollably. In that disheveled state, she received no comfort from anyone. Upon lifting her gaze, she discovered Chu Xuancheng smiling at Yun Ruoyue, not even sparing her a glance. How could Yun Ruoyue possibly be here? She had just exited that private room, and Chu Xuancheng appeared utterly unfazed. Did he already know she was inside? Determined, she rose to her feet and stumbled towards the two, demanding, "Your Highness, what is she doing here?" Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, replying, "She is my princess. Why should she not be here?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao's face flushed with anger. "Your Highness, did you not only invite me to dinner? Is this a trap to extract information from me?" "You're not entirely foolish," Chu Xuancheng retorted coldly. "You conspired against me. Your Highness, I have been sincere towards you, yet you chose to deceive me." Su Yuyao felt her blood boil, nearly on the verge of explosion. Chu Xuancheng's eyes darkened slightly. "Sincere? Is your sincerity merely a means to poison me? If you could deceive me and attempt to harm me, why should I not reciprocate? I merely return the favor. What? Can you not endure being deceived? You pushed me into the lake. How could you treat me so?" Su Yuyao cried out in fury. "You attempted to harm Princess Li. I merely repaid the offense. Throwing you into the lake was a lenient response." Chu Xuancheng's voice was icy. "Then your earlier affliction was a ruse? Your desire to make me your concubine was a sham as well?" Su Yuyao questioned, only to realize the futility of her inquiry. "Was it not apparent? When did I ever express a desire to make you my concubine?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. Su Yuyao was taken aback, realizing that despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, his words were meticulously calculated. He had never promised her anything, nor had he declared any affection or intentions of taking her as a concubine. He had merely pulled out a chair for her and shared a meal, not once expressing his fondness. It was all her own delusion, a solitary fantasy. "Then why did you say just now that you indeed lack someone to attend to you? Were you not implying that you wished for me to serve you?" Su Yuyao asked, unwilling to concede. Chu Xuancheng smirked coldly. "Indeed, I lack someone in my quarters. But it is not you. You certainly have a knack for self-aggrandizement." Su Yuyao's body trembled violently. "So your reluctance to kill me earlier was feigned?" "I had no desire to feign anything. I genuinely wished to sever your throat with a single stroke." Chu Xuancheng's voice oozed with a chilling ruthlessness. Su Yuyao recoiled in fear, realizing that the royal invitation to dinner had merely been a prelude to a deadly trap. "Your Highness, do you not fear that I will refuse to antidote you?" The recollection of his murderous intent made her body tremble instinctively. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward and declared, "You may possess the antidote, but so do I. I can provide the antidote for the prince, so there is no need for your assistance. Can you truly concoct an antidote? Very well, Yun Ruoyue, let us see if you are capable of saving him. Should you fail, I trust you will come seeking my help," Su Yuyao said confidently. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you," Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. She would never entrust Chu Xuancheng to a woman like Su Yuyao. She was determined to create the antidote. "This poison is exceedingly rare. I find it hard to believe that someone lacking knowledge in toxicology like you could succeed. To neutralize this toxin, one must be the most skilled poison master in the realm. Yun Ruoyue, I await the day you come to plead for my assistance," Su Yuyao continued, suddenly darting away. She could not linger, fearing retaliation from Chu Xuancheng. Emoli was about to pursue her when Chu Xuancheng interjected, "There is no need to chase her or raise alarm. Killing her would draw the queen's attention. The heart-entrapping pill incident was orchestrated by her. I must take meticulous steps to avenge myself against the queen. Thus I cannot let her know that I extracted information from Su Yuyao. Should she perish, it would surely alert the queen. Conversely, if she remains alive, she lacks the courage to inform the queen of her betrayal. Let the queen bask in her temporary triumph, believing her scheme to poison me has succeeded. At the opportune moment, I shall strike when she is least prepared. For now, my priority is to find the antidote." Observing Su Yuyao's hasty retreat, Yun Ruoyue remarked, "Your charm offensive was executed splendidly. You did nothing, yet she fell for you. Indeed, beauty can ensnare the unwary." She shook her head. Last night, she had urged him to use his charm to extract information from Su Yuyao, and he had been most reluctant. Yet today, he had played the role of a gentleman enamored with Su Yuyao remarkably well. His final act of self-sacrifice to protect her was truly ruthless. and it was no wonder Su Yuyao had succumbed. Chu Xuancheng, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. I had no desire to engage in such pretense. I was merely forced into this position. Thankfully, she is foolish. Otherwise, I would have had to sacrifice more of my allure. And we would have had another jealous party in our midst. You are the one who is jealous. Am I truly that petty? Yet, it is commendable that you would sacrifice your looks for the truth. With that said, I must return to the estate to consult medical texts. I must uncover the nature of this heart-entrapping pill, Yun Ruoyue said, confidently patting her chest. She believed that only she could concoct the antidote. I may not be a poison master, but I am confident I can save you. We need not seek her assistance. As she spoke, she took Chu Xuancheng's hand and led him outside. Seeing her filled with confidence, he nodded solemnly, saying, "If it were not for you, my dear, I would not even attempt to find an antidote." Yun Ruoyue shot him a glare. "That is hardly necessary. By the way, do you believe the disparaging remarks she made about me?" Chu Xuancheng had grown increasingly irritable, and she worried he might be swayed by Su Yuyao's provocations. He smiled and gently ruffled her hair. "In your eyes, do you think I am such a fool? You have labeled it as slander. How could I possibly believe her?" As he spoke, he gazed earnestly at her. "Yue, I am not a fool. I know exactly who you are, perhaps better than anyone else. If I cannot trust you, then there will be no one else in my life whom I can rely upon." Touched by his unwavering trust, Yun Ruoyue nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Xuancheng continued with a sigh. Throughout life, one often faces harm, oppression, and setbacks, leading one to spiral into fear, isolation, and darkness. There was a time when I believed I was ensnared in a mire of despair, unable to escape, until I met you. You are my beacon of light, illuminating my path and revealing hope and brightness in my existence, guiding me out of the shadows, enveloping me in warmth and love. At this point, he gently cradled Yun Ruoyue's delicate face, saying, "Yue, I am truly grateful to have encountered you. Thank you for not giving up on me." His heartfelt words brought tears to Yun Ruoyue's eyes as she resolutely nodded in response. "Rest assured, I will heal your affliction and will never abandon you. As husband and wife, we must face challenges together. Indeed, we shall face everything together, including our little treasures," Chu Xuancheng affirmed, pulling her into his embrace. His eyes filled with profound emotion. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yun Ruoyue began her search through ancient texts and medical tomes, seeking any mention of the lost heart pill. Concurrently, she instructed Chu Xuancheng to send his shadow guards into the populace for inquiries and enlisted the servants of the royal household to assist in scouring medical texts and treatises on poison and antidotes, hoping that collective efforts would yield insights into the nature of this elusive pill. Armed with the formula for the antidote, she would find it considerably easier to counteract the poison. Chu Xuancheng also dispatched individuals to seek out alchemists, hoping to glean knowledge about this substance from those of esteemed reputation. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the princess's marriage to young Master Su approached. On that day, the Li royal residence was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, with the sounds of joyous drums and firecrackers filling the air. Due to the emperor's tight schedule, the princess and young Master Su had no formal betrothal ceremony, receiving only a modest dowry 3 days prior to their wedding, which some might call an engagement. This so-called dowry, while substantial compared to what a poor family might offer, appeared rather meager when juxtaposed with the wealth of noble families. The mere 10 carts filled with rice, flour, and oil seemed a blatant slight against the Li royal residence. Yun Ruoyue learned that this was orchestrated by Su Ming. Unrelated to young Master Su, young Master Su spent his days in leisure, showing no interest in the marriage arrangements whatsoever. Su Ming's actions were clearly intended to belittle the Li royal residence. Both she and Chu Xuancheng had initially contemplated confronting him, but the princess decided against it, feeling responsible towards young Master Su and choosing to endure the slight. Since the princess opted not to pursue the matter, they too refrained from further inquiry. Nevertheless, Chu Xuancheng expended considerable wealth to prepare an extravagant dowry for the princess. Wishing to demonstrate to the world that while Su Ming was stingy and offered such a paltry dowry, he, Chu Xuancheng, was generous and willing to spend lavishly for his sister. Thus, when the dowry and wedding gifts were displayed along the streets, the common folk began to speculate and gossip. The Su family is undeniably a prominent power in the realm, with Su Ming being a loyal and valiant duke, wielding considerable influence and wealth. Yet, the meager bride price he has offered is rather paltry, casting a shadow on the royal house of Li. In stark contrast, the Li prince, affluent and generous, has prepared a lavish dowry, far surpassing Su Ming's miserly contribution. Indeed, the disparity is glaring. Su Ming's parsimony fails to exude the grandeur befitting a high official, while the Li prince's opulence is markedly more impressive. One can only hope that the Su family does not covet the dowry, which rightfully belongs to the eldest princess and is managed according to tradition. Should the Su family dare to be greedy, they would face public scorn, and surely Su Ming cannot be so brazen. Moreover, with His Royal Highness the Li prince present, who would dare to covet the eldest princess's dowry? Ironically, Su Ming intended to humiliate the Li royal household, but instead, he became the laughingstock of the city, ridiculed as a miser and a disrespecter of the eldest princess. The eldest princess had commenced her preparations for the day since midnight, and only at dawn did her attendants finish adorning her. When Yun Ruoyue and Feng'er arrived to see her, they beheld a vision of red seated in the bridal chamber. Upon closer inspection, they were struck by her ethereal beauty. Dressed in a resplendent scarlet wedding gown, the eldest princess radiated nobility and splendor. Her exquisite makeup accentuated her graceful features, with arched brows, rosy lips, and skin fairer than snow. Her captivating gaze and elegant demeanor exuded an air of refined majesty, rendering all present in the room overshadowed by her brilliance. Yun Ruoyue gazed at her in awe. No wonder she was the sister of Chu Xuancheng. Her presence rendered all else dull. Regrettably, someone failed to appreciate her beauty, choosing instead to sulk at home. "My dear Yuer, you have arrived," the eldest princess exclaimed, rushing to grasp Yun Ruoyue's hand. "Sister, congratulations on your marriage." Yun Ruoyue sincerely offered her best wishes. "Thank you, Yuer. You are truly kind," the eldest princess replied, conveying a multitude of sentiments in her simple gratitude. At that moment, Juer rushed in with a look of panic. "Your Highness, it's terrible news. Young Master Su has not come to escort you. So Lord Su has sent his second son, Su Zhan, in his stead." The eldest princess's brows furrowed in alarm. "What? Young Master Su has not come to escort me?" "Indeed, we heard from the wedding procession that young Master Su is inebriated and unable to attend. Lord Su had no choice but to send his second son, Su Zhan, to take his place," Juer explained anxiously. "What shall we do?" Upon hearing this, the eldest princess felt a shudder run through her, retreating a couple of steps, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "No, this cannot be. He agreed to marry me. Why has he not come? Does he truly despise me so? Am I truly so unworthy?" Yun Ruoyue quickly supported the eldest princess, saying, "Sister, do not be disheartened. Allow me to investigate the situation. Do not fret. I will ensure young Master Su comes to escort you." However, Aunt May interjected, "Your Highness, if young Master Su is disinterested and unwilling to come, why not allow second young master to take his place? You can simply accompany him. The wedding procession is merely a formality. It suffices for you to arrive at the Su residence punctually." Chapter 14:11. Humiliation. "No," Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly. "This is the wedding of the crown princess and young Master Su Qi. What need is there for others to participate in the procession? If word of this spreads, how will it reflect on us? Furthermore, what do you mean by suggesting that young Master Su Qi looks down upon the princess? Aunt May, be mindful of your words." At Yun Ruoyue's admonition, Aunt May immediately lowered her head, feeling guilty. The crown princess cast an irked glance at Aunt May. How could she belittle her like this? Indeed, if this were to continue, others might speculate whether the princess was marrying young Master Su Qi or Su Zhan, which would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation and must not be permitted. Juer chimed in angrily. Aunt May, feeling uneasy, raised her eyelids slightly and said, "Oh dear, that is not my intention. It is just that the Su family claims that young Master Su is inebriated. How can someone who is drunk partake in a wedding procession? It is only reasonable for his brother to stand in for him. In previous joyous ceremonies, when the groom was ill, it was customary for a brother to take his place. What is the issue with that? That was under the circumstances of a joyous occasion, and the groom was unwell. Young Master Su Qi is perfectly well and does not require a proxy," Yun Ruoyue replied, her gaze as sharp as a blade as it swept over Aunt May before she swiftly departed. Before long, she arrived at the gate of the Li Wang residence accompanied by Juer and Feng'er. Upon scanning the crowd, she noticed many people had gathered, and among them stood Chu Xuancheng, adorned in a dark robe, leading his guards. Chu Xuancheng was tall and imposing, exuding a powerful aura. He stood out distinctly, drawing the attention of all. She quickly approached him, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Before Chu Xuancheng stood a man mounted on a tall horse, clad in a bright red ceremonial outfit, adorned with a large red flower. Yun Ruoyue recognized him as Su Zhan, the second young master of the Su family. Su Zhan's appearance was rather unremarkable, always exuding an air of insincerity, with his eyes darting around, revealing his questionable character. Behind Su Zhan, a lively wedding procession unfolded, complete with musicians playing horns and gongs, while a throng of onlookers buzzed with chatter, creating a festive atmosphere. At this moment, Su Zhan dismounted and clasped his hands toward Chu Xuancheng, saying, "Your Highness, the auspicious hour has arrived. I wonder if Her Highness the Princess is prepared? I am here to escort her back to the Su residence and fulfill my brother's mission." Chu Xuancheng cast a disinterested glance at him and replied, "Where is Su Qingchen? Does he not have legs? Does he require you to stand in for him? I have just informed Your Highness that my brother has imbibed too much and is in no condition to attend the wedding, which is why I am here in his stead," Su Zhan said with a sly grin. Suddenly, someone in the crowd interjected, "If you are standing in for your brother at the wedding, does that mean you will also take his place on the wedding night? Would that not make it a case of one woman with two husbands?" At this remark, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. Su Zhan smirked, pleased with himself, believing that the crown princess's bold actions against Chang Xiao would ensure that the Su family would not let her off easily. This would surely make the Li Wang residence the subject of ridicule. Upon hearing the derisive laughter of those around him, Chu Xuancheng did not succumb to anger. Instead, he coldly gestured toward Emily, stating that this marriage had been personally bestowed by the emperor. It appeared that the Su family, with their immense power, dared to defy imperial decree, showing blatant disregard for the emperor himself. Emily, swiftly enter the palace and relay this matter to the emperor. Inform him that since the Su family refuses to honor the princess, she shall not marry. The princess, of noble lineage, has suitors aplenty vying for her hand. There is no need to lower her status and endure such humiliation. "Yes, my lord," Emily replied with a respectful bow. Furthermore, inquire of the emperor what punishment should befall those who disrespect imperial commands and edicts. The groom designated by the emperor is Su Qingchen. Yet another has arrived in his stead, audaciously attempting to usurp his identity. What should be the consequence for such an offense? Chu Xuancheng remarked with a light tone. Mo Li immediately responded, "In my humble opinion, to defy imperial commands and edicts is deserving of death, and for one who brazenly impersonates the groom, a sentence of dismemberment would not be excessive." Upon hearing this, Su Zhan felt a chill run down his neck, his body going numb. He hastily interrupted Mo Li, "Wait. Commander Mo, I am not impersonating the groom. There are extenuating circumstances. Rest assured, I will dispatch someone to summon the heir. The Su family will certainly send him to wed." As he spoke, he quickly removed the large red flower from his attire and stripped off the wedding garments. Observing his fearful demeanor, Yun Ruoyue smirked, recognizing him as a coward who dared to act without taking responsibility. The common folk, witnessing Su Zhan's behavior, laughed at his lack of ambition, claiming he was more timid than a mouse. In the bridal chamber, the grand princess awaited news, when suddenly she heard the murmurs of the guests outside. The Su family shows such little respect for the Li Wangfu, allowing the second young master Su to come for the marriage. What do they take the grand princess for? And as for the seventh young master Su, it is his wedding day, yet he does not appear. He clearly holds the grand princess in disdain. Is the Su family attempting to assert their dominance over her? Just moments ago, there were jests about having the second young master represent the groom. Would they also have him fulfill the duties on the wedding night? They even insinuated that the princess would require one female servant and two husbands. What an affront. It is no wonder that others spoke thus. The Su family has behaved ungraciously, and Su Qi's disregard for the princess is evident. If he had cared for her even slightly, would the Su family dare to mistreat her in such a manner? Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down the grand princess's cheeks. They were right. It was Su Qi's lack of regard that hurt her. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have listened to Aunt May and resorted to such measures against Su Qi. Now, she found herself in this humiliating predicament, losing face in the process. "My princess, do not be disheartened. Perhaps it is best to accept your fate and accompany the second young master Su." Ignoring the idle gossip, Aunt May advised as she approached the grand princess. Having accepted Su Changxiao's bribe, she was determined to assist in managing the situation with the grand princess. Su Changxiao, well aware that Su Qi would not come to claim his bride, had suggested that Su Zhan step in instead. Once the Grand Princess left with the second young master Su today, the rumors of her having one female servant and two husbands would surely spread throughout the capital. The reputation of the eldest princess has naturally suffered. Su Qixiao has been made the object of ridicule, a most clever strategy indeed. Thus, she must persuade the princess to ascend the sedan chair. Once she does, the rumors surrounding Su Changxiao will inevitably spread. Upon hearing Aunt May's words, the princess suddenly exclaimed in anger, "Aunt, what is it that you truly intend? They say I am a woman serving two husbands. How could I possibly accompany Su Erxiao? I would rather remain unmarried than go with him." Su Qixiao looks down upon her, and she cannot bear the thought of marrying him, lest she become the laughingstock of the entire city. After all, she is the eldest princess, a woman of dignity who refuses to be belittled. She possesses her own self-respect and sees no need to humble herself in such a manner. No matter how deeply she loves that youth, if he does not return her affections, she shall not force the issue. Chapter 14:13. Captured and brought here. Aunt May's complexion paled, and she quickly said, "Princess, do not be angry. I assure you, I am solely concerned for your well-being. However, the emperor has already arranged this marriage, and as the female party, we are destined to bear some losses. Such as life under another's roof. One must bow their head. Why must you insist on marrying no one but Su Qixiao? Once you have developed feelings, you are already at a disadvantage." Just then, a voice called from outside, "Princess, princess, prepare yourself. Su Qixiao has come to propose." What? He has arrived? The eldest princess felt her heart race violently at this news. Jiu'er rushed in and whispered, "I heard he is so drunk he is unconscious, bound by Lord Su's men and brought here in a sedan." The guests, upon hearing this, could not contain their laughter, while others wore expressions of fury, wishing to flay Su Qixiao alive. Relatives who were close to the former emperor were indignant, their faces filled with anger, but the ordinary guests seemed to relish the spectacle. After all, many among them were connected to the emperor and the Su family. The eldest princess's expression darkened upon hearing this. She suddenly stood, coldly stating, "Let us go outside first." She was determined to see what Su Qixiao looked like. As she was hastily assisted by the matchmaker to the entrance of the royal residence, she beheld a sedan chair set before the gate, its door wide open, revealing Su Qixiao lying inside, silent and seemingly unconscious, bound with ropes. It was evident he had been forcibly brought here, a sight that pierced the heart of the princess. Upon seeing the eldest princess approach, Yun Ruoyue hurried over, saying, "Princess, Su Qixiao has arrived. Please wait a moment while I instruct someone to give him an antidote for the alcohol." "Very well," the princess replied, realizing this was the only course of action available. Upon seeing Su Qixiao in such a state, her heart softened. She had initially intended to scold him and order water to be splashed upon him, but upon seeing him, she could not bring herself to be so cruel. Feeling as though she had sunk to the very depths of despair, Aunt May was indeed correct. The one who first succumbs to emotion is the one who loses. After Yun Ruoyue spoke, she quickly retrieved a few antidote pills from her bag, instructing Jiu'er to administer them to Su Qixiao. Fortunately, he was genuinely intoxicated, allowing Jiu'er to easily place the pills in his mouth. Had he been conscious, no one would have dared approach him. Once the antidote was administered, Su Zhan hastily untied the ropes binding him and brought over the new groom's attire, directing others to dress Su Qixiao and adorn him with a large red flower. When Su Qixiao gradually regained consciousness, he found himself adorned in wedding attire, complete with a vibrant red flower. Upon opening his eyes wider, he was met with a throng of onlookers, including Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue, and the tear-streaked face of the princess. A glance at the ropes inside the palanquin filled him with disdain as he cast a scornful look toward the princess. He had been drowning his sorrows in drink just moments before. Had she ordered his abduction? In his dazed state, teetering between intoxication and lucidity, he coldly curled his lips and descended from the palanquin. Suddenly standing before the princess, he mocked, "You truly possess no shame. Was it you who had me brought here? Are you so desperate for marriage?" I did not," the princess stammered, her heart pierced as if by an arrow. "Did you not? Who else could be so cunning and scheming?" Su Qixiao's inebriation still clouded his judgment, leading him to utter reckless words. His declaration incited a flurry of whispers among the gathered crowd. If moments ago they were mere spectators, now sympathy for the princess began to blossom. "Su Qixiao." Chu Xuancheng suddenly approached, grasping Su Qixiao's collar with a grim expression. It was not the princess who had you bound. The people of the Li Wangfu would not stoop to such acts. If you do not wish to marry her, you may leave at once. Chu Xuancheng's companions were not to be trifled with, and had the situation not favored the princess, he would have long since dealt with Su Qishao. Seeing this, Su Zhan hastily intervened. Your Highness, please, my younger brother has merely had too much to drink and spoken foolishly. Once he sobers, he will marry the princess. Even the princess interjected, Enough, Xuancheng, release him. This was my fault from the beginning. I do not wish to force him. I will petition the emperor to annul this engagement. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xuancheng coldly loosened his grip on Su Qishao, though his gaze remained dark and unresolved. As Su Qishao regained clarity, he scoffed at the princess's statement. Do you think the palace is your personal domain? You believe you can simply withdraw? You wish for everyone to share your demise, but I shall not comply. The princess was momentarily taken aback. 11 years prior, the palace indeed belonged to her family. But time had wrought change, and everything was different now. With a glint of icy determination, Su Qishao swept his gaze toward Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng. His voice laced with derision. You all desire for me to marry her, do you not? Very well, do not come to regret it. With that, he strode toward the chestnut horse adorned with a red flower, leaping onto its back with grace. Once mounted, he fixed his cold gaze ahead, exuding an air of chilling intent. I have come to claim my bride, Chu Jiu. Will you accompany me? Just as the princess was about to respond, Chu Xuancheng interjected, blocking her path. He looked at her earnestly. You need not go. There is still time to reconsider. You are not obligated to marry him. I can find you a more suitable match. The princess, troubled, furrowed her brow and softly replied, Thank you, Xuancheng. However, I have already made my choice. I have set my heart on him, and aside from him, I wish to wed no other. She had already become Su Qishao's, and since he was willing to marry her, she would accept no one else. If she could not marry him, she would rather spend her remaining days in solitude, with only the flickering light of a candle and the tranquility of ancient Buddhist teachings. With that, she pushed away Chu Xuancheng's hand and entered the sedan chair herself. Once seated, she lifted the curtain and nodded towards Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, assuring them, Do not worry, I shall take care of myself. Su Qingshun, let us depart. Very well, let us go. Chu Qi shouted coldly, beckoning the wedding procession to follow. He then turned, casting a profound gaze at Yun Ruoyue before advancing with a stiff demeanor, clutching the horse's belly. The princess sat within the sedan, tears brimming in her eyes as she waved farewell to Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, while others rejoiced in marriage, with grooms beaming with joy. Her own groom remained so utterly indifferent. Witnessing the retreating figures of the procession, Chu Xuancheng suddenly embraced Yun Ruoyue, murmuring, I now finally understand the anguish you felt then. At least Su Qi came to escort you. He recalled how he had not attended her wedding, and how the Yun family had carried her through the side gate of the royal residence in an ordinary sedan chair. There had been no grand wedding, no banquet for guests, no semblance of what a proper marriage should entail. Once his aspirations were fulfilled, he vowed to bestow upon her the most magnificent and sensational wedding. Yun Ruoyue shook her head lightly, smiling, It matters not, it is all in the past. As long as you treat me well now, I am content. Chapter 14:15. Reluctance to kneel before long. The wedding procession arrived at the Su residence, which was adorned with opulence and splendor. As Su Qi dismounted, he stood there with an icy demeanor. His appearance was strikingly cold, yet his crimson attire was alluringly beautiful, even with his distant demeanor. The onlooking women could not help but scream in admiration. The Su family's heir is truly handsome. Young master, please kick the sedan door. The matchmaker approached and whispered to Su Qi. With an impatient glance at her, he strode over and coldly kicked the sedan door. The princess felt a jolt in her heart. While his kick was not forceful, her body trembled slightly. She could sense his anger. The matchmaker hurriedly interjected. A gentle kick ensures a robust child in the coming year. With that, she hastily lifted the curtain of the sedan. Princess, allow me to assist you down, the matchmaker said as she opened the curtain and helped the princess descend. With her red veil covering her head, the princess could not see anything outside. But upon hearing the matchmaker's words, she quickly followed. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, lifting her red veil. The gathered maidens gasped at the sight of her face. Wow, the princess is exceedingly beautiful, as if descended from the heavens. She and Su Qi were indeed a match made in heaven. Isn't she said to be 3 years older than Su Qi? Why does she appear so youthful? Her skin was more delicate than fresh cream, resembling a blossoming maiden of 18, making it hard to believe she was already 26. At this remark, the princess involuntarily shuddered. Her age was a sensitive topic, one she dreaded others mentioning. Su Qi approached, casting a cold glance at those gossiping before stating, "Matchmaker, let us proceed." Right. The groom should take the bride inside. Come, let the drums and music play, welcoming the guests with a symphony of flutes and drums. Amidst the swirling, auspicious clouds enveloping the residence, joy graced the threshold. The thriving fragrance of orchids and the melodious sound of strings heralded a century of harmony. The matchmaker, with a booming voice, proclaimed auspicious tidings. Soon, the bride and groom were ushered into the grand hall of the Su family, which had been adorned in a resplendent crimson, embodying festivity. At the center of the hall, ancestral tablets of the Su lineage were prominently displayed, with Su Ming and his wife seated at the head, graciously smiling at their relatives and friends. Upon the entrance of the seventh young master Su and the princess, their expressions shifted to shock, darkening instantly. Standing beside them were Su Yuyao and the veiled Su Changxiao. Having previously been confined, Su Changxiao was granted reprieve by Su Ming, who indulged and protected her. She was released under the pretense of her brother's wedding being a joyful occasion. However, the marks of punishment still lingered on her face, necessitating the veil's concealment. With a cold gaze fixed on the princess, Su Changxiao reflected on her father's directive for Su Zhan to welcome the bride, only to have his compliance coerced by the emperor's decree, forcing him to send the seventh young master instead. Although she failed to ensnare the princess this time, she remained undeterred, knowing that once wedded into the Su household, opportunities to retaliate would abound. Master Su, the bride has arrived, and the auspicious hour has come. Shall we commence the ceremony? The matchmaker cheerfully approached Su Ming. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly, and, retrieving a red envelope from the tray held by a maid, handed it to her, saying, "Very well, let us begin." The matchmaker promptly announced, "Excellent. Bride and groom, please prepare. We shall commence the ceremony." At that moment, the princess was assisted forward, yet the seventh young master remained immobile, as if rooted to the ground. This ceremony left no room for retreat. The seventh young master Su was destined to face this woman, bound to spend his life with one he did not love. A profound sorrow filled him, rendering his countenance cold and resolute against the ceremony. "Young master, please step forward. It is time to proceed with the ceremony," the matchmaker urged, noticing his reluctance. However, he stood there, unyielding, as the celebratory atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Su Ming's visage darkened considerably as he instructed two skilled guards standing behind him, "Go. Assist the young master in paying his respects." The guards, with icy resolve, swiftly approached and, gripping his shoulders, propelled him forward. To an observer, it might appear as though he were being escorted willingly, yet the discomfort in his arms belied the truth of his coercion. His proficiency lay in poison, not in martial arts, rendering him powerless against their strength, and he seethed with resentment, wishing ill upon them. Noticing the unfolding drama, the matchmaker chuckled, "All right. The bride and groom are ready. Let us commence the bowing." As they bowed to heaven and earth, the princess was the first to kneel, but the seventh young master stubbornly resisted, standing firm like a stone pillar. His unwillingness provoked murmurs among the onlookers. In response, the guards firmly pressed his head down, forcing him to comply with the ritual alongside the princess. When the time came for the grand ceremony and the couple to bow in reverence, he exhibited reluctance. The two formidable figures, however, showed no mercy, pressing his head down coldly to ensure the completion of the ritual. The entire scene was observed by the princess through a narrow opening in her veil. Yet, surrounded by many, she refrained from expressing her displeasure. Having been compelled to finish the bowing, they proceeded to the tea ceremony. The princess offered tea to Su Ming and Bai, both of whom maintained their composure, quietly sipping the tea before uttering a few kind words and presenting red envelopes. At that moment, Bai suddenly exclaimed, "Princess, come quickly, offer tea to my elder sister." She gestured towards Su Changxiao, who coldly settled onto a nearby side chair, her gaze haughtily fixed upon the princess, awaiting her offering of tea. The princess was taken aback. After all, she was a royal, and it sufficed to serve tea solely to Su Ming and Bai. Why should she pay homage to Su Changxiao? What was she to deserve tea from her? Yet, with Bai publicly stating this, refusing would not bode well. She nudged Aunt May beside her, hoping to signal her to decline. If Aunt May cited the protocols of the palace, it would instantly warrant a refusal. However, Aunt May surprisingly remained silent, instead accepting the tea from the maid and encouraging. "Princess, Miss Su is the eldest daughter of the Su family. Come, quickly offer tea to your elder sister." The princess was stunned, casting a disbelieving glance at Aunt May through the veil's seam. Noticing Aunt May's forced smile, a surge of anger welled within her. "You are a princess. According to custom, you need not serve her tea." Just then, a cool, silken voice pierced through the tension. The princess was taken aback, not expecting the young master Su Qi to step forth to her aid. She promptly took a step back, refusing the tea presented by Aunt May. Su Changxiao, however, sneered. "The bride has yet to be wed, yet the heir is so protective of her. It truly incites envy in others. Nonetheless, she may be a princess. But I am also the eldest daughter of the Su family. By lineage, is it too much to expect her to serve me a cup of tea?" Continuing, she withdrew a pair of gold bracelets from her sleeves, smiling. "Qingchun, I have long awaited your marriage. I adore you, princess. Look, I have prepared a pair of gold bracelets for you, just waiting for you to serve me tea so that I might present them to you. Moreover, with so many uncles and aunts present, everyone has prepared gifts, all awaiting your offering of tea." Bai, standing nearby, chimed in, "Indeed, Qingchun. Though Jiyu holds the title of princess, upon marrying into our Su family, she becomes our daughter-in-law. How can she wield her royal status to dominate us? A woman, upon marriage, must follow her husband, show filial piety to her in-laws, respect her sisters-in-law, and serve everyone. That is our duty as women." Others, self-proclaimed elders and dignitaries, echoed in a bid to curry favor with Su Ming and Bai. The princess offering a cup of tea to Changxiao would symbolize harmony among sisters-in-law and would not diminish the princess in any way. Indeed, what does it matter if the princess is of noble birth? Once married into our Su family, she is one of us and must adhere to our family's customs. Can she still maintain her royal airs? Upon the princess's arrival, she naturally assumed the role of daughter-in-law, and thus her status inherently diminished in relation to the others. It was only fitting that she offer tea to Su Changxiao. With eyes as piercing as a serpent, Su Changxiao cast a cold glance at the relatives surrounding him. These individuals, seizing upon the misfortune of his mother's passing and his subsequent lack of protection, sought to ingratiate themselves with the Bai family. What a wretched assembly of opportunists. He smiled coolly. The princess, being of noble lineage, was inherently distinct from common folk, and thus was not obliged to pay respects to Su Changxiao. Furthermore, although she was the elder sister, her reputation was tarnished. Having been cast aside, the princess, exalted and of incomparable status, could not possibly honor a cast-off. Su Qixiao was indeed sharp-tongued, and as he spoke, Su Changxiao felt her face flush with indignation, her ears burning. Fortunately, her veil concealed her embarrassment. Otherwise, the assembly would have witnessed her discomfort. The others exchanged glances, their silence laden with the weight of unspoken words. For it was true that Su Changxiao bore the stigma of being a cast-off. Her reputation far too sullied to warrant the princess's respect. To suggest otherwise would bring shame upon the royal family. With this thought, the crowd ceased their raucousness. The princess was taken aback by Su Qixiao's defense. She had presumed he would remain indifferent. Hastily, she lifted her veil slightly and cast him a grateful look. Su Qixiao leaned closer, his voice icy. "Do not mistake my actions for loyalty. I merely detest seeing my own wronged." The princess was momentarily stunned. At this juncture, Su Changxiao forced a laugh and interjected, "Qingchun, what do you mean? On this joyous occasion, I merely wish to befriend my sister-in-law. Yet you choose to expose my wounds and insult me. If word of this spreads, people may claim you are indiscreet and narrow-minded. What I have stated is simply the truth. You are indeed unworthy of her offering you tea. However, I shall remain silent regarding those of higher rank than the princess. It is only you who does not deserve such honor." Su Qixiao retorted with a cold smirk. While it was acceptable for the princess to honor his father, he would not allow anyone else to overshadow her. The disparagement directed at Su Changxiao ignited a fierce indignation within her. Su Qixiao's insistence on rank was a deliberate ploy to prevent the princess from offering tea to anyone else. She had intended to wait until the princess had served her, allowing for further humiliation, but her plans had unraveled. Observing the conflict, the proud princess suddenly made a decisive choice. Chapter 14:18. If she dares to kneel, can you endure it? She accepted the tea from Aunt May and declared, "Husband, elder sister, please refrain from further discussion. I shall be the one to serve this tea." Witnessing the aggressive demeanor of Bai and Su Changxiao, it was evident they were intent on rallying all relatives to pressure Su Qixiao. She feared that if the argument escalated, it would erupt into a full-blown battle, tarnishing her wedding day. This would align perfectly with Su Changxiao's intentions. Thus she resolved to endure for the moment. Su Qixiao stared at her in disbelief. He had informed everyone that she need not serve the tea, yet she insisted on doing so. Why degrade herself in such a manner? Little did he know, the princess's actions were all for his sake. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would never tolerate Su Changxiao's provocations. Before long, the princess approached, tea in hand, and with a slight bow, addressed Su Changxiao, "Elder sister, please partake of this tea." Su Changxiao cast a sidelong glance at her, exclaiming, "Oh, is a mere courtesy sufficient? Is it not customary to kneel when presenting tea?" She noted that when the grand princess had served tea to her parents, she too had not knelt. "Dare you kneel? Can you endure it?" Su Qixiao replied coldly. The grand princess then remarked indifferently, "Sister, given my rank, I am only required to kneel before heaven, the earth, the emperor, and the empress dowager. Are you suggesting I bypass the emperor?" Upon hearing this, someone nearby clucked their tongue. Su Changxiao intends to usurp the imperial authority, claiming superiority over the emperor and the empress dowager? This is sheer treason, a breach of propriety. If the emperor were to learn of this, the consequences would be dire. Alarmed by these comments, Su Changxiao's heart raced. Her eyes darted as she stammered, "I did not mean it that way. If you choose not to kneel, then so be it." With that, she dared not be presumptuous any longer and hastily accepted the tea. Upon receiving it, she realized the cup was quite hot, suggesting the tea within was scalding. A glint of malice flickered in her eyes, suddenly feigning an unsteady grip on the teacup. Su Changxiao shrieked and hurled the cup towards the grand princess. Just as the hot liquid threatened to splash onto the grand princess, Su Qixiao swiftly intervened, kicking the cup back towards Su Changxiao while pulling the grand princess behind him for protection. With a resounding crash, the teacup struck Su Changxiao's face, splattering her with tea and eliciting a startled scream as she tore away her veil. "Ah, it burns. It's scalding." After discarding her veil, she frantically wiped her face with her sleeve, appearing utterly disheveled. The onlookers gasped, noting the numerous red marks on her face, drenched. Her beauty had transformed into a ghastly sight. They couldn't help but lament the fall from grace of what was once an enchanting beauty. Bai Shi rushed towards Su Changxiao, exclaiming, "Changxiao, are you all right? How is your face? What have you done?" "Mother, my face hurts terribly." Su Changxiao cried out in anguish, her eyes filled with despair. In truth, the tea was no longer scalding, and her veil had protected her, preventing any burns. She merely feigned agony to incite punishment against Su Qixiao. Su Ming, incensed, glared at Su Qixiao. "Wretch, how could you be so cruel? She is your own sister." "Indeed, my lord," Bai Shi added, "he has gone too far." Changxiao merely spilled the tea. He kicked the cup into her face. "If her beauty is marred, her life will be ruined." She pulled out a handkerchief, dabbing at her tears. Others joined in, pointing fingers at Su Qixiao, condemning his cruelty. Chapter 1419. A Public Humiliation. This Su Qixiao, as expected, remains uneducated. A debauched scoundrel who dares to harm his own sister, utterly lawless. His malice towards Changxiao is unfathomable. For a young woman, beauty is paramount. If her appearance is ruined, what will become of her? Witnessing her pitiful cries, it was evident that she had indeed been injured. It seemed that this once joyous occasion was to be marred by Su Qixiao's own folly. Upon hearing the collective reproach directed at him, the grand princess felt a pang of anxiety, her expression betraying her concern for him. It was evident that Su Changxiao intended to splash her first. Yet Su Qixiao merely reciprocated her actions, employing her tactics against her. He was not at fault. It was these individuals who were blinded by Su Changxiao. As the crowd fervently criticized, Su Qixiao suddenly approached Su Changxiao, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. "How unfortunate that you could not steady that cup. You are usually so cautious in your actions, yet in such a significant moment, you still managed to hurl the cup towards the princess. What are your true intentions? What do you mean? Do you think I did it on purpose?" "The cup was too hot, and I lost my grip. I did not intend to throw it at the princess," Su Changxiao retorted, her indignation boiling over. You have ruined my reputation and are now unjustly accusing me. Saying this, she hastily covered her face with her hands, fearful of exposure. Su Qishao chuckled coldly. Is that so? Why is it that the princess and Aunt May can hold it without issue, yet it burns you? Is it possible your hands provide heat to the teacup? Moreover, you claimed the tea was scalding and marred your face. Allow me to see just how damaged your visage truly is. With that, he seized her hand and revealed her face to the public. Upon inspection, the crowd noted that apart from a slight flush, Su Changxiao's face bore no blisters or peeling. Save for some old scars, the rest was unblemished. The onlookers quickly comprehended that Su Changxiao was merely feigning distress. Their gazes turned to disdain, and they began to accuse her of deceit. Seeing their expressions, Su Changxiao's eyes flickered with guilt, her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in. Release me. What are you trying to accomplish? She glared at Su Qishao. He smirked with derision. I merely wish for everyone to see your true nature. Aside from your previous scars, there are no new marks on your face. If you had truly sustained burns, your skin would surely be blistered or peeling by now. Yet your complexion is rosy, and your demeanor is calm, hardly indicative of severe pain. This reveals that you were attempting to frame me, were you not? Fuming. Su Changxiao replied, but you kicked the teacup towards my face, which is an undeniable fact. Thankfully, the tea wasn't scalding, otherwise, I would have indeed been disfigured. Just because I am not disfigured does not absolve you of guilt. Your intentions were foul, and you sought to harm me first. I did not feign pain. I was genuinely startled and hurt by the hot tea, though fortunately, it was not excessively hot, sparing me from serious injury. Had you not harbored ill will, intending to scald the princess, I would not have acted. You brought this upon yourself. You know your true thoughts. Su Qishao retorted angrily, you are lying. I never intended to harm the princess. You are merely slandering me. I am innocent and require no explanation. With that, she took Donger and stormed off, filled with rage, fearing that remaining would bring her further disgrace. Su Qishao was like a venomous serpent. She truly dared not provoke him. Once Su Changxiao departed, the atmosphere grew awkward. The matchmaker hurriedly interjected. Well then, the ceremony is complete. It is now time to escort the princess to her chambers. Su Ming coldly commanded, bring forth the princess to the bridal chamber. The matchmaker hurriedly assisted the princess and exclaimed, as spring warms the bridal chamber, love blossoms and intertwines. May the newlyweds enjoy a century of harmony and a joyful union. The princess, feeling a wave of shyness, lowered her head. With the matchmaker's support, she slowly entered the bridal chamber. Outside, the sounds of drums and gongs filled the air, yet within, there was an enveloping silence. She was guided to the bed, which was adorned with an abundance of dried fruits such as red dates, longan, walnuts, and peanuts. Upon seeing this, the matchmaker chuckled, oh, the bed is strewn with so many dried fruits. May the princess and the heir sing in harmony like phoenixes and be blessed with noble offspring soon. The princess's cheeks flushed crimson. Before long, everyone departed, leaving only Aunt May to accompany her in the bridal chamber. As night fell, Su Qishao would enter to unveil her veil and consummate their marriage. The thought of it made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Gazing at the vibrant red bedding, she recalled the last time she had met Su Qishao in the private room of the tavern, where she had been so audacious as to drug him and take the initiative. Now, the mere thought of repeating such boldness filled her with trepidation. She wondered how she had possessed such courage back then. Now, on the eve of their wedding night, she pondered how Su Qishao would treat her. Given his disdain for her, it seemed unlikely he would approach her again. Thus, the princess sat in the bridal chamber for 3 long hours. As her back ached and her body felt weary, darkness finally enveloped the room. Never had time felt so interminable. Waiting for Su Qishao felt far more agonizing than counting the minutes in the confines of the palace. In the palace, she did not have to wait for him. Yet here, she was filled with both anticipation and dread. She yearned for his arrival, but feared his cold indifference. Suddenly, her stomach growled, and she swallowed hard, feeling discomfort. Auntie, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? The princess said, attempting to lift her red veil. Aunt May quickly restrained her hand, saying, Princess, you cannot lift the veil. Only the groom may do so. I haven't eaten all day. I'm so hungry, exclaimed the princess, glancing at the bright red apple in her hands, which she had longed to taste. Aunt May replied, Then, Princess, please eat the apple while I go inquire about when the heir will arrive. As soon as Aunt May stepped outside, The princess rubbed the apple against her robes and devoured it ravenously. It was the first time in many years that she had eaten so eagerly, her hunger overpowering any concern for her image. Soon, Aunt May returned, casting an apologetic glance at the princess. "Princess, it seems the heir is still entertaining his friends and shows no signs of coming," she said. This was not a deception. It was the truth of her inquiry. The heir's neglect of the princess suggested that their relationship would not flourish without intervention. Oh, the princess's heart sank. The half-eaten apple no longer tasted sweet. Aunt May added, "This son-in-law truly is ungracious, unwilling to come for the wedding, to participate in the ceremony, and now even to enter the bridal chamber. If it were another man facing a celestial being like the princess, he would have already arrived. Yet here he is, indulging in revelry with his unworthy companions, completely disregarding her presence." Chapter 14:21. Alone in an empty room. Enough. Aunt, please cease your words. The eldest princess, already in a dismal mood, found her spirits further dampened by Aunt May's remarks. Aunt May quickly fell silent, casting a disdainful glance at the princess. It was only after betraying the princess that she realized her growing discontent towards her, a stark contrast to her previous empathy. Thus, the eldest princess awaited for another 2 hours. As the night deepened, the young master Su had yet to arrive. The sounds of laughter and merriment outside gradually faded as the guests departed, leaving the surroundings somber and desolate. The princess thought to herself, with all the guests gone, surely young master Su would make his appearance soon. She had been seated for so long that her body felt numb, discomfort enveloping her. Despite her hunger, it felt as though her throat were clogged with cotton, rendering her unable to swallow anything. At that moment, a young maid entered, accompanied by Su Qing. "Greetings, Your Highness. The young master has informed me that he is preoccupied with matters this evening and cannot attend. He urges you to rest early and not to await his return," Su Qing said, her face flushed with embarrassment. "What? He is not coming?" The eldest princess sprang to her feet, incredulous. After waiting all day for him, he had chosen not to arrive. "Indeed, the young master has pressing matters to attend to. It is not his intention to neglect you. Please do not take it to heart," Su Qing said with difficulty. She had implored him throughout the afternoon, but he remained resolute in his decision not to come. Aunt May, incensed, interjected, "What pressing matters could possibly take precedence? Today marks a significant occasion for both the young master and the princess. The wedding itself is of utmost importance. It seems your young master is merely seeking excuses to evade his responsibilities, unwilling to engage with our princess. Aunt, let it be. If he chooses not to come, then so be it. We must not compel him," the eldest princess replied, feeling disheartened as she sank onto the bed. She lifted her veil and addressed Su Qing. "Go inform your young master that I will not impose upon him. He need not carry any burdens of conscience. We have previously agreed that even as husband and wife, we require only the title, not the essence of the relationship. I shall not entangle myself in his affairs, and he should feel at ease." "Yes, Your Highness," Su Qing responded, feeling a twinge of guilt. She added gently, "The young master simply has yet to come to a resolution. Once he does, he will certainly come to apologize to you. Please rest early, as you will need to greet your father and mother-in-law tomorrow." After delivering her sympathetic glance at the eldest princess, Su Qing withdrew. Once alone, the eldest princess cast a forlorn gaze out at the pitch-black sky and said, "Aunt, please have all these items removed. I desire to retire for the night." "Yes, Your Highness," Aunt May commanded, summoning several maids to clear the dried fruits from the bed. After the servants completed their task, the eldest princess washed up and finally settled into bed. Exhausted from the day, she longed for a peaceful slumber, choosing to momentarily set aside thoughts of young Master Su. As she had just fallen asleep, a sudden murmur from the night watch maid outside roused her. "That poor princess, even as a princess. Our young master has no interest in her, not even during the wedding night. Alas, what can we expect from someone from the Li royal household? Just a fallen noble. Does she truly believe herself to be of high birth? She ought to consider who the emperor is now, a man who harbors deep animosity towards her. She is merely a destitute princess, resorting to such despicable tactics to climb into the young master's bed. In my opinion, the young master should ignore her completely and eventually take several concubines to infuriate her." Chapter 14:22. A lesson in humility. Xuancheng, lower your voice. Are you not afraid the princess might overhear? Besides, she may be a princess, but the young master still looks down on her. She married him through dubious means. If I were as shameless as she, having served the young master for so long, I would have long since been in her position. As the maid spoke, she quickly fell silent. Soon, another voice interjected, Xuancheng, do you have feelings for the young master? Do you wish to be one of his concubines? Binger, stop speaking nonsense. I have no feelings for the young master. Surprising, given your position. You'd best suppress such thoughts. The master does not permit maids to seduce the young master. Moreover, the princess is our superior. It would be wise not to speak ill of her in my presence. Oh, Binger, how pretentious. Can you honestly claim you do not envy the princess for her fortune in marrying him? What nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the air. The two maids trembled in fear. When they turned, they saw the grand princess draped in a cloak, standing there alongside Aunt May. Her expression icy. Ah, please forgive us, princess. We meant no harm. Binger was the first to respond, quickly bowing in apology. Xuancheng, however, cast a disdainful glance at the grand princess, her eyes filled with arrogance. Princess, we said nothing. Perhaps you misheard us? She rolled her eyes, displaying her contempt for the grand princess. The grand princess languidly surveyed her, blowing lightly on her nails. Aunt, I was unaware that the maids of the Su household could be so brazen. How dare a mere servant act so presumptuously before me? Who gave her the audacity? Though Aunt May had betrayed the grand princess, a lingering bond remained due to their current alliance. With a stern expression, she replied coldly, I wonder if it is Lord Su who has emboldened her to defy the hierarchy. Perhaps, princess, we should consult Lord Su and ascertain whether such insolence is condoned. Please, do not inform the master. Xuancheng, now frightened, hurriedly blocked Aunt May, her eyes betraying her fear. She realized that this princess was not to be trifled with. Not inform him, you say? Then I shall administer a small punishment. 3 months' wages withheld and 20 slaps. The grand princess declared coldly. Princess, spare me. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please. Do not be angry. Xuancheng, now trembling, fell to her knees, pleading for mercy from the grand princess. The noble princess raised her brows coldly and commanded Aunt May. Aunt, why do you not proceed with the punishment? Yes, Aunt May replied, rolling up her sleeves and extending her plump hand to strike Xuancheng fiercely. Ah, it hurts. Xuancheng screamed as the blow landed, causing her face to swell dramatically. After delivering the first slap, Aunt May continued with a second and then a third. As she struck, she berated, You wretched creature, daring to bully our princess. I shall teach you a proper lesson. No, please, I beg you, do not hit me again. Xuancheng pleaded, wincing in pain. Daring to defy authority, this is your consequence. Aunt May declared, continuing to strike Xuancheng. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from a distance. What are you doing? Startled, the noble princess looked up to see the red-clad Su Qi coolly approaching. A sardonic smile curled at the corner of his lips as he cast a meaningful glance at the princess, confirming the rumors of her arrogance and capriciousness. What? Did this heir not come to lift your veil tonight, and you took your anger out on my servant? I did not, the princess stammered, her lips trembling. For some reason, despite her typically strong demeanor, she felt utterly lacking in confidence before Su Qi, her nervousness rendering her speechless. Perhaps it was because she had previously drugged him, making her feel unjustified, even when she was right. Do you take the Su residence for the Li Wang residence? Do you think this is your home? How dare you run rampant on my territory? Su Qi reprimanded coldly. At that moment, Xuancheng crawled over to him, tears and snot flowing, and began to complain, Your Highness, you arrived just in time. The princess is so cruel. I merely spoke a few words, and she sought to silence me. She is truly heartless. Upon hearing this, Su Qi's eyes flared with fury. Chu Jiu, you are also a woman. How could you be so cruel? I did not. She spoke ill of me first, and I merely gave her a lesson. The princess quickly defended herself. What did she say about you? Su Qi inquired, and the princess hesitated, struggling to articulate her response. Fearing Su Qi's ire for having struck his servant, Aunt May quickly interjected, to answer the heir. She claimed the princess is a fallen woman and accused her of using disgraceful means to climb into your bed. She even called the princess shameless. The princess could no longer tolerate it and ordered this old servant to teach her a lesson, a minor punishment to prevent future transgressions. Su Qi smirked coldly. Is that all? I expected something more substantial. Chu Jiu, is what she said not the truth? The noble princess bit her lip, feeling a wave of humiliation wash over her. Since her words reflect the truth, on what grounds do you seek to punish her? Xuancheng, You may leave for now. In the future, come to me with any grievances. Do not allow anyone to bully you. Thank you for your grace, your highness, Xuancheng replied, rising with a grateful expression and casting a triumphant glance at the princess. No matter how grand the princess may be, it was clear who had the support of the heir. It seemed this princess was even beneath her own maid. How audacious! As she watched Xuancheng leave with a smug expression, the noble princess was engulfed in sorrow. She never anticipated that young master Su Qi would defend the maidservant so fervently. He publicly spoke in favor of the maid, despite her evident wrongdoing. His unyielding reproach towards her, without discerning right from wrong, suggested that his disdain for her remained unabated. She had foolishly entertained the notion that his daytime support indicated a modicum of affection for her. Alas, it was merely her own delusion. Young master, since you are here, please come inside. The maid Ping interjected, sensing the tension in the air and hastily attempting to ease the awkwardness. There's no need. I reside in the study. I merely came to investigate the commotion, he replied coldly, implying that he had no intention of sharing the bridal chamber with the princess. But young master, tonight is a momentous occasion for you and the young mistress. You ought to enter the bridal chamber and rest together, Ping advised. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly, having stepped in to mediate the escalating conflict between the young master and the young mistress. Chapter 1424. Late arrival. A disdainful glance from Aunt May cast doubt on the maid's meddling presence. How dare this girl intrude? Young master Su Qi smirked icily. Rest? Are you suggesting I share the bridal chamber with her? Haven't we already done that? The princess was momentarily taken aback and then stated, yes. I admit that I resorted to less than honorable means to marry you. However, I have previously made it clear that we shall maintain our distance. Rest assured, on this wedding night, I require nothing from you. You may take your leave. With that, the princess turned coldly and walked into the bridal chamber. Since Su Qi harbored such animosity towards her, she resolved to refrain from lingering in his presence. Yet inside, her heart felt as if it were filled with bitterness and resentment. Su Qi had expected the princess to plead for him to enter, but to his surprise, she did not. She possessed a certain dignity, albeit he perceived it merely as a tactic of feigned indifference. She did not need him, thus. He deemed it beneath him to seek her out, finding solace in the study instead. The following day, the princess awoke well past noon. As the glaring sunlight streamed onto her face, she suddenly remembered that she was supposed to pay her respects to Su Ming and Lady by that morning. She had overslept and completely forgotten. Aunt May, the princess shrieked, leaping upright. Aunt May entered from outside. My lady, you are awake. My dear aunt, did I not instruct you to wake me early? Why did you not rouse me until now? The princess exclaimed anxiously as she hurriedly dressed herself. It is not that I neglected to call you. I came to awaken you this morning, but you were in such a deep slumber that I could not rouse you. I thought, after your exhausting day yesterday, it would be best to let you rest. Moreover, as a princess, you need not adhere to strict timeliness in paying your respects, lest you diminish your own status, Aunt May replied. The princess shot her a cold glare. Enough. Hurry and assist me in my preparations. I must go pay my respects. Being late is better than not appearing at all. Although she was a princess, Su Ming was a powerful official and her father-in-law, so these formalities were essential. After Aunt May exited to fetch water, the princess scrutinized her retreating figure with suspicion. Recently, Aunt May has been acting rather strangely, constantly hindering her progress. It appears that Yu Heir has valid reasons for her dislike towards Aunt May. She must thoroughly investigate the matter to uncover the reasons behind Aunt May's peculiar behavior. Soon, the Grand Princess had tidied herself and led Aunt May and Ping Heir to the main hall of the Su residence. Upon her arrival, she noticed that the family had already commenced their midday meal. A sense of dread washed over her. She had arrived too late. As she stepped into the hall, she observed Su Ming, Bai Shi, and others, including Su Changxiao, Su Yuyao, Su Zhan, and various young gentlemen and ladies, seated and ready to dine. This was indeed a harmonious family gathering, while she felt like an outsider, engulfed in awkwardness. Her Highness has arrived, a voice announced from outside as the Grand Princess entered. Upon seeing her, the members of the Su family, with the exception of Su Ming and Bai Shi, promptly rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to the Grand Princess. Such courtesies were still observed, for despite her fall from grace, she remained a royal princess, and with a brother like Chu Xuancheng, the expected etiquette was to be upheld. However, the case was different for Su Ming. As the emperor's favored subject and a loyal nobleman, it was the grand princess who should pay her respects to him. Yet, Bai Shi, a woman who had risen from the status of a maid, audaciously refrained from bowing to the grand princess, prompting the latter to cast a meaningful glance in her direction. "Everyone, please rise. There is no need for formalities," the grand princess stated calmly. After speaking, she approached Su Ming and offered a slight gesture of respect. "A daughter-in-law pays her respects to her father-in-law." Su Ming replied, casting her a fleeting glance. "Please take a seat." He then gestured toward the position beside Bai Shi, indicating that the grand princess's standing in the Su household was beneath him and Bai Shi. The grand princess was momentarily taken aback, a surge of indignation swelling within her. How could she be relegated to a position below Bai Shi? Yet, her rank was dictated by her parents. Had her father and mother still been alive, she would have been the most favored princess. No matter how esteemed Su Ming was, she would have remained sovereign, and he the subject, required to pay her homage. She would have commanded a princess's estate, accompanied by wealth, officials, and servants, often numbering in the hundreds. The Su family would be insignificant in her presence. Alas, times had changed, and regardless of her simmering anger, she had to endure. For this was the realm of Chu Yao. She wished not to quarrel over her position and thus took a seat beside Bai Shi. At that moment, Su Ming inquired, "Princess, where is Xuancheng? Why did he not accompany you?" The grand princess's countenance paled. He must be occupied in the study. She had not inquired about Su Qi's whereabouts upon her arrival, assuming he would have already joined her given the late hour. Little did she know he had yet to arrive. Su Ming's expression darkened as he struck the table with his hand. "You are husband and wife. Why did you not come together to pay respects to your elders?" Bai Shi interjected ominously. "Moreover, my lord and I have been waiting since early morning." Anticipating the princess would arrive sooner to pay her respects, it is quite surprising that the princess has slept until noon, forgetting the customs and etiquette expected of a new daughter-in-law, and has kept my lord waiting for so long. What sort of propriety is this? As Bai Shi's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed upon the grand princess with palpable hostility. It was her first encounter with such a formidable display, and casting a cold glance their way, she thought, were it not for Su Qishao, why would she endure such indignities? Yet, it was indeed her tardiness that had brought this upon her, and so she calmly stated, "I apologize, I was exceedingly fatigued yesterday and arose late." Being a princess, such an utterance typically sufficed to quell any grievances. However, Bai Shi retorted with a mocking smile, "I heard that the young master did not stay in your chamber last night. How then can you claim to be fatigued? We all endured hardships yesterday, yet we rose early to await your arrival. As for you, have you fulfilled the duties of a new bride? Do you understand the principles of serving your in-laws?" The grand princess fixed Bai Shi with a frosty gaze and replied, "I apologize. I shall be more mindful in the future." Is mere mindfulness sufficient? Bai Shi pressed. "According to our family's customs, a new bride must rise early on her first day to pay respects to her in-laws, prepare a hearty meal for them, and serve them tea. What have you accomplished in this regard?" she interrogated sharply. Su Changshao and the others looked on with smug satisfaction, eager for the grand princess's embarrassment. For she was indeed in the wrong. At that moment, Su Ming discerned Bai Shi's intent to intimidate the grand princess. Not wishing to remain present, he said, "Continue without me. I have official matters to attend to." With that, he stood and departed. Had he remained without defending the princess, he would be accused of allowing his family to bully her. His exit would grant Bai Shi the freedom to unleash her tirade. From this day forth, should anyone dare harm his daughter, he would ensure the grand princess felt the weight of Chu Xuancheng's pain. Chapter 1426. To observe the falling red handkerchief at this juncture. A fierce fire ignited within the grand princess's heart, yet mindful of her new household, she bit her lip in silence. Sensing her reticence, Bai Shi intensified her assault, aiming to rattle the newcomer. "Do you believe the Su family resembles the Li Wangfu, that you can act as you please? Furthermore, you are now married. Your conduct must not mirror that of your single days," Bai Shi admonished. The grand princess, lifting her gaze coolly, replied, "How have I behaved rudely?" Bai Shi rolled her eyes. "You dare to question me? Are you truly unaware of your improprieties? You drugged Xuancheng and committed those disgraceful acts at the tavern. Your reputation is already tarnished. Were it not for our Su family's benevolence in marrying you, you might never have wed at all. You were at fault from the start. Yet you arrive at your husband's home, acting with the airs of a princess, neglecting your in-laws and defying your elders. Such a daughter-in-law is beyond the capacity of our Su family to bear. The Grand Princess, taken aback, her eyes igniting with fury, responded, "This is merely my first day. What do you mean by neglecting my in-laws and defying my elders? Have I shown you any disrespect since my arrival? You repeatedly refer to this princess, clearly dismissing the Su family." Observing Su Ming's departure, Su Changshao boldly added, "I am a princess. I possess a separate palace within the court. Why should I not refer to myself as this princess? You may call yourself this princess, but do not forget, I am your elder sister, and my mother is your mother-in-law. As a daughter-in-law, one ought to show respect towards the mother-in-law, maintaining humility and caution in her presence, referring to oneself as a daughter-in-law rather than exhibiting the airs of a princess," Su Changshao remarked coldly. "Enough, Changshao. Do not engage with her any further. I did not anticipate that the etiquette of the Li Wangfu would be of such a nature." After taking a sip of tea, Bai remarked with a sneer, "The world assumes that a princess must have been raised under the careful tutelage of a governess from a young age, embodying virtue and propriety, adhering to the morals befitting a woman. Yet, who would have thought that not only was the princess unchaste before marriage, but she also behaved so haughtily thereafter? Princess, may I inquire about your crimson handkerchief?" The eldest princess was momentarily taken aback. Crimson handkerchief? Her first encounter with Su Changshao had indeed left her in a state of embarrassment, but it had not been with a handkerchief. Rather, it had stained the bedsheets. At that time, Su Changshao had witnessed it as well, yet he had chosen to remain silent. With the urgency of the situation, they had no time to reflect upon such matters. It was unexpected that Bai would pose such a question, clearly intending to humiliate her publicly. Aunt May hastily interjected, "Madam, surely you are aware that the princess and the heir had already consummated their union at the tavern? Thus, there would be no crimson handkerchief." Bai replied with a mocking tone, My apologies, I momentarily forgot. I did not realize the princess's demeanor was so liberated. Aunt May, the absence of a crimson handkerchief is of no consequence. You were a witness to the tavern incident. Did you not see the princess's crimson mark upon the sheets?" Aunt May rolled her eyes. Although she had indeed seen the bloodstains on the bedsheets, having accepted silver from Su Changshao, she felt compelled to lie, stating, "The situation was urgent, and I did not see anything." "Why do you lie, Aunt May?" The eldest princess glared at her in disbelief. "You clearly saw it. Why do you deny it?" The eldest princess's anger was palpable. Aunt May, feeling guilty, lowered her gaze. Did the princess perhaps misremember? "At that time, it was only you and the heir present in the room. I was unable to enter. It was only when the prince and princess consort arrived that I could come in. The situation was chaotic, and I was solely focused on attending to you. Thus I did not concern myself with those matters." Chapter 1427. The table upset. Aunt May's words left the eldest princess feeling cold and shivering. She had expected that even if Aunt May had not witnessed the act, she would defend her by claiming to have seen it. However, her ambiguous statements clearly implied that there was no crimson mark. Instantly, Bai's expression darkened. She set her teacup down with a cold thud. The esteemed eldest princess had fallen so low in her private conduct that she lacked even a crimson mark. Who could ascertain if your first man was indeed Qingchen? How could you face him with such a reputation? Indeed, it is quite possible she has already lost her virtue to another, rendering her a woman of questionable integrity. Su Changshao remarked, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, laughing softly. Su Yuyao added, "One wonders how many suitors the princess has had. Where does our seventh brother rank among them? Surely, it must be quite low on the list, for a woman capable of drugging others cannot be deemed pure. Perhaps she has long mastered such underhanded tactics to ensnare men." Su Changshao continued, "So, it seems we are not the only ones deceived. Are we, seventh brother?" Su Yuyao feigned confusion. "Impudent!" The eldest princess suddenly shouted, striding forward in fury. With both hands, she forcefully overturned the table, sending it crashing down upon the gathered assembly. Suddenly, dishes laden with oil and chili were hurled at the Bai mother and daughter, causing them to scream in terror. A loud crash reverberated as the table toppled over towards them, prompting a panicked escape, their faces drained of color. "Princess, how dare you overturn our table? Have you taken leave of your senses?" Bai's face was splattered with hot oil, and as she wiped it, she smeared oil across her features. Her once lustrous black hair was now greasy and filthy, a most unpleasant sight that refused to be cleaned. Others fared no better. Each was besmirched with oil and chili. becoming a grotesque sight that elicited nausea at a mere glance. Chu Jiu, are you out of your mind? Su Changshao was drenched with a basin of hot soup, feeling unbearably sticky and uncomfortable. The princess then raised her gaze, exuding an air of authority. How dare you slander me, a royal? Who gives you the audacity to address me so? Do you hold the imperial power in contempt? I pointed at the princess, her anger rendering her speechless. Just then, a cold, eerie voice echoed from outside. All heads turned to see Su Qishao entering, clad in a white brocade robe with silver trimmings. A jade belt cinched at his waist, and a jade crown atop his head, his long, lustrous black hair cascading down his back, resembling an ethereal being detached from the mundane world. Qingchen, you arrive at an opportune moment. Look at your wife. She has flipped the table, splattering us. I hurriedly reported to Su Qishao upon his entrance. Su Changshao adopted a victimized demeanor, lamenting, indeed, she has gone too far. We were enjoying a peaceful meal when she wreaked such havoc. She is utterly ruthless. What use is such a wife? Su Yuyao chimed in with resentment. She shows no respect for our Su family, clearly deeming us beneath her. You must discipline her, lest she think our family is easy to bully. They all knew Su Qishao despised the princess, hoping he would deliver a scathing reprimand. As he approached the princess, tension filled the air. I thought, Su Qishao would never welcome her, nor would he honor her with a bow. He must harbor a deep loathing for the princess. Given that the princess had caused him to lose face, he would surely reprimand her. They waited eagerly for the princess to be chastised. However, upon reaching the princess, Su Qishao merely brushed a strand of hair from her face, removing a sprig of cilantro that had inadvertently stuck to her hair when she had pushed the table. Nonchalantly, he remarked, how careless of you. Do be more cautious next time, lest you dirty yourself. The princess blinked in confusion. What did Su Qishao mean? Wasn't he supposed to scold her? Qingchen, what do you mean by this? I stammered, her voice trembling as she gazed at Su Qishao in bewilderment. Su Qi raised an eyebrow and suddenly enveloped the princess in his embrace. It is of no consequence. I have witnessed everything that transpired. Indeed, it is you who have overstepped your bounds, disrespecting the princess first. The princess is sovereign, while the Su family is but a vassal. You have not fulfilled your duty as subjects to honor the princess. Rather, you have ridiculed her at every turn, even slandering her character. At this juncture, he cleared his throat and continued. As for the matter of the fallen red handkerchief, given the princess's esteemed status, only the Empress Dowager possesses the authority to inquire into such affairs, and you do not hold that privilege. Your involvement constitutes an overreach, a transgression against the authority of the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing this, Bai's body instinctively recoiled, for it indeed seemed to be the case. She spoke in a low tone, as the princess's mother-in-law. Am I not entitled to ask a question? You may inquire, but you must not slander her. She is my wife, and I know better than anyone whether she is pure when in my presence. Allow me to be frank. The princess wed me in complete innocence, and we share a mutual affection, a blossoming love. To borrow a phrase, when the wind suddenly stirs, it ripples the surface of a tranquil pond. Su Qi said, casting a tender glance at the princess. I was momentarily taken aback. What does the stirring wind have to do with anything? Why are you quoting poetry? It appears that the truly unlearned one is you, second lady. Su Qi smirked. At this moment, Su Zhan impatiently interjected, Mother, I understand the meaning behind that. He elaborated. This phrase originates from a poet named Feng Yini, who, upon presenting this poem to the emperor, was met with the retort, what does the wind stirring a tranquil pond have to do with you? This indicates that the matter is of no concern to you, or suggests that you should refrain from meddling. I shot Su Zhan a glare. I am aware, now be silent. It became clear that Su Qi was advising her to mind her own business. She replied coldly, your words now are merely an attempt to protect your own reputation. You wish to avoid ridicule. Yesterday, you were unwilling to marry her. Now you feign deep affection? Yesterday? Thank you for your reminder. Reflecting on yesterday's events, I truly owe the princess an apology. Su Qi declared, abruptly taking the princess's hand and, with a face full of remorse, said, Princess, I am sorry. I was intoxicated and momentarily lost my senses, which led me to treat you poorly. Now that I am sober, I realize I am a man of stature and should not harbor grudges over minor disagreements. This was entirely my fault. Upon this revelation, not only was the princess astonished, but so too were all present. The disparity in Su Qi's demeanor towards the princess compared to the previous day was striking. They were left bewildered by his intentions. Could it be that Su Qi's previous actions stemmed from a fleeting quarrel with the princess rather than a lack of affection? If that were the case, his current defense of her made perfect sense. After the initial shock, the princess replied calmly, "It is of no consequence. It is all in the past. I am innocent, and I need not justify myself to anyone." She had no desire to engage further in debate with Bai and her faction, for she deemed them unworthy of her explanations. Imperial decree arrives. At that moment, the voice of the eunuch heralded from outside. Upon hearing the imperial decree, the Su family was immediately thrown into a state of disarray, their appearances quite disheveled. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. "Su Gongong, I wonder what edict the emperor has issued." The emperor, in celebration of the marriage between young Master Su and the Grand Princess, had generously bestowed numerous treasures upon them. "Master Su, may I trouble you to have the young master and the princess come forth to receive the decree?" The sharp voice of Gongong Lu pierced through the air. Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess felt an involuntary wave of discomfort. She recognized this Lu Gongong as the very eunuch who had arrogantly come to the Li Wangfu to escort her back to the palace at the emperor's command. At that time, he had been insufferably arrogant, leveraging his favor with the emperor to coerce her return. She had attempted to offer him silver to persuade him to delay her departure, but to her dismay, he had demanded she kneel and bow before him to be spared. Subsequently, he was punished by Chu Xuancheng, forced to kneel at the gates of the Li Wangfu for 3 days, nearly losing his life in the process. To her astonishment, it was he who had come to deliver the decree today. At that moment, Su Ming entered the room and immediately surveyed the overturned table, the remnants of food scattered across the floor, and the disheveled appearance of Bai Shi and the others. He exclaimed in anger, "What on earth has happened here? Inquire with your good wife. It is all her doing." Bai Shi pointed an accusatory finger at the Grand Princess, her eyes filled with fury. "Enough. This is not the time for such talk. Qing Chun, Princess, quickly go out to receive the decree," commanded Su Ming. He cast a sharp glance at the Grand Princess, undoubtedly believing Bai Shi's words had provoked her ire. He had not anticipated that the Grand Princess would be so fierce, daring to display such audacity within the Su household, and leaving his wife and children in such a plight. His gaze bore into the Grand Princess's back, icy and menacing, as if he wished to consume her whole. Once the Grand Princess and Su Qi Shao stepped outside, they hurriedly knelt to receive the decree. As for Bai Shi and the others, due to their soiled garments and disheveled appearances, they were deemed unfit to approach the imperial edict, and Su Ming forbade them from kneeling. Su Gongong cast a glance at the two, his gaze filled with venom as it swept past the Grand Princess, before slowly unfurling the imperial decree in his hand. He proclaimed, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor declares, my niece, Chu Jiu, possesses both beauty and virtue, and has wed the son of the loyal and valiant Su Qingshun. To express my blessings, I bestow upon the Su residents 10 pairs of jade rui, 100 bolts of fine silk, 10 chests of gold and silver treasures, 10 boxes of rare antiquities, 20 jars of fine wine, and 10 renowned paintings. Furthermore, I grant the grand estate of Danyu to Su Qingshun as his fief, allowing him to appoint a trusted representative to manage it without the need for relocation. Lastly, as Su Qingshun is the martial champion of the Chu kingdom, possessing exceptional skills and valor, he is to serve the nation diligently. I hereby appoint him as the commander of the cavalry camp of the 6th rank and expect him to serve the Chu kingdom faithfully. Thus it is decreed." Upon hearing this proclamation, Su Qi Shao was momentarily stunned. The emperor had commanded him to take up a position in the military. He glanced at Su Ming, who stood there with an inscrutable expression, his demeanor deep and contemplative, leaving no one able to fathom his thoughts. "What are you two still dawdling for? Hurry and receive the decree," Su Gongong bellowed. The princess then tugged at Su Qi Shao's sleeve, urging him to bow and say, "I, the humble servant, express my gratitude for the emperor's great benevolence. May our sovereign live for eternity." Having received the decree, the old servant announced, "Now that you have accepted the edict, I shall return to the palace to report to His Majesty." With that, Eunuch Lu stowed away the decree and handed it over to Su Qi Shao. Had he not needed to return to the palace to deliver his report, he would have taken the opportunity to deliver a pointed satire at the princess. After Eunuch Lu departed, the two finally rose. At that moment, Bai Shi, disregarding her soiled attire, hurried out. Upon seeing the crates of treasures being carried in by the eunuchs, she exclaimed, "The emperor has generously bestowed such splendid gifts upon the Su residents. Master, shall we have them transported to the palace storeroom?" "Indeed, instruct the servants to do so," Su Ming replied indifferently. The princess, however, harbored a quiet scoff within. The emperor, while ostensibly rewarding her niece, had designated all the gifts to the Su family, leaving her with no share of the bounty. Logically, such rewards would befit the newlyweds. Yet he had conferred upon Su Qishao an official title, giving the illusion that she too benefited, when in truth, she was entirely excluded. The emperor's actions were deliberate, intended to undermine her. Nevertheless, she possessed the substantial dowry from Chu Xuancheng, rendering such gifts inconsequential. Yet the emperor's blatant favoritism, publicly striking at her dignity, stirred her discontent. Bai Shi, noticing the princess's silence, sarcastically remarked, "Princess, are you not pleased with the emperor's generous gifts to the Su family?" The princess cast her a fleeting glance, responding coolly, "Indeed, His Majesty is most gracious towards my niece. I ought to extend my heartfelt thanks to him." Bai Shi could not suppress a derisive glance in return, interpreting the princess's words as an implication that the emperor's generosity was merely out of regard for her. Then Bai Shi turned her eyes and added, "Master, did the Li Wang residents not send a multitude of dowries yesterday? Shall we not have those transported to the palace storeroom as well?" Su Ming shot her an irritated glare, preparing to speak, but Su Qishao interjected coldly, "Second mother, do you possess a countenance thicker than a city wall? What nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Shi ground her teeth in frustration. "This is the princess's dowry. It is hers to manage. How dare you suggest it be transported to the palace storeroom? Your audacity knows no bounds," Su Qishao asserted. "What of the princess's dowry? She has married into the Su family, thus becoming one of us. As we are one family, her dowry should rightfully be included in the household, under my purview. Moreover, you and your husband will require funds for your daily needs. With her considerable wealth, if she does not support the family, relying solely on your father's meager salary will surely be insufficient. Furthermore, your siblings have yet to marry, necessitating considerable expenses. As the new bride of the Su family, if she does not provide assistance, who will?" Bai Shi shamelessly countered. Su Qishao ground his teeth in anger, retorting, "So you have your eyes set on the princess's dowry, intending to use her wealth to secure wives for your sons and dowries for your daughters? TSK, how brazenly opportunistic. You've barely welcomed her into the family, and already you plot to exploit her. Rest assured, we shall not touch a single coin from the household funds henceforth. My mother bequeathed to me both land and a shop for rental income. Additionally, I am entrusted with her dowry, and my fief will yield land rents and revenue. In the future, I shall also receive a stipend. The expenses of my life with the princess will not burden you. We are capable of self-sustainment. If you are truly concerned that we might consume your provisions, we can separate our households." Chapter 1431. A further gift of dowry over the years. Bai has harbored intentions to covet the dowry left by his mother. Fortunately, he has mastered the arts of poison and martial prowess, which he employs to safeguard his possessions. Otherwise, they would have long been appropriated by himself. "Young Master Su, what words are these?" Bai exclaimed in exasperation, swiftly glancing at Su Ming. "My lord, do listen to what he has said. He dares to utter such rebellious words, and even speaks of separation. Has he grown wings? I oppose any notion of division. Furthermore, the princess is family, and all her dowry belongs to the Su family. What harm is there in sharing? Should a separation occur, she would stand to gain nothing. Young Master Su also possesses considerable wealth bestowed by his mother. Now, with both young Master Su and the princess basking in opulence, she is unwilling to entertain the idea of division. Enough. Silence yourself." Su Ming's countenance darkened as he glared at Bai. "You are shameless. I still have my dignity. Our Su family lacks for nothing and has no designs upon our daughter-in-law's dowry. The princess's dowry is under her own guardianship. You are to refrain from meddling, lest word of this spread. What would they say? That the esteemed duke's household covets its daughter-in-law's dowry?" At this juncture, he cast a glance at young Master Su. "And you, henceforth, refrain from speaking of division. You are the heir of the Su residence. Such behavior is unbecoming." Young Master Su turned his gaze away, looking into the distance, ignoring Su Ming. Bai wished to protest further, but upon witnessing Su Ming's blood-chilling visage, she reluctantly fell silent, her heart laden with disappointment. The princess had brought an abundance of dowry, reportedly so much that it could not fit in several rooms. Bai had initially sought an excuse to monopolize it all for her son's marriage and as a dowry for her daughter. To her chagrin, she had secured nothing, which infuriated her. She cast a suspicious glance at the princess, biding her time. These assets would temporarily remain under her control. One day, she would devise a scheme to claim this wealth. She was resolute that a mere woman like the princess could not outmaneuver the Su family. This dowry would ultimately belong to her. "My lord, the envoy from the Liwang Palace has arrived," the steward of the Su residence announced, rushing in. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. "What brings him here?" "He has come with 20 guards and 20 maidservants, purportedly as the princess's dowry from His Highness Liwang," the steward replied. Su Ming's expression darkened immediately. "Is there truly no one in the Su residence capable of attending to the princess?" The envoy responded. These individuals were prepared by His Highness Liwang well in advance. They were originally to be delivered yesterday, but due to the princess's wedding, which was fraught with activity, His Highness feared the Su residence would not be able to accommodate them in time, hence their arrival today. The envoy also remarked that, given the princess's rank, this contingent of 40 was relatively modest. The steward spoke with trepidation. A flicker of anger flashed in Su Ming's eyes, but vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Let them enter. He mused that, in principle, the Grand Princess should be able to bring attendants with her as part of her dowry. Given her rank, 40 individuals indeed seemed insufficient. Unfortunately, she now resembled a fallen phoenix, inferior to a mere chicken. In order to uphold her dignity, Chu Xuancheng had deemed it generous to accompany her with 40 people. Upon hearing this, Bai was nearly overwhelmed. If the Grand Princess were to have maidservants and guards for her protection, her aspirations for that dowry would be thwarted. Soon, Emoli entered with those individuals. Su Ming discerned at a glance that the 20 guards bore solemn expressions and exuded an intimidating presence. Their silent footsteps indicated they were elite chosen from the Xiansu army. Chapter 1432. The prince was not angry. The 20 maidservants were equally sharp-eyed and astute. Clearly not ordinary attendants. It appeared that Chu Xuancheng had indeed gone to great lengths to ensure the Grand Princess's safety. After entering, Emoli respectfully addressed Su Ming, saying, "This subordinate pays his respects to Lord Su. These 40 individuals are the guards and maidservants the prince has prepared for the princess's dowry." Su Ming's gaze darkened. Was the prince concerned that the Su residents could not safeguard the princess? Did he not trust this official? "My lord need not worry," Emoli continued. "The prince is simply acting out of affection for his sister and adhering to protocol. All properties, jewels, and estates accompanying the princess's dowry require management. The prince has merely sent help to assist her." Su Ming smiled coolly, understanding the prince's protective instincts for his sister. However, he made it clear, let it be known that once these individuals enter the Su residence, they must abide by its rules and refrain from instigating trouble or rebellion. Otherwise, the Su residence will not harbor them. Rest assured, every individual from the Liwang Fu is disciplined and understands propriety. They will not cause any discord, Emoli replied solemnly. Afterward, he turned to the guards and commanded, "All of you, heed my orders." "Yes." The guards responded with a thunderous roar that nearly shattered Bai's eardrums. "From this day forth, your duty is to protect the princess diligently and adhere to the regulations of the Su residence. Any act of defiance will be dealt with severely," Emoli declared with authority. "Yes, Commander Emo," the resounding reply echoed, instilling a formidable atmosphere. Witnessing such a scene, Bai's face turned ashen. A warm current surged through the Grand Princess's heart. Having Xuancheng as her support was indeed reassuring. With this, she felt emboldened against Bai and her ilk. At the Liwang Fu, as Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng were dining, a loud crash erupted when Fenger accidentally knocked a platter of dishes to the ground. "Ah!" she gasped, fear flooding her expression as she looked at Chu Xuancheng, trembling in trepidation. The surrounding maidservants turned pale, filled with dread. Hearing the commotion, Yun Ruoyue's hand trembled as she set down her chopsticks, glancing at Chu Xuancheng, anticipating a furious outburst akin to his previous reaction to Xiao Yue. To her surprise, he appeared calm, showing no signs of anger. "Fenger, are you all right?" Zhou quickly rushed over to comfort her. Fenger, however, remained wide-eyed and fearful, fixated on the shards on the ground, stammering, "I am fine. I apologize, Your Highness. I didn't mean to. It was an accident." Indeed, Fenger merely made an inadvertent mistake. Yun Ruoyue quickly spoke in a gentle tone, adding, "Hasten to tidy up the ground. Fenger, your attire has become soiled. Go and change into something fresh. She wished to send Feng'er away to prevent Chu Xuancheng from inadvertently scolding her. Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng remarked, "Be more careful next time. You might hurt yourself." Upon hearing this, everyone gazed at him in astonishment. Was the prince genuinely concerned for Feng'er? Surely, they had not misheard. Not only did he refrain from unleashing his wrath, but he also expressed concern for her well-being. Feng'er, too, wore an expression of disbelief, stammering her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I shall be more cautious next time." Having said this, she hastily crouched down to assist Jiu'er in tidying up. Once they finished, she trembled as she retreated, fearing that any lingering moments might provoke the prince's ire once more. Chapter 1433. Why is your arm bleeding? Let us dine, Yu'er. Yun Ruoyue was lost in thought as she gazed at Chu Xuancheng when he suddenly spoke softly. "Ah, yes, you two should eat." She regained her composure and began to eat with care. His lack of anger towards Feng'er had completely taken her by surprise. Could it be that his condition had improved? That would indeed be a blessing. However, as she lifted her gaze, she noticed him tightly pressing his lips together, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were enduring something with great difficulty. A pang of concern gripped her heart. Why was he in such a state? On several occasions, Chu Xuancheng had witnessed servants making minor errors, yet refrained from reprimanding them as he had in the past. He generously overlooked their faults, leaving the servants bewildered, wondering what had come over the prince. Yun Ruoyue found this behavior peculiar. Under normal circumstances, had it been during the period of his illness, even the slightest mistake would have earned the servants a sharp rebuke. Yet, he had changed. Could it be that his condition was genuinely improving? Nonetheless, he had recently taken to isolating himself in the study, poring over documents for hours on end, forbidding anyone from entering during these extended periods, immersed in the relentless task of reviewing official papers. This odd behavior left Yun Ruoyue feeling uneasy. She sensed he was concealing something. Thus, that evening, she personally prepared a pot of chicken soup and had Feng'er carry it to the study. Emoli stood guard outside the study, and as soon as he spotted Yun Ruoyue approaching, he promptly stepped forward to greet her. "Hush," Yun Ruoyue whispered, glancing into the study. "Is the prince still reviewing documents?" "Yes, it has been an hour, and he has yet to finish," Emoli replied. "Where you have arrived?" A deep, indifferent voice emanated from within. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She had spoken so softly, yet Chu Xuancheng had still heard her. Indeed, a person of his prowess possessed keen senses, and no slightest rustle would escape his notice. "It is I. I have come to bring you some food," Yun Ruoyue said, and with foam, she gently pushed open the door and entered the room. Upon entering, she was suddenly struck by a pungent metallic scent that sent a jolt through her heart. Though her visage remained composed, she lifted her gaze to find Chu Xuancheng seated at his desk, holding a brush as he diligently corrected the documents before him. Noticing her arrival, he set down the brush, rising to greet her. "Yu'er, what brings you here? I've noticed your exhaustion from laboring over these documents until the midnight hour. I've prepared a bowl of chicken soup to nourish you," he said. Yun Ruoyue, as she spoke, signaled for Feng'er to place the soup on the table. Her keen eyes scanned the room, but she detected no anomalies. Only that lingering scent of fresh blood. After Feng'er set down the bowl, she respectfully exited, closing the door behind her. "I've already dined and am not hungry. You are with child. Please do not overexert yourself," Chu Xuancheng remarked, gently caressing her cheek. "It's merely a matter of boiling some chicken soup. Here, have a taste," Yun Ruoyue replied, lifting the lid to serve the soup. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of a faint crimson stain seeping from the white sleeve of Chu Xuancheng's left arm. Alarmed, she quickly replaced the lid and grasped his arm. "How did you injure yourself?" "Let me see. I'm fine. Truly, I am," Chu Xuancheng insisted, retracting his hand and placing it behind his back. His tone was firm. "You needn't concern yourself with me. Please, leave. That is unacceptable. We are family. How can I turn a blind eye to your suffering?" As I entered, the overwhelming scent of blood was unmistakable. "You have been isolating yourself in this study, avoiding all company. I sense you are concealing something from me. Are you harming yourself?" Yun Ruoyue pressed, stubbornly pulling at his left arm. "Do not resist. Allow me to see." Seeing her unwavering determination, Chu Xuancheng relented, extending his hand towards her. His eyes reflected deep resignation and sorrow. Yun Ruoyue grasped his hand, rolling up his sleeve, only to be met with a rush of blood that overwhelmed her senses. His left arm was marred with numerous lacerations, old and new scars intertwining like serpents, some a pale brown, others a deep mahogany, and the freshest of vivid crimson, still oozing. In a moment of horror, she noticed a bloody dagger concealed beneath the documents on the desk. Trembling, she gasped, "How could this happen? My husband, why would you inflict such harm upon yourself?" The sight of those thorny wounds pierced her heart, leaving her feeling as though a part of her had been violently hollowed out. "Yuer, I assure you, I am fine," Chu Xuancheng replied with a heavy tone. "It is only through this means that I can remain lucid. I shall no longer lash out in anger as I once did, nor dwell upon the bitterness and sorrow." Yun Ruoyue scrutinized him, noting the pallor of his complexion, a clear sign of excessive blood loss. His face bore a grave countenance, and beads of cold sweat adorned his brow, his teeth clenched as if he were valiantly suppressing his agony. She understood then that he was suffering yet again, though he had remained silent about it. She never anticipated that he could be so foolish as to inflict harm upon himself rather than cause pain to others. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried out, "My dear husband, why must you be so foolish? When you are distressed, come to me. If you must unleash your anger, direct it towards me. I am willing to bear it for you. How can you harm yourself? I would rather you direct your ire at me, curse me, yell at me, than see you injure yourself. Do you have any idea how much my heart aches? I am in such anguish." Chu Xuancheng grasped her hand tenderly, declaring, "No, I have long sworn in my heart that I would rather inflict harm upon myself than ever hurt you again. And so you choose to suffer in silence? Have you been unwell repeatedly, resorting to self-harm to remain lucid? You have been so stoic in front of others, yet alone you face this torment. You are so foolish." Yun Ruoyue lamented, embracing Chu Xuancheng tightly. No wonder his temperament had become considerably more composed, and he refrained from expressing anger towards the servants. He had been enduring this all along. He had hidden himself away in the study, inflicting pain upon himself, and she had remained oblivious, mistakenly believing his illness was under control. Observing the scars on his arms, it was evident he had suffered numerous times, indicating a far greater frequency of his episodes than before, yet he kept this from her. Chu Xuancheng, however, patted Yun Ruoyue's shoulder reassuringly, smiling as he said, "Do not worry too much, my dear. I have endured far greater wounds on the battlefield without issue. These minor injuries are nothing. Even now." He refrained from losing his temper with the servants, as he did not wish for them to instill fear in Yuer. In chapter 1435, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall for no reason. He resolved not to quibble with the servants over trifles for her sake. "You cannot continue to harm yourself in this manner. It pains my heart. I shall tend to your arm immediately," Yun Ruoyue insisted, guiding him to a chair before opening the door to summon Fenger for the medicine box. Upon hearing that the prince had chosen to harm himself rather than hurt them, Fenger was deeply moved and hurried to fetch the medicine box. "Fenger, why are you in such a rush? What has happened?" Xiaoyue, who was carrying a basin of clothes to wash, inquired curiously. "The prince has been unwell numerous times lately, and to spare us from harm, he has resorted to cutting his own arm with a dagger to remain conscious. His arms are covered in cuts, and I must hurry to bring the medicine box. The princess intends to tend to his wounds," Fenger explained. "Is that so? No wonder the prince's temper has improved significantly. He would rather injure himself than harm us." "He is truly remarkable," Xiaoyue responded, visibly touched. Once Xiaoyue learned of this, the news quickly spread throughout the entire royal residence. Upon hearing this, the servants all expressed their admiration. Previously, they had criticized the prince for his volatile temperament, but now, upon discovering the truth, they were deeply moved. To inflict such pain upon oneself during an episode, displaying such resilience and self-sacrifice, is something that only a truly extraordinary person could do. Consequently, their respect for him grew, their affection deepened, and their loyalty intensified. Chu Xuancheng never anticipated that his actions would rally a multitude of hearts, thereby shattering the insidious schemes of Su Yuyao and Su Changshao. In the study, Yun Ruoyue swiftly bandaged Chu Xuancheng's arm. The sight of his bloodied and battered limb filled her with profound sorrow. She vowed to hasten her research into ancient texts to find a remedy for his poison. She could not allow him to endure such agony any longer. Recently, he had been tormented by this affliction, growing increasingly gaunt and pallid, with a perpetual frown etched upon his brow, revealing the weight of his silent distress. A mighty general, in this moment, resembled a frail beauty swaying in the breeze, showcasing how illness can be the most devastating weapon of all. That night, Yun Ruoyue remained awake, immersed in the pages of medical tomes and ancient manuscripts within the Feiyue Pavilion. Yet, Despite her exhaustive search, she found no references to the heart-losing pill. Even similar symptoms were attributed to the heart-losing madness, which bore no relation to poisoning and offered her no assistance. As dawn broke, a thought struck her. Recalling Su Yuyao's boastful claim of being an exceptionally skilled poison master, insisting that only she possessed the means to cure Chu Xuanchen's ailment. Could it be that she truly knew how to neutralize the poison? With Chu Xuanchen's condition deteriorating rapidly, she realized she must devise a solution without delay, or face dire consequences. Unable to uncover anything in her research, she resolved to confront Su Yuyao directly. At the Su residence, a servant announced, "Miss, the Princess of Li is outside, claiming she has urgent matters to discuss with you." Su Yuyao, engrossed in her study of various vials and jars, responded, "The Princess of Li? You mean Yun Ruoyue? What does she want with me?" She concealed her poisons, her tone grave. "Nothing good ever comes from such visits. If she seeks me out, it must be for some ulterior motive." The servant added, "But she insists this matter will benefit you, Mississippi. If you refuse to see her, you may regret it." Chapter 1436. Yun Ruoyue wishes to meet her? Su Yuyao's heart raced. What schemes did this audacious woman harbor? Let her in. I do not believe she dares to play tricks on me. Yun Ruoyue's deliberate provocation piqued her curiosity, and she genuinely wished to discern the purpose of the visit. Moreover, she had brought numerous gifts, seemingly intended to curry favor with the young lady. The servant continued, "Gifts? You think she seeks to win me over? Hurry, bring her in. I am eager to see what trickery she is up to." Su Yuyao sneered. Given Yun Ruoyue's character, she found it hard to believe that the girl would attempt to ingratiate herself. Did she have another agenda? Before long, the servant ushered in Yun Ruoyue and her entourage. Su Yuyao observed that Yun Ruoyue was accompanied by two maidservants, one clad in a black, fitted outfit, moving silently with piercing, profound eyes, a clear indication of martial prowess. The other appeared to be a typical maid. Initially, Su Yuyao had intended to poison Yun Ruoyue during this encounter, but upon seeing the formidable woman in the black attire, she immediately abandoned that thought. This woman radiated strength. She dared not act recklessly. Moreover, it was evident that they carried an abundance of gifts. "Oh, what wind has blown the esteemed Princess Li here?" Su Yuyao remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by Xiaodai and Feng'er, stepped forward, her eyes glinting with cunning. "To be candid, I come bearing a request. Here lie some exquisite medicinal herbs and jewels, presented as a token for Miss Yuyao. I kindly ask you to accept them." As she spoke, Xiaodai and Feng'er unveiled the boxes. Instantly, a radiant golden light emanated from within. Upon inspection, Su Yuyao beheld a collection of exquisite jewelry, alongside a millennium-old ginseng, precious Ganoderma, and a rare Tianshan snow lotus. Each item was of significant worth, likely amounting to several tens of thousands of taels of silver. Su Yuyao was taken aback by Yun Ruoyue's generosity. Could it be that she truly sought something from her? Her gaze roamed over the glittering treasures, filled with avarice, yet her demeanor remained composed. "Until you reveal your true intentions, I cannot accept your offerings. Speak plainly. What do you desire?" "Very well, I shall be forthright. I have discovered a method to cure the poison afflicting Prince Li. Yet I am still in need of one particular herb, the Xuancheng. It is exceedingly rare and cannot be purchased with mere wealth. However, I have learned that you possess a specimen. I have come to procure this herb from you, and I wonder if you would be willing to part with it?" Yun Ruoyue stated directly. Su Yuyao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yun Ruoyue had indeed found a remedy for Chu Xuancheng's poison. This audacious woman had proven to be quite formidable. Just moments ago, she had mocked her inability to concoct an antidote, and now she found herself swiftly contradicted. She was momentarily stunned, realizing that she indeed possessed a Xuancheng, a gift from her master. She had not known it could serve as an antidote for Chu Xuancheng's affliction. Had she known, she would have traded it with him long ago. However, a flicker of skepticism crossed her mind. "Have you truly found the means to create the antidote for the lost heart pill?" "Indeed, if one can concoct that pill, I can certainly unearth the antidote. Yet, the Xuancheng alone will not suffice. Several other rare herbs are also required. I have successfully gathered those, and only the Xuancheng remains," Yun Ruoyue replied, all the while scrutinizing Su Yuyao. Chapter 1437. Can you afford what I desire? The notion of the Xuancheng being a mere fabrication crossed Yun Ruoyue's mind. This herb could not cure the poison. She had merely discovered that Su Yuyao possessed it and intended to test her. If Su Yuyao claimed the herb was ineffective, She might divulge alternative antidote methods, indicating she was indeed capable of curing Chu Xuancheng's ailment. They could then negotiate a mutually beneficial exchange for her assistance. Conversely, if Su Yuyao believed her words, it would reveal her ignorance regarding the antidote, leading Yun Ruoyue to abandon any hopes of relying on her and seek other avenues. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuyao rotated her gaze and remarked, "Yun Ruoyue, I did not expect you to possess such skill. You are aware that the Kixing KO can indeed counteract Chu Xuancheng's poison. However, as you stated, it is not something that can be easily acquired. If your terms do not meet my expectations, I shall not part with it." She initially hesitated to trust Yun Ruoyue, but upon seeing the multitude of treasures she brought, she assumed that Yun Ruoyue had invested significantly and temporarily chose to believe her words. At this moment, Yun Ruoyue comprehended the situation. Su Yuyao was utterly ignorant of the method for detoxification. "What you imply is that you are aware the 7-star grass can cure his poison?" Yun Ruoyue inquired with uncertainty. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I keep this herb?" Su Yuyao retorted. "Do you think it's merely a coincidence that I happen to possess this particular plant? I procured it with great expense and effort from a herbalist solely to detoxify the prince. How could I possibly part with it so easily?" At this point, she raised her brows with a smug expression and added, "Moreover, I am my master's most accomplished disciple. The poison that even you can neutralize is trivial for me. I simply chose not to assist him earlier. Now that the 7-star grass is in my possession, I hold the advantage. Why would I sell it to you to save Chu Xuancheng? It would be far more beneficial for me to rescue him myself, thus earning his gratitude." Observing her haughty demeanor, Yun Ruoyue became increasingly convinced that she was incapable of curing the heart-losing pill's poison and was merely boasting. "Are you truly able to save Chu Xuancheng?" she asked coolly. "If not, why would I purchase the 7-star grass? You just claimed you would pay for it. So, how much can you afford?" "I might consider it," Su Yuyao replied. Yun Ruoyue pondered for a moment and stated, 5,000 taels? 5,000 taels. Am I hearing this correctly? Su Yuyao's ears perked up instantly. Chu Xuancheng's life is in your hands, and you deem it worth only 5,000 taels? This medicine cost me a fortune. You cannot even cover my expenses, yet you dare to offer such a sum? Then how much do you desire? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes and suddenly declared, "Our Su family is not lacking in wealth. I do not seek money. Rather, I desire something you may or may not be able to provide. State your request. As long as it is within my means, I shall consider it," replied Yun Ruoyue. Su Yuyao cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, taking note of her resplendent scarlet robe adorned with intricate golden peonies, the dazzling hairpins upon her head, and the opulent jewelry she wore. In this attire, she exuded an aura befitting a noble princess, radiating power and majesty. The thought crossed Su Yuyao's mind. If only she could ascend to such a position of grandeur, how splendid that would be. With this in mind, she said, "Yun Ruoyue, did you not profess your deep affection for Chu Xuancheng? I now offer you an opportunity to prove it. If you are willing to distance yourself from him and aid me in creating occasions for him and me to interact, I shall grant you the 7-star grass." The last person who uttered such words to me has since met their demise. Yun Ruoyue narrowed her eyes and replied nonchalantly. Chapter 1438. It turns out to be a test. Su Yuyao's pupils constricted. "What do you mean by that?" Yun Ruoyue smiled lightly. "In the past, our family's concubine spoke similar words to me, but her fate was rather grim. You wretched girl, are you threatening me? Don't you desperately desire the 7-star grass? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have you truly disregarded Chu Xuancheng's life? I can tell you that the heart-losing pill not only induces rage and madness, but also leads to amnesia, ultimately resulting in estrangement from loved ones. She will gradually forget you, unable to recall your existence, and ultimately succumb to the poison." Su Yuyao exclaimed in fury. "And what of it? You cannot truly provide an antidote, so why are we even conversing? What do you mean by that? Were you not supposed to procure the 7-star grass for me? Why do you speak in such a manner?" Su Yuyao's heart sank, her voice losing its conviction. Yun Ruoyue sneered. "How dare you claim to be the most formidable poison master when in truth, you are merely boasting. I shall inform you that the 7-star grass is utterly ineffectual in detoxifying Chu Xuancheng, and yet, you wish to sell it to me. Are you not foolish? You, wretched woman, you have deceived me. You have not devised an antidote for Chu Xuancheng. You merely sought to test me." Su Yuyao spoke through gritted teeth, realizing she had fallen for this woman's trickery. "And so what? It is evident that you cannot antidote the heart-losing pill's poison. Do not expect to deceive my lord with this method again. He shall not believe you." As Yun Ruoyue spoke, she turned to Feng'er and Xiao Dai, instructing them to depart. Upon hearing this, Feng'er and Xiao Dai hurriedly closed the gift boxes and followed her. Su Yuyao, observing this, rushed forward to intercept them. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the boxes. "Yun Ruoyue, you intend to take these items? Did you not just claim they were a gift for me? The esteemed Duke of Loyalty and Valor should not lack for such trifles. Furthermore, my treasures are reserved for those capable of providing an antidote for my lord. Apologies, but you lack the qualifications to partake. Come back when you truly understand the art of detoxification. However, I find the likelihood of that rather slim, given your recent display of ineptitude." With that, Yun Ruoyue completed her mockery, elegantly brushing her sleeves before striding towards the entrance. With Xiao Dai, a skilled martial artist, accompanying her, Su Yuyao found herself powerless to strike at her. She was compelled to watch as they carried off the treasures, her face contorted in displeasure, akin to a cloth stained with color. "Vile woman, how dare you deceive me?" Once Yun Ruoyue swaggered away, Su Yuyao, infuriated, struck a tree in the courtyard, her face turning a shade of green from anger. This woman was clearly mocking her for her gullibility, for having so easily believed in the seven-star grass. Little did she realize that Yun Ruoyue's fervent declarations, accompanied by such lavish gifts, were merely for show. If there were blame to be cast, it lay with her for being blinded by those treasures, forgetting that Yun Ruoyue was a cunning and capricious individual. This time, she had underestimated her opponent. After exiting Su's residence, Yun Ruoyue did not feel a sense of relief. She had initially believed that Su Yuyao possessed a solution. She would have sacrificed all her wealth and her very life to save Chu Xuancheng. However, it turned out that even Su Yuyao was at a loss. It seemed this path was a dead end, and she would need to devise an alternative strategy. Soon enough, she returned to the Li Wangfu with Feng'er and Xiao Dai. "Your Highness, you have returned. The prince has gone to the military camp, but a Taoist priest has arrived at the estate, requesting an audience with you." The steward greeted her as she dismounted the carriage. "A Taoist priest? What sort of Taoist priest?" Yun Ruoyue inquired, puzzled. The steward pondered for a moment, scratching his head, and said, "It is the master who came last time to apprehend that sorcerer, known as Taoist Qingfeng. He mentioned he had urgent matters to discuss with you. So I arranged for him to wait for you in the flower hall, enjoying tea. So it was Taoist Qingfeng. Steward, you have done well. Please lead me to the master," Yun Ruoyue said hastily as she made her way towards the royal residence. Taoist Qingfeng surely would not seek her out without reason. He must have something significant to discuss. Before long, Yun Ruoyue found herself in the flower hall, face to face with Taoist Qingfeng. After several months apart, he appeared to have aged considerably, though his hair had turned even whiter and his beard had grown longer. Nevertheless, he retained a spirited demeanor, exuding an air of ethereal grace, holding a whisk in his hand, reminiscent of a transcendent being not to be underestimated. "Master, it has been some time since we last met. How is your health?" Yun Ruoyue inquired promptly upon entering. Taoist Qingfeng smiled at her, though a hint of seriousness lingered in his expression. "Thank you for your concern, Princess. I am in good health. I have come this time to seek your counsel regarding His Highness, the Prince of Li." For him, Yun Ruoyue was taken aback and quickly instructed her attendants, "Feng'er, you may leave us. I need to speak with the master alone." "Yes, Your Highness," they replied, and promptly exited the room. Once they were alone, Yun Ruoyue approached Taoist Qingfeng with urgency, asking, "Master, being a sage, do you know if the prince has been poisoned? And if so, do you possess the antidote?" Taoist Qingfeng sighed, filled with self-reproach. "Regrettably, this matter is indeed tied to me. The heart-losing pill was concocted by my senior apprentice, Li Changlu. I never anticipated that he would give it to the current empress to use for malevolent purposes. Upon learning of this, I rushed to the Prince of Li's residence to inform you of the antidote. Is it true? Master, do you truly know the antidote? What is it?" Yun Ruoyue's eyes sparkled with hope. Taoist Qingfeng, however, raised a hand to caution her, "Do not rejoice too soon. The poison from the heart-losing pill requires 49 different herbs for its antidote. As long as one has the means, these herbs can be procured." Yet what?" Yun Ruoyue inquired, her expression fraught with anxiety. "To neutralize this poison, a special catalyst is also necessary. The heart's blood of a woman destined with the fate of the phoenix," Taoist Qingfeng stated gravely. "The fate of the phoenix?" What does that entail? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She had thought such methods of detoxification were mere fabrications of television dramas, never imagining she would encounter one in reality. While she found it hard to believe that a person's heart's blood could serve as an antidote, she acknowledged the world's vastness and its myriad wonders, many of which eluded scientific explanation, much like her own ability to traverse souls. Taoist Qing Feng explained, the so-called phoenix fate, also known as the fate of the Feng Wang, is a remarkably rare destiny. Such individuals are destined for great wealth and high rank, often fated to become favored consorts or empresses, soaring to heights akin to the phoenix. The heart-losing pill, however, was crafted by my senior apprentice, Li Chonglu, from the blood of those with less favorable destinies. He typically sought out individuals whose lives were fraught with misfortune, volatile temperaments, and afflicted by madness or mania. He infused the blood of these individuals into a potion, crafting the heart-loss pill, which became imbued with malevolence, thus causing the prince to transform in such a manner. This toxin is exceedingly sinister and insidious, requiring an exceptionally auspicious fate to suppress and restrain it. Hence, only with the heart's blood of a woman destined with a phoenix fate can the poison of the heart-loss pill be resolved. Chapter 1440. The one of phoenix fate, so it is. May I inquire, Master, how one might locate an individual possessing the phoenix fate? Yun Ruoyue, unfamiliar with these ancient destinies and birth charts, resolved to follow the words of the Qing Feng Taoist. Since the medicinal remedies from her medical system could not alleviate this poison, she felt compelled to explore these alternative methods. Qing Feng Taoist stroked his beard, indicating that it would depend on the individual's fate and palmistry. Furthermore, one must seek out those who were born amidst extraordinary celestial phenomena, such as encounters with deities in dreams or the presence of a phoenix encircling them, or other miraculous signs of auspiciousness. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare, and finding them may prove difficult. Moreover, even if one were to locate such a person, they would need to be willing to offer their heart's blood, for the extraction of this blood would inevitably endanger their life, and it is unlikely that anyone would consent. Endanger their life? Yun Ruoyue's heart quivered at the thought. To require another's life in order to save Chu Xuancheng was a task she could not bear to undertake. Qing Feng Taoist nodded in agreement, affirming that extracting blood from the heart would necessitate cutting into the cardiac region, causing the blood to flow forth. In such a case, the individual would undoubtedly perish. I see, Master. However, if we are indeed fortunate enough to find such a person, I possess a method that allows for the extraction of heart's blood without endangering their life, Yun Ruoyue asserted. She could utilize a vacuum blood collection needle, merely piercing into a vein to extract the blood, thus avoiding the need to cut into the heart itself. Furthermore, she would not draw blood from the cardiac area, as that carries significant risks. Instead, she would extract it from veins and arteries, yielding blood that would only differ slightly. In that case, she could prepare two antidotes. There is no necessity to draw blood from the heart, for the blood of a person is largely uniform, differing only slightly in oxygen content among various vessels. The notion of heart's blood is merely a vague concept. Ultimately, she would ascertain its efficacy through experimentation. Qing Feng Taoist was taken aback by the prowess of the princess consort. He remarked, "Your medical skills are indeed remarkable, my lady. Since it won't jeopardize life, you may discreetly send someone to seek out those with the phoenix fate. First, gather information on those born amidst celestial phenomena, then examine their fate and palmistry. I shall ascertain if they indeed possess the phoenix fate. So, Master, you possess the ability to discern fates. Might I trouble you to temporarily reside at the Li Wangfu? Once I locate such individuals, I would appreciate your assistance in examining their fates and palmistry," Yun Ruoyue requested earnestly. Qing Feng Taoist nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. This matter originated from my senior brother. As a fellow disciple, it is my duty to assist you in resolving it." "I am most grateful, Master," Yun Ruoyue replied, turning to Fenger outside the door. "Fenger, the Master will be residing in the Wangfu for the time being. Please arrange for him a tranquil living space and assign several attendants to tend to his needs." "Yes, my lady. How about arranging for the Master to stay at the Tinglan Water Pavilion?" Fenger suggested before stepping inside. Yun Ruoyue nodded, appreciating the serene and picturesque environment of the Tinglan Waterside Pavilion. "What do you think, esteemed Master? I can reside anywhere, and this place shall suffice," replied Taoist Qing Feng. "Very well. Master has traveled a long distance for the prince. You must be weary from your journey. Fenger, Please lead the master to his quarters for a well-deserved rest and prepare a meal for him, Yun Ruoyue instructed. Yes, Your Highness. I shall escort the master at once. Feng responded, promptly guiding the way. Your Highness is too gracious, Daoist Qingfeng remarked, lifting his whisk as he followed Feng. Chapter 1441. A determined search in the afternoon. Chu Xuancheng returned early to the royal residence. His health had been deteriorating, compelling him to attend the military camp only for urgent matters, while he preferred to rest at the palace otherwise. By now, nearly all officials were aware of his poisoning, and it was likely that Emperor Hunyuan in the palace was also informed. If he did not find an antidote soon, he would face numerous adversaries taking advantage of his plight. Upon his return, he was approached by Yun Ruoyue, who appeared anxious. Husband, you have returned. I have urgent matters to discuss. What is it, my dear Yue? Chu Xuancheng inquired, reaching out to smooth her hair. Daoist Qingfeng has arrived, and he claims to possess a method to counteract the lost heart pill. Yun Ruoyue hesitated momentarily before continuing. He can indeed counteract it, but how? A flicker of hope ignited in Chu Xuancheng's eyes, though it quickly dimmed. The antidote to the lost heart pill was notoriously elusive, and he was reluctant to harbor too much hope. However, he requires the heart's blood of a woman with a phoenix constitution as a catalyst, along with 49 other herbs to concoct the antidote, Yun Ruoyue conveyed, recounting every word Daoist Qingfeng had shared with her. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's expression turned grave. As far as I know, women with such a constitution are exceedingly rare. Finding one will not be easy, and even if we do, she may not be willing to offer her blood. I cannot trade another's life for my own. Rest assured, I have a method to obtain her blood without endangering her life. Now that we have a potential antidote, we shall try every avenue available. The master is a person of great virtue. He would not deceive us. What if his method proves effective? Yun Ruoyue asserted confidently. Yet, such women are incredibly hard to find. Nevertheless, since you are so resolute, I will immediately send someone to search, Chu Xuancheng replied, though hope was scarce in his heart. He recognized Yun Ruoyue's medical prowess, but he could not fathom how extracting a person's heart's blood could allow them to survive. He had heard of such methods before, where the victim perished immediately upon losing their heart's blood. Yet, seeing Yun Ruoyue's fervor, he could not bear to dampen her spirits and resolved to heed her counsel, dispatching his covert guards to seek out a suitable candidate while considering the next steps thereafter. Rest assured, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall not relent in my pursuit to find an antidote for you, Yun Ruoyue promised. We must perpetually cherish hope, resolutely confront adversity, for in such a manner, nothing can bring us down. Rest assured, fortune favors the kind-hearted. I firmly believe we shall achieve success. As she spoke, she grasped Chu Xuancheng's large hand tightly, using both of her hands to convey warmth to him. Feeling the affection and concern from Yue, Chu Xuancheng's heart no longer harbored false hopes. Yet he offered her a faint smile. Soon, Chu Xuancheng issued orders for the shadow guards to discreetly search for women born under extraordinary celestial phenomena, specifically those possessing the phoenix destiny. Upon receiving the news, the shadow guards dispersed throughout the imperial city, various states, and counties to investigate. However, after several days of searching, they returned empty-handed. When Chu Xuancheng observed Li shaking her head, he understood that locating a woman with the phoenix destiny was akin to scaling the heavens, especially considering the necessity of her heart's blood, which rendered the task exceedingly formidable. Chapter 1442. The master's doubts. His men tirelessly searched day and night for several days without success, leading him to realize that this endeavor was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He had relinquished all hope. Nevertheless, for the sake of Yu's dreams, he persevered in his quest, continuing to dispatch individuals to seek out leads among the populace. One day, as the Daoist Qingfeng held his whisk, admiring the lake scenery in the back garden, he noticed a group of women approaching from a distance. Leading them was a woman clad in a resplendent red brocade robe, radiating beauty like a celestial body surrounded by stars. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as Princess Li. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was momentarily taken aback. The majestic and noble demeanor of Princess Li struck him as eerily familiar. At that moment, he beheld Yun Ruoyue walking gracefully against the backdrop of the setting sun, illuminated by the clouds. As she approached, the sky ablaze with hues of crimson, reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from ashes. Daoist Qingfeng was startled. Why did Princess Li exude an aura so distinct from her noble status? This aura was grand and imposing, exuding elegance and dignity, imbued with the essence of royal majesty, as if she were a celestial being bathed in divine light. To his knowledge, although she was now a princess, she had once been merely the daughter of a prime minister. What could render such a woman so inherently regal, as if a phoenix had descended upon the earthly realm? Master, so this is where you have been. Yunqing greeted him politely as she approached. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, princess? Taoist Qingfeng responded slowly. With concern etched upon her face, Yun Ruoyue explained. The prince's men have searched diligently for several days, but have yet to find a woman with the phoenix destiny. The prince's episodes are becoming increasingly frequent and urgent, and I fear that if this continues, he may encounter grave misfortune. Moreover, he is exhibiting signs of amnesia, often forgetting actions and words he has just performed or spoken. I dread that before the antidote is developed, he may lose his memories altogether. May I ask, Master, if there are any alternatives aside from searching for a woman with the phoenix destiny? Perhaps we could locate Master Chonglu and inquire about the antidote? Taoist Qingfeng shook his head solemnly. I have sought him out long ago. He informed me that he possesses no antidote, only knowledge of detoxification methods. The heart-losing pill he crafted is unique in the world. Even he does not have an antidote, for he too cannot find the woman with the phoenix destiny. With the wisdom acquired over many years, I am certain that to counteract this poison, one must obtain the heart's blood of a woman with the phoenix destiny. Is that so? Yun Ruoyue's expression faltered, revealing a countenance steeped in disappointment. She had scoured the medical system recently in vain for an antidote, and now it seemed her only hope lay in that heart's blood. It was indeed an enigma, yet she felt compelled to pursue it. The Taoist priest, observing Yun Ruoyue's demeanor, suddenly perceived something astonishing. Disbelief flickered in his eyes as he gazed intently at her, circling around her in bewilderment. Master, is there something on my face? Why do you look at me thus? Yun Ruoyue inquired, puzzled at the Taoist's scrutiny. As he continued to observe her, the priest stroked his beard and remarked, Your Highness possesses a full celestial crown, a square and rounded earthly base, a high and straight nose, and an extraordinary demeanor. These are signs of either wealth or nobility. In my humble opinion, Your Highness is endowed with a most auspicious fate. Might I inquire if I could examine your palmistry? Yun Ruoyue hesitated but ultimately extended her hand, saying, Master, please take a look. The Taoist priest took her hand and scrutinized it closely. Suddenly, astonishment washed over his face, and he released her hand, asking, Your Highness, may I see your birth date and time? Birth date and time? Yun Ruoyue paused, realizing she did possess such information, albeit fabricated by her mother. She had been purchased by her mother, who likely did not know her true birth date and, consequently, her genuine birth chart. However, the priest's inquiry must have been prompted by some underlying reason. Yet, she could not divulge her origins to him, so she replied, I have a birth chart, but I cannot recall it clearly while at the residence. Do you remember your birth date? If you provide me with that, I can deduce your birth chart, he inquired. I remember the date of my birth, but I cannot recall the exact time, as my mother never informed me, she replied. Perhaps, Master, I could send someone to the residence to inquire, and I will relay the information to you once I have it. The Taoist priest narrowed his eyes in skepticism. How could one be unaware of their own birth chart? It seemed the princess was concealing something from him. Being a perceptive man, he chose not to press her further. Very well, I shall await your highness's findings. Thank you for your patience, Master, Yun Ruoyue said, offering a slight bow before departing with her entourage. Given the priest's inquiry, could it imply that her fate held the potential to save Chu Xuancheng? Thus, she resolved to send someone to the residence to consult her mother and Granny's son about her true birth chart. She wondered if the cloaked woman who had sold her to Granny's son had mentioned anything regarding her birth details. Even the slightest opportunity would not be overlooked. If no birth chart could be found, she would have to provide the fabricated one her mother had concocted to the Taoist priest. As she walked away, the Taoist priest was once again struck by her extraordinary aura. Her silhouette resembled a phoenix soaring gracefully into the sky. Such an elegant and regal demeanor reminded him of someone he had encountered before. Yes, he recalled. The demeanor of the Princess Li resembled that of the Empress Xue Feiyi of the Eastern Wilderness, whom he had once had the honor of encountering during her coronation ceremony. The Empress, adorned in a resplendent dragon robe and a dazzling crown, shone brilliantly as she ascended the dragon throne. Upon reaching her seat, she suddenly turned, sweeping her garments with an air of sovereign authority that was both radiant and formidable. He had been utterly captivated by her commanding presence. The aura and gestures of Princess Li were strikingly reminiscent of that empress. However, years had passed, and he could no longer recall the empress's visage. All that remained in his memory was her unmatched beauty and her majestic aura, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes. It was astonishing to find himself once more in the presence of such an extraordinary individual. Upon returning to the Feiyu Pavilion, Yun Ruoyue promptly dispatched Feng to the Xiang residence to inquire of Lady Huang whether she possessed knowledge of her true birth date. Meanwhile, she anxiously awaited in her chamber. According to the Master's insights, could it be that she was the one destined with a phoenix's fate? If that were true, she could potentially save Chu Xuancheng. The Li Wangfu was not far from the Xiang residence, and soon Feng returned, carrying a bundle. With a look of disappointment, she reported to Yun Ruoyue, "Your Highness, I asked the eldest lady and granny's son, but they claim they do not know your true birth date. The woman who sold you did not disclose it." "All right, I understand," Yun Ruoyue sighed, feeling disheartened as it seemed this matter held no hope for resolution. "The eldest lady is aware of your concern for your origins and instructed me to bring you this swaddling cloth, which was used to wrap you. The style of this cloth does not resemble the embroidery of our Chu kingdom. Perhaps the patterns upon it can reveal some truths." As Feng spoke, she set down the bundle. Upon opening it, she handed Yun Ruoyue the quilt and the ties. Yun Ruoyue hastily took the quilt and observed its intricate and lavish embroidery, evidently crafted with great effort. Upon closer inspection, she saw it adorned with numerous butterflies, blue, yellow, red, and green, each vividly depicted, dancing gracefully, reminiscent of the butterfly tattoo on her back. Such embroidery techniques and designs were unfamiliar to her in the Chu kingdom. "Feng, which nation would adorn a quilt with butterflies?" Yun Ruoyue inquired, puzzled. Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems rare in any country. Generally, people embroider flowers, koi fish, or mandarin ducks on quilts. Butterflies are quite uncommon. I have never heard of this being a signature style of any nation, and the technique is rather complex, something only a master embroiderer could achieve." Yun Ruoyue understood that the butterfly patterns on the quilt were undoubtedly linked to the tattoo on her back. She urgently instructed Feng, "Remember, you must not disclose to anyone the connection between this quilt and the butterfly design on my back. It is imperative to keep this secret. Otherwise, I fear it may bring calamity upon us all." Feng promptly nodded, assuring the empress that she could rest easy, for she would keep her lips sealed, even unto death. After imparting her instructions, Yun Ruoyue gently caressed the quilt, realizing it was the very one that had enveloped her in her childhood. As her fingers glided over its surface, she was transported back to her youth. The thought of her younger self, swaddled in such a quilt and sold to another, filled her with poignant nostalgia. Suddenly, as she touched it, she felt something solid within. Quickly, she exclaimed, "Feng, there is something in this quilt. Run and fetch me some scissors so we can see what lies within." Startled, Feng replied, "Yes, Your Highness, I shall retrieve them at once." In no time, Feng returned with the scissors. Upon grasping them, Yun Ruoyue meticulously cut along the edge of the quilt. Soon, she had created a small opening and reached inside, pulling out a crumpled piece of parchment made from cowhide. She was taken aback. The parchment, having been sewn into the quilt and subjected to repeated washings, had become tattered and wrinkled. With urgency, she unfolded the hide to reveal a series of birth dates and corresponding astrological characters. "Feng, look. There is a birth date inscribed here, along with the 8 characters of my destiny, although somewhat obscured. Do you think this could be my astrological chart?" Yun Ruoyue asked, pulling Feng closer to examine the parchment. Feng, equally astonished, confirmed, "Yes, Your Highness. It indeed contains your astrological characters, but I am illiterate and can only recognize the X, I, and U. Do you understand the characters above? This writing is rather indistinct. Let me take a closer look," Yun Ruoyue replied, scrutinizing the parchment before concluding. "It appears to be Guiyu, Xianyu, Jiayin, and Rinshen. Could this truly be my astrological chart? It is quite possible, Your Highness, that this chart was inscribed on cowhide and sewn into the quilt, indicating it pertains to you," Feng exclaimed with delight. Yun Ruoyue gazed at the written date and continued, "It seems my birth date is not the 5th of October as my mother claimed. Rather, it is the 15th of August. I was born on the Mid-Autumn Festival, coinciding with my 16th year. It is likely that such a fortunate birth date befits your auspicious fate, Your Highness." The night of the Mid-Autumn Festival is a night of full moons and family reunions, Feng'er remarked. Should we not present your birth date and astrological chart to the master? He may uncover some profound insights. Yun Ruoyue nodded. Indeed, let us seek him out. Swiftly, she transcribed her birth date and astrological characters on a paper, carefully concealing the swaddling and cowhide parchment before departing with Feng'er for the Tinglan Pavilion. Upon her arrival, she found Taoist Qingfeng just finishing his evening meal. Seeing her, Qingfeng rose to greet her. Princess, have you discovered your astrological chart? Yun Ruoyue nodded. Master, I had Feng'er inquire with my mother. Behold, this is my birth date and astrological chart. The Taoist priest of Qingfeng hurriedly took the paper, and upon seeing the 8 characters inscribed upon it, he gazed at Yun Ruoyue with astonishment. Princess, is this truly your destiny? Absolutely, master. Is there something amiss? Yun Ruoyue's heart instantly sank. The Taoist, while examining the paper, expressed his amazement. Suddenly, he inquired, might the princess allow me to take another look at your palm? Certainly, master, please do. Yun Ruoyue extended her hand to the Taoist. He took it and scrutinized it, then glanced carefully at her face before stating, the princess's features radiate an aura of auspiciousness, with a high, straight nose and eyes brimming with spirit. It is evident that you belong to the elite class. He continued, your palm bears 2 intersecting lines, which signify the mark of a princess. Your fate is exceptionally favorable. You possess the destiny of a phoenix from the heavens. You are meant to be second only to the emperor. Yet how is it that you are merely the daughter of a noble family? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. What do you mean, master? What is this phoenix destiny? From your palmistry, facial features, destiny, 8 characters, and the 5 elements, it is clear that you possess the fate of a soaring phoenix, and indeed, the finest among them. Individuals of your caliber are destined for immense wealth and nobility, either as a princess or a queen. However, the Taoist appeared perplexed. The princess's countenance was extraordinarily exquisite, yet she was simply an ordinary official's daughter, leaving him in a state of confusion. May I ask, master, how can one discern which line signifies a princess's fate? Yun Ruoyue glanced at her hand, unable to identify anything remarkable. She believed her hand was no different from others, lacking any special features. Your fingers are well-defined, and your 10 digits are rounded. In the center, there are 2 intersecting lines, which represent the noble lineage. Your 8 characters and facial features reveal the phoenix destiny. In fact, you possess both types of fates. Since you carry the phoenix destiny, you can save the prince. It is truly fortuitous that such a solution has come so effortlessly. The Taoist remarked, his face beaming with satisfaction. Really? I do not care whether I am of princess or phoenix lineage. If I can save the prince, that would be splendid, Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with hope. The realization that she could indeed save Chu Xuancheng filled her with joy, though she remained skeptical about the notions of princess and phoenix destinies. However, the Taoist cautioned, Princess, are you certain you can procure your own heart's blood without harming yourself? Master, rest assured, I am confident, Yun Ruoyue replied with a nod. Your medical skills are exceptional, and I trust you. However, you are currently with child. You must proceed with caution. Do not risk your well-being for the sake of saving the prince, the Taoist advised. Thank you for your concern, master. I understand. Yun Ruoyue responded, her heart racing with excitement as she returned to the Feiyue Pavilion with Feng'er. Since she was indeed the bearer of the phoenix destiny, she could commence preparing the medicinal concoction to detoxify Chu Xuancheng. Nevertheless, gathering the 49 medicinal ingredients would take time. She needed to prepare the traditional herbs first. Additionally, she instructed Feng'er not to inform Chu Xuancheng, fearing it would cause him unnecessary worry. In the event that Chu Xuancheng fears for her safety and forbids her from obtaining the heart's blood, it would indeed be unfortunate. In the Su residence, Su Yuyao fixed her gaze upon a shadow lurking in the darkness and coldly inquired, You say that Chu Xuancheng has been secretly searching for individuals with the phoenix fate recently? The figure replied gravely, Yes, from the intelligence I have gathered. Master Qingfeng of Qingfeng Temple is currently residing in the Li Wangfu. He is the junior disciple of Master Changlu. It was he who informed the Li Wangfei that, in order to cure Chu Xuancheng's poison, not only is a combination of 49 herbal medicines required, but also the heart's blood of a woman possessing the phoenix fate to serve as a catalyst. Presently, Chu Xuancheng has dispatched dark guards to extensively investigate women born under extraordinary celestial phenomena. Should he find this woman, the effects of his heart-losing pill will undoubtedly be nullified. Brother, is what you say truly the case? If Chu Xuancheng manages to detoxify himself, how will we account for it to the Empress? Su Yuyao remarked. She had now learned from her brother that it was Li Chonglu who had administered the heart-losing pill to the Empress. Wu Ying coldly responded. You have already heard from the Empress that the poison has been administered. Whether or not Chu Xuancheng can detoxify himself is of no concern to you. It is his affair, and the Empress cannot hold you accountable. Suddenly, Su Yuyao narrowed her eyes. Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue humiliated me so grievously last time. I have no desire to see him freed from his affliction. Junior sister, did you not profess your love for him? Why do you speak thus? Wu Ying inquired tentatively. Recalling the incident of her near drowning, a flicker of resentment glimmered in her eyes. What does my love matter? He has never even cast a glance my way. Rather than allowing him to detoxify and unite with Yun Ruoyue, I would prefer him to remain ensnared in his poison, enduring perpetual suffering. That would bring me some solace. Wu Ying shook his head. He could discern that although Su Yuyao outwardly despised Chu Xuancheng, her eyes betrayed a profound anguish. What do you intend to do now? Will you remain passive, or will you intervene? Wu Ying questioned. Su Yuyao gazed deeply at him and said, Brother, you know me well. Do you truly not know what I plan to do? I must prepare, and once I am ready, I will make my way to the Li Wangfu. Wu Ying, perceiving her intentions, obstructed her path. He does not love you. Why would you go to the Li Wangfu? Su Yuyao's voice turned icy. Of course, I intend to intervene. If I cannot have him, then no one shall. Chapter 1447. Diminishing memory. With that, Su Yuyao turned and walked away, leaving Wu Ying to shake his head in resignation. Upon returning to her courtyard, Su Yuyao began her preparations for concocting the medicine. Her brother had already provided her with the names of the 49 medicinal ingredients. She merely needed to gather them, prepare them, and then brew the remedy. Meanwhile, on Chu Xuancheng's side, most of the dark guards dispatched for the search had been withdrawn. His condition was deteriorating, and he feared that his combat ability would wane during an episode, rendering him unable to protect Yun Ruoyue. Thus, he retained only a small contingent of dark guards to protect the Li Wangfu, especially since various factions, upon learning of his poisoning, were poised to strike. Eager to see him toppled, when Su Yuyao learned of this development from Wu Ying, she realized that her opportunity had arrived. Chu Xuancheng withdrew so many hidden guards, undoubtedly aware that they could not find anyone with the fate of a phoenix, leading him to abandon the search and lose hope. It was precisely at this moment of despair that she intended to bring him hope. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue was diligently preparing the necessary herbs. Soon, she had assembled 49 medicinal ingredients and began concocting the antidote. In the Li Wang mansion, Emo Li inquired, Your Highness, where is my sword? Did you happen to see it? I had just placed it here. Stepping out of the Xuancheng pavilion, Chu Xuancheng questioned the guard at the entrance. Emo Li was taken aback. Your Highness, your sword is missing? Where did you last place it? I distinctly remember leaving it on this table. After taking a sip of tea, it simply vanished. Please help me search for it, Chu Xuancheng replied, his eyes scanning the vicinity. At once, Your Highness, Emo Li responded, hastily entering the Xuancheng pavilion to assist in the search. Suddenly, he spotted the sword hanging on the wall and pointed it out. Your Highness, your sword is hanging on the wall. Did you forget? Is it hanging on the wall? Let me see, Chu Xuancheng said as he stepped inside, quickly glancing at the wall, where indeed his treasured sword was displayed. A sigh of relief escaped him, yet he rubbed his brow in frustration, recalling that he had clearly placed it on the table. Could it be that you misremembered? Your memory seems to be faltering lately, often forgetting things. Has the poison from the heart-losing pill worsened? Emo Li voiced his concerns. Perhaps so, but do not inform the princess. I fear it would cause her distress. Chu Xuancheng sighed. Witnessing his lord in such a state filled Emo Li with worry. After retrieving the sword, Chu Xuancheng slowly approached the windowsill, staring vacantly at the scenery beyond. His figure remained still, silent, which caused Emo Li considerable anxiety. Lately, the prince seemed burdened with thoughts, often fixating on a single spot in deep contemplation, sometimes lost in thought for hours. The light sorrow between his brows thickened into profound melancholy, his gaze shadowed and dull. He frequently stared at the Feiyue pavilion, sometimes gazing at those buildings and rooftops for an entire day. Moreover, his memory was deteriorating. He often forgot actions he had just completed. For instance, he had recently reviewed official documents, yet after a spell of distraction, he would return to review the same documents again. Such blunders had occurred multiple times, but he insisted they keep this from the princess. In truth, the princess was already aware. She merely pretended not to be. She sequestered herself in the apothecary daily, tirelessly formulating the antidote for him, scarcely taking time to eat or drink, and they dared not disturb her. Chapter 1448. Su Yuyao's antidote. He felt a twinge of envy for the love shared between the prince and the princess. One feared to burden the other with the severity of his ailment, while the other devoted herself to remedying his plight, isolating herself in the apothecary day and night, neglecting her own needs. At that moment, Zhu entered, stating, "Your Highness, Su Yuyao from the Su mansion seeks an audience. She claims to have come to make amends." Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow. "I shall not see her." "Your Highness, she claims she can cure your poison and has brought the antidote," Zhu added. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xuancheng commanded, "Bring her in. I am curious to see what tricks she intends to play." Soon, Zhu entered with Su Yuyao in tow. Following her was a maidservant, who carried a bowl of traditional medicine that exuded a strong, pungent scent of blood, causing the onlookers to frown. Could this be the antidote devised by Su Yuyao? Su Yuyao hurriedly greeted the prince upon entering, bowing respectfully. Chu Xuancheng lounged in a red, intricately carved chair, his posture relaxed, emanating an air of indifference. He regarded her casually, urging her to speak plainly without pretense. "Your Highness," Su Yuyao began earnestly, "I have come to apologize. I deeply regret the harm I have caused you. It weighs heavily on my conscience. I should not have acted on behalf of the Empress and harmed you in the process. Since you fell victim to the poison, I have been consumed by guilt, unable to eat or sleep. Given that I was responsible for administering the poison, it is my duty to provide you with the antidote. I have come to help you. You wish to aid me in detoxification?" Chu Xuancheng inquired coldly. Su Yuyao struggled to shed a few tears, her expression one of profound remorse. "Indeed, I am here to offer you the antidote. I acknowledge the grave mistake I have made and seek atonement. I do not expect to make amends, but only wish for you to recognize my sincerity." With that, she glanced at the bowl of medicine held by the maidservant, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Your Highness, perseverance yields rewards. I have finally concocted the antidote to the heart loss pill. This bowl contains a blend of 49 medicinal herbs, along with a crucial medicinal catalyst, truly the antidote to the heart loss pill." Chu Xuancheng was taken aback, not anticipating that Su Yuyao possessed knowledge of the antidote. At that moment, the young maidservant beside Su Yuyao interjected, "Your Highness, my mistress genuinely feels remorseful and holds you in great regard. To procure the antidote, she sacrificed her own well-being, even drawing her own blood to brew this medicine." "Sheer, do not speak," Su Yuyao interjected coldly, but as she finished her sentence, she trembled slightly, nearly losing her footing. Sheer quickly set down the bowl and rushed to support her. Upon observing Su Yuyao's pale complexion, devoid of color, her lips cracked and gray, and her eyes dull and listless, it was evident she had lost considerable blood. Chu Xuancheng scrutinized her with a composed demeanor and asked, "Does this bowl contain your blood?" "What I require is the blood of one with a phoenix destiny, not yours." "I understand, Your Highness," Su Yuyao replied. "If I were not that person, how could I dare offer my blood for your use?" She continued, "Before my birth, my mother had a dream in which she was with a dragon, leading to my arrival. This dream was a divine omen. At my birth, there were thunder and lightning, and extraordinary phenomena occurred, with several beams of white light flashing at the entrance of the Su residence. My father believed my birth to be extraordinary and summoned a fortune teller. The seer proclaimed that I am blessed with great fortune and possess the visage of a soaring phoenix. Thus, I dared to use my own lifeblood to cure the prince's poison. If the prince harbors any doubts, he may inquire with the members of the Su residence and ascertain whether I possess the fate of a phoenix."